Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the Thomas & Mack Center here in Las Vegas for a very special occasion, the final event of the Call of Duty Challengers 2023 season. Over the last 7 months, teams from all over the globe have battled it out online and here in the Passion Pit to prove that they are worthy to compete with the best of the best. It's been a thrilling season, laced with epic clashes, sensational surprises, and bombastic rivalries. But today, all of that comes to a head as the top teams from North America, Europe, Asia Pacific, and Latin America have descended upon Sin City to do battle for the lion's share of $150,000 and the right to call themselves the best Call of Duty Challengers team in the world. But only one can become champions. Welcome to the Call of Duty Challengers 2023 Finals. My name is Infinity. I'm joined on the casting desk here by Visions and Proper. You guys know who we are. We've been talking about Challengers all year long, and we can't wait to do it more here today. Let's intro them, though. Austin, mate, it's good to see you smiling once again.
Man, I'm going to be smiling all weekend, baby. This is going to be a great time. We have all the best teams coming to one event to battle it out. These guys are ready to go to war, man. They've been practicing. They've been putting in the time. Now it's time to figure out who's going to be the best.
Yeah, and of course you might notice that Austin and I are on green screen, so we're not in the venue, but who is in the venue? Andy, I'm pretty sure, mate, that it might actually be well hotter here in the UK than it is over there in Las Vegas right now.
Yeah, at the very least, we have air conditioning over here in Vegas. But, I mean, nonetheless, it is fantastic to be here at the Thomas & Mack Center. Yesterday, the day one for CDL was absolutely electric, with all the teams even coming through from Challengers, scrimming each other, trying to feel out what map mode combinations are going to be the best. These 16 teams are more than well equipped. They can put on a banger of a show.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's waste no more time, folks. Let's get right into the nitty-gritty of it. We can talk about the prize pool, about what these teams are going to be playing for today here at Challengers Finals. We've got a big one on the line. $150,000 will be dished out to all of these different teams. Austin, mate, 60,000 of that to first place.
Yeah, how about that, right? 60 grand for first place. Are you kidding me? That's a huge chunk of money. It's going to be a very long offseason as well, so I'm sure a lot of Challenger players are going to be eyeing up that first place, obviously, without a doubt. But, I mean, you can see it. Second, third, fourth. There is a lot of money to play for here, and it will be paid out all the way to top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see all the discrepancy there that the prize pool given out to all of those top 8 teams. But what teams are going to be competing in today's tournament? That's another question that we want to be asking and having an answer for you folks at home. We are having the top 16 teams across North America, Europe, Latin America, and Asia Pacific. Andy, though, a lot of these teams, I know people who've been following Challengers over the course of the season will know for the most part what those rosters look like, but there have been some changes coming into this event.
Yeah, I mean, roster changes are always going to be a bountiful when it comes down to champs. You can never forget last year, even when Ironblood made a last adjustment just to make a super team to auto-qualify for champs. You got that specifically for the 7 and 8. Both Omit and Anarchy Gaming made pretty stark changes to what their roster looked like from Toronto, coming into champs to give themselves the best possible outcome to not only auto-qualify, but to potentially win. Even for a lot of these qualifier teams that came through the last chance qualifier, you got teams like Clutch Raid, you got teams like Orbit as well, more than up to the task to absolutely deliver it in their groups.
Yeah, and of course, I already talked about the regionality aspect of it. We've got teams from Latin America and Asia Pacific representing here in the Challengers Finals, Austin. Last Challengers Finals in 2022 did not end well for that region.
No, it did not, but I do have a lot of eyes, I think, on Mindfreak. You know, you can see them as the 13th seed coming into this tournament. I think that they have the potential to maybe pull off some upsets, to maybe even get out of their groups if they're able to put it together here on the day. So, could be a lot of potential there for a team like Mindfreak, but you take a look at LatAm, you know, coming in here with looking for a big bounce back, because like you said, last year maybe didn't get the best performance, but there's a chance here to try to find some redemption.
Yeah, absolutely, there is. So those are the top 16 teams. Then again, for the most part, these are names that everybody will have known if you've chosen to Challengers over the course of this season. Let's move on, though. Let's talk about how these teams are going to be distributed into the groups. We've got 4 groups here to talk about. Let's get through them one by one. Of course, these are GSL-style brackets, starting off with Group A. Andy, this group, I think the biggest thing that jumps out to us here, you've got a Wobbabobs, you've got Decimate Gaming, the top 2 teams from Toronto in the same group.
Yeah, just because you made top 2 doesn't mean that boasting of pro points doesn't mean that you're the number 1 and number 9 seed. A Wobbabobs and Decimate, those are your top 2 teams from the Toronto Open. A Wobbabobs got beaten by Decimate in the winners finals and then got their revenge in grand finals in pretty drastic fashion. I mean, Team Smog can probably make an argument within this group, but I'm also looking at that first matchup there you can see with Anarchy versus Decimate. That's going to be going on right behind me. That can also deliver a really good map 5 round 11.
Yeah, for sure. Now, we talked about this being a stacked group here. Group B, arguably more stacked from a certain perspective, right? We've got names such as ESG Rocker, Omit, Orbit, all looking over towards that Group B side. When we do get a chance to take a look at it here, it is going to be an interesting kind of situation, Austin, right, to look at this one, because we really don't know who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because, like you said, ESG Rocker, coming in, they've struggled really, since the beginning of the season, where it felt like they had fame on the roster. They were winning just about everything. They were a top contender, and well, the pro points don't lie. These guys were able to lock in that easy second seed. But I really do think you take a look at Orbit here for this very first matchup. It's hard to call, isn't it? Based off of what we've seen, I think this is going to be a really telling, matchup for as far as how this group can go. Will Orbit kind of show out like we saw during the LCQ, or will Omit really be able to kind of take this group by storm with the addition of GodRx coming into the squad and maybe having a chance to go up against his old team as well?
That's the big one for me. I cannot wait, if we do get it, to see that kind of revenge match. You guys know I love those revenge matches, and we could get to see one here with GodRx potentially taking on his former teammates for the qualification matchup. Let's look over towards Group C, though, because this Group C, I think I'm going to describe this one as kind of the redemption group, a group that John Marston would be envious of. Team Notorious, Millennium 7, and the Atlas Lions, all names in recent events, Sandy, that maybe haven't had kind of the best turn of events.
I have no idea who that John fella is that you just listed there, Brody, but I would totally agree that this Group C is absolutely one for revenge. Team Notorious, it jumps off the page. That's your Texas Open champions, for crying out loud. Didn't exactly have any outcome whatsoever to speak of when it came down to Challengers Elites. Toronto fell short as well. Their search and destroy didn't look that good then. So now they come over here into Vegas, where all cards have to be on the table. You cannot have a bad day, because you're also in here with the Atlas Lions. And say what you will about the Atlas Lions, some very ups and some pretty drastic downs across the entirety of the year. You can never really count them out. Going up against Millennium 7, of all people, you have returning Challengers champs on that roster alone. Mohawk trying to go for the three-peat, and Lore Gaming could honestly shake things up as well.
Oh man, such an exciting group, isn't it? And I'm really disappointed in you, Andy, for not getting my reference. But regardless, here's a look over towards Group D, then the final group to round out our selection. What we would describe as the weirdest group of the bunch, because this, while we describe kind of Group A, I think between us as the group of death, this is one of those ones where there is real upset potential here, Austin.
There is. This is the toughest group in my mind here. Group D, it feels like any of these four teams have the ability to try to get out and qualify, but I think you're still looking at a failing in esports. We already talked about the fact that there's a lot of roster changes. Wardy now joining Denza, coming into this roster to see if they can try to shake some things up, and they might have that potential to really use that chemistry to take over. But, Mindfreak, I already touched on them. They have an ability to upset maybe some of these squads in this group. They're looking pretty good. They're coming in hot. And then you have Deviants and Clutch Rain. These guys have a lot of experience with one another here over the last couple months. We'll see which way that one goes, but this one, so tough to call.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just so much talent stacked in this group. If there's going to be surprises, I think this is probably more likely than not where we're going to see it. So there's a look over towards all the brackets, all the groups. Let's talk about kind of what's ahead of us today in terms of the schedule. Then I believe that's what we've got coming up as well. We already talked a little bit about what the groups look like. Let's talk about the first couple of matches. We're going to be kicking things off in Group B with Omit and Orbit. We were talking about that matchup. Both rosters having to face changes going into champs to qualify. So we'll see what those new rosters do look like, and then we'll be following that one with Millennium 7. Of course, we were talking about the former Challengers champions going head-to-head with the Atlas Lions, the Spaniards, who, again, did not have the Toronto that they would have wanted, and we'll want things to look better here at champs. So there's a look at our schedule. Those are the matches we have coming up. Of course, later down the line, we've also got looks over towards the qualification matchups to get teams into our championship bracket. But, guys, we're in for a spicy, spicy day of action, especially as we look over to tomorrow. Here we can see kind of winners round one, winners semifinals. You can see how we're going to get to ultimately the grand finals, which, Austin, it's really exciting, right? Because that's going to be on Sunday. We're going to see that on main stage.
Yeah, it's exactly right. There's never been a bigger opportunity for any of these challenger players to be able to play in front of the entire community, to play in front of the entire stadium as well. This is the biggest event of the year. Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows who's going to get there? And who knows what the nerves are also going to be like for those two squads when they step on that main stage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, guys, I'm not casting this first match, all right? I'm not here for this. This is all down to you guys, so I'm going to skedaddle. I'm going to get out of here. You guys can talk about Omit and Orbit for a little bit. This is our first match of the day, boys. Enjoy it.
Thank you so much, Brody. Oh, man, Andy, it feels great. First match. Here we are, Challenger champs, baby. And, well, we have a banger of a first match, don't we? Orbit up against Omit, looking to see who's going to be able to top this group. It all starts with this really first big win to have an opportunity to try to put yourself in the best possible position to qualify to bracket play.
Roster changes aside, I mean, you're talking about two juggernauts in between North America Challengers Elite back from Season 3 as well as Season 4. This Omit roster, I mean, a lot of names just jump off the page, doesn't it? I mean, Yeez is one for an example. He feels like he's always been on that redemption arc ever since he never got playtime with the Florida Mutineers. Purge, an S&D superstar, Gwyn, that substitute player for the Seattle Surge. And GodRx is now that new main AR, again, dropping Timmy Phantoms to auto-qualify for champs. Does it make the team better? I'm not too sure. I think the entire conversation for this roster comes down to the role swap of Gwyn going back to the SMG and Purge now back on the AR Flex.
Yeah, that's the big conversation for this roster. Are they going to be able to try to, hit form and match up to a lot of this slaying pressure that we expect for them? But Omit, I mean, really did suffer a couple of tough defeats, especially at Toronto, over their matches, even at the previous Elite. Obviously, GodRx, coming into this team as of recent, but, they've definitely suffered some heartbreaks, losing some very, very close series. We'll see if GodRx can try to push them over the edge. But let's take a look at our other team. Matching up against Omit, we have Orbit. These four boys, I'm sure just about everyone very familiar with. Gravity, as well as Jimbo, playing on that Vegas Legion roster throughout last year. Maybe not finding all the success that they wanted to, but now back together here with Geo and Classic as well.
Yeah, and Classic is the one that comes in substituting for Wiz, of course, being picked up by NRK Anarchy to auto-qualify for champs. And look, even as far as the Core 3 is concerned, they had a really top placing at Toronto. They got everybody straight, taking down NOLA Flight the way they did. They also beat them in the last chance qualifier. They beat Team Notorious in Toronto and Deviants as well. So, I mean, they've been able to take down a lot of good teams. I think it's just about being able to find that comfort factor, making sure that Jimbo can slay here on land the same way that we did in the LCQs. That guy was a real problem when it came down with a lot of teams trying to make sure that they made it to here for Vegas at the final road. But nonetheless, I think that Classic is going to be that individual to really look out for. You talk about veteranship, you talk about leaders. Classic and Gravity have to help out Geo and Jimbo find success here on the map.
Yeah, and Classic's also looking to go back-to-back, right, after making that run with Ironblood last year. So he's looking to live up to high expectations for this event. But let's take a look at the maps and see what we have coming up for this very first series of the day. We'll be kicking it off with a little Mercado. We'll be jumping into an El Asilo Search and Destroy, followed by a Hotel Control. And then if need be for map 4, we'll see a Fortress Hardpoint and a Fortress Search and Destroy. Andy, what are your takeaways?
I'm honestly just glad to see that everything that Omit talked to me about is honestly just coming all the way through. They don't like the MC Hardpoint versus Orbit. They don't really like to get through too mixy when it comes out of the Expo. They wanted to try to force the El Asilo. Orbit will not partake in that. So we had ourselves a little bit of a date for that Greenberg control. And honestly speaking, I mean, it's got to be the Search and Destroys, isn't it? I mean, the Fortress Search and Destroy, specifically for Orbit, one of Jimbo. Lau, I don't even know what username he's playing for this weekend. Doesn't really matter. Has been a real nuisance on that map mode combination, but we got to get there first. I'm very excited to see the Mercado Hardpoint, Austin, for a lot of different reasons. We get to see how these two teams, both SMGs and ARs, do stack up against each other. What do the fundamentals look like? Because Omit, after talking to everybody yesterday across the entirety of the venue, players, coaches included, I thought that Charles was kind of taking a little bit of a chuckle when he said that they're the best hardpoint team here. I think that that might still remain to be true.
We'll have to see, but what a way to square up, right? A Mercado thrown into the mix. This is something that Orbit played a ton of, especially during the LCQ to even qualify and get to Challenger Champs. So, yeah, this feels like a full-on square up here in the map number 1 to see, okay, who's going to be able to battle out who better. And I love the fact that you kind of touch on the ARs and, who is potentially going to step up, because that feels like that's kind of maybe been the weak point for Orbit at times, right, Andy? Maybe you haven't always got the consistency from Tom Gravity, haven't always got the consistency from Geo, despite having a really good first half of the season, but maybe slowing down a tad bit near the end. So we'll see if they can really try to put it on, especially on land, because you need to, with a very hot and fired up GodRx looking for revenge here in this group.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, there was a certain point in time, even through the LCQ and through Toronto, that, I mean, Tom, we know he's a steady shot. We know that he knows how to play the game. He's been doing it for quite some time now. But when it comes down to this roster, seems to be a little bit more uncomfortable. I feel like that Lau, Jimbo, as well as Geo sometimes get a little bit too far forward from the Overwatch that Gravity likes to provide. And I think that's why you can really rely on Classic, is that second voice within the comms to help out these two young individuals to really kind of find their way across the entirety of the map and get the slaying done when it absolutely requires. But they're going up against probably one of the most fundamentally strong teams that we do have in Omit. I mean, this is just a roster altogether. Squeaky clean from corner to corner. Gwyn, he can pick up an AR. He can still be nasty with it. Purge, he's an S&D superstar, but his respawn has been getting incrementally better throughout the entirety of the year. Now you have a leader of GodRx in your backline. That's a voice that I would trust when it comes down to calling rotations.
Absolutely, man. GodRx has been around for so long. I mean, it feels like even when he was in the league pre-COVID, and he was dropping bombs on that Rocker roster, but has struggled to maybe get back up to the Pro League a huge performance here on this Omit roster. Maybe that does something for him. Maybe that shakes things up. And here we go. Map number 1. We're kicking it off. Omit. Let's get into it, Andy. Let's jump into some Mercado Las Almas.
We are underway here in Las Vegas for Challengers Finals. Going to get the old razzle-dazzle of Mercado Las Almas, mixy as ever, but you want to make sure that you maintain presence when it comes down to these money hills. Omit starting off on the favorite side of the map. Have a really good split. I mean, you still have Gwyn inside the hard point trying to soak up some time. Everybody's watching these angles because Orbit need to try to not only contest the time, but maybe battle for those P2 spawns. And luckily enough for Jimbo, off that 2 spree, is already flooding through the back alleyway. He's looked out the spawns, but with a lot of time left to play here at 1.
Wow, nice shots coming through for Godorex right away. And I mean, yeah, they're soaking up a lot of this P1 time. 20 seconds still up for grabs. Classic going to give it a hit. Good trades here so far from Omit. Able to control just about everything through the middle of the map. They are going to have to start to look at this rotation, but everyone already bunkered up for Omit. Now they're going to have to try to find a huge response as this back alley push is about to take place.
And they're all mostly going to be coming through the back alleyway. I mean, look at the freeze flank that Jimbo's able to find. He takes Purge off of the hard point, re-wraps through the tunnel side. He did that through the cut, so that's going to confirm that all Omit are trying to flood through the back barber alley.
Oh, Gravity, he's already been able to line up 2. Trophy system just coming up, and Gio's there for a little bit of a trade-off there. So, nice handoff with the baton, and then Gravity takes his place again for 3 in a row. Great moment for Orbit to start locking up some time. Classic gets a good look there onto Purge, but won't finish off the kill. So far, the zoning looking good, but now another moment to try to set up a break, and well, everything being defended quite nicely.
You got back alleyway positioning, so now all of Orbit are actually spawning closer towards P3, but now it's a one-dimensional hit up top. Gravity's just watching it. Give them 6 in a row. That's a cruise missile earned in the 3rd life, in a lot of time to boot as well. Godorex will take down Gravity. The flood for the scrap time is going to be good for Omit, but Orbit just had a very successful P2. They'll be trailing by about 20 points or so, but now we go over towards P3 where Orbit are looking to set up early.
A solid 34 seconds off of P2. You'll certainly take it. You're going to be happy with it. But now we'll see if they can try to hold. And this time, this is where you need Omit to kind of find a faster break. We'll see if they can use their utility. But look at the challenge through back alley. Classic. Going to put a lot of pressure on this rotation. That's going to slow things down just a tad bit for Purge. He needs to wait for his teammates to get in position as they come off the old time. Deep spawn coming through for Classic. Maybe an opportunity to try to break it open. Bait switches over the top. Gravity again. Able to find 2, and Godorex can't chow.
Damn, let me tell you, that boy Tom Gravity is shooting right now. Classic for the 2-piece on the back end off of the split spawn that came through on the back alley side. And where Orbit found success in getting a lot of good initial time on P2, they're finding some semblance of control here on P3 again. So Omit are here, trying to knock at the door, trying to work for the pinch. Just comes down to Gwyn. What can you do inside the hill? Nothing at all as Gravity finds himself on another spree.
I mean, this is what I talked about, right? You need Gravity to be playing like this. You need strong performances from him. I mean, on top of it, he's playing out of his mind. 11 and 3,
Yeah.
soaking up time, doing it with the sub. I mean, this is what you needed. It's a good start for Orbit as they chain together the back 2 hills. And now an opportunity to rotate the new Jimbo. I mean, look at this right now. This is magnificent from Orbit. They have just won yet another rotation, and Omit just can't hold the setup.
I mean, Jimbo, he can run whatever routes he possibly wants. He's soaking up the time initially, but when you are trying to deal with Gravity in these longer-range gunfights, then Jimbo hits the routes, and even from within the hardpoint, he comes to slay. Omit for the break, though. Able to find 2. Back alleyway control is here, but you still got to get inside the hardpoint. And one by one, they will chow, and one by one seemingly fall. Classic to the knife is going to take down Godorex, and Orbit will remain in control.
Oh, Orbit are here to play, and Omit, I mean, it feels like they're really shaken up at the moment. They have not been able to get any kind of team play going. The trades have just simply not been there, and well, Orbit are running away with a nice lead. I mean, you look back on a lot of the points that Omit actually have at the moment, and a lot of it's off of P1, right? They get 30, 40 seconds off of P1. Other than that, they've only been granted scrap time. Something has to change, and maybe the moment's here. Gwyn is picked up too. Gio still trying to threaten this rotation as he's in a good spot in bottom dark, and now the spawns are also in the back.
It could also just be just cut and dry. Look from top to bottom as far as stats are concerned. Orbit are slaying the hell out, and the majority of that is coming around the hard point. Jimbo is up to 1 minute and 20 of OBJ time. And Omit need to hold on. Top elevator room. Purge able to find 1. Gets good damage on the Jimbo. There will be Gwyn there to get the kill. Some good kills coming around this P5 hard point, but Omit need to suck up some time. They are trailing behind.
Finally, maybe a moment to stabilize. Classic will slip down low. Purge trying to get a read on the second chow, and well, Gio gives him the chow head on, and he just rips him off the top of 10. 30 seconds left to fight for. Gwyn able to get a read on 1, gets a read on 2, and there's the Omit we've been waiting to see. Finally starting to piece it together, starting to lock in some time. This is a great hill for them as they get themselves back into the game.
Going to be a big 1v1 here, at least for the scrap time. I mean, you need all this 20 seconds if you are Omit. Gwen's going to get the early damage onto Classic, will win the gunfight as well. And now we take a look at the rotation. Across the map we go again, this time towards top Cantina. 3 players here for Omit, 3 players here for Orbit.
Last time, Omit struggled a little bit with holding on to some of this Cantina control. This time, a little bit better. GodRx is cleared out too. And that should slow things down just a tad bit. Also going to see a bit of a route taken from Classic in the back. Oh, that's a snap from Adam. GodRx able to laser in one, and Geo unfortunately takes out Classic. So starting to fall apart a little bit here is going to be Orbit, as they have not found an easy window into this point, and now have to find these tough gunfights, and this is where we can start to see Omit start to feast.
Jimbo's able to find his way in all the way through the tunnel side. He's going to hop up in top. He has some assistance from Geo over by Hedges as well. These players inside the hardpoint, they are not safe. All these walls are essentially paper mache, but that doesn't mean that you still don't have a couple of head glitches to be playing with. Omit maintain presence inside the hardpoint. Down to 20 seconds. Looks like that Classic wants to give a good shake at it, but Gwyn will not be denied. Finds himself his 13th kill. Jimbo again trying to contest for the scrap time. Again, Gwyn for the scrap time is going to be good. Last player inside of said time is going to be Gravity, and Gwyn's going to be looking for the kill. And of course he collects it. Force spree coming out of Gwyn. And the rotation over towards P7 is a little lacking for Orbit, as a lot of players were still trying to contest for some scrap.
Yeah, we'll see where the spawns are going to be right now. And while Geo is basically locked it all down by himself, Gwyn does get the trade, but he has to slow it down a little bit. Split spawns coming through. And oh my, actually take a look at Geo. He spawns right behind this place. So all of a sudden, this could get completely blown open. And yeah, that's going to be the case. Kills coming on through, back alley control now in, and everybody here from Omit forced to start to funnel through mid, and Classic just ripping them apart. So far, so good here on P7.
Oh man, and there's also going to be a moment in time here. Geo's going to get shot in his back. Never would you expect Gwyn to essentially spawn inside a tunnel. Who's on a 5-3, by the way, did not get that 6 kill, so no cruise missile in the back pocket of Omit. Gravity still has his, keep in mind you. So this break is all about the gunnies. Gwyn able to come back alive. It really does feel like at the tail end of this first set, Austin, that Gwyn has really found a certain pep in his step. Up to 19 and 14 now, looking to keep this back 15 seconds in his favor.
He's been the X factor. Jimbo. Can he try to fly it in? Yeah, cruise missile comes in. Not going to find anything. And, well, that is just a feed full of green. So, a little bit questionable. Gravity, of course, was the one that earned it. No longer going to have that as this awkward gunfight takes place. Gwyn is able to find Classic. He's going to try to maintain some of this Cantina control as Omit back on P1.
Yeah, I assume that was Tom that called in his cruise missile, and I don't really know about that one. Because now Gwyn is just feasting, man. 22 and 16 coming towards the end of the first set. There was at one point when Orbit had, what, like an 80, 90-point lead over Omit's head. They're able to bounce back into the money rotation in between 5 to 6 and also contest the last little bit of 7. They take the lead back, and it's starting to grow more here with this firm control on P1.
Orbit really struggling to get any of this time here on P1. Again, Omit have been able to get a huge chunk of their points just off of this hill alone. And kills finally coming through. Geo clears out 2. Gravity from the middle of the map will be good, but GodRx has been hard anchoring the spawns. That should mean just about everyone able to spawn up, but no, a bit of a 2-2 split. So a key moment here for Omit to try to hold on to Cantina control, and Yeez, he's at the front of it. Will he get a read down low? Yes, awkward. Yes, he does. 4 players gonna go down. Good moment here for Omit to lock in some more time.
Oh man, look at all the space. You got Gwyn still lurking towards the middle of the map. Classic's not even going to check it. Finds another 3 spree again. Gwyn doesn't even need a cruise missile when he's shooting like that. And even going 1-for-1 in that moment of time just means that Omit can soak up so much more time. Here comes that cruise missile now from Gravity. Getting a lot of good information. Splashes it, takes down Yeez. That means that Classic can move forward over towards Hedges.
Here we go, Jimbo has to try to get something done. Needs to break it open. The entry sub. Oh, won't get a read. GodRx just tucked away in the corner. Easy pickup for him. And now things not looking good for Orbit. 1 by 1 they have to come, and 1 by 1 they start to drop. Omit, they are on a tear. They are running away with it, and you have to contest this 20 seconds, but they might not be able to. One more gunfight, and there it is. Gwyn for 4 in a row again as he locks in some more scrap time.
Oh man, look, they're spawning all the way in Narnia. I mean, you can't necessarily close it out here if you're Omit, but you're going to put yourself within about 2 seconds to do so. So now desperation setting in. You already got Classic playing in the 1-for-1 hallway. GodRx has the trophy system to keep himself company. Doesn't check the corner. Classic, gunny patience, exemplified. Yeez now, over by the big door, finds 2, next up for Classic, and Yeez takes them all down. Omit will close out map number 1 with a thunderous bang.
Oh my goodness. I mean, Classic was in the perfect position there, was he not? To shut that down, and my goodness, Yeez just turns it on at a perfect moment. We'll see it again. Gets 1, 2 drop shots, and yeah, Classic tucked away in the corner, just decides not to shoot. Maybe ready for more players to funnel through. It will cost him the hold. Yeez right there getting pumped up, feeling good about getting the game-winning play.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the middle of that stage right there. You got Gwyn, of course, in his Seattle Surge jersey, and then Christian Yees coming alive when it matters the most. I mean, there was at one point in time where Gwyn was somewhere near about like maybe -5, -6 throughout the first set of hard points. We get inside of the elephant room for the second time for P5, and then Gwyn just becomes a monster, the monster that we have seen throughout the entirety of the year. And these highlights will showcase all of that plus some more. It was Orbit early. I mean, Jimbo was running routes, just running circles around Omit. Gravity was slaying out. He starts off with a Herculean spree as well, gets that cruise missile nice and early, and it really felt like that when Orbit were set up, they were cementing themselves for about a solid 45, maybe closer towards 60, but then something snapped for Omit, something snapped for this young man on your screen. Gwyn just went absolutely crazy at the end of this map, number 1.
You called it, Andy. It's Gwyn. I mean, that's what really started to change this map. That's what gave them some of those advantages we started to see. But I'm going to come back to my point that I made, man. Like, there was a lot of time that they were able to collect off of P1. That's not something that we normally see. 49 seconds on the first rotation, and then on the second set, I think they got another 30 to 40 points, right? Like, that really does add up when you think about it, and that's when it comes down to putting so much effort into trying to flip the spawns, trying to battle out Cantina. But GodRx did an excellent job the second time around to make sure they never lost it. So it felt like they had a beautiful transition from P1 to P2, lock up some real time, give themselves a nice cushion, and then a couple of key 1v1s to make sure no scrap time whatsoever was going over to Orbit. So we got our answer, at least for the map number 1. We said it was a bit of a square off here between these two, and Omit able to strike first as they continue to look really good here in Hardpoint on the weekend.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. Throughout the entirety of that first set, I was like, I don't know, Mystic might be a little blasted, telling me that they're the best hardpoint team. The scrims were just scrim bugs at the end of the day. But man, that second set, towards the end of the first set, really was all the answers that I needed. Now it's all about consistency, and specifically for this Omit roster, some of the woes that plagued them throughout the entirety of Toronto. I mean, we're talking about close round 11s, close round 10s.
Yes.
The search and destroy, for me, Austin, needs to be on point for this Omit roster, because we know Orbit, they are a very steady search and destroy team, but Omit have definitely been lacking when it comes to this game mode.
That has been the case. You know, it feels like they shouldn't be lacking, right? With players like Yeez, players like Gwyn, you feel like you got a lot of playmakers, right? But I think sometimes you see the struggle come through when it comes down to just getting on the same page, I think. And especially on an LS Hilo where things can get a little bit dicey, very slippery at times. Sometimes you don't always find the immediate trade. It can be really difficult maybe to find your form here in this game mode. But this has been a struggle point for them. On the other hand, this is the game mode where we've seen Jimbo drop 16 kills. Maybe this is not the map, but we have seen some excellent takeover performances from that individual. We'll see if you can try to bring some of that into El Asilo Search and Destroy. We're jumping into it fairly quickly. Huge map 2 on the cards. We'll see if Orbit can try to take advantage.
It's all about this interior, this hallway specifically. You get a couple SMGs, offense or defensive like, in and around that A bomb site, up towards top kitchen, up towards top administration, can really become a problem. Triple AR setup also needs to be talked about as well. It's Omit on offense first, Orbit defensively are all playing around this A bomb, Austin.
Classic. I mean, if they've done the research, they should know Classic is here. We'll see if a nade or stun check comes out, because this is a position we saw Orbit playing just basically through the entire LCQ. We've also seen Jimbo, though, pull out the scope from time to time. We'll be able to find that first blood. Takes Gwyn out of the equation here in round number 1. A lot of stuns come through, but Jimbo's still able to play his life.
He's expecting for somebody to push through. And although Yeez with that bomb, he's liking what Purge is talking to him about. He hasn't seen anybody push up through the football field. Doesn't expect Classic to be there for some reason. Nobody did their homework, Austin. Classic pounces, finds the second kill.
Sure does. Looking pretty solid for an Orbit round 1, unless Purge can try to answer back with a scope of his own. Bomb needs to be retrieved. Should be able to get his hands on a Vaznev. That's the case. Jimbo through the wall. Not going to connect. Gun battle comes through. Gravity. Great assistance. And now GodRx, last one up. He's got 3 members to shoot at. Gets damage on 2 of them. But that's going to be a clean opening round here for Orbit.
I mean, Adam gave himself a real good look at all 3 of those gunfights.
Sure
I definitely trust that steady shot to come all the way through. But the conversation starts transitioning over to what I wanted to talk about was Lau with the sniper. Jimbo is always something in that X factor that you have to be worried about when it comes down to search and destroy. Is it the third AR? Is the SMG? Is he in your face? Or is he sniping from afar? And it felt like that Omit didn't necessarily expect not only the sniper to be placed where Jimbo was for that first blood, but also for Classic just lurking inside of kegs for as long as he did as well. So Orbit, clean defense. Omit didn't really give themselves too much of an argument besides GodRx finding 1 kill at the end. Now what does Orbit look like on their offense?
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to come into round number 2 with a little bit of tempo here. Jimbo up top, stuns nades, just trying to clear out some of this space down low. Purge not going to stick around for the challenge, wants to reposition and make sure no one's hitting the left lane. He'll be responsible for watching that. Meanwhile, Yeez ready to pounce on this play, and the nades actually good enough to find Gwyn. What a read that is. That also forces Yeez back, and now the bomb will go down.
Two stuns, and a Semtex comes down to Yeez, trying to make some chaos inside the site. He comes up dry, but Purge and GodRx find 2 kills in return. Classic from inside is able to take down Purge. Now GodRx, 1v2.
1v2. Should have gotten some kind of comms on where both of them were, but Classic now going to take the high ground. They're expecting them to still be inside the site. Not the case. Another great round coming through for Orbit as they take a 2-0 advantage early.
And when Purge gets pushed away from that top kitchen area, he's no longer watching this mid lane push. I mean, the Semtexes, the double stuns come through. They get Gwyn out from that very annoying position on the outside of the A control zone. And that A bomb site just becomes so much more inviting, doesn't it? You just got in there seemingly for free if you are Orbit, excuse me. And that is something that you need to rectify on your upcoming defense. For this offense, though, for Omit, now you got some dead silences. Now you can really get mixy with your utility. What's the response from the previous falter in that round 1?
Well, he's going to lead the charge here. Going to start to clear out space early. Classic this time won't be playing down low. They're looking to take away ground up top through rails. Stun check going to come through. Shots being taken down low, but Jimbo's been able to get through with the dead silence, and now he's in a key position. He's going to have bottom tool completely unlocked, but now the bomb looks like it's going to be going down here for Omit.
The Classic's on 4 in a row. He really needs to value his life. How crucial would a cruise missile be? But now it's a 4v4 for the retake. Win dead silence. Down low. Jimbo waiting for the challenge. He checks it as well. Does not get ready for the gunfight. 2 quick kills. Omit have numbers.
Classic on 4 in a row, as you said. Love to try to earn the streak. Has to get a read on the player in the corner. He does, and actually will take it. It is just up to Classic. So playing for one more kill to try to earn the cruise would likely be the play, and Gwyn doesn't even give him the opportunity. Expects him to maybe be on the defuse, goes for the check, and that's finally a good response coming on through for Omit.
That was a very dangerous offensive rollout when you think about it for Omit, right? You have Gwyn and Yeez, they're trying to work in that quick plan inside of A. You have one AR watching the push through over by the football field. Then you also have another player watching that rock hillside push over by the radio tower. So it's really all in effect about what Gwyn and Yeez come up with inside of the A bomb site. Nobody's watching it because it's as you called there, Austin. Everybody from Orbit were trying to take top administration positioning. You allowed 2 SMGs from Omit to get inside that A bomb site for scot-free. And now Classic doesn't get the streak. Omit get themselves on the board. Orbit still lead by 1.
Key round here for Omit. Try to keep themselves in it, eliminate the streak. But feels like Orbit have still been mainly in control here. And it's because of this right here. Look at how fast they clear out space. Just 20 seconds in the round. They're already on the site looking for a plant. But Gwyn, has he found the timing here to try to upset this play? Won't spot Classic on the bomb. The nade doesn't connect. Classic forced to take the gunfight. And while Gwyn and Yeez, they open it up. 3v2 we go.
And they're completely content on playing the retake. Look at the bombs planted. It's not stretched for the window, so the clutch position, even if you got there, it's not going to be in a position to overwatch it. Gravity comes in, but just a moment too late to get that kill on the bomb defuse. And that rollout for Omit, a lot of respect from what they were able to gather information-wise from their opening defense. And that was mostly just play for the retake. Be in key positions just outside of kegs. Be in key positions down bottom lockers just to play from that retake. You get the information off some stuns and nades, and you get the timing of the information. If you see some players inside the A bomb site, just collapse on it. They're not going to get there in a post-plant situation soon enough, and you have both your ARs watching the longer lines of sight. So I love that call from Omit to go for a full 4v4 retake if it goes to A.
Very quick, too. Great time is coming through for Gwyn, and now we'll see if they can keep it rolling. 2 rounds in a row. Chance to try to make it 3. We'll see a wide spread for the defense here across the map. Gravity immediately spotted and blown away. Purge just hit some of the nicest shots we've seen so far in the series. That's going to put him on 4 in a row, and well, they want to keep taking away some more ground in the back. Gwyn is flying, baby.
That silence. It's about to fully run out. Gio's going to be back here. He's got a trophy system, and he is just in a bush, brother. Did Gwyn see him? Didn't see him the second time either. Jimbo's able to find one. Now Gio can pounce. There's one. Can't get the second. Gwyn does have the bomb, and he is inside the B bomb site. But GodRx is not a part of this play at all. He is in Narnia compared to his teammate.
Yeah, Gwyn, you almost need to rely on him to get another 1v1 here. And, well, not going to happen. Again, on a spree. Won't be able to try to play his life any longer. GodRx, last time for this position. Got 1. Can he get through 2? Shots aren't clean. And he's going to have to back all the way up. Not going to even be given the chance to reposition Orbit. Get the read. They shut it down, and big plays come on through in the back.
Yeah, I mean, I know what GodRx is waiting for, especially in that positioning. If he's playing top middle stairs over by admin, he's expecting for somebody to either fully wrap all the way through or for somebody to still be inside of the middle of the building. But, I mean, at that point where Gwyn loses his running mate, he's all alone over by that B bomb site. I mean, GodRx does need to go a little bit and try to overwatch that push that can come through over by the back trucks positioning. Whether Gwyn was expecting for somebody to still be lurking over by the back trucks, Gio maintains his presence, even finding his first kill. It was a kill that rang through that round number 5 and meant that Orbit were able to take it.
Close search and destroy here so far. Back and forth. Orbit still ahead, though. Haven't given up that lead. That's an unfortunate stun. Bounces it off the back of his teammate. So Jimbo maybe not able to fly forward, but he's still going to do it anyway. Teammate comes through from Yeez. Classic will drop. But Jimbo's in an awkward position, needs to try to get himself out. He's going to force his way out to B. Doesn't have the bomb, and we will go 3v2 in favor of Omit.
And Jimbo needs to make a play, but he's got no Deddy. I mean, he's halfway to charging it, so he just has to lurk top kitchen and expect maybe a challenge to come through. Omit are no fools. You got Yeez inside of the A-bomb side over by the couches. GodRx is watching the push through over by tower, and then Purge is in that annoying position over by the trucks. It's just about waiting for the timing, get your dead silence. Maybe Jimbo and Gio might be able to make a solo play.
There's a lot of isolated players where if you find a kill, there likely won't be a trade that follows here. That's the good news. Gio, going to get his hands on a Vaznev, is going to drop the bomb, but not planted for the clutch spot. Keep that in mind. Will Gio decide to stay in the site? Will he decide to get out? And, well, he's not even going to be given a chance. GodRx able to find him inside. Now all up to Jimbo for a 1v3.
Yeez snaps onto Jimbo, and that's all she will write for this round. I mean, you can get the bomb planted, but just as soon as we were talking about Yeez, Purge, GodRx being isolated from one another, it meant that both Jimbo and Gio were also isolated away from each other as well. Even in a post plant, there's a lot that you still have to clear. There's a lot of uncertainty to where those 3 players are located at, and Yeez was actually playing over by the A control zone. So hard to judge off LSU's mini-map where that player could potentially be located. I thought he was behind the couches. He was playing for point of contact off of an audio cue, and the moment that he hears those doors bursting all the way through, and keep in mind, Gio had a trophy system, so that man was making a lot of noise, moving his way over towards the A bomb site, just waits for his teammates to re-wrap, work for the pinch, get the information, get the kills required. Omit keep this even into round 7 we go.
Round number 7. What is Omit going to do? We've seen a couple of fast plays down low with the subs, trying to get into the site quite quickly. But we've seen a lot of different routes taken from Orbit, just trying to get around the back, pushing top rails. This time around, it's a lot of focus by B. This is going to completely open up the A site if they decide to go for it. And now some of the defensive members, backing up. Jimbo also has that scope again, looking for some shots. He's playing close quarters.
Classic's pushing up. Classic's got that silence. He's pushing all the way up. Is anybody going to expect this play? I think that Purge might be up top. Classic is clearing a lot of space, but he's doing it by himself. Nobody inside the A bomb site meant that this bomb can go down. Classic pounces with an AR, finds first blood, 3v4 in a post.
Oh, they know Classic is still down low. Great stun. Classic again, able to find the second. He's all the way around the back. He gets the first one, but this would be for the ace. A 1v3. Dead silence still active. Can he get a reset on it, and will he get a read on gravity? Appears like he has here, but bomb now being defused, and well, the timing just not there for Yeez. Will be a very clean round once again for Orbit as they continue to maintain the lead in this search and destroy.
Awesome. What was the first thing we brought up about Orbit and their defense when it comes down to one of Nicky D and Classic? What do you like to do on this map? That boy loves kegs. Right? He loves kegs. you got to make sure that somebody's watching that. Like, he gets the freest flank this side of the Mississippi. He gets behind enemy lines in bottom billiards with an AR, no less. Turns that into 2 kills with a late stun onto one player over by the arcade machine. Filing underneath things that should absolutely never happen. Omit going to have to really make sure that they make sure that that one lane is at least looked at in their upcoming offensive round. But now Orbit have a chance to build their lead even more so, albeit by 1 right now.
Oh, baby. How about that from Jimbo? That's going to be a great opening. That's going to force a lot of the defenders now to shift over. Gwyn's going to play inside storage. Jimbo apparently has got a read on it. Takes a little shot through the door. Won't connect, but Yeez is in a good spot. And he almost needs to find 2 here. That's the first. Does he get a read on the second? Yes, he does. How about that from Yeez? Doesn't know one's all the way at the back, but doesn't matter. Gio up against GodRx. Both ARs. 1v1. GodRx head on. Takes it and Omit. They grab a 2 versus 4.
I mean, that is just absolutely absurd, brother. You asked for Yeez to find at least 1 inside the bomb site. He delivers 2. He gets the assistance for the 3rd. I thought Godorex was going to be closer to one shot off the player screen than we had previous to that, but damn, Adam is shooting different right now, especially on the search and destroy. He's up to now 6-4, leading his team as far as KD is concerned. They get the 2v4 and completely stuff Orbit's push across the football field, and it's all thanks to Yeez in the 2-piece to B. Into round number 9 we go, still even as it may be. In Orbit have to read. This is coming straight to A, Austin.
Oh, straight to A. And Yee's going to break in right away, clearing out space, not messing around. Going to shut the door quickly, and looks like it should be planted for top pool. So no one going to be able to contest this from Orbit. They're now starting to make their move, but the bombs already went down.
I was expecting Classic to push all the way through. He doesn't have dead silence. Sniping, trying to find that first pick. Geo will find it. And Classic is infiltrated inside of couches. It is all gone wrong.
It is planted for Godorex, but Godorex is going to have to check. And look at the timing on this Geo. He's going to challenge up top. And, well, Geo's just finessing his life. Very nicely done. Chow comes through in the sight, but it's not quick enough. Man, Orbit just on the same page, and it's done perfectly with Geo playing his life in the window there, Andy. They make just, it looks so perfect, man. That is just incredible.
I mean, it's damn near similar to the A retake that we got in Orbit's previous defense. The difference is that Classic didn't push over by the fence line. He's then looking for a point of contact off the audio cue over by the A control zone. And then once he starts to push a little bit forward, he breaks open the door leading towards billiards and then doubles back through lockers to pinch it in the behind of couch, so alongside Jimbo with the sniper. But Geo finessing his life as long as he did over by the fence line meant that Godorex in the clutch position could not check the bomb. Orbit now up on that point.
Man, I love watching this team in S&D. It just feels like they're ready to pull the trigger at any given moment. We get it right there. Gwindo, how about this? Oh boy, dead silence active. Easy preview on the Classic. Challenge on the gravity. Oh, he rips them apart. Gwyn has opened up the play and, well, may have just shut it down here for Orbit. Jimbo and Geo, last two up. Forced to try to clutch up a 2v4, make it 2v3 as Jimbo gets one.
Gets a reset off the dead silence as well. Godorex is going to take down Geo, so now this is all up to Jimbo. Oh, Godorex, he doesn't expect Jimbo to come from that side of the rock, forcing out now a 1v2. You got to double up together if you're purging Gwyn. Do not give this kid isolated 1v1s.
Jimbo doing some spectacular things at S&D as of recent, but both players not going to see Jimbo. And it's a tough read for Jimbo to get a read. Hey, listen, both are actually playing inside of white, and yeah, he's just going to have no idea about that. They make sure to give Jimbo all the room he needs, and, well, they find him through the window. And how about it, Andy? We're going round 11.
That is absolutely the play call right there if you are Omit. I mean, you just got to make sure that all of these lanes at least get watched. No routes get taken for free, Jimbo. I mean, if he still had his running mates inside of the A-bomb site, that push that he was able to manifest over towards lockers, get up towards top kitchen, would have been a little bit more potent, but unfortunately kind of falls disastrous whenever your teammates do die trying to execute that quick A-bomb plant. Of course, they had to go round 11 in our opening match here in Sin City, baby. It's going to be Omit on the offense.
You need this one if you're Orbit. We've already talked about this series. And, well, we'll see if they can try to get the job done. Omit will be attacking first. Guess where Classic is? He's in kegs. We'll see if they get a read on this, as we've been calling it out for quite a while. And it's going to be a pretty standard defensive setup. Both ARs on either side lane, both subs in the middle of the map. They get good eyes on Gravity, who's forced now to throw the stun and nade out, but he's going to have to likely back down because he's not going to be a part of this play if they decide to hit the bomb site in A.
They know Tom's up there, though. And you should already assume that Geo's going to be that sole defender over by B. You can take this 3v2 around the A-bomb.
How are they going to do it? Oh, Gwyn flies in, but there's a quick trade from Purge. Now one more player in the site. Jimbo doesn't want anything to do with it. Gonna back up, gonna reposition, but getting a little bit low on time. 35 seconds, Omit have to look for a plant.
Oh, Geo, steady as ever. Top AC is gonna cut down Purge, trying to make a play forward. Now 2v3. He's gonna get the bomb planted. And it's set up for the clutch pop up top.
Can they do it? Oh, Yi saw Gravity. Yi saw Gravity here, and, well, shot's gonna come through. Gravity's got a finesse. Oh, around the rosy we go, and oh, there it is. Yee's able to get one, but Godorex drops all down to Yee's, the S&D star himself, for what would be 3 kills in the round, and they're on it.
Eddie.
They're on it, and he's going to have to fly. Jimbo hops off. 18 seconds on the clock. Geo finds Yeez. You'll have no opportunity to clutch. You said it, no dead silence in Orbit. Get the job done in round 11 to tie up the series one apiece.
Wouldn't have gotten away with it, too, if you had that dead silence. You got the trophy system off the kill there from Gravity in the isolated 1v1 over by the A control site. But, I mean, when you don't have dead silence in SMG's world, and you're trying to make that clutch play happen, I mean, just look at how soon Geo got the information. He was red screen, keep in mind you. So, I mean, if Yeez was able to get that gunfight, he would have came flying like a bat out of hell from top administration to chow that bomb, because it was planted for that side of the map at the end of the day. We got ourselves a series, though. Orbit able to go up early in the El Asilo search and destroy after unfortunately falling at the end of that Mercado HP. But the S&D looking all so good. Classic, where you just go like 12-7 or something absolutely absurd. Nicky D came to play.
Nicky D always comes to play when it's S&D, man. It's just something that we've said, you know, for such a long time. It's this game mode, Nicky D, like, they're going to get something out of this guy, man. He drops numbers, he drops bombs, he pulls out clutch plays. Maybe he goes to the same spot the majority of the time on defense, but doesn't matter. It still works out for him. He gets a 1-for-1 trade and is able to just buy a little bit more time, but a lot of key moments coming on through, man. Yeez, a couple of great kills in the back. 2v4s coming in, but this moment here really kind of getting down to the nitty-gritty of it, right? Gwyn, another chow out. Like, it was led by the sub.
Watch the flank more often than not. It was Goddard Rex, and then Purge to be able to play that mixy role with the AR, watching one of the flanks that could possibly come all the way through. Now, of course, when it went down to around 11, it always has to be talked about with that first blood. Classic goes back to that same exact position. And Orbit just play their game. They execute the game plan to such a high degree. Although in around 11, in the final bell, Orbit will ring and at least push it to a guaranteed map 4.
This many kills and have this much of an impact, and well, Nicky D, it's felt. It is felt on the map. We are seeing it, and that was a critical map that they needed to grab for themselves there, Andy, because they go down 2-0 versus a team like Omit that's looking just really solid in the respawns, and, you know, also taking the Expo out of the mix. You feel like their chances could be really good to get it done in 3, but not the case. Great bounce back in Orbit. They're here to fight.
And it goes to a hotel. A hotel control is just that map mode combination when it comes down to a swing map mode that you feel like you just have to have. I mean, we've been playing hotel control since the beta, honestly speaking. That if you don't feel comfortable on that map mode combination, what are you even doing here? You're a top 16 team. You should at least have it in your bank. And I think that Nicky D is going to be feeling himself a little bit as well. You know, we always talk about his numbers that he drops in the S&D, but he was also delivering a lot of good kills when it came down to that Mercado Hardpoint map number 1. Could be a massive momentum shift, though. At the end of the day, you still got to keep the fundamentals strong. Not much more was exemplified, at least in the map 1 for Omit, and what little control scrims that I got to watch over their shoulders yesterday.
Yeah. We'll see what ends up happening, though. But overall, man, this is a good opportunity to try to see if you can grab the lead, pull ahead, and then go into a hard point and have an opportunity to try to close it out. You know, versus this Omit squad, it feels like you never want to give them too much room, not too much breathing room overall. And I feel like if we keep getting what we got out of Gravity in the map number 1, there could be a great chance to try to do it. But this is also a great chance to let you guys know to follow COD_esports. You can also scan that QR code there on the right side of the screen, and that will bring you directly to COD_esports to get all of your live updates with Call of Duty and, well, Warzone, everything else, you name it. They got it all. So make sure you guys do head over there, give them a follow. I'm sure lots of updates will be coming through over the weekend, as this is the final tournament of the entire year. And I mean, I know I've been saying that and we've been building up to this, but it's still kind of weird to say out loud, Andy.
It really is, man. I can't believe we're at the end of the year. I can't believe I'm in Vegas, man. This is weird. It feels very, very strange. It did. I'm just going to go ahead and just put it there out on the table that a lot of these teams absolutely deserve to be here, but a lot of teams will unfortunately be upset. I believe that even behind me, Decimate were able to take map 1 versus NRK Anarchy, which again is in a Group A matchup. And you really do feel like who ends up winning up that series will probably either get that second or maybe even first place, depending on how things shake up. Here's our best of 5 series. We have a single date there at the Breenberg Hotel for Control. And guarantee that Fortress Hardpoint and potentially that Fortress Search and Destroy. I think that this Control, I mean, I know it's pretty low-hanging fruit here, brother, as a commentator and an analyst for Call of Duty, but whoever wins this Control is probably going to win the series. There, I said it.
How better? I mean, we go right into a Fortress, right? So you can chain that momentum, you can get the subs online, and that's something that Omit have played a lot of, has been those Fortress Hardpoints. So I'm with you, brother. I think this could be a critical one to determine how the series ends up playing out for us. And I think if you're Omit, you probably just want to avoid a second S&D altogether. We'll see if that happens. But now, jumping into map number 3, huge swing mode on the table, and it's going to be Orbit attacking first here in the Hotel Control.
It's going to be a B push. This is pretty split from Omit. I mean, you're really relying on Yeez, who's playing the Godhead to at least find something. The wallbang shot's not going to be good enough. Geo for first blood. Classic's going to try to take more space. Got a Rex more aware to the cause. He's going to at least find that trade, but still, nonetheless, presence being manifested now over towards A for Orbit after being stopped at B.
Damn, Purge just took out somebody with a direct impact off a stun or a nade, so
That's
he's
tough.
obviously throwing those pretty accurately at the moment, but we'll take a moment now to see what's happening at A, and it looks like it's going to be pretty good. Could be primed and ready for a very quick 60 seconds, depending on what Omit do. Classic trying to already push through, thinking about plays at B, and well, same thing was the case there for Jimbo. Both subs shut down, and now it's up to the ARs just to try to lock in some more ticks.
And now you need to ask yourself this question if you are Omit, because the only player that's in a position to maybe try to stop this from happening is going to be Gwyn. Do you try to contest this? I would say absolutely not. You don't want to be losing more lives, 60 seconds, whatever. Get yourself some better control. Gwyn's at least able to find one. I mean, if he can turn this into 2 on a Jimbo, he might be able to contest it, but as an awkward gunfight comes to a conclusion, that'll be 60 seconds add on towards the board for Orbit. Have just under 2 minutes to assault the B zone.
All right, let's see what Orbit decide to do. We've seen them play a lot of Hotel Control, specifically through the LCQ, and they had a lot of clutch wins. Wait, has to get a read on the back. Tough gunfight. Will just rip apart Classic again in the back on the heady. Clean shots. That's now going to force Gravity to fully reposition, try to regroup with his teammates. Geo has been able to make some ground down low in luggage, but what can the rest of his teammates do now through mid?
They're playing so far down. I mean, the only player that's in position, at least down low, is going to be Yeez, and, well, that's exactly why. You try to play through the middle of the map, you got to go up against the Godhead glitch that is that check-in counter. Purge was there previously, still down low. Got to at least get yourself the semblance of bedroom control. They already lost Yeez up top, but so long as you continue to play the trade game, look what it does to the clock, Austin. Omit have already shaved away a full minute.
Exactly. And now also trailing by 7 lives as Purge puts together another one. Ego challenge Classic to see if he can make it 4, but the spree comes to an end. Maybe a chance to get to the back. Yeez says no, I got it covered. So the restaurant doesn't feel like much of an option here for Orbit as Yeez able to find another one. Challenges number 3, Yeez again able to put together 3 in a row, playing his life and buying some more time for his teammates.
And so long as Yeez is still alive over here, you got to be worried about the flank. Look what it means. I mean, you have both Jimbo and Classic that is expecting this shout from Yeez. Classic will get it, but Yeez stays alive. He still has a Semtex, so at least cut the cross, and the regen will come through as well. Now down to 28 seconds, Omit still have bottom bed control.
I mean, Yeez just burned off like 40 seconds on the clock just by himself back there, man. That was incredible. 9 lives here, but the problem, the clock. No ticks on B just yet. Purge's patience will pay off, so he'll find Geo. And now we'll see if he can put together 3. Yes, he does. 1, 2, 3. Easy snaps, easy transfers for Purge. That's the full-on team wipe, and that is an excellent defensive round. And Purge even adds a little bit of salt in the wound as he ends on another 4 spree as they grab that round number 1.
I mean, that was about a back-and-forth opening break-off where Orbit were trying to go over towards the B control zone. They get stuffed off the trades, bedroom control then was maintained. Gwyn maybe kind of getting into like maybe a minor shake at trying to get himself inside the A control zone, but you saw how soon Omit were just fine with chalking the A control zone just to get themselves that setup around the B zone. They held that for 2 whole minutes. Yeez went absolutely huge over by the restaurant. I want to say in his 3rd respawn that came through, just finessing his life around wine, around chandelier. Goes on towards a 3 spree, and then Purge, as you say, was snapping at the end, is also on a 4. 9-3 for the kick.
Well, let's see if Omit Try to chain it into this attacking round. Great stun's gonna lock up Classic, and well, followed by an easy second.
Okay.
Purge. How about it? He's now been able to earn himself a cruise missile. So right away, firing on all cylinders. Gonna get a read maybe on Gravity through the back. Takes the Chow, Gravity finessing well, and will put the spree to rest. But while all this has happened, they've already been able to grab themselves the A zone. 2 minutes now to play with.
And I love that call coming out from Omit. You win the opening defense, don't play with your food. Go get the 60 seconds as quick as possible. And you also got the consolation prize of getting that cruise missile off of Purge, who is 12-4 for crying out loud. You could have asked for a much better start for Omit. You just have to rely on maybe Quinn. You can see him just still trying to cause a little bit more space over towards Chandelier. He will not continue that push while the rest of his teammates clear all up over by Lights. Now they got Bedroom in their favor. Now they can start pressing forward.
This teamwork is unreal. No,
Dude.
Gravity jumps up. I mean, that is just a mistake you can't make, especially in moments like this, because look at what this is going to do to the map. Now you have all the control at the back of D2. You got members pushing up onto the zone. And you also have presence in mid. Everyone going to funnel through the back for this retake here for Orbit. Stuns, nades, all flooding into the point. It might be good enough to try to retake it fully. And Geo also opens up with one. But this second tick, it's on the way. And Godorex is on 4.
Oh, he's got a trophy system to keep himself company. Needs some assistance, though. Nobody's looking at Godorex now up on 5 in a row. Geo last alive. Perch rips him off of the head glitch. And that should surely be it. Last player to maybe try to get a contest is Jimbo. And Omit will not be denied. They will win the offensive round and take a 2-0 lead to the control.
I think I'm hearing them getting a little loud there in the microphone too, Andy. They're feeling good.
Oh, no, that's NRK and Decimate behind me. They're getting rowdy.
Fair enough. But my goodness, that is an incredible attacking round. I mean, it was just so flawless. Every single kill coming through the middle of the map. Everybody knows what to do, but it starts with the bait and switch, doesn't it? The little dolphin dive up top to try to bait out that first player, and then it's just clean kills from there. Everyone from Orbit spawns in the back, and they're forced just to try to flood the point with stuns and nades, and it is not enough to play retake. Omit, they're not messing around, and now they have a chance to put it away in round 3.
I mean, Gravity's 2-9, Classic is 4-13. You're barely even getting close to 20 deaths if you're Omit combined. 13-5, 13-6 for Quinn. Purge respectfully. Godorex is still on a 5-3. The potential to get himself a cruise missile as well. Purge overwhelmed on that A push. And that's basically what you're forced to do for Orbit. You don't get the luxury of trying to jostle for the middle of the map and try to go towards B. You got to go towards A first, but it's just Jimbo accruing the segments.
First tick here, Jimbo under pressure, and yeah, doesn't have the support, but maybe this opens up a play at B. Look at the spawns on the map right now. Everybody should just about spawn luggage, and that is going to mainly be the case here. So now you have to play retake through mid. Gwyn, over the top, looking for Classic. We'll find him with the help of the nade. Geo, ready to challenge out, and Geo puts together 2. Has he kept the play alive? Godorex is still here, but they're still having some kind of presence on the point. Kills need to be there, and now Godorex ready to pounce. He finds the first.
Yep, sure will. Got short of that cruise missile, but Geo's still on this tick. He's still trying to get himself that second segment. Finally, the wall bang shots come through. Get Purge off of that B control zone before the second segment was able to get locked up. And now Orbit, well, they kind of find themselves in a little bit of a blunder, don't they, brother? Because they're spotting all over Creation. You're relying on Classic to make a solo play back P4. That comes up flat. Now Gravity is forced to touch this A control zone, but he's still losing teammates across the map.
I need more help from Gravity and Classic. Just 9 kills combined right now, so if there's going to be any chance at pulling this round 3 away, you're going to have to get more involved. Geo, how about it? 3 in a row! Clean shots come on through, and well, he's kind of figuring out what he wants to do now. Challenge through mid. Yeeves will make sure it's not 4, but starting to get a little bit low on lives is going to be this Orbit team. Down to 14. They will hop back on A. They should be able to get this, and they'll have about a minute 40 to try to secure 2 ticks over at that B point.
Wait, Yeez? Does he get here in time to contest this? No, just barely miss out on it. Oh, man, dude, if Christian moves like 2 more seconds faster, he can get that 1v1 versus Classic and stop that A control zone. Talk about a potential dagger. But the real dagger remains for Orbit being down 6 lives. You have a minute 30 to try to manifest a good B push and try to stay alive in this control.
Purge does reveal his position. He can get mixy with his AR up close. We've seen it all game long. 7's been made for him. We'll see if he can try to do it again. Getting a read up top. Oh, challenge on the Geo. It's good. 18th kill. Now secured for him. Down to just about a minute. But again, the lives constantly coming into consideration here for Orbit. Getting much lower. Need to win some gunfights. And while they're not winning anything, Purge is just on another rampage.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, it surely is. Classic will finally get that trade. Let's not forget, I mean, Purge still has that cruise missile in his back pocket. He hasn't even reached double-digit deaths, and neither has Godorex. He's 13-5. Are we sure that Godorex has moved in like the past like 4 lives? Because I feel like he's been in that same spot for the past 2 minutes. Gwyn finds 2. All of these kills, another dagger into the back of Orbit in the remaining few moments.
3 lives, and well, it feels like it's going to be a 3-0 here. Need a miracle, and well, they don't even really have the time to do it. Jimbo would have to find himself a 2-piece here, open up the back of D1, and Classic will do it for him. But now you have to look behind you. Will they hop on the point? Yes, they will. 19 seconds on the clock. He's going to win one from the front. And, well, Gwyn finishes them off from the back. So clean kills come on through. And Omit, how about that? A 3-0. Very clean control here in the hotel.
Look, I'm not a sorcerer. I am merely just but a COD analyst. I think we had a little bit of a slaying discrepancy when it came down to this control, Austin.
Just a bit.
I'm just going to put it out there. I just felt like that one team got a lot more kills than the other one. Call it cut and dry. Maybe it's that black and white. And yeah, I mean, the stats are definitely going to suggest that. Dude, he had 19 engagements. He went 13 and 6. He didn't have to move. Like, you got Yeast trying to cause space continuously, offense or defensive like. Gwyn is always just being such a nuisance. And look at Mystic. Look at the coach putting on the headset, just a giant grin from ear to ear, knowing that his team just absolutely slammed everybody throughout Greenberg in our single night stay. We weren't there for long, just felt like we had to go in for a quick little power nap, but Omit with a convincing 3-0 win here in the map 3.
I mean, very convincing. Like, even the offensive round that they won, like, it didn't even feel like there was much of a contest, right? And that's off the back end of getting a lot of key positions there from Orbit, you know, holding on to some of that bench control. It just felt like it was broken open immediately. And it comes back to the bait and switches, just how good the teamwork really was. Yeah. You know, we love to talk about, you know, how critical the 1v1s are in a game mode like Control, but I think you really got to see a lot of the teamwork shine throughout this map here, Andy. And, well, it was beautifully put together. That's as clean as Control really gets.
Yep, I'll say. I don't really what else you want me to say here, bro? I like Gwyn, Yeez, it's the continuation from that LSU Search and Destroy, albeit in a map loss. It's the same thing we got towards the tail end of the first set, going in towards the second there on the Mercado Las Almas hardpoint. This is Omit, and you better recognize a combined 44 and 20 between Purge and Gwyn were an absolute nuisance on the map. Both of them had 16 non-traded kills. I just can't stop looking at Godorex's stats. Like, he doesn't even drop 2K damage. He goes 11 non-traded kills for 13. He only dies 6 times. Like, what? You gotta get past everybody else first, I guess. I don't know. Godorex is just a totem pole at the back.
Yeah, Godorex was a lawn chair that game, dude. He was sitting back, you know, he's sipping the martinis, baby. He was vibing. He's having a good time, but on the other side, man, Gravity only putting up 4 kills across 3 rounds. That's not even 700 damage, right? So, not what you want to see, and this is the problems that I talked about coming into the series, is sometimes you don't get the consistency factor out of this backline, and, well, it shows there, completely shows there in the map number 3. But a chance for redemption. Orbit. They did play the map number 1 fairly close, but it got away from them at the very end. Can they fix that up? It's a fortress dominated by the subs. Maybe this is where Jimbo and Classic can really try to put the arrows on their back, see if they can get them over the finish line, because if they get to that second S&D, Andy, anything can happen and they can get the job done.
Fortress compared to Mercado, I don't know, brother. I think we're trying to compare watermelons to dragon fruits at this point in time. Like, this is a map mode combination where you need your SMGs to go off the rails. You need your ARs to be steadying towards the back. You just need to bounce back from that map number 3. Orbit are definitely tasked to try to do it. They're starting off on the favorite side of the map. Omit, though, how much do they love P1, brother? Godorex able to find 2. They're in for the initial time.
Oh, my God. Gwyn! Oh, he just runs through the whole team. He got shots on just about everyone there. And my goodness, Gwyn is already here to play on Fortress, and this could be a problem early if Orbit don't put a stop to it. More importantly, make sure Gwyn doesn't get through to flip out the spawns. He's behind them for 1. Oh, I thought he was meant to put together another, but Gravity does find the trade. But you said it, while all this happens, P1 time being collected, Yeez finally being challenged, and Jimbo opens up with a great 2-piece.
Trailing a little bit behind there for Yeez. Jimbo all to the 2-piece indeed. And all off of that pressure that Gwyn was able to put together in his first life is continuing throughout his second. How annoying is Gwyn to deal with? Even elsewhere, he finds yet another kill inside munitions. Just because Omit were all the way down over by P1, they won't be able to break up Orbit's monotony for the spawns. But I don't even think they care at this point, brother. Gwyn is just ripping and tearing you to shreds. Now up on a 4 spree.
dude. I mean, like, look at everyone else. He's got 7 kills. I mean, GodRx, granted, does have 5, but Purge just got his first, and he's still looking for his first. It's because Gwyn is killing everyone, right? Like, there's no kills for anyone else to get at the moment. Here he is again for 1. Almost there for a second. Gravity feels like he's the only man to shut him down at the moment, and this is a good moment for Orbit. If they can hold on, but it's a great read on the spawns, and, well, they're overwhelmed on the point. Omit back on their business here as they're looking to try to lock in 20 seconds as well as work on this rotation.
Oh my god, Austin, look at the rotation. Look at the way that Omitter set up across the map. They made sure that nobody was on the back stairs because that meant that Orbit are going to spawn in, thanks to GodRx being in the forward position over by the horse statue. And you still have Yi soaking up scrap time. He's still here, by the way, and now Orbit are from the outside looking in, not only from the score line, but also towards the money hill here at P3.
Well, you're going to need a fast break. Oh my, Yeez actually comes behind this play. It will be a little bit delayed, so you have to try to defend. Purge is also up to 5, and well, they defend quite well. Yeez is now cut in the middle of the map. He's going to give them a great read on the spawns.
Yeez.
As Purge just tries to look for this final kill. Gravity might give it to him. Maybe it'll be Geo. Either way, Omit, they've locked in 20, and well, it doesn't feel like they're going to let this up as of just yet. My goodness, Orbit are really struggling.
You gotta contest this 30 seconds, and I say that so loosely. Because now Purge is able to find himself on a 6-3. Jimbo's flying forward, but he loses the gunfight versus GodRx to try to make a contest for the back 20 seconds. Austin, when you're going towards P4 in the first set of hard points, and Omit are already at 100 points. Orbit have still struggled to try to put themselves in some semblance of control to maybe get a good setup for some initial time. Still scrapping all over the place. I mean, Jimbo is trying to contest for some exits over by P3. While this is happening, Purge is just in the back over by the pallet trucks. That won't break up the spawns, so Orbit should get a free shake at a setup here at 4.
Oh boy. Purge, he's played his life beautifully. They have no idea that he was in the back. And now he's able to find 1. Jimbo trying to keep his team in this game, but it all falls on Classic in the hill. Has to get 2, and Classic, he does manage to get 2. Jumps out of the hill for a moment here to get the regen, but his teammates immediately cut down as they try to make their way back to the point, and now it's just up to Classic again.
No way do they break that easily. I mean, you got Purging towards the back. There was a certain focus on it. Classic finds 2 around rails, but, I mean, Omit just spawned right on the front doors of munitions. Now you have to break into your orbit. You got to get inside of this hard point, and Classic delivers on the kill towards top rails. Doesn't mean you dealt with all the players quite yet. Not when Gwyn is still alive. He is 13 and 6 for crying out loud, going on yet another tangent.
I mean, it almost just feels like Gwyn's got like 2 times speed right now, right? Like, he's just flying around the map. He's in the right place at the right time. For the reason we've been gassing him all year long, it feels like this man is primed and ready to jump up to the CDL, but holy, have to still get the job done in map number 4, and they're up by about 100 points, and guess what? Omit, perfect transition over to Anvil. Challenges come through, Jimbo opens up some space, but Gwyn there for the trades.
And now they have the initial setup. I mean, you got to try to deal with at least Purge inside of stables, and although Gravity forces out a team kill, you got the kills required. Now Jimbo needs to encroach further forward. You have to turn this into the back 30 seconds for Orbit, or this game is just too far gone.
Streak's coming on out. Purge won't find anything with it, but the communication should be there on where the attack's coming from. Orbit still trying to work their way in. A big 20 seconds to fight for it. I mean, more importantly, they just have to make sure it goes neutral here because they only got themselves 50 seconds. Classic! Oh, how about that? I mean, Classic is playing fantastic at the moment. He's the only reason Orbit have been able to hold on to some of this time that they've been able to gain. And now, stuck at the back will be Omit. Maybe this is their chance to really start the snowball.
Getting some shades of some fortress control, but you need the kills to come all the way through. Otherwise, the spawn trap will never be intact. And out from the P3 area of the map, Omit will start flying. A successful P1, or first set of hard points, excuse me, I will say that much. And now Orbit are absolutely reeling. Look at the spawns. I mean, they're spawning so far back behind munitions that they have to once again deal with Gwyn. And by the time that you finally get out from munitions, next up is going to be the crossfire setup between Yeez and GodRx.
Oh, here we go. Challenge is coming through. Yeez overwhelmed to the point. So, Hill will go neutral, but who other than Gwyn to find 2 more? And that will be the spawn flip as well. The only player on the other side of the map will be Classic. Classic needs to get something done, and they now know that he will be at the back. But he's good for a kill at the back of the map as GodRx tries to keep the rest of the members here from Orbit just pinned in P3. But what can Classic do? You feel like you need something big from him to open up some space because you can't afford to lose P2 or else that might be the game.
Look at all of them. They know the Classic is here top rails. They don't care because they're still finding kills as soon as Orbit are trying to leave P3. And another successful P1. Players leaving the lobby. Not too sure what this is about. Not too sure what's going on here, but it feels like that there might have been a DC up on the main stage, but hey, I mean, what can you honestly say? I mean, could be blessings in disguise for Orbit to maybe hit the quick little regain. Again, we're just beautiful faces. We have fantastic voices. We're commentators. That's all down to the admins' work to decide on how that map 4 might be unfolding.
Yeah, we'll leave it up to the admins to figure that out. But, well, it obviously wasn't close. I mean, it was not close. It felt like it was probably going to end on P2. If not P2, then likely P3. They were down by about 140 points there before someone did, in fact, DC. So we'll see what the conclusion of that is. But what we do know is that Omit are looking pretty good in Respawn, especially in Hardpoint. You said it, Andy. Looking like probably one of the best teams right now in Hardpoint, and it's off the fundamentals, right? It's the ability to find a couple kills, get through, and now you're more focused on where Gwyn is, now you're more focused on where the second sub is, more than you are the Hardpoint, and it feels like they're so good at locking up time, finessing their life at the same moment, and, well, it's working out quite well. But looks like we're going to take a small break. We'll get ready. We'll figure out what's going to happen for the map number 4. Again, we do apologize, but we'll be back with an update shortly. Don't go too far.
back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, it's not a test, it's not a race. No black or white, everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow, only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judges, stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. And dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never ever gonna live again.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We do apologize about the break, but we had a lot to sort out. One of our players unfortunately had to switch accounts, had to reload the settings, had to get all of your classes ready to go. So there was a lot to unpack, but we are just about ready to go again. Andy, we're heading back into map number 4. It's supposed to be a full reset here, so yeah, you got to hit a big regain and do exactly what we just saw if you're Omit here, because it felt like they had that map locked up. So it's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, I would certainly say so. I mean, they were leading by a solid 100+ points there when the lag out unfortunately occurred, disconnect, whatever we want to call it. But now you really have to capitalize on this if you are Orbit, right? I mean, you get the full reset. That's step 1. Step 2 is to hit probably the biggest regain that we've ever seen, because they got smoked, and that's putting it lightly in that hotel control. They kept it really competitive in the first set of hard points for Mercado. Elisila was back and forth. Orbit were able to eke out the map win. But now you have to capitalize on all of that time spent where Omit were just across the stage shooting bots and just trying to get themselves in a position to try to close it out in a map number 4. Orbit might have a good chance to push us to a map 5, Austin.
It's very possible, and I think we've already framed up that if they do get to a map number 5, it feels like their chances are pretty good, just based off of what we've seen in S&D. Now, I know the map number 2, very close, you can see it, 6-5, came down to the wire, but it was Orbit that were mainly in control of that entire game, never gave up the lead. So, yeah, I think we feel pretty good about their chances if they're able to go the distance, and, you know, this is a situation that you don't really see too often, right? Like, this is basically Orbit kind of all caught out in the water, sharks were swarming around, and they got a lifeline, and now they're being pulled back up onto the ship. They have an opportunity to try to get the job done, but listen, we need to see more than just classic finding kills and slaying out. Like, that's something I don't think that we almost ever say, Andy. We need everyone else to really come alive here, specifically, again, Geo, Gravity. They need to really come out and start swinging coming into this map number 4.
I couldn't agree more, Austin. I mean, you and I, as well as Brody, we were sitting there, and it's not much as a jest as it much more as a surprise when you take up this 4-player roster for Orbit to say that Nikki D was the one that is outclassing everybody as far as KD ratio is concerned, and the respawns is something very unheard of in the past, 2-3 calendar years for the squad. I mean, when you got players like Jimbo, when you got players like Geo as well, you really do feel like that should be your Infinity's BL usual suspects for Orbit to really show up and try to deliver on all of these kills. But it was showcased in, the first 3 hard points in that Mercado Las Almas map number 1. Ever since then, it was Nikki D in the Search and Destroy, really the only one to maybe try to find some life work in the hotel control. And the Fortress hard point, you just feel like should be a stomping ground for players like Jimbo and Geo to really come alive.
Yeah, you really would. You know, Geo, one of those more flexible AR players, I would say, like, very much willing to take those challenges up close, can win a lot of those battles up close. So, yeah, I'm with you there for as far as what we're going to get. I mean, now it's just a matter of, like, how are the mentals for Omit? And I think that we give a lot of credit to someone like Charles Mystic, the coach of this roster, to let them know that, listen, you know, just forget about the last map. We're coming into this map 4 with a fresh start. We need to win it. We need to get the job done. You just have to kind of pretend like those last really 20, 30 minutes didn't just happen. And you have to come in cool, calm, and collected. A lot easier said than done, you know, from our point of view, considering we're just casting over it. But that's really the mindset you have to come in with here, because if not, Orbit could still steal away the series.
Does this fall? I know you and Shift had like a very long conversation about like the 5-3 curse. Now, does this potentially fall under of like how you never win the replays? Is that something that honestly
is there some curse there?
Maybe there is. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that Omit had that map 4 dead to rights in their favor, and now they have to go in for a full replay. I'm not too sure. I'm not necessarily. My skepticism isn't at an all-time high comparatively to some COD fans out there. Just something to maybe keep in the back of your mind. But it's got to just be business as usual for Omit. And I'm glad that you brought up talking about Mystic. Charles is getting these boys more than ready. I mean, this guy drove out here with his whole PC in his hotel room. He was getting these boys all the way through the VODs, getting them prepared as best as possible for this exact moment of time. You just got to be able to have it realistically for both of these two teams.
Have to have it coming in. And I mean, let's talk about Gwyn for a second, because Gwyn came into that map number 4 and he was killing everything that moved. I don't think like Purge or Yeez even got on the board until about halfway through P2, because there were no kills for them to get, right? Like, it just felt like Gwyn was killing everybody. But not only that, it felt like they were just constantly ahead of Orbit on like every step on throughout that entire map, right? Like constantly threatening the spawns, constantly in the right place at the right time. Those are the things that Orbit are going to have to clean up on, but more importantly, again, someone other than Nikki D needs to come out swinging here. They've been given a second chance, not something that we see too often, let alone the final tournament of the year. You have to take advantage of it, but if you're Omit, let's see if they can try to replicate what we just saw. Can they steamroll them again with the great opening? We're heading back into the map 4. Let's see what we get, Andy.
To Al Bagra we go. Fortress map number 4, 2, Electric Boogaloo. I don't know, more words. Let's just go ahead and see how things unfold here. It was Omit in the first set of hardpoints, specifically in this string. Again, they got a lot of time off the T1 and they put an immediate focus through the double archway. This time they're just going to settle, try to get themselves some mid-map control. Gwyn has already slipped the net, brother. He's in munitions.
Yeah, he's already flying forward. Yeez will be overwhelmed. We talk about how P1 has been so good for Omit, and well, Orbit does a good job, at least right away, of collecting some of that time themselves. But the spawns, will they be threatened? So far, looking pretty solid. GodRx going to drop. Only one on the other side of the map right now is Gwyn. Of course it's Gwyn, and he's on 3 in a row.
And again, look at all this time that Omit are staring down the barrel for P1. I mean, you still got to deal with Gwyn inside of munitions. Finally, Gravity's able to do it, topped up steps, but now the next challenge comes through from Challenge 08. Yes, that is Jimbo. He is trying to get himself inside of P1. He will fail, unfortunately. But the difference in between the first time that we saw this map 4 and now is that Orbit still maintain presence around munitions. They'll have the rotation towards P2.
A little bit better here for Orbit. Purge, though, threatening it. Good read on Classic. Shot's going to come through. Does a little bit of damage, but actually doesn't finish off the kill. And how about this now for Orbit? They're able to take away a little bit of space through mid. You have to deal with Classic before you can really start your attack towards P2. And Classic's on 2. AR in hand. He's able to get another, and that's now should be a good read on where this hit's coming from. Everything coming from closed and open.
Yep. Lot to do here if you are Jimbo. He's watching closed archway versus Gwyn. The shots just all over the place. Gwyn is able to at least take him down. But now the focus comes down towards the ARs, in towards the back. Gio's last alive for his team. And that's actually enough to anchor out the spawns in towards the back. Still down to 20 seconds left to fight for. And Gio will find 4 in a row. The feed comes through. Can't pick up on the 5th for Gwyn inside the closed archway. But a very successful P2 off of Orbit.
All right, very telling moment now coming up here. Omit going to have to try to hold on to P3, try to lock it in. Gwyn not going to be able to find any value through mid. That last hill is still active, which means that Gwyn will spawn out. So a bit of a 3v3 now about to take place at the back. This could be very well for the game if you lose this. Sometimes it gets out of hand, but kill's looking good. GodRx able to find 2. Purge up top will make sure no one's going to have a push through maps. And so far, so good here in the hold in the back.
And it's the same thing that happened in P3 when we were here just not too long ago, is that when Orbit get themselves inside of maps, that's going to cause Omit to either spawn over by P2 or have a player spawn parallel over towards the trucks, and it means that their numbers get slashed down as soon as they try to cross right in front. Tough gunfight victory there from Gio, but, I mean, that's now 2 pushes that Orbit have given a good old scholar's try to break inside of P3. Maybe the third time might be in their favor. Well, the arguments from Purge says absolutely not. Caps it off with a 2-piece. A full 60 here for Omit.
Incredible trust there. He doesn't really have a trophy, just has to rely on his teammates to watch the crossfire through the middle. And he's good for it. So, Omit back into this game, and some. They're going to grab themselves just about a 10-point lead heading into P4, where Gwyn was cut down, but he comes back off of spawn, able to at least deal with 1. So far, the control feels pretty solid here for Orbit, keeping everyone pinned at the back. And now Gravity also has a cut on the map.
Ooh, Tom. Now up on a 4 spree, some shades of what we got from his first life. Had a good look at 5th kill in a row. Gwyn will deny it. But all these kills through the middle of the map just means that Orbit can set themselves up comfortably top rails. The only player that's in a position is going to be Yeez. He's around a back, 1 and 6. What a time to show up now if you are Christian. Shows face, does not go for the gunfight, wants to reach out after the top rails, and he's under pressure. Is able to find the first. Has number 2 to his left there. It's going to be Jimbo. Not choosing to shoot his gun. GodRx there for the pinch. Omitted broken in.
Yeah, I love that. He's really taking his time, not fully committing to any secondary challenge, especially after being weak. Allows Omit to get into the time. Still going to be a fight for it, though. Orbit going to give this a go, and it feels like it might just be solid. Yes, it will be. 3 players going to drop. Purge the last one up. Simply going to have to concede that scrap time. Going to keep this hard point very close. Orbit, though, will regain control as they start the rotation now to P5.
Orbit have already put up more points, just about double the amount that they had before we had to unfortunately close the lobby in the first go of things. The 198. Omit have the setup around P5, and look at East position. I mean, you gotta have to deal with Yeez. If you start working your way out through bottom single, Geo is just lasering everything in sight.
Oh!
What a snap on a purge. A big two-piece for them, as they're able to at least get some clearance to get inside of P5.
Oh, the ARs are certainly showing up. They've obviously heard me. I said they needed to step it up here if they're going to have a shot. Classic now, getting a little mixy on the point. Big 1v1 for him. Turns it into a second on to Purge. Gwyn struggling to find an angle and simply going to have to back down and wait, but Jimbo gets an aid down low into maps. So good kills all around. Everyone's still stuck in the back of P3. GodRx trying to battle out of maps again, but it is unsuccessful. And now you can start looking at chaining maybe some more time over to P1 here if you're Orbit.
Jimbo off that forward spree will keep all of Omit trapped inside a map and over by Ring. 135 to 108. Going in towards the second set, Orbit have the lead. And the potential for it to grow even more so, but Gwyn, he's already past benches. He's the last player alive. Geo chows it, is able to find himself yet another 2. The AR is absolutely delivering this time around. Austin, his gravity is up to 14-8.
All right, but GodRx, Yeez both do get a pretty blessed spawn, we'll say, at the back of P2, and that's going to catch a lot of players by surprise. Classic not ready for it. A chance to try to flip the map around if you're able to. Spawns have not fully flipped. Last one kind of down low is Yeez, and Yeez will catch Gravity by surprise. Now fighting for high ground. Classic ready and waiting for him, but Classic's going to drop. That's 3 players now down. Spawns might be still good here, might get some splits, so there's a big opportunity to use numbers, fly forward, and that's exactly what Yeez does for 3 in a row.
Oh, and GodRx is going to cut down off the information that came through from one player inside of P1. So much to do in towards the back if you are Jimbo, and he can only go 1 for 1 in the trades. 151 to 133. A successful P1 in the rotation soon to follow. Omit already here at P2 before it pops.
GodRx over the top, a lot to look at. Overwhelmed, Geo through the door, able to get the wallbang off. He's looking for angles, looking for players, doesn't know where to look, and Geo's able to piece him up. A clean break comes through for Orbit, through the front. Geo now up to 5 in a row, as he's able to cut down yet another. Geo looking for 6, and he gets it. Cruise missile now earned, will die in the back, but this is still great time to be collected for Orbit.
This is a very realistic hard point for Orbit that they can hold from the front, and they can get a pretty benefited rotation over towards P3. Geo's already watching the mid street. All of the rest of the teammates for Orbit to set the focus towards the back, but 3 for 1 goes to the kill feed. Yeez will find the last player remaining, and Purge finds one on exit as well. Brother, Orbit are losing numbers. You already got players that are already through by Ring. Gravity needs to stay alive.
Oh, Gravity's going to have to do everything here, and he's not ready for that push in the back. Geo down low fighting. Won't be able to deal with Purge, and now all of a sudden a key moment for Omit. This could very well make or break the game, especially if they lost it. Orbit could have just ran away with the lead, but now a chance to really lock in some more time, and so far again they've been able to find the kills initially. Now you have to slow things down and set up your second attempt.
P2 to P3 was really good. The first time that we tried to finish out this Albagro Fortress map number 4, P3 was successful for Omit. The first set of hardpoints, the cruise missile gets called in. It finds nothing, but space has been provided for Orbit to try to encroach further forward. Does not fully upset the spawns. Orbit are still here knocking at the door.
Wow, Yeez was on a spree, but just can't do anything else. GodRx now, no trophy system. What can he do? Good for 1. More players on the way. Has to get a read on Geo, but looks a little above his head, and Geo will finish things off. Omit get it to about a tie game, but won't lock in that scrap time. That's critical for Orbit, as they'll get now over 200 points.
Rotation over towards P4 is going to be everything. Omit more than aware of it. Do not try to contest scrap time here. Just got to make sure that you cut down the middle of the map the best as possible. Geo's able to find the opening onto Yeez. Could open up the streets push in for Orbit and maybe try to get up through top up, but Gwyn is watching it. Omit set up early here at 4.
Have to have holds. So far, Gwyn's able to deal with 2 players. Again, slowing things down. A lot of pressure on Jimbo to try to come up with kills. Jimbo finds nothing. Now through the back. Gravity. What can he do? He'll find nothing as well. It feels like kills around the point have been good, but maybe a small opening to try to break in. Up top, you have players now inside of rails. Geo also trying to just watch over the top here to see if he can come up with any kills. He will go neutral. Both teams still fighting for 30 seconds on P4.
Look at all the spread around munitions. I mean, Geo is still up top. Jimbo will be there for at least the trades and snaps on a Purge down low. Geo comes alive back up towards top rails. It's a clean kill feed for Orbit. They get closer towards 250 points, and they need it so that way they can push towards a map number 5. You also have players trying to cause a little bit more of a ruckus up front. Gravity's already inside of Stables, but he's the only player here. GodRx will take him down. Omit look to set up a Blacksmith.
Oh, that was an early rotation from Gravity. He was there about 15 seconds ago. You just can't really get any legwork done. Now top maps being controlled quite well there from Jimbo as he flies forward. Blacksmith is open, but neither team able to get anyone on it as of just yet. Purge is going to fly forward. How about that from Purge? Comes up with 2. Yee's now ready to cut the map. We'll find another one onto Classic. He's going to go rogue, pop the dead silence, and maybe come behind this play. The stun check, it doesn't connect. It doesn't connect, and Yee's is now up top single. This is a great moment for Omit to regain the lead.
He still has a cruise missile, but he's not done pushing for the dead silence. He's going to get traded out. Classic will find that kill. All of Orbit are still spawning over by P3 realistically. It's just going to be coming up from maps. Contested time. It will be there, but Purge finds 2 more. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Goes to kill feed, and Orbit are still locked out of the hill.
Orbit need to find a break. They have to contest. You can still win it here. Classic does get one off, but here's Yeez. Yeez over the top. There for 2. Now you can no longer win off of this P5 hill. We're going to see at least one more rotation here, Andy.
Yeast is calling in the cruise missile. He's going to get a lot of good information around P1. How many trophy systems do you realistically have around this hardpoint? We're about to find out. The answer is none whatsoever. Yeast will get the splash damage off the side of Fortress. P1 is open, but it is vacant.
Omit looking for the win on P1. Oh, can anybody get there? No, they cannot. They run it back, but it looks to be the same result. Omit get tested, but they still get the job done. 3-1 in the best of 5.
Woo, man, I tell you, hell had no fury than when I hear Goddard screaming dead behind me. That was terrifying. That was scary. But yeah, I mean, Orbit gave themselves a really good shake to potentially try to take this map number 4. And the slaying discrepancies that we got, especially in the first time that we were looking at this, and specifically from the hotel control, were almost a mute point coming in towards this second installment of the map 4 of Albagra Fortress between 2 top dogs out of North America. You had a lot of players showing up in a massive way. Geo, well, he was undeniable. I mean, him and Gravity, you asked for the ARs to show up, Austin.
Yes.
They deliver on those goods, but the consistency, the deliverance of the teamwork, and the fundamentals from Omit were too much to bear. They will close it out in 4 maps.
Well, we run it back, but again, looks to be the same results. Maybe a little bit closer this time around as Orbit came out firing. Like you said, it feels like we got way more participation across the board from everyone on the Orbit roster, but those key moments, specifically the P3s, right? Both P3s controlled from Omit. Maybe the second time they get broken near the end, so 20 seconds secured for Orbit, but not enough to get a full on 60 like we were seeing through the first set there. Very, very close affair. A couple of great looks in Geo. I mean, he has a map here. 35 kills for the L. That's going to sting quite a bit. Jimbo soaks up a lot of the time, but on the other side, it's just a collective effort across the board, isn't it?
Oh, man, you really felt like that trophy system, when it's in place over by P1, you saw it there on the X-ray from Geo's back pocket, that it was going to at least stop the cruise missile from touching down on that truck, but he's smart as ever. 21 and 23 drops the cruise missile, banking off of the boat side door. And he's able to get that splash damage on a Geo who was not inside the truck. He was beside it. 35 and 28 for the L is insane. 4K damage to boot. But look at Purge on the opposite side. He drops 4K damage, 29 traded kills for 29 total eliminations. Over about 3 minutes of hill time between Yeez and Godarex, who were just slaying out within the hardpoint continuously. Absolutely absurd scenes. Even Geo, when he was inside the hill for a total of 21 seconds, 10 of his 35 kills came from within the hardpoint. But it was the constant pressure, the breaks, the understanding of when to rotate from Omit that really just shines the light on how good they truly are at this game mode.
Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good when it comes down to the respawns. And, well, we take a look at the maps, and that clearly shows as they take every single respawn here up against Orbit, and, well, even had a pretty good look at that search and destroy going all the way to around 11. So, yeah, I'm with you, partner. It feels like this is a squad that is very well-rounded, but it's just looking so dominant in respawn specifically just because of the slaying power that you have out of almost every single member. So, you can see it, 3-1, man. They do not have to worry about a map number 5, and I would have been a little bit worried if we did go the distance because, you know, where is your mental at after how everything just unfolded in a map 4? But luckily, they don't have to worry about it now. Just need one more series win to advance the bracket play.
And that map number 5 definitely had a lot of question marks around it, specifically from a map mode combination where Jimbo dropped 16 kills during the LCQ. But, you know, nonetheless, this is going to be one of those situations where Orbit's kind of road to try to make it to the double elimination bracket becomes a little bit more difficult. Again, this was probably the matchup that could end up settling in between second place or honestly even first place, depending on how the rest of Group C does kind of unfold. But it's still early days here as far as an update is concerned that was going on behind me as we were in that very elongated break to get through that map for NRK. Were able to beat Decimate 3-1. And now they will end up going forward to face either a Wubbabubs or whoever, for a Wubbabubs, honestly speaking. I'm pretty sure a Wubbabubs also won their opening match as well. So that is shaking up to be quite a delight as well, Austin. I think that the matchup's still early days. We still have a lot of potential for upsets and some bangers to unfold.
Yeah, and I mean, that Decimate series as well versus NRK, like, it was like 250, 249, like 6-4 in the S&D. Like, it was really, really tight. So, a lot of special things happening, and, well, Decimate still have a chance to find redemption, but we talked about that being, I think, one of the more difficult groups on, you know, trying to figure out if NRK could really step up, use that magic. It feels like they're answering with a hard yes right now, as there's an opportunity to try to take down, you know, Europeans' best as well as our previous champions to get the job done. So, we'll see what ends up happening there. Now, we're going to get ready to set up our next match. We know this one was a little bit longer than intended, but we got through it. We're there. We still got way more Call of Duty locked in on the day for you guys, so make sure you guys are ready with your popcorn, your drinks. You got everything you need, because it's going to be a great day of more Challengers action. For now, we're going to throw it to a small break. We'll get ready for our second series. Make sure you guys don't go too far.
Welcome back everybody here to Call of Duty Challenges here with the finals. We've got Millennium 7 at the Atlas Lions next up here. Of course, still looking over towards Group C. I'm Infinity. This is Visions. Austin, mate. We just had a very elongated first match of the day. Let's hope this one is a speedy one because, yeah, we want to get this one through pretty quickly. Millennium 7 taking on the Atlas Lions.
Yeah, we'll see if it is speedy. But, yeah, very spicy start to the day, we'll call it. I think that's a good way to leave it. But, yeah, we'll see what we're in for coming into this second series because there's a lot of expectations that M7, need to live up to after where they finished coming out of Toronto, right? Top 16,
right.
Not where you expect these guys to be at, especially after winning so much over these last few years. But the Atlas Lions, it's hard to make an argument for them right now, isn't it? We have not seen a lot for them, especially as of recent.
Yeah, I think this is kind of how we set up Group C at the beginning of the day, right? There's a little bit disappointing for both of these teams over the last couple of months, especially considering kind of the pedigree from where they've been previously. Millennium 7 back-to-back elite champions, and then obviously the Atlas Lions. We know they've been capable of upsets online and even on land to a certain extent, looking over towards events such as Boston, but yeah, last a couple events, not great for either of these two teams. Let's set things up then. We'll look over towards the Millennium 7 roster to kick things off because Millennium 7, I kind of spoiled it a little bit here, Andy. Or Austin,
Andy,
excuse me,
wow.
I'm calling you Andy. Yeah, man, I'm sorry. Back-to-back elite champions, I think this is like the big headline and factor for this team. Is just like, they come out of Season 4 on top. We didn't have a LAN between Season 3 and 4.
Yep.
And, going into Toronto, it just like, they were not able to translate that whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Toronto was a weird event for them. I mean, it felt like they weren't even fully there all the time, right? They were kind of in and out of their hotel a lot. So I wonder if that mindset of just not really being there, ready to play, had an effect on them because, you expect these guys to almost always be a top 4 team just on paper based off what we've seen from these guys in the past, winning even championships through the Challenger finals and things like Cold War, and Mohawk winning it again throughout last year, looking for his three-peat coming into 2023. So yeah, I think you look at this squad, you expect them to be dominant, you expect them to be good, but can they live up to it on land is certainly our biggest question coming into this weekend.
Yeah, there's a lot of storylines here. You just kind of hit the biggest one on the head, arguably, is the fact that they do have pedigree in Challengers finals, not once but twice for a player such as Mohawk, right? So there's that to consider, but also on the other side, you have players that have played in the CDL a fair few times. Spartan Neptune for the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and then Prolute for the Las Vegas Legion as well. So they really want to have some notoriety moving forward into a potential 2024 appearance. But here is the Atlas Lions, another set of players that also might be looking at that. Again, I have always said this, Austin, and maybe I always feel bad for saying it, but it so often feels like with the Atlas Lions, their biggest problem is that really 2 of the players turn up and the other 2 just don't more often than not.
That does seem to be the case, and the 2 players that you're referring to, at least I would imagine, would be Super and Rancor, right? It feels like these 2 are almost always people you can rely on, not only to pull off a lot of consistency, but also to pull out a lot of clutch plays. And I think that Rancor deserves a lot of love, probably more than most players in Challengers this year, based off of how he's been able to come back into the scene, how strong he has looked. He plays on the time quite a bit and still does it with an AR, and I feel like he's always exceptional at playing that role. So, yeah, you need to see Sukri and Yako, I think, really come alive. And more or less this Atlas Lions team is kind of stuck with each other based off of pro points, based off of making sure they could make it to Challenger finals. So it's a matter of, can they put it together? We haven't seen it so far in the year, but this is the tournament to do it.
Yeah, man, that Toronto performance, I think even if you had expectations of them maybe not performing as they did in previous elite seasons, it was still so underwhelming. I think, I look over towards that Mind Freak matchup in particular, Austin. I don't know if you remember it or not, but I think they got stomped in the hard point, and then in the Search and Destroy, they barely managed to scrape 1 or 2 rounds together. I think it was 1, and that was down to a 1v1 if I remember correctly.
Sure.
When you're doing that against that kind of team, and I'm not trying to, talk bad things about Mind Freak in the context, but for the Atlas Lions, you expect bigger things out of them.
You do.
And that's the biggest thing. I think, coming off Toronto, they really need to get back into what we expect out the very same Atlas Lions roster that going all the way back towards Season 2, Season 3, have been able to upset some of the top teams in European Challenges.
Yeah, and I mean, when was the last time this Atlas Lions roster really found success? It's like when you go all the way back to just about the beginning of the year when we had the Challenger Elites, right? Where they made a hell of a run through the lower bracket, but throughout the entire year, it feels like they've also just barely made it into the Elites, and then they're coming off of an 0-5 in Elite Four. So there's been a little bit of time since then. Have a chance to try to see if they can, fix up a lot of their mistakes, find something that they're going to be able to put together here. But we take a look at the maps. Mercado kicking it off. I'm getting a lot of Mercados today. I am certainly not mad about that. Hotel Search and Destroy, and then an El Asilo Control. And if need be, we'll go to another double dose of Fortress at the end here, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. And just immediately here at first glance, looking over towards the Search and Destroy in particular, I would actually argue that the Atlas Lions are probably well off in the Search and Destroy department. That's, generally speaking, where in the past you've seen crazy sniper plays coming out of a player like Super, for example. I mean, arguably the best sniper in European Challengers.
Sure.
And, these are playgrounds where he's going to be able to pull those kind of snipes off. And I think beyond that as well, you look at maps such as Embassy and El Asilo, Search and Destroy, Millennium 7's best Search and Destroy maps from recent times. They are not here. So those Search and Destroys, I think, are pretty good here for the Atlas Lions. Looking over towards the Control, though, in particular, that's going to be a spicy one for Millennium 7. It was one of their stronger maps going all the way back towards season.
Yeah, something on El Asilo with these boys, man, it just feels like they are in their groove. They're very difficult to deal with. I think you just looked at players like Neptune and Prolude and El Asilo, right? And they're so good at playing that ratty playstyle that we always love to refer to, where you get a kill, you run away, and it's really difficult to find a trade, track you down. You really have to make sure that you're kind of holding hands when you're trying to clear out that space, if you're willing to try to actually dip your toe into the middle of the map, especially when you're trying to retake on the attacking side. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do there, but I do like the idea of the Mercado hardpoint. I think this is one of the maps that we've seen in the rotation throughout this year where it doesn't matter if you fall behind early, especially through the first set. You could still bring it back, take control of it, string together some hills. We were seeing that, of course, even through our first set there as well, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a great call, Austin, because, you go back towards that first map of the day, and Omit were down by God knows how much, like 90 points or so, right? Maybe I'm exaggerating that, but it certainly felt like that. And then they managed to chain together back-to-back hard points. And it's normal. We're used to it at this point. The fact that there are just those money rotations, as it were, looking towards the Cantina, the second Cantina hard point, all the way towards the parking lot, P6 to P7. Very easy to chain those back-to-back. You have to be very cautious if you're on the receiving end of a 60-point hold on Cantina, that you make sure you rotate properly towards the parking lot very early as well. And those key decisions, I think, that need to be made here. I think looking towards the Atlas Lions in particular, their struggles in hardpoint, looking all the way back towards even as early as Season 4 and especially over towards Toronto, they've got to make sure they get it right because, again, we look over towards those events and there were moments where you were seeing the Atlas Lions just playing completely disjointed. That cannot happen on a map like Mercado.
That's the key word, and it can't just happen on a map like Mercado, but it can't happen versus a team like M7 with all the history and chemistry they've built up over the years. I know we talked a little bit about in Toronto, maybe there were some players kind of getting a little bit frustrated with one another, but, that's that passion. They expect to be the best, and when it's not coming to light and when it's not happening, that's when you really see the frustration show. But when you're going up against this team, it feels like they work like a well-oiled machine. When they need to get the job done, when there needs to be a clutch play, it feels like all four of these players can step up and, deliver in that exact moment. So I'm with you, man. I think that you need to make sure that your teamwork is coming into play here. You can't just rely on Rancor to be finding 2 and 3 pieces consistently in the hill. You can't just rely on Super to be winning your rotations and, having just one of those takeover performances. You really do need to look at Sukari and Yako to come alive here. And even go back to the beginning of the year, right? Where it felt like there were some of those plays coming through for players like Sukari and Yako, right? When they were back at the Pro-Am, we were casting over these guys. But since that point, it has not been consistent. But if there's ever a weekend to do it in, I mean, it is this one. It is the last one.
It is literally Elite Season 2, that major run they made through the lower bracket that I always look back to when it comes to the Atlas Lions, and it's just like, we know they're capable of it. We know they're capable on firing on all cylinders. We've seen it before. We know that Yako and Sukri can come out and play well, but it has just been the last couple of events where it hasn't exactly gone as well as they would like. And I think even looking over towards Toronto, like I vividly remember, like in the past, and we've been talking about Super and Rencor being these players that have always consistently done well, that was not the case. Like even at Toronto, we were seeing Super just playing so uncharacteristically muted that I think there is a little bit of concern there for the Atlas Lions, but they've had time to go away to fix some of those errors and really come out here and play well as a unit. But they do go up against a pretty good roster here again. You really cannot understate the fact that we're looking at a Millennium 7 roster that between them have, what, 4 Challengers Championship made up rings, because we don't have rings here, but like what with Mohawk picking up 2 over the course of the last couple of seasons, and then Proloot and Spart as well, like, man, Millennium 7, they know when to turn up at the end of the year.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, Proloot was also like on a 3-peat throughout this year too, right? He was on that Decimate roster right after getting, you know, let go from that Vegas Legion squad in the CDL, and immediately jumps back in with Yuli, all those guys, and, you know, ended up putting together a win, and then, you know, strung together a couple more elite wins. So yeah, people like Proloot have definitely found a lot of success on LAN this year. I'm sure he also learned a lot playing with players, you know, like Clayster and, you know, everyone else that you have on that roster, being the sub duel side by side with TJ, playing with Temp. So a lot to take away from it. I'm sure that's why we see some of that frustration come into play when it's not always going right. And maybe that's the win con, right? Like maybe the Atlas Lions need to try to rattle this team early. Remember, you know, we are playing in this group stage where if you lose 2, you're out, and you have a bad start to, you know, this day number 1, that could be your opportunity to try to take this series away, you know, coming into a Mercado hardpoint, try to shake them up, try to get them rattled.
Yeah, it's a thing is, to me, it's not even just about rattling your opposition, because I do think Millennium 7 are a team that you could put in that situation, put into that negative mindset, but it's also about getting yourself into a positive mindset, proving a lot of people wrong, because that's, to me, where I think the Atlas Lions are going to be coming from in this. There were a lot of people, a lot of naysayers about the Atlas Lions looking over towards Toronto that were not surprised with their performance. And they need to be proving a lot of people wrong here. If they can come out and play Mikado hardpoint excellently, all 4 players coming out firing on all cylinders, as I said, Austin, this should be a good time for them. But yeah, we'll see whether that momentum can carry through towards the rest of the series as well. At the very least, as I said, going back towards the veto process here, I would say the Atlas Lions have done well to make sure that we're not seeing an Embassy, we're not seeing an Elasilo moving forward into the Search and Destroy. So we'll keep that in mind moving forward. We are just waiting for the lobby to get underway. It is worth saying, of course, folks, that there are other matches going on concurrently with this one, not just in Group C, but in Group D as well. Team Notorious currently taking on Law Gaming. And Aphelion taking on Mindfreak as well over in Group D, as well as Deviants in Clutch Rain. I do believe we have updated brackets to show you guys as well as it currently stands. So why don't we go, while we're waiting for the map to get underway, and show you guys kind of some of those brackets as things do currently stand. Obviously, we just saw Anarchy Gaming go head-to-head with Decimate Gaming. Anarchy came out 3-1, and that is a huge matchup for them, a huge victory. It does mean that we might have to stave ourselves off if Anarchy can win this one at that rematch of the Toronto Finals.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we don't get maybe the rematch right away in the upper qualifying round, but maybe still somehow a chance if Anarchy can try to put it together here and pull off, you know, another big upset in my mind, right? Like Decimate Gaming were probably one of the best hardpoint teams coming out of Toronto, and maybe teams are starting to figure that out a little bit. But we take a look over at Group B, we can see ESG Rocker have also now been able to beat D1 Gaming. I believe that was 3-0, and while we were also just watching over the Omit and Orbit series, where of course now Omit have been able to advance, and they play up against ESG Rocker for a qualification match here, Brody.
Yeah, that first matchup was the real big question mark, I think, for this group between Omit and Orbit, right? Which one will be going head-to-head with ESG Rocker in towards that qualification matchup? And it is going to be Omit, quite convincingly so as well, in a surprising fashion, I would say. I know we kind of had that discussion even before this entire thing got underway. Yesterday, we were talking about, you know, what do we expect out of a team such as Orbit? And really, looking back towards that series, beyond the restart that they got in the Fortress Hardpoint, the Elasilo Search and Destroy was their only real shining light in the darkness, and even that was around 11 victories. So, yeah, Omit looking pretty convincing. We've got a Rex on the lineup, and that revenge matchup, could we call it that? Revenge matchup for the qualification matchup. We've got a Rex going against the very team that dropped him only a couple of seasons ago. Man, if I know God of Rex, if I know Adam, he's going to be fired up.
Well, absolutely, because, I mean, think about it. He's going up against Pander. Like, how long has he been teaming with Pander? It feels like it's really been since he's been in Challengers, right? Like, you know, since those guys have basically both been kind of dropped off of that Rocker roster, since Pander was dropped off of that Seattle roster, right? They've basically always been side by side with each other since Cold War for the most part here. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of passion, I'm sure, going into that match. Both want to get the better over each other. And it was Rocker that decided to drop God RX as well, right? So, you know, you really have to kind of take that in. So there's a lot riding on that one. That'll be another fun one without a doubt.
Yeah, and the bigger thing is, again, with that matchup is the fact that we are, you know, looking at an ESG Rocker roster that has also made their umpteenth change coming into this one, right? I mean, fair play, a lot of the changes, the initial change that happened to them was not really their choice. Fame, of course, making his way up to pastures anew in the CDL, right? And fair play to him, because he's doing pretty well. But from there on out, it's just been a snowball of roster changes for ESG Rocker, leading to this current iteration with Real and 2 Real, or as I like to call them, Real Squared, back on the roster. So it's going to be interesting to see those guys going head-to-head with Godorex, the former teammate, of course. We will keep you guys updated with that matchup as it does go down later on. As we said, though, a lot of matches going on at this point. For those of you guys who are not in the know, this is the group stage of Call of Duty Challengers Championships. This is the very first stage of the competition. We got the top 16 teams from all around the globe going head-to-head in the Passion Pit. It's fun, man. We've been talking a lot about this, the regionality aspect of it, to have Europe going head-to-head with North America in a matchup like this. Mostly because you never quite know how it's going to go. Like, I don't think anybody expected all the way back at Texas, Austin, Notorious coming out and winning the entire thing. Like, I would not have said that was the outcome we were going to get.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what happens, especially in a game like this. It can be very day-to-day. We've been saying this for, quite a while now when it comes to Modern Warfare 2. Sometimes teams come out hot. Sometimes it feels like they can't put it together. And if you can't find that flow versus a really good team that is coming out looking to steamroll you, then, yeah, we see sometimes those results. But it can be very unpredictable, and it's especially unpredictable when you get near the end of the year because, as much as we love to talk about these competitors and putting in 100%, at every single event, this is the one where they're putting 100% effort into because it's the last one of the year. It's the one that matters the most. It's how you're going to potentially get picked up going into the year coming up. So when teams are looking at changes, they're looking to see what players popped off at this event. So it can make or break you. And overall, I think that switch kind of gets flipped for a lot of these guys, especially the ones with a lot of experience.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing some kind of upset. I know, obviously, no one wants that. If you're a higher seeded team, you don't want to see upsets, but we live for that, man. We live for these crazy Cinderella runs, and it's happened a lot. Like, if we go back to, like, Season 3 in particular, all the way back, we're throwing people back here a little bit, but, like, you look about, like, Unnamed coming out of nowhere in European Challenges, and they won the entire thing. Hive, X-Street Mob, like, that, the LATAM team coming out and almost winning. It was sad because they didn't. Not bias caster, but it would have been cool to see both upsets go all the way through on both sides of the pond. But, we've had a lot of great moments this season, man. It's been a wonderful year of challenges. So I've enjoyed every single moment, mate. And I do want to see more upsets here at finals because it would be great.
Yeah, and I mean, it could happen, especially like in this style of group stage bracket with GSL compared to like round robin where it feels like you get to a match that maybe doesn't actually matter. You already know who's qualified based off of maps, based off of series wins, but every match matters when you get to this style of bracket play for the group stage. So always feels like it's a lot of fun, up in the air, again, very unpredictable, which is what we're hoping for. I mean, we always like to see a little upset here or there, and I mean, we're kind of already getting them with Decimate, kind of losing out to NRK, our top 2 seeds from Toronto. So it's already slowly happening. Again, still have a chance to fight, and we might even get a rematch there. So we'll have to see what ends up taking place. But yeah, just waiting for these guys to jump into lobby. They're taking their sweet time as they like to. I mean, it's not like we've already had a long Series 1 or anything. But there we go. I just had to complain about it, Brody, and boom, just like that, we get ourselves into the map number 1. Mercado coming up first. Again, the Atlas Lions up against M7, NA up against EU.
That's the headliner, man. Again, we already talked quite a bit at length about these two teams and kind of their disappointments looking back towards Toronto. They've got to have a good event here. Of course, this is the final event of the season. I mean, if you're going to peak at any point, it would probably be now to do it. Of course, it is worth noting, Atlas Lions, the core of this roster, going all the way back towards the last season under AIM Esports. They did pretty well at Champs, if I remember correctly. So that's something we can look forward to, maybe, to seeing the Atlas Lions coming out and playing well here. But it is, as we said, Europe versus North America. Let's get right into it, wasting no more time. Kicking things off with Yakko on board, seeing what he's capable of. Can pick up the first kill, but Prolit will shut him down. And now early map control here. Looking pretty good from Millennium 7, spawning over towards P2.
Yeah, not too bad. Rancor, though, could certainly threaten this fairly quickly. He's already off to a pretty fiery start. 2-0 for him. And Rancor is actually going to put together another one onto Neptune. So Spart's forced now to back up. This is going to relieve some pressure on P1. And we'll see if Rancor can get a read on Mo. No, he will not. And now numbers looking pretty solid for the P2 rotation.
Indeed they are. Sukri. Now to pick up one here over towards P1. It would be nice if you could grab this 20 seconds. Might well soften the blow somewhat of losing control of P2 earlier on, but here they go. The Atlas Lions now looking to force their way through hedge side. Sukri down to 15 HP, already being made weak. Will have to rely on the coverage of his teammates, and he is well getting that. Yakko from the back alley side does find 2, but they haven't fully cleared everything just yet. Mohawk could well be the disruptor in this play and has picked up at the first.
Oh, it's a good one, but Yakko has already done so much work here for the Atlas Lions. He finds 2 through the back alley. Will end up dropping, and now maybe a moment to swarm the hill here for M7, and that's exactly what they'll do. They spot Super down low. They'll finish him off, and now you're looking pretty good for what looks like a great setup, and they're now pouring in the kills.
Yeah, and this is where Millennium 7, you know, roster like this, they are going to thrive, right? You've got those kind of spots up top towards the back alley inside the windows where you can just post up ARs and have them absolutely fry. The Atlas Lions now looking to make their way through those. Sukri wearing around the Rosie all the way around. That's not a route that they were covering whatsoever. Neptune gets surprised from behind, and now Prolit will come through for the trade-off. That will take them out momentarily away from the time. Yakko, big fight here for the past 15 seconds. Unfortunately, will not win it. So that scrap time will go Millennium 7's way. That's not the end of the world, though, for the Atlas Lions. They chow for it, but they do have control of rotation.
Yeah, it's not bad for the Atlas Lions, right? They're able to get Sukri in there for a quick moment, just delay some of that time from M7. A lot of this time has already went to the game clock. You can see it down to about 4 minutes already. So M7 just coming up with a little bit of scrap time here and there off of P1 and P2. And now they got to set up the break. Good kill on the back there onto Sukri. Second one, not going to be good. Yakko with some great coverage, but how about Proloot? He's already inside of 10. He's down low. He's soaking up time, but needs to get some more work done.
Big 40 seconds hit to grab Proloot in the corner. Does get shut down. Super coming through for another one as well. Yakko gonna double up. Once again, this is what we were talking about, Austin. The Atlas Lions cannot be fully reliant here on Super and Rancor, and they are not at this point in time. Yakko coming out early on in this game at 7 and 5. Sukri at 7 and 6 as well. Actually leading the slaying for this roster. And we've had a couple of big 2Ps as well for Yakko. So great start from the Atlas Lions overall to come out firing all cylinders, as we said. But once again, big rotation on the hand now. Rancor also facing some pressure.
Yeah, big battle in the back. Need to win some of these battles if you're M7, or else the Atlas Lions maybe could run away with a bit of a lead inside of Barber. How about that for Proloot? Nice little double up. Rancor just trying to spray and pray through the back alley. He will be forced back, and Proloot around the back is there. He's now up to 8 and 4. Putting in the work. Mo has a read on this pinch play through Cantina, but struggling with both players, will end up dropping. So M7 in the time, but you can quickly see the Atlas Lions ready for a break.
Yeah, Neptune no disadvantage around the backline here. I mean, he's done some snazzy things with the Vaznev, but that's not really the weapon you want for that coverage around the backline, and, well, in doing so, will be unseated. Atlas Lions momentarily able to breach the hard point. Now they want to get back through, though. Proloot and Mohawk going for a pinch. Mohawk's going to fall, though, so Proloot now relying on a little bit of help from his friends, more accurately Neptune, who does actually find the kills required here for the back 20 to go the way of Millennium 7. This has been such a back and forth game so far, Austin. The Atlas Lions here, once again, reliant on a crucial rotation.
Yeah, 3-man hit here. All coming through the forklift, and Rancor, oh, he's here to spoil it all. Spark trying to get a read on it and will win the battle, but Sukri comes up next, and how about the teamwork? M7 good enough for a couple of these trades. They don't fully break into the new hill just yet. They're getting some good groundwork done. At least they were. Mohawk now needs to get a read on Super. Super's able to get away with one, and now Proloot wants to invest the streak.
Yeah, this is not a bad usage of the streak coming through, but it has to be effective. You have to get something, you've got to splash damage it well. And, well, he does actually pick up one. Big kill there being made just outside the area of a trophy system. And now the kills are there to follow as well. This is brilliantly done from Millennium 7. Great utilization of the streak. It will garner them the remainder of this time. Short of something spectacular from Sukri. He does actually manage to pick up one, maybe a second as well. Neptune, again, just flies just outside of that zone of the Semtex. Also managing to find more kills as well. Poor streak for Kim. Millennium 7 do garner that time.
Neptune is starting to work himself back into the game. He had a pretty slow start, but he's up to 4 in a row. And, well, you really need Neptune to be firing on all cylinders when you see this M7 team play their best, especially when it comes to hardpoint. So slowly getting there. Slight lead here for M7. Good battle to the back here for Yakko. Again, he's been great through the back alley, and Sukri over the top will make sure that he's able to find another trade. Mohawk now forced to slow down, waiting with Proloot to see if they can try to set up the break to New.
Yeah, got to get Neptune past, though, and Neptune will get caught out there by Rancor. Very heavily reliant on him being able to do something. So now they're going to try and brute force their way through the back alley. This triple stack looking pretty good so far. Proloot has no trophy in there to stop that nade, but Sukri comes through for the double. Rancor will clean things up. Neptune, the only one to say something coming off the spawn. The initial hold is good for the Atlas Lions, but Millennium 7 bracing once again here for a push. Crucially through Barbershop. Rancor reads it perfectly, but as these kills do come through from Millennium 7 here, they're on the right side of the map.
Oh, big win again, Sukri. How about it? 4 in a row. A lot of sprees actually coming on out here from both sides. And that's why this one has been as close as it has been. Again, a lead swap going to come on through. The Atlas Lions going to take advantage by about 15 seconds here. Super, though. Great position. However, needs to get work done with the sub. Tough gunfight. Doesn't want to commit to it. Will just simply play his life. Wait for his teammates to come off spawn. Proloot, not really ready for it, but what a snapper that is from Proloot. He'll shut down Super, and now Yakko pushed up also ends up dropping. M7 looking good for a little bit of time.
Yeah, everybody going down across the board here. Millennium 7 setup is just sublime, isn't it? For the Atlas Lions, Zero left scrambling for something. Rancor around the back line here. Has to check Barbershop. Neptune will be the player laying down to take him out, and that is exactly what happens. Yakko just flies through and somehow manages to pull a 2 out of his rear. That's the break coming on through, but is it the hold just yet as Neptune picks up a double of his own? Once again, starting a streak count here on 4 in a row. It might not be.
It was a very scary moment there, Brody. Everyone from M7 was actually in a great position to shut down the rotation, but nobody was actually on the time. So 15 seconds goes neutral, and then Mohawk has to back up to actually get himself in the hill. Luckily, they're able to recover. Yakko almost blows the play open, but they're able to hold on, and now they reap the benefits of that P7 hill, finally getting themselves a bit of a lead here. Neptune, 5 in a row. How about it? There's the streak. Looking for number 7. Snaps on Rancor. He's continuing to fly, and Neptune just bamboozles everyone in Cantina.
King of the Seas, King of Mikado, it would seem at the moment for Neptune. He has really started to pop off over the last couple of kills, and his sub-princess at the moment is a problem for the Atlas Lions. They need to find a way to flip the map over. This game will get out of hand pretty quickly. Got to deal with all these ARs as well. There's 2 going down. Prolo and Mogul have been shut down in the middle, but Neptune now on 9 in a row. He is doing so much for the squad, and look at the way he is flying at opponents. That's 10 for Neptune. Super down, and the Atlas Lions cannot cross this 50-yard line. Neptune is still going.
Oh my goodness, man. Neptune taking over Mercado. 11 in a row. Gonna spot Yakko. And might be able to get to 12, but also needs to remember that he has to play for the rotation over to P2. Gonna have 3 of the members from M7. Rancor in the back. Not gonna spot him. Neptune. Oh, man, he's ready to take another chow. He was 7 in 11 at one point, Brody. He is now up to 24 and 13, and he's still on the spree.
Yeah, this game is blown wide open, and the vast majority of the reason why is Neptune, who is now, as you say, double positive mate, but now he needs to go huge. Teammates dying around him. It's all on him, and, well, as he jumps out to try and catch one player off guard, Super will shut him down. So this is actually a big break coming through from the Atlas Lions. That streak from Neptune is going to be utterly useless in terms of breaking on towards his Cantina hardpoint, but they do need to hold. Super, big 2 kills on his plate here, only going to find 1. Proluke going to trade things out. Now he's up top to cause some havoc.
A lot of work to do, though. See if Proluke try to get a read on this note. Yakko, great coverage from the backside of Cantina. We'll make sure just about all of this time will go over. And I mean, the Atlas Lions, they're already contesting this rotation anew. Big battle there for Spark, but Super is alive and won't be able to get more than 1. So maybe a moment to stabilize, but you still have threats in the back. Yakko ready to try to pounce through Dark, but might just wait for his teammates to slowly set up in and around the map to see if they can break into 10.
You've got a little bit of time here to make this work for the Atlas Lions. Don't just go crazy, buck wild, going in 1 by 1. This is, again, that team play that we were talking about for the Atlas Lions. Has to be good. Super. Gonna go first here for the peak. Again, you need to wait for your teammates there, Super, and that initial reconnaissance mission is gonna fail. Yakko on 5 in a row does get shut down before the 6th can come through, so no cruise missile to be talked about, but now the trades are good. Sukri managing to infiltrate. What more can he do? Mohawk on the stairwell will shut him down. This is just so disjointed for the Atlas Lions. They're going in 1 by 1. Maybe the heroic plays are good enough, though. No, they're not, as Neptune finds 2. Again, the team play just not there.
I mean, what a turnaround it is. It just feels like Neptune is just coming up with 2 kills now every single life, and it's another moment there where he's able to slow it down just a bit for the Atlas Lions, and Neptune just continues to build up another spree. 3 in a row to secure scrap time. M7 now in firm control, but battling for a new. Mohawk actually able to force one back and gets a little bit of help through the back alley here, so this is not a good position. Atlas Lions spawning in Narnia at the bottom of the map, and they have now lost this rotation to Barber.
Yeah, this is utterly worst case scenario here, to be honest, mate. I mean, you've got a streak. If you're Millennium 7, that's a get out of jail free card if you need it. And the Atlas Lions need to kind of brute force their way through that back alley. Here we go. Streak going to be down. It's not going to be useful for anything. And now the trophy that does stop it to Spart. He need to kind of spray and pray through the wall. And he picks up 2. Rank on the last. And Spart will find it. Millennium 7. That could have been the dagger.
Yeah, it feels that way, Brody. Nobody in position to touch. Mohawk able to find another 2-piece. And well, 1 by 1 they fall. The Atlas Lions, they run out of gas in the end. M7 get the job done, 250 to 185.
Man, that was such a close hard point, so back and forth, and you know, I've got to give the Atlas Lions credit where it's due because they were holding on for 85%, and I know that's a very specific percentage, but I'd imagine that's basically everything besides the last 2 hard points that we saw there in Mikado, mate, because I don't know, man. The Atlas Lions, they were definitely holding pretty close to Millennium 7, but it was two things for me that really did just kind of set the difference between those final two teams there on those last two hard points. First of all, Neptune. That's all I'm going to say is just Neptune. We're about to see a highlight package, and it's all just going to be Neptune. And then secondly, I got to say it, man. Look, you know I like to play the villain. I'm the Simon Cowell of the crew here, right?
Of course.
The Atlas Lions on the attempted break there on the penultimate hard point towards silos, towards the elephant room, was not what we expect of the Atlas Lions. It was very individual.
It was. I mean, it very much was so. And I think a huge problem really did come in because Neptune right there was 6-11. That's where he builds up the spree. This is where he starts to just go on a rampage. And it felt like the Atlas Lions were making a lot of great fundamental plays. Like they were rotating like 30 seconds early. You saw it there from Super, like heading over, you know, starting to clear out a little bit of space. But when it came down to a lot of those critical gun battles, when it came down to some of those big breaks, it just felt like they started getting pieced up. And again, you know, coming in one by one, you get to that point in time where you just have to start to chow. It's just the game is out of reach if you don't break in. So we started to see it fall apart in the end. But, I mean, look at the non-traded kills out of Neptune. Wow. 26 of the 30, Brody, and a minute 35 in the hill? Oh, my God.
What do you do?
What do you do? You can't trade him.
The untradeable man, yeah. And on the other side as well, I mean, this really does paint a picture, doesn't it, when we talk about the Atlas Lions, because what a flip of the script this is. We were talking about these guys firing on all cylinders, and again, credit where credit is due. For the most part, that is what was happening from the Atlas Lions. Here, though, in game number one, it is Renkor and Super that come out worse of the lot. And Yakko and Sukri, I mean, even though Sukri just finished the game at 19 and 26, he was still doing a lot, I think, for the early game, keeping the Atlas Lions in the conversation for the vast majority of the hills. So, again, we've seen a conversation change there for the Atlas Lions. They're certainly changing the narrative somewhat, but maybe not in the way that they would want, as Millennium 7 come out on top. The ARs towards the end on that final kill, just too hot to handle. And Neptune, mate, I mean, he was smoking, looking pretty good.
He's looking real good, that's for sure. Wow, well, that's a heck of a map one. I mean, we had probably about 5 or 6 lead changes up until like the last 2 hills, really, right? That's where maybe it finally started to get away from them a little bit. So, in for a series potentially, and now we start to look at a Hotel Search and Destroy coming next up, and, you know, this is a chance for Super to find some of that redemption. We've already highlighted the fact that, you know, this is a squad that might struggle a little bit when it comes down to maybe winning the respawns versus a very well-coordinated and experienced M7 roster, but if there's ever an opportunity to really show your individual prowess and what you can bring to the table and how you can take over, this is the game mode to do it in. We'll see if that scope comes out, and we'll see if the Atlas Lions can try to battle back.
Yeah, this is the big thing for me. Millennium 7 in Search and Destroy. I will never not think about their Season 4 Search and Destroy. Granted, that was not on LAN. You still have to talk about it, though. The way that they put themselves together, the clutchability factor. I know that's not a word. We're making it a word, Austin. of players like Mohawk and Neptune. It's just, it's eclectic. The Atlas Lions, they're up against it here in Search and Destroy. We'll see if they can handle it.
Yeah. Hard maybe to get a lot of full-on VOD reviews versus some of the other regions, unless you know, went out individually, kind of checked them out. We'll see if that's the case. So far, Super able to get Mohawk pretty handedly. And now a lot of pressure on Spark here, as Super might be able to just simply back down. He's also got support from Renkor. This is a great read here from the Atlas Lions. And, well, they even read Neptune up top. So now a really good position to be in. And where do you go with this bomb?
Yeah, you've just funneled them effectively. I mean, maybe they can find some kind of route where they maybe catch some of these players off guard, but it is a lot to ask for. Spark will take down Yakko, though. This is still possible, especially if they get egregious with the chows, but those first few shots from Super should decide that round. And yeah, that was great map zoning control from the Atlas Lions, right? They get that initial blood inside restaurant, they move forward, they don't just rest on their laurels, they funnel the entirety of Millennium 7 back round towards the A-bomb site, and they know exactly where they're going to be.
Yeah, I think they just do a really good job of making sure their play never gets off the ground. You know, you want to enter a restaurant, well, you have to get through Super, and if you get through Super, then you have to get through Renkor. So just a really good read on the 2-and-2 split there throughout the map. Really just trying to force the hand of M7 to either flood through and kind of lose some of their numbers, trying to break into one side or the other, and then eventually force to rotate back. Too much of the map completely taken away there for the Atlas Lions. Great opening round, and Sukri already off to a 3-0 start.
Yep. Atlas Lions looking at punching holes in the defense here from Millennium 7, and Yakko might well have found it. Well, there's a big gaping hole. Spark taken out of the round now, and you're going to be on the hunt for these players. You know Yakko is not the kind of player to just sit there and stop, and indeed that's not going to be the case, especially as now Super's picked up Prelude.
Oh my, I mean, The Atlas Lions, like, they are playing with some confidence right now. They are quite literally just running at M7. Super gonna spot Mo, and whoa! Okay, just shotguns the second player, never even really given a chance to fight back. Atlas Lions, those are two very convincing rounds to open up Hotel Search.
Yeah, I mean, the first round was just a zoning issue for the Millennium 7. Going to have to go to Parks and Rec for that. But for the Atlas Lions there in round number 2, it's all just sub-pressure. Just Yakko flying through the middle of the map. Super coming through for those final 2 kills as well. The pace that the Atlas Lions are setting at this point in time, 3-0 start for Sukri, 4-0 start for Super. He managed to pick up 3 in that round. This is the Atlas Lions that we saw all the way back in Season 2 in Search and Destroy, all the way back in Season 3 in Search and Destroy. Need to continue, though. Need to have consistency through the remainder of this one. And again, it is that same play call coming out from the Atlas Lions. Millennium 7 here, though, they've read it.
Yeah, they've read it. Neptune. Maybe side by side with Prolute. Oh, no! Yakko's just waiting, and Mohawk, he doesn't get the shot up fast enough to kind of watch over the back of Platt. And it's just gone from bad to worse here for Millennium 7. They are now once again pinned to the back of the map, and the Atlas Lions, they are swarming them.
Yeah, Super does get a little bit egregious there, and you can see it kind of again, the confidence flowing through the Atlas Lions. Millennium 7 will exploit for the first kill at least. It's 2 versus 4, now 2v3. 40 seconds to play with here if you're Millennium 7, and you, I mean, I was going to say ideally you need to find some kind of kill to make this a 2 versus 2 and open up space in the map, but now it's a 1v3 from Mohawk. He can do it against CDL pros. Can he do it here against the Atlas Lions?
We'll see. Mohawk always goes big when we get to the end of the year at Champs. We'll have the bomb and won't be able to finish out that second one. If he does, well, it becomes a lot easier. Now has to play against the clock. And, well, he's going to have to go fairly quickly, and the timing here might not work out. Yakko could probably check this with about 5 seconds left and might be good for the kill. Mohawk is forced to stick for it. Here comes Yakko. Easy cleanup there. No 1v3 here for Mohawk.
Man, the way that the Atlas Lions are playing at this point, mate, it's oppressive.
Yes.
There's no room to breathe whatsoever. It is just pace that we are, honestly, I'll be frank, we are not used to seeing this from the Atlas Lions, this level of confidence. Agreed. Especially off the back of that Mikado.
I'm with you, Brody. This is just something a little bit different right now. And it's like, once they find kills, like, they are taking away so much space, especially on the defensive side of the map. Like, it feels like M7 can't even breathe. And, well, a lot of their decisions being made for them. We'll see if it continues. You have to put a stop to it. This might just be a very fast map number 2, and Yakko's up to 4 in a row. Mohawk, not in a good spot. Stun won't connect, but doesn't matter. Yakko flies at him again. There's kill number 5.
You have to be somewhat cautious here for your Yakko, because you do have the bomb in hand, by the way. You do not want to drop it there. Okay, he survives. But they are playing aggressive again. Elsewhere, look at number 5 on the minimap. That's Super flying all the way around the back line here. Does he get heard by Spa? I think Spa messed something up, and premature shots, but Super will win the 1v1 in the end anyway. Neptune with a trade out, now 2v2.
Yeah, here's the problem, though. Neptune has an AR. Prolute, I would like to assume he has a sub, but this could be a very difficult break if they don't have any kind of... Yeah, there it is. I was going to say, maybe they have a chance of being able to find Rancor through mid. If not, feels pretty tough, and again, Neptune has an AR and has to break into Kitchen. And has to find 2 players.
And no Daddy. It's the biggest problem in this situation. If he runs at all, he's going to be hurt. That nade. Checking the corner. Now knows nobody's inside sight, but again, as soon as he jumps in that bomb, the player's going to be peeking. He is fully reliant on the fact that one of them peeks a little bit egregiously here. Yakko does it, but that shoulder's not wide enough for the frag. Maybe he will grab it, though. Yes, he will. You've got to be careful if you're a Rancor. And indeed, Neptune does pick up that frag. We'll finish this round on the 4th streak, but nonetheless, that is not good enough for the round victory. The Atlas Lions continue to be a smoke show.
I'm going to be honest, man. This playbook that the Atlas Lions are showing us right now is just incredible. I mean... you gotta really take this in, because this entire M7 team literally came up in the search and destroy scene, right? Like, just about every single one of these guys, maybe outside of Neptune, because he came up in Halo, like, all these guys played S&D for years and years and years before competing. So you look at this squad on paper and you think they have probably the ability to kind of sweep a lot of teams like we're seeing right now in this game mode, but it's happening to them. They can't get a read on what the Atlas Lions are looking to do. Finally, maybe there's a chance to try to get a quick bomb plan or maybe get some pressure into bedroom, but it feels like the Atlas Lions are completely okay with it.
This is good. This is what I wanted to see. Adaptations coming through from Millennium 7. A little bit of cautiousness from a player such as Spark, but they do get traded out off the back of that initial blood. Bomb now down. The Atlas lines, the arrows starting to encroach. Yakko's Dead Silence about to be fully depleted here, so he can't hit with the usual vigor, the usual pace, but he still might be able to catch player number 1 off guard, depending on what the coverage does look like. Neptune with Crossfire, though, does at least put a stop to Yakko flying through. Time very quickly dwindling around here. 20 seconds. Yakko finally flying on towards the site, but they still got to look at these last 2 players.
Oh, man. Someone's going to have to check. You have to beam him off the bomb. Yakko just about through. Neptune with the nade. Should have done it. And how about that? Prelude gets one more. Shots over the top. Good for Super, but does not matter. Just a couple kills to work towards a streak. Other than that, Millennium 7 finally able to piece it together, and they come out with their first round.
Yeah, that's a big first round coming out from Millennium 7. And again, a somewhat change of pace there from Millennium 7. They do get aggressive themselves on towards the A-bomb site to make sure they get the plant early on in the round. But also, I love the play coming out from Spar early on. Just making sure you're playing a little bit passively, get the initial read onto where the Atlas lines are going. Because you know that aggression's going to happen, right? You know they're going to flight you through the middle of the map. It's been the playbook for the last few rounds from the Atlas lines. So, good read coming out from Millennium 7. They're on the board now. But they got to follow it up with another one, and I got a feeling the Atlas lines are about to fly.
Yes, they are. Mohawk, though, shuts down Yakko. That's a key player to remove. And, well, he actually comes up with a second. Mohawk throws a shoulder, looking for more. Going to cook up a nade here. Super's going to give up the angle. The trophy system will keep them safe. There's a lot of time to play with here, though. Super's going to utilize it. Can he find an angle through mid? No, he cannot. Spark finds him. And now this is the M7 we've been waiting to see. Rancor, last one up. He drops as well.
Oh, jeez Louise, mate. Mohawk for the start of that round was, I would say, almost gifted those first couple of kills, to be honest. The coverage wasn't that great from the Atlas lines. You're starting to see kind of those cracks maybe in the team plate, but exploited pretty well from the Millennium 7. You've got to give it to them. And they're starting to play well now. Last couple of rounds on the board, they've got some momentum in their favor. They've put a stop to whatever the Atlas lines were doing. I don't know what I could call it in the first 4 rounds. Now, where do they go on the offense? Does the same strat come out? Do they go for that 3-1 split?
Yeah, the thing is, you still got a lot of rounds to play with here, so you still have the ability to take some risk if you want to. And last time, M7 very quickly got themselves onto the A site. This is what we've been a little bit more used to seeing when it comes down to M7. A little 2-2 split, try to work a kill on the map, and then finesse the round halfway through, just like this. Prelude's been able to open up one, and look at this. Look at what this does to the defenders, right? Everyone starts to shift over to B. There is an opportunity to try to cut this off. If you're Yakko, we'll see what he's going to be able to do.
Yeah, Yakko is the playmaker in this entire situation. He can pick up one frag, just kind of unsettle this entire offensive plate. Huge. They don't currently know where he is. Dead Silence activated. Oh, was not ready for Neptune inside Rugs. And that kill will give the legitimacy here for Millennium 7 to make him move with this bomb. But what move shall it be? Super is actually going to pick up a frag in the middle of the map, back towards his native sniper rifle. And there is potential for Rancor to fly out towards couches and pick up Mohawk as well. With Super with the sniper rifle in the plate, does not have the ability really to do much here off the post plant.
Oh, he's going to open up the doors. Can he find Prelude off of the bomb? Oh, no. The smoke from the Semtex, I think, really blocks his line of sight. So, bomb now down. It's going to be an AR and a sniper having to play a retake, and Mohawk will find Rancor all down to Super. Double chow comes in. Nowhere to go. Millennium 7, 3 rounds in a row. They are bringing it back.
And that was just one of those moments where it is individual moments overall in the round that really could have decided a very different fate for the Atlas Lions. What was it, Yakko there, potentially in the 3 versus 4 over by Rugs. If he even pick up one frag, right, that entirely changes the choices that Millennium 7 had. I mean, they certainly don't go to B in that scenario, right? They certainly don't travel all the way through towards Kitchen. So, oh, Millennium 7 feeling it now. And the Atlas Lions, I think, are certainly starting to feel the very cold wall against their back. 3 rounds on the bounce now for M7. The NAs are coming to play.
Have to put it away, and now it's a little bit harder to kind of make some of those risky plays. It felt like we were just getting pure on tempo. Atlas Lions, they were setting it. M7 have now adjusted. Widespread defensively. Slowly poking and prodding their way into restaurant, as they have used a little bit of their utility to get to this position. Feels like it is a B hit. Yakko does have the bomb. They're going to have to get through Prelude.
Yeah, you're just not seeing the same venom whatsoever at the moment. The Atlas Lions, they're playing scared. Super elsewhere has picked up first blood. That's around couches towards Catwalk side. Super a chance here to make the situation worse for Millennium 7, but he is just playing patiently, waiting for Pro to get aggressive. Pro with a check! Oh, through the door! Goodness me, what is that? He's using the bloody force.
It feels like it. What a snapper, what a reaction, but now the entire play unfolding at A. No one's going to be able to get Yakko off the bomb, and Yakko's also able to get across. So now M7 going to have to figure out how they want to play a retake. Are they going to come through bedroom? Based off their position, it's either going to have to be mid or bedroom.
Might well have just caught Yakko. Yakko finds the kill. Oh, never mind. Prolute wins that gunfight. Second this round that he should not have won. And the Atlas Lions now pushed all the way back here towards bar side. Rancor potentially a play through the middle of the map. Maybe going to get caught off guard by Mohawk here. And the bomb is not part of him whatsoever. Aggression from Rancor is going to be punished. Millennium 7 have time. And my oh my, that went incredibly wrong for the Atlas Lions.
Oh, it feels like these last 4 rounds have been exactly that. Incredibly wrong. After going 4-0 up, M7 have now matched that energy. And we are all tied up 8 rounds into this search and destroy. Man, it starts to feel like they are really figuring out what Atlas Lions are doing. They're no longer attacking a lot of these plays with that same tempo. Great utility usage coming through for Prolute, stopping that play through Kitchen. They never have the ability to really work their way into it. And now Prolute, Mohawk, both on 4 in a row.
Man, that's the crazy thing, right? Is that Prolute, especially in that last round when he was winning gunfights that he should not be winning, the table has been turned here. The Atlas Lions are now playing scared. Millennium 7 starting to get aggressive, starting to feel themselves. Look at it. Look at the minimap right now. The Atlas Lions in any other situation would be sending players like Yakko and Super flying. That has completely changed. Now this play starting to be formulated here from Millennium 7. Looking to make their way through kitchen side. Here the garrison comes towards the back line. Yakko trying to send some warning shots off. Super with the crossfire as well. They need to pick up some of these frags, and Prolute has already breached the site. Yakko cannot find the kill. And now Neptune, big 1v1. Yakko gets the mantle at the complete wrong time. And elsewhere, Neptune's picked up another one as well. With Super the trade, it's a 3v2. Now a 3v1 as Super goes down.
Oh, what a play call it is. M7 just don't give them any time to finesse the back. They just run at them, take the challenges head on, and Sukari knows that there's still one more player on this side of the map, but he is likely not going to get a read on it. Mohawk doesn't even have to chow. You just got to burn time here. Just make him run at you, and Mohawk re-chows. Puts him 6 feet under, and Millennium 7 have taken 5 rounds in a row.
So here's the lesson to learn if you're a Sukari there in the situation. Don't tactical sprint straight into an AR because Mohawk will punish you for it. And I think the most egregious thing of this entire play, this entire round there, is that the players that were building towards streaks still have them. Mohawk did earn that cruise missile. Prolute now on 5 in a row as well. He's 1 kill away, 1 frag away, 1 turn on away. I presume it's going to happen like that from a streak of his own. The Atlas Lions, they are deep in the hole, and I'm not sure they've got a shovel ready to get themselves out.
Yeah, they're going to need multiple shovels at this point. And, well, they're going to go back to that round where we saw M7 actually get on the board. Nate is good to find Neptune. And now you'll see a lot of spray up top. Spark, oh my goodness, he's ready to chow out. He'll actually find Yakko on the site. Prolute now deals with another, and 3v2 we go.
And you know where Sukari is as well. I mean, he's taking shots. You know that somebody's probably going to be watching the middle of the map. Your game sense is pretty good here if you're Millennium 7. So this would be a spectacular cut coming out for the 2v3, even though Millennium 7 do have to find time for the bomb defusal. Sukari just going to be keeping an eye on it from the bar side. Looks away. Oh no! Call of Duty timing. Textbook right there. And now Rancor for the 1v3. Once again, the bomb is not planted for him. Will pick up Prolute, but the kill is not good. Millennium 7. 6 rounds on the bounce. Oh, they've just pantsed the Atlas Lions.
Yeah. Yes, they have, Brody. Yes, they have. Oh my goodness. I mean, like, what a crazy change. I mean, to be fair, it is Challenger Finals after all. This is where you expect some of these just spicy surprises to come into play, but that is just not one that you could ever think of, ever predict. Like, it was complete dominance being shown from the Atlas Lions through those first 4 rounds. It felt like M7 could never figure it out, could never get their feet underneath themselves, where it felt like they had a counter or they had a play where they could, you know, throw into the mix to shut them down. But Mohawk is the one to really get it going for them with that double, pieces them up a little bit, starts to get that momentum going, and they get 6 rounds in a row. I mean, like, What do you say, Brody? That is just unbelievable.
What do you say? If you're Millennium 7, you say, well, they had us in the first half, I'm not going to lie. And they did. The first 4 rounds, which you don't really get to see much of here, were so small. Like, it was so short. It was like, I'd say about 5 minutes maximum between those first 4 rounds. The Atlas Lions were flying, and they were flying. And I'll be honest, I think to a certain level, I don't necessarily respect the play call to start playing slow and more cautioned from the Atlas Lions.
Yeah.
If just flying at the opposition is working for you, I don't necessarily think you should be changing that, especially like I think it was one round towards like I'd say like 70%, maybe like round number 8 or 9, where we saw, I think it was Super pulling out the sniper rifle, which is normal, right? I mean, that's a normal play for Super, but he did it the one round, I'm pretty sure, and I don't think we saw it again. Like, making a little play call like that to try and change things up, I don't necessarily think that's the right play call. That's the right kind of way to respond to the aggression and the attitude from Millennium 7. Certainly, it didn't work out that well in the end, because Millennium 7, man, 6 rounds in a row is nutty. I will say this much, Austin. Okay. There were a couple of moments there where the Atlas Lions got unlucky. We look over towards like Prolute's 1v1 in like round number like 9, I want to say it was, and then even in that final round where I think it was Sukri kind of got caught out looking away, just like bit of Call of Duty timing. There was an element of unluck there. Bad luck for the Atlas Lions, but that doesn't explain losing 6 rounds on the bounce.
No, it definitely does not. I mean, wow. That is just insane resilience being shown from M7, but like it really does come back to the point that you made where they're playing with a lot of tempo. They're flying at them, but on top of that, they were playing with a lot of risk, right? Like they were willing to push up the middle of the map. We saw it from Yako like 2 rounds in a row on the attack where he was just willing to fly at somebody, open up space, and what does that do to the defensive members? Well, they are forced to then pick up mid, shift over to the other bomb site where they think, you know what, that's where the push is coming from. It just felt like that was no longer happening. And then, well, we saw what we saw. 6 rounds in a row. A little too slow. They get a little too comfortable, hoping that gunfights are going to come to them. Not the case whatsoever. And, well, now they're going to have to get the job done in reverse sweep fashion. Not what you ever want to see up against M7.
And you know what, mate? Millennium 7 are pretty darn good at control. This is scary boy hours if you're the Atlas Lions. And the thing is as well, we talked a little bit about momentum before we got into this best of 5, about the Atlas Lions needed to come out and show them what they could be capable of. They did that at the start of Mikado, or at the start of the hard point, excuse me. They did that at the beginning of the search and destroy.
Sure.
Man. This control is like, what do you do? Like, I know that this is challenges, right? And this is kind of the upper echelon of like the best of the rest, as it were, right? Below CDL. And there's a certain level of like being able to have composure, but your head's got to be in the bin after that search and destroy. I know mine would be. I mean, granted, I'm terrible at COD, but like, yeah.
Well, you just got to be kind of shell-shocked, I feel like, after experiencing something like that, right? Like, it just felt like you were good to go for what was the tie-up of the series. Like, man, like, we were just rolling these guys. Like, it never really felt like they had a chance. And then, yeah, you just lose it like that. That is certainly something that could have a massive mental effect on you, not only just because of this series, but because of what we've been seeing over the last few months from this roster in the European region as well, right? Like, they haven't looked that good. So to lose it like that is not good. And, well, it's an El Asilo of all the maps here for Control. This is one that, like you said, we've seen a lot from Millennium 7, and they might be good to put it away. And the Atlas Lions going to have to hit the biggest regain we've ever seen as we jump into map number 3.
Oh, boy. Millennium 7, 2-0 up after that disaster of a map from the Atlas Lions. Gotta have it hit. Have to have it. Has to be a good start. And that is a pretty good one coming out from Rencor. Super will follow up with another frag. The one player up top, probably the most crucial of the lot, was Sukri inside that red tower position. That's going to provide some space now for Millennium 7 to get their way on towards the sport point. And as Spark does pick up one frag now, Millennium 7 starting to root themselves in towards the defensive spot.
Neptune, good read through the back there. He's able to find Super. He was ready to try to flank the play. Rancor, next one up to see if he could maybe give it an attempt, but Neptune's going to take this moment to also push out through the front here. So you have to be a little bit careful if you're the Atlas Lions and giving away too many lives. They will try to jump down to the point. Sukri finds 2. Neptune kind of still searching for some players, but it's Spart that comes up with a double himself.
And Neptune's still here as well. Wants to close out this point. I mean, Rencor was thinking about moving for it, but yeah, that's the better play coming out from Rencor. That's a more mature play that you could have seen. Wait, there is no point of throwing yourselves towards that point, because right now, your map control is not that great, to be honest. You do not have somebody inside green as you would decide. Your mid-map pressure is about to falter as well, as Rencor does go down. Millennium 7, they are knocking at the door. They've just got to deal with some of these pesky players, but Super's starting to feel.
Oh, Super. Man, we've seen him get into spots like this, right? Bottom pool, whatever it might be, inside of white. He's going to have a couple players to deal with here. Semtex will buy him a little bit of time to reposition, but are they going to expect a reach out? Spart says absolutely. So, Super's play will be cut down, but Yakko ready to take his place.
Boy, oh boy. The Atlas Lions doing okay at the moment. Rencor picks up the double now, and I expect the Atlas Lions to send Rencor towards green pretty darn quickly. Got to be careful though. Millennium 7 again. They're starting to entrench these players inside the defensive spawn. Looking at player number 1 in the form of Spartan. Of course, Proloot as well. Towards the middle of the map, you will find Yakko. These are the players that you have to remove from these power positions. Talked about it, right? Got to get the player inside green. Rencor, he is here. What can he do? Catches Mohawk off guard. Can he pick up the second? No is the answer, and that is a crucial stop as well. Rencor was on 5 in a row. That is a cruise missile that has been denied, but here comes Super around the flag, and Super finds the double.
Yeah, it feels like the comms just don't come through there. You have to be stressing a call out like that. It's like, listen, Super's behind you, Mo. Mohawk never turns. Might have been in a battle, may have locked onto someone. Either way, now feels like you're in a pretty good spot to close out this round as long as Super can maintain control of that white building. And he's now under fire. Going to take some of the high ground, reposition. I mean, Super, he's feeling himself right now. Going to be able to place himself down low once again. Ready for some more challenges. Proloot going to drop, and now they're short-handed on this push to B.
Here we go. Super still flying. Will be shut down there by Mohawk. The numbers starting to look overwhelming here. If you're Rencor, you're facing down quite a few players, and you're going to have to take the reload as well. So a position for you to find some kills. Every single thing at the moment for Rencor individually is going wrong. He cannot find a kill and will be shut down by Neptune. 7.1 seconds of the clock here. Players starting to stack.
Oh boy. First take locked in. Sukari from the back. He's been able to eliminate Mohawk. 5 lives remaining, but only 4 seconds here to work with. And, well, someone's going to have to touch. Neptune is that guy. Can the support get to him? Looks like the answer is a hard no. The Atlas Lions able to overwhelm Millennium 7 here in round number 1.
Great composure coming out from the Atlas Lions overall there, because I will say as well, there was an element of that where I don't necessarily know if Millennium 7 capitalized in the way that you would normally expect them to, right? I mean, you've got pretty much everybody down besides one player inside Garage, and I think they were just a little bit unsettled that somebody was about to flank them through and did not jump on the stack like we would normally expect the team to do so. So, the Atlas Lions will not lose their defensive round. Now they go towards the offense. We'll see how they're able to handle it early on, though. Big play coming out from players such as Super, Rencor, and Sukri. Yakko, though, slow start to this at 3 and 9. And he picked things up going in towards round number 2, where he's starting to fly, not able to get a kill early on. But an extra bullets in the body, mate, that player's dead.
just double checking, you know, Brody. Sometimes you can't be too sure. So maybe saw some kind of a move. Just wanted to make sure. And, well, there it is. And, well, might just be the zone, too. M7 going to give over a very quick zone. I mean, that is just 12 seconds of game clock utilized to try to get themselves a full capture. So they're going to have a lot of time to work with, and we'll see how they decide to try to push out here. Super working through the back.
Yeah, you can do a lot in 12 seconds, it would seem. The Atlas Lions able to capture 8 really quickly. Now they want to try and entrench themselves through the back line. Rencor in his initial champ was shut down by Spark. Now you're starting to see Millennium 7. I actually like this really proactive play coming out from Millennium 7 here. Despite the fact that there are players pushing through the middle, they do not stop themselves from getting players in towards these power positions. Proloot hits the reload, though, inside the alley. And regardless of the fact, manages to cancel it just in time to take Yakko down.
Big gun battle in the back there. Rencor able to push forward. This should force very close defensive spawns behind B. That is the case, so not able to set up the spawn trap just yet, but might be able to get a read on some of the players cutting back across to the point. However, this also allows you to continue to flood to their side of the map here, and that's exactly what Proloot's going to do. Deddy popped 4 in a row. He might have picked the perfect timing to come around the back. We'll see if he can put some more down, get some help from Neptune there. Still working towards the streak, just 2 off the cruise missile.
Yeah, this is when the sub-pressure, the sub-duo from Millennium 7 really starts to put the hurt down, doesn't it? Combined 8 spree between them. When you add Mohawk the AR into the mix as well, that's 11. The Atlas Lions have to find a way out of this oppression. Proloot picking up another one. There's number 5 in a row. And you can see, look at the Rencor, number 7. He is just pre-aiming from logs. Will shut down Proloot. So that's actually a big shutdown to make. The Atlas Lions are wising up to it, and as a matter of fact, I mean, look at the 3 players in the middle of the map here, Austin. They're just giving up. They don't care. They're just going to go for a flank. Spar's here for it. This is a big kill to get.
Yeah, Spar's under a lot of pressure. Has a little bit of help now from Prolude. He's going to back all the way up, but he'll be shut down. Mohawk also going to drop. Neptune can still threaten the play from behind, but the Atlas Lions do find a touch on the point. They're also down to about 13 lives. Super trying to play his life, and he has a chance to spawn trap.
Yep. 30 seconds. Super. A lot to do here. Big 1v1 against Prolude coming up. And hits the reload. Tries to run away. Will get shut down. And now for the Atlas Lions as they're starting to lose numbers here, Austin. With 20 seconds left. Something crazy needs to come out of Sukri. Here we go. Around the flank. Neptune. Does get shut down, but the shots were not clean enough. Not even a chance to transfer them towards Mohawk. 8 seconds. Can anybody fly? Super. Through tools, the only player to get it done. Raincourt gets one. You got to up on the point though. 1.2 seconds and they're on.
Yeah, there's still a chance here. First tick has been locked in, so it's still a small reward. Can they turn it into a bigger one? No, they cannot. An opportunity to be sure, but Millennium 7 clutch up in a pretty critical moment to make sure there's nothing left there for the Atlas Lions to try to take away from the B point.
Woo! Sigh of relief if you're a Millennium 7 in that scenario, because I will say the Atlas Lions, they played that well. They were being oppressed by the sub pressure, the sub duo from Millennium 7. They completely sidestep it, just try and make a flank happen, and it works. But Millennium 7 holds strong. Very similar rounds coming out from both defensive sides here as we kick off this LSCLO control. Millennium 7 looking to close out the series here at a 3-0 fashion. And they get it done. M7 now changing up the strategy a little bit on here on the offensive side. It's a straight towards B approach, and Prolude will be the first player to touch, but maybe Neptune has just spotted out a couple of players to take down. It is going to be Yakko, but not before Yakko finds a kill himself.
Neptune is even going to do the little hop up here. He knows where Sukari is. Neptune's there for 4 in a row. Have to be a little bit careful with this player catching fire, as we saw what happened in the map number 1. Super still has a chance to try to spoil the play. He will grab some of this high ground. We'll see if he can try to turn it into some kind of success, but feels like at the moment, Neptune's just kind of getting a read on where some of the members are, but this is a lot of time starting to slip away here from M7.
And the Atlas Lions, while all this time has kind of been depleted off the clock, they've got themselves in these power positions, Super and Yakko namely, the latter of which has gone down. Sukri goes too, so it is just going to be Super, who is, by the way, starting to put together a streak. Would be big if the Super Rancor duo could pick up some more frags here, and Rancor just going to back away from the play, completely baits Mohawk out, and this will weaken things here for Millennium 7, who are starting to put a capture on towards B. Rancor finds another one, surely not spark through the fence. Didn't have the bullets to make the play happen, but it's okay. The rest of your team are there. Super did find Spar. I'm not too sure if that was good enough there for the streak, but nonetheless, with 20.6 seconds, Millennium 7 now going to have to move their target towards A.
Yeah, they have to focus A, and well, Yakko has had a pretty slow start so far here in this control. Has a chance to really upset it. Mohawk not going to get a read on that. Super now inside the door. Looks like he did die on 5 in a row, so doesn't earn the cruise missile, but has a chance to stop the play right on A. Shots coming on through. Support is there. The Atlas Lions solid enough to keep them off the point. Spark through the outskirts. Has to find 2. He can't find anything. 13 lives and 10 seconds remaining.
And this has been the most convincing defense so far from either side. Rancor looking to put the hammer down, really put a stop to this one. He will not be able to under fire, under pressure. We'll have to back away here momentarily. Neptune, he is flying at the moment, and even going to turn around for the kill. Oh, goodness me. Oh, that's disgusting. Millennium 7 do capture A. That is fast and furious. An extra 60 seconds on the board here. Still a 12 versus 17, and they want to keep that pace up, moving over towards B.
Yeah, there's no one in the back right now for the Atlas Lions, so this entire hole has to come for the front. Spart, that's your teammate, and oh no. Well, it makes it pretty easy there. The Atlas Lions have a 5th member holding and defending. And now, 10 lives, playing up against 16 in favor of the Atlas Lions. Sukari and Super are both down low. This is basically the exact map positioning that you want. Snapper there, not enough for the kill, but Super good for the trades.
Yeah, Atlas Lions, they seem to have stabilized. Millennium 7 had kind of a shot in the arm, as it were. That adrenaline has expired. 20 seconds left. Millennium 7 looking for one last hurrah, one last explosion. Fantasia. Super. Can he put a stop to it? Yes, he can. That's information. Even if you lose in the trade, you still know where those players are going. You can make the call to your teammates, hey, these players are coming in from the alley, and one player onside the control point is going to be Rancor. He reads it. He works with that as well in perfect tandem with his teammates. Yakko with the final kill, the final nail on the coffin here for round number 3. The Atlas Lions, again, they do lose A, and that's maybe the positive you take away if you're M7 here, Austin, but nonetheless, it felt like the most convincing defense so far.
It did, and there was just a moment there where it felt like M7 got spawn trapped for quite a while, right? There were so many players inside of white, bottom pool, I mean, just all over their side of the map where it never really feels like they're able to get a push kind of off the ground because they're just constantly getting two-piece before they find that trade, and as soon as that player drops, someone else for the Atlas Lions is ready to take that same position. So, very well done. Strong coordination, and they defend A for just about as long as you would like. Just 10 seconds, and the last desperation play comes through for them. Now we'll see what's in store as the Atlas Lions are back on the attack.
This flying through the middle of the map as well. This is unusual, to say the least. Millennium 7 have to come out with an unusual play to match it, and it would be Prolude looking to come in from behind, but Super's just waited inside the AS&D site, and again, he did not expect that whatsoever. And it gets worse as well. To make matters worse here from Millennium 7, the Atlas Lions, they're stuck in B.
Mohawk is also cut down on the flank, so everything gonna have to basically be through mid or through their side of the map. Neptune looking for angles, struggling to finish off the kill, but he's been able to come up with 2, and well, Neptune may have just done enough. A great moment there for the Atlas Lions, but the Lions unable to find any kills there through the front of the point. Still enough to secure that first pick, but Neptune now is forward, and they have to deal with him next.
Yeah, we were talking about convincing defense with Neptune. He's starting to fry. And again, a little bit deja vu at this point because Neptune and Prolude, they were doing this previously. Being aggressive, being egregious. Neptune looking for more. 6 in a row. 7 in a row for Neptune. 8 is on the cards, but the kill will be taken from him by Spark. To be honest, I think Neptune's probably grateful for that. He was down to 10 HP in Dream. That Dream, well and truly alive, Neptune! This is despicable. He's looking for more. He's flying from wall to wall at this point. Yakko as well. Neptune is eating up the entirety of the Atlas Lions.
Oh my goodness. Neptune about to hit his second double-digit streak here in the series. We saw 12 in the map number 1. Is he going to beat it here in the map 3? This is the most convincing defense we have now seen. Rancor has a chance to contest alongside Super. Still a chance to get the job done, but you were very low on lives, and you have to do it convincingly.
Now, they do find the 2 kills, to be fair. Mohawk goes down as well. If you're the Millennium 7 off the back of that 3 kills, you do not put anything more in towards A, especially as Super is starting to cause some carnage over towards B as well. Unsettled hit. Will be Millennium 7. They have no control of the site beyond what they have with ARs over by Top Rock. That's aggressive. That's egregious, to be honest, from Sukri, especially with the map control that the Atlas Lions did have, but it's okay. Now we'll have some calm here in this point in the game. The Atlas Lions have got 50 seconds to make their way over towards B. The problem here, Austin, in flashing neon signs is that it's a 19 versus 9 life differential.
Yeah, that's a huge problem to have here because it means that you can't afford to give away any freebies. And well, Super, you got to find this one. Neptune, you feel like he might have been able to finesse his life. Not the case. So a forward position here for some of the Atlas members. But you have to find some kind of kills through the back of Garage. Rancor going to try to take the high ground. You don't have a whole lot of time to try to pull this play off. They're going to get good info onto Spard. But in the back, what can Rancor do? He's good for 1.
Though should keep Rancor out of this play. Super going to get shut down as well. There is a chance here, but it's, again, kind of disjointed, to be honest. Sukri, 8 seconds left, playing a ring around the rosy with Neptune. And Neptune, well, he wins those games every single time. Rancor to be shut down as well. Yeah, this one is done. Millennium 7, I don't know how many times this is going to happen in this series. It is just Neptune frying single-handedly almost. I don't want to say single-handedly fully because the rest of the team are playing well, but Neptune's, what was it, 9 streak we saw there from him? Maybe 10, I don't even know if he got to it. Like, that is so damaging.
Certainly is. I mean, you just lose so many lives trying to deal with Neptune, and you just never effectively trade him. It's just Houdini, isn't it? On these Ellis Silos at times, when you look at control, it can be difficult. But we take a look at the round 5. It's Millennium 7 that have to find a way to get an offensive win here in the final round if they want to try to complete the 3-0 in the best of 5.
Here we go. All or nothing for the Atlas Lions. Backs well and truly against the wall. Millennium 7 could close things goes out here, and Neptune once again, he is flying. He's taking long-range
ambitious.
gunfights with the fast step and immediately punished for it. Mohawk, the last one left alive. It's a full white.
Yeah, that was a little bit ambitious, we'll say, for Neptune. The man's been frying. We've been giving him his flowers, but this is what can happen when you lose a break-off on El Asilo, especially on the attack. You're immediately in the blender. Yakko looking for some more shots, and he's able to put together another. So already 8 lives eliminated here from Millennium 7, but they're able to recover just a tad bit. They're getting some good kills, and they might have a chance now to look at A.
Yeah, you can kind of see the erraticness of the play from the Atlas Lions here on the defense. They've got nobody over by A whatsoever, and I think they might well have full committed here towards just holding on towards B. They have to be cautious of that, though. In an attempt to get a player towards green, they might well get shut down by Mohawk. This is not certified just yet, and what I felt like was kind of a solidification of B hold has actually turned here into an Atlas Lions, sending a couple of bodies over towards A. This point is done. Nonetheless, though, there is no stopping this.
So a minute 40 to play with. They've been really struggling to get to the back line, and well, it's because of plays like this. Super sneaks up, finds a kill, and then goes all the way back to white, and we'll continue just to try to repeat that play over and over again. But if you could eliminate the ARs, there's certainly a good opportunity to try to get some kind of presence on the point. They're going to deal with Yakko through mid. Mid control looking great now for M7, but can they surge forward? Can they take some more space?
Question, isn't it? Kill starting to come through from Sukri and Super. Millennium 7 for Neptune. How many times are we going to say it? He needs to go huge here. Needs to remove some of these players that are starting to uproot Millennium 7 out of their very own spawn. And Neptune, I mean, somehow has managed to escape the clutches of Rancor here in the play. Now making the move forward here. Sukri able to find yet another one against Proloot. They are making Millennium 7 feel so uncomfortable here on the play. But Millennium 7 now starting to move all the way forward here. Super sat inside garage. Has to go huge. Yakko goes down, especially. That's never been more true. Big kill. And Super will find it versus Spot. Now looking for another one. Rancor goes down. Super going to go down as well. And the stack's going to go through.
Stack is in. Still Sukri, though, in from behind. Could try to stop the play. 5 in a row for Neptune, 5 in a row for Sukri. Neptune as a sub can't take these challenges head on from long range, but we'll get a read on Rancor. Second tick slowly coming on through at B. Rancor now feels the need to have to go, but will they be able to clear things through mid? Spart watching it. He is now going to drop.
Yeah, second tick's about to be through as well. They jump off the point. They want to make sure they clear space before moving back on it. Proloop the shots against Super from afar here. Neptune's going to go down. That's the streak out of the play. An 8v12 situation. Proloop's just spotted out Rancor. Really the closest player on the defense to do something, and Rancor wins that 1v1. Super on the other side to take down Mohawk as well. Neptune and Spart have to fly here in this situation. Neptune going to touch. Will not be able to find that second kill versus Rancor as Super clears one more. It's all on Proloop here. 1v4 on the point. He's going to get shut down, and the Atlas Lions survived their brush with death.
They won't be put away just yet, Brody. We'll at least see one more map, and it's defense the entire way through this control. A lot of back and forth, a lot of moments where you feel like M7 could have taken advantage, especially with that stack, but it isn't a stack for very long, is it? It feels like they keep 1 to 2 members on the point. Everyone wants to take away space, deal with the respawners, but the Atlas Lions take a great route right through the middle of the map, and they're able to get there and hold on to see yet another.
Oh boy, that was such a back and forth control, Austin,
Sure
really,
was.
wasn't it? And the Atlas Lions, I think, just about edged them out on their defense. I think that's the best way we can describe it. I think we went defense for defense the entire
way through.
of that control. It is worth saying, though, I think that round number 4 would have probably been the Atlas Lions if it was not for Neptune doing Neptune things, to be honest. We'll get into it here as we look over towards the highlight reel. It was very much a back and forth game in terms of the defenses. The Atlas Lions, though, looking pretty strong at the end.
Yeah, it certainly felt that way. Yakko also had a lot of great moments in those last couple rounds. Felt like he was, again, off to a bit of a slow start. Started to pour it on, but yeah, this is that moment where Neptune just starts to take over. And I mean, it felt like it could have been put away right there. Like, getting that zone and being able to clear off M7 really does hurt them when we come down to that final round, right? To see who is actually going to get the defensive side. It's just a couple of these moments, and then it was the break-off as well in the round 5, where they get like 8 for 3 trades right away. You're putting the blender, you're putting the spawn trap. I mean, never a position you ever want to be in control.
Yeah, the Atlas Lions playing well in control. It is worth saying that, like, again, when we talk about the Atlas Lions, historically speaking on control, we don't want to talk too much about Season 4 because, you know, they kind of pooped the bed during that season. But, like, pre-Season 4, looking back towards, like, Season 3 and Season 2, control was something that the Atlas Lions were very good at. And I think we were starting to see that once again there when we look over towards players like Super, who I think this is probably the most super game we've seen from him so far. And I don't mean super as in, like, sort of the adjective. I mean super as in the noun. Like, this is just super playing just super things. 36 and 21. This is exactly what we expect out of a player of his caliber. This is him translating that Season 2, Season 3 super here at Las Vegas.
Yeah, everyone also very much involved with the damage. You can see 4K damage there for multiple members, and Super's that guy to go rogue, finish off some of those weak players, and then piece together some multi-kills. So needed that performance from him. He comes alive in a pretty key moment here for the Atlas Lions to still keep themselves in this series. But we need to now see that exact same effort coming into a Fortress hardpoint. We just saw the subs completely come online. Maybe not so much from Yakko through the first couple rounds, but had a couple of great moments there through the last few. Can we get it again? A chance to try to pull off a reverse sweep, though, is still very much in the cards here for the Atlas Lions.
Alrighty, let's see whether the Atlas Lions can force us into a game number 5. How good is their composure? How good is their Fortress hardpoint? That's the question we should be asking here again. Starting off, it's going to be the Atlas Lions starting off towards the good spawns for a P1. Yakko, we under fire here as Prolute has taken down his teammate. Will actually hit the regen here, and that should give him a good chance versus Prolute, but it's whether or not he can get the good timing, whether or not that crossfire will come through from Neptune and Mohawk off the spawn, and indeed it does.
Super just going to have to try to hold on to his life. See what he can be able to come up with. Shots on a Prolute. Won't be good enough to finish off the kill. Some more tags, but now the position completely revealed. Neptune going to try to deal with him. No problem for Neptune. 3 in a row now for him. Challenges out onto Rancor, but Rancor will get the best of him. And now just 10 seconds up for grabs as both teams start to line themselves up to do.
Technically speaking, Millennium 7 have the better side of the map. They don't have full coverage just yet. They've actually enabled Rancor number 3 on a minimap to filter through towards Gallows. They're going to know about that as well because that hardpoint has absolutely lighted up yellow. Or lit up yellow, excuse me, English. Millennium 7 are going to be the first team to touch here, so they could really start to run away with this game if they get a good hold. Neptune looking to cover on towards that street side, but both they and Prolute go down. The surging of the Atlas Lions has begun.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here. Have to look at so many angles. Spart, though, does earn the streak right before dropping, so an early cruise missile to try to work with here from Millennium 7 could be huge for some of these future hills. Sukri in the point. He's working on a spree of his own. He's up to 3 in a row. Good Semtex over the top. Will actually find some damage, and he's got a trophy now down to help assist with the utility, but is it enough? Yakko says yes. He finds 2 and still has a chance maybe to give this another hit.
Yeah, this is, again, big time for Millennium 7 here with 15 seconds left. It might actually be worth going for, but if you're Yakko, if you're Rancor in the situation, you're effectively playing the zoning game, right? Just keeping Millennium 7 at bay so they can't cross the barrier that is the middle of the map. Super gets involved as well, and that's aggression through maps that might well have been unwarranted because it will isolate Sukri, and these are very deep spawns coming through. Sukri has so much to do. The stun check is stellar, and there's the Semtex to follow. It's a break within 10.
Wow, what a moment that is for Millennium 7. They find all the kills through mid. Everyone's trying to cut off the players here from M7. Don't do it. And now you're seeing Neptune come away with yet another spree, as if you haven't heard that multiple times throughout this series. He's looking for kill number 6. And well, now there's 2 cruise missiles in play for Millennium 7.
Man, this is like worst case. Is it like DEFCON 1 or DEFCON 5? That's the worst one. I don't know. I gotta go back and play some 5. But regardless, Millennium 7 at the moment. 7 in a row for Neptune. And mate, it's just I don't know what to say. I'm sure there's some human rights against this somewhere along the line. But Millennium 7 are having a superb start to this game, and the Atlas Lions have to find a way to put a stop to the momentum, and they're just not. Neptune. What is this? His potential second 10 streak on the cards? Looking for more, and they've already got themselves into what's new.
Neptune is playing out of his mind right now. There it is, number 10, number 11. Neptune looking for 12, and he will get it. I mean, the Atlas Lions have 24 points, and we are now going to see a potential break of the killing spree, and there it is. Neptune breaks his own record.
Oh, mate, I just don't know what to say. Neptune is just doing his best Karma impression at the moment. He's looking to pull off a 28 spree. Oh boy, Neptune 14. I don't think I've even got any vigor left to describe this streak, to be honest with you, Austin. It's just normal.
Dude.
It's just another day in the office for Neptune, and he's coming up suited up to bully the Atlas Lions. There's number 15. Yako's going to deny Super with a jump up. Well, he'll gift it to him, wrapped in a nice little bow tie on top as well. Mate, this is absolutely disgusting. I feel like I'm watching an X-rated video. Rancor as well. Neptune, please, somebody stop him.
Man, he is up to 16. Finally, he goes down, and Yako actually has a nice play on top of it to combine for 2, but 16 kills in a row. Neptune has found so many ridiculous sprees this series up against this Atlas Lions roster, and now Atlas Lions down by 100 points. And here comes the streaks. Spart does deal with Rancor. Prolute deals with the second player on the point. And, well, immediately they'll find a very fast break, and now spawns at the back here for the Atlas Lions at P3.
Your safety net is massive at this point, to be honest, Austin. You have the streak to talk about, as we said. Neptune's still got his. We just saw one utilized. We very often, as casters, talk about a concept called the leader's advantage. This is it right here. Millennium 7 having 90-point lead over the Atlas Lions. That was a little bit bigger not that long ago. You're going to need to see some spectacular individual efforts to try and put a stop to Millennium 7, to try and cover the gaping wound that they have at this point in time. And it all has to start with players like Sukri, 8 and 16 at this point. Players like Yako, 8 and 14, really starting to play well. Millennium 7 in at this point in time, looking to try and break, though. Rancor gets shut down on the flank, and every single attempt is just being completely neutered.
I mean, the slaying is just too much. Flat out right now, the Atlas Lions have never really been able to string anything together. They found moments like this where it feels like they've been able to break out of their spawn, but can they take away more space? Can they really lock in some more time? They need to answer that question right here, right now, or else Millennium 7 are going to send them down to the lower part of this group. Good moment here in the back for Mohawk to make sure they lock onto just some of this positioning. Yako now left out to dry. He's under fire. He's weakened up. He's just trying to soak up whatever time he can get now on P1.
And the Atlas Lions, good shot here at 10 seconds at the very least. Again, they are just slowly but surely closing the lead that Millennium 7 have. But you got to make sure you break this. I feel like this was really going to be the make or break moment here in this hard point. You have to make sure you get this breakthrough, and that's a good start from Rancor with the nade on towards Neptune. Spart around the back line, though. You know you can shoot through the gallows as well. You know that's where that player is, and you don't even need to. Rancor gives them the kill for free. Not the 3-piece, but Spart will finish things off. Millennium 7, they deal with the mutiny.
I mean, Spart's right there with Neptune. Funny enough, with the AR, right? Together, they have about 45 kills, and it's just not stopping. Neptune is beaming right now. And once again, 30 seconds that you have to contest here, as well as focus on Noose. You have to do it short-handed, and Neptune, oh man! From top to bottom, from left to right, he just keeps on finding them, and now spawns. Not necessarily the greatest here. A bit of a foot race to the next hill, and well, it is another spree for Neptune. Who would have thought?
Yeah, mate, I mean, it's a foot race, but I don't think these are guys who've got the best trainers in the game, to be honest, the way that they're playing at the moment. 100-point deficit. Good chance to try and clear it a little bit. Close spawns there will actually be dealt with. Mohawk and Frodo almost got gifted a nice little shot at the next hard point, but Sukri now starting to build up yet another streak. Will be shut down off the back of 3 in a row. Here they come. Tingles, you're feeling it. Streak coming down from Neptune, and you can land this one with the splash damage. You can kind of get away from those trophies. It does connect, but it does not get a kill. Sukri and Stupor just outside the area of effect.
Oh, Neptune, no way. No way for the top of maps to see break open this P3 hill. It's not gonna happen.
Oh!
It's not gonna happen, right? It's not gonna happen, right? Oh my, Neptune! He does it with the sub from the top of maps. It gets Spart into the hill. And that really does feel like it could be the end here. The Atlas Lions feel the need to try to get him off the time. Let it go neutral at the very least, but Spart lines up some more. Oh boy, Millennium 7, they are just slaying out here on Fortress. They are up well over 100 points, and they can get it done going into this next point if they find a quick break.
Oh man, it's a combined bloody 60, mate. What are you supposed to do? Between Neptune and Spart, they are just slaying out Millennium 7. 20 points shy of victory, and the Atlas Lions don't look like they've got a Scooby, mate. There's just not a chance in hell. Mohawk looking across the middle of the map. The Atlas Lions, one last-ditch effort here to try and salvage this game, to try and salvage this series, but it looks like All hope is lost. Prolute looking to get it done. Spark finishing on a spree. Prolute for the double. Adding insult to industry. Why not make it a triple? Millennium 7, one more point. Send us into the next series. Send us into the next stage of the bracket. And Millennium 7, they're marching on.
The only thing I can think about right now is how many non-traded kills there were for Neptune and Spart, man. Like, that's the only thing going through my head. That was one of the streakiest hardpoints we have seen in a minute. And man, oh man, take a look at 28 of the 31. I mean, Neptune might have just had the most non-traded kills in a single series throughout Challengers this entire year. Because almost every single map, it felt like he was only traded 3 to 4 times. Like, what? That's all I got, Brody. What?
Look, listen, all right? Listen, observers. Replay package creators. I don't want to see anybody but Neptune and Spart here, all right? If I do, I don't care. I don't care. I just want to see these guys. Because they dropped, I think the end scoreline was like 65, 70. They almost got the combined age of my mum. Like, this is crazy, dude. Like, I have no words to describe what we just saw other than it was an absolute whipping. Like, the Atlas Lions just looked... And the thing is as well, I gotta make this clear. This was not the Atlas Lions playing badly. It wasn't. Granted, I think they look a little bit frenzied towards the end of the game. I think anybody would in this situation. But for the most part, like, fundamentally speaking, the Atlas Lions were playing well. They were doing what would be required of a team looking to make a comeback. They were rotating a little bit early. They were trying to hold those early rotations. But they were just getting broken. 62 kills is the final scoreline, the final kill tally between Neptune and Spart. That's not allowed. That's not allowed. We should have admins to stop that.
Yeah, I mean, holy dude. I mean, that is almost more kills than everyone combined on the Lions. Just about. Like, they barely get over the top there. Man, I mean, that is just the potential that I think that we expected from this Millennium 7 roster, but maybe not to come in that kind of fashion. Like, look at the killing sprees. Highest streak was 16. That was half of the kills right there from Neptune. I mean, but right below him, 6, 6, and 4. There were so many streaks in play. Mohawk, he didn't have to really do much that game. I mean, he just soaks up hill time as a minute 42 to his name. I mean, he's just probably looking at that kill feed, just like, all right, like, I got the time, you guys rotate new, right? Like, it doesn't feel like you had to do a whole lot. It was just a complete takeover from 2 members. And you see that from Millennium 7, boy, oh boy, I'm scared for everyone else in this group because that was just ridiculous.
Yeah, Team Notorious, they're looking at this right now. I actually don't know if they won their matchup versus D1. I think they played in their group. I'll have to have a look here. Yeah, they did. I'd be scared. I would be terrified right now. I feel like I'm walking into the theater. I went to see Across the Spider-Verse. I've ended up seeing like a horror movie. Like that's where we're at right now, mate. That was something else from Millennium 7. I don't know, you and I, we've casted a lot of challenges over the last 3 to 4 years, right, mate? Right? We've been here for a while. We've been talking about these teams for a while as well. I'm pretty sure that that's the biggest single kill streak we've seen in quite some time, at least, if not ever. Like, that should not happen. And this is the thing. This isn't a surprise. This is not a surprise. Like, Neptune, whenever he plays in challenges, looking towards, like, Shady Kings last season, right?
Yes.
You know, that roster, I think it was, like, Toronto, I think it was.
Toronto.
Like, the penultimate event of the season before champs. Like, brother, it's not a surprise. Whenever Neptune is in challenges, he does this. So, Millennium 7, coming out firing. Austin, mate, any final thoughts here before we send it to a break?
I mean, there's a lot to unpack, but all you can really say is that Millennium 7, I think, are really looking really good here in this group. I mean, they still have to get through, another squad in order to qualify, but when we're seeing performances like that, their respawn is looking pretty untouchable. Their hardpoint is looking really good. I'm very scared. I'm very nervous for every other squad. I mean, they also won 6 rounds in a row in the S&D, so who knows what's going to happen, but Atlas Lions, man, oh man, it feels like it's the same story, and well, they only have one more chance to try to keep it alive if they want to see bracket play.
Atlas Lions down to the lower bracket here in the DSL Star groups. But next up, we've got some teams to qualify. We're looking over towards another group here in Call of Duty Challengers Finals. Don't go far, folks, because after the break, we've got more action coming your way. Welcome back here, everybody, to Call of Duty Challengers Championships. We're getting to our next match of the day. It's time to get a team into our championship bracket. We're going towards the qualification matchup here in Group C with Team Notorious taking on Millennium 7. And Andy, unless you guys have short-term memory loss, you will have realized that Millennium 7 just ripped the Atlas Lions a new one. Yeah, that's a big kind of talking point about Team Notorious, right? It's very similar to the conversations we were having, though, about Millennium 7 and the Atlas Lions. And that, yeah, Notorious, they've got this LAN championship under their belt looking back towards Texas, but that was a long time ago now. I mean, it was a couple of months, right? I mean, I thought it was like March, April time. It was still a long time in Call of Duty terms, Andy. And since then, Team Notorious have not been able to produce an elite championship in Season 4 or Season 3. And over towards the Toronto as well, did not get the result that they expected. So Notorious really, I think, are looking to try and garner themselves back to that form. This is a big matchup to try and get it. You can't hear him.
Oh, well,
Lucky
you
you
know,
guys.
it's probably for the best. Yeah, Brody had to put up with me the entire time, but yeah, now I'm here. And look, honestly speaking, when it comes down to this Millennium 7 roster, Brody, I think that it's much more of like the urgency to showcase what you can do on LAN. Let's not forget they did go back-to-back as far as elite championships are concerned when it comes down to Season 3 and 4. They showed up to Toronto, didn't exactly get the outcome that they were preferred for, obviously going up against a lot of top dogs. They were able to beat that TGE roster that was Gunless, Brasini, Nero, and Rex. That really does say something, but to not come out in top 2, I felt like was an unfortunate mishap for them. They honestly saw themselves going the distance, and this is going to be a very fine test for them. It's either you win this, you're in the qualification spot, or you lose it, and then you have to go down and play another match today.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's talk about the rosters then. Let's give everybody a refresher here about Team Notorious, I think, in particular, because we haven't got to see them so far. Maybe this is your first time watching Call of Duty Challenges. If it is, hi, hello, this is Team Notorious. Eric Boom, Metals, Weeman, and Maple, the European squad, half Spanish, half British. And, you know, Team Notorious here, this roster, I think, has really skyrocketed since that major roster change they made right at the start of the season, right, with Furious unable to attend, I think it was Raleigh, right? The Raleigh Open all the way back at the very beginning of the season. They had to get Parasite in as kind of a pickups player. And then past that point, Metals joined the Ensemble. And that's really, I think, where these guys started to find their groove, find their form.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Parasite, right? I feel like we can never give Parasite enough credit for stepping in. Hit the team that he was coaching at the time at Raleigh. They still placed top 12. Did not show up. It was a very bitter, cold end as far as Boston is concerned for Team Notorious. And they come into Texas, and I wouldn't necessarily say they beat the brakes off of ESG Rocker, but they did win, and that really does say something. Going all the way the distance to a map number 7. And obviously, say what you will about this team in Toronto, and unfortunate disasters specifically around the search and destroy. This 4-player roster, you can never sleep on. When it comes to the LAN environment, when they are surrounded by fans and their entire staff, keep in mind, the Sea Yellow is here strong. I can honestly see Team Notorious continue to put in the work in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure, Team Notorious, though they are up against it again. If you guys were not paying attention in the last best of 5, well, here's a look at the Millennium 7 lineup. Honestly, I don't think we need the entirety of the team. I think we just need Neptune at this point, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. It might come across in a disrespectful way, but my God, I don't think I've seen a single individual performance like that in a best of 5 in a long time. Like, for Neptune to pull off 3 insane streaks, 2 in the very same, two back-to-back maps, like, Neptune is playing off his nut at the moment.
Yeah, and it really does say something. I mean, a lot of the conversations around Nep, isn't it? Because, you know, you bring Neptune up to the CDL a handful of times at this point, and he doesn't drop the same numbers of what we've been seeing Neptune drop down here in Challengers. It really does say something that Neptune is honestly a different demon when he's down here into the pit. Same could be said about these other 3 players that are the quote-unquote supporting staff. The Core 3, a Millennium 7. I mean, this is, at the end of the day, your Cold War Challengers champions as far as number 3 are. This Core 3 is concerned. Mohawk trying to go for the 3-peat, was able to do it last season with Ironblood Gaming forming that roster. Proloot, S&D Mastermind was a force to be reckoned with in that map 1 versus the Atlas Lions. And Spart, I mean, as steady as they come, isn't it? I mean, as far as an AR Flex is concerned, it always feels like that Spart is in the right place at the right time, making sure that players like Neptune can go unnoticed and drop the numbers that he does.
Yeah, for sure. Well, speaking of numbers, I believe we've got some numbers to show you guys in terms of a head-to-head, the battle here between a couple of crucial players. We couldn't pick anybody but Neptune. It just wouldn't be right. But on the other side, we've got Metals, who has been playing pretty darn well. I think it's fair to say this season, right, Andy? I mean, we talk about Metals being that player that joined the ensemble. Of course, by the way, the teams are flipped. You guys know that anyway. But Metals being that player that played so well back in Season 2, Season 3 time, leading in towards Texas as well. Like, he made a world of difference to that roster.
Well, even Metals, too. I mean, as far as a roster is concerned, he's always been the objective player. He's never really been the player to let the chain on loose and just fly throughout the entirety of the map. He gets that playing alongside Eric Boom, and although the KD, as far as the hardpoint is concerned, isn't exactly as boasting, though Neptune's might be a little inflated off of that map 4 versus the Atlas Lions, definitely be on the lookout for when all of Team Notorious actually have possession of the map. When they have the coverage available, Metals will be that player trying to do what Neptune also does, and that is cause ruckus across the map.
Yeah, as you say, they are slightly different play styles, I will say. Although I think there's kind of been a shift, I think it's fair to say, in the Taurus camp. I think especially for a player like Eric Boom that I know, he's not the topic of conversation here, but at the very least we've discussed at length how Eric, I think, over the course of this season has learned to take somewhat more of a backseat, play a little bit more selflessly, and that is going to help him, of course, ahead of what has been the rumor that Eric Boom might well find himself in the CDL in a not-so-distant future, right? So for Team Notorious, I think that dynamic of an SMG duo, we've got Metals on one side playing that bombastic sub and Eric Boom playing much more of an OBJ focused role, has really worked for Team Notorious, and I think provides quite a promising prospect here for Team Notorious going head to head with rosters such as Millennium 7. The question we have though going in towards this best of 5, Andy, are Team Notorious going to be able to pull out something what the Atlas Lions could not do?
It's tough to be able to gauge, isn't it? Because, when we talk about European teams, when we talk about their comfort picks, a lot of that is always focused around Challengers Elite. Same thing could be said for Millennium 7. But when we talk about this best of 5 map set as a whole, this is a 5 map set series that honestly, for one, can go the distance, and for two, actually does favor both sides of the coin when it comes down to this main stage. I mean, I know we don't have the graphic up to at least talk about the best of 5 map set, but I feel like we do need to kind of start cleaning up the room, if you will, of Greenberg Hotel, because this is going to be a map mode combination that we've seen on both different sides. Millennium 7 finding continuous success on it, specifically in that TGE matchup at Toronto, and even more so than that online. This was a map that they had played continuously throughout Challenger Season 3 and Season 4 of the Elite, and they were able to get away with it more often than not from players like Neptune just absolutely frying, from Mohawk, making sure that those small side him, bringing the hurt to make sure that the rotation is either brute force or just outwardly won.
Yeah, for sure. We look over towards that best of 5 map set. We were asking for it. Here it is. We already said that Hotel Hardpoint is going to kick off this best of 5. It will be followed up, interestingly, by a Hotel Search and Destroy, which I'd argue is a positive, at least for Team Notorious here, because it's one of the only 2 maps looking back over towards Season 4 that they really played, to be honest. I think they didn't play many of them, and Hotel was quite an often pick. Moving forward into the rest of the series, though, an LSELO Control, which we just saw from Millennium 7 earlier on, and then a Fortress Hardpoint and an LSELO Search and Destroy if they are required to close out this series. Honestly, I think the biggest thing for me, we look towards like that game number 5. If it does go the distance, that's one of Millennium 7's strongest search and destroy maps. So that's something we need to talk about. And then, of course, that control as well, albeit they lost it to the Atlas Lions. Nonetheless, I think they'll be happy that they've got LSELO here.
However, I will say this much. Last time that we saw the LSELO Control and LSELO Search and Destroy for Team Notorious on LAN was actually in that Grand Finals versus ESGX Rocker. I mean, it's all the way back in Texas, but
That's long ago, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it's still something that needs to be talked about. That's why I was kind of bringing up the thought process that this best of 5 map series honestly favors both these 2 teams for a lot of different reasons. For me, it's right now, when it comes down to Team Notorious, I don't want to be a biased caster, but I do have a lot of love for all of that team, for that entire group of individuals. But man, have they really let us down, not only as fans, but also COD enthusiasts. Control, they were the best control team through Season 1 and Season 2 of the Elite. Did not have a strong control when it came down to Texas. They rectify that going in towards Toronto, but then they couldn't win a Search and Destroy. Even the Search and Destroy versus Lord Gaming, no shade to them.
Yes.
Those boys are great. It also went to a round 11. That's the map 5 in this series. If you're going to round 11 versus Lord Gaming, and you get to that LSELO Search and Destroy, you got Millennium 7 on the opposite side, brother. I'm shaking in my boots.
Yeah, and the thing is about Team Notorious, and we had this discussion leading towards Season 3 and Season 4, I think a lot of the firepower in S&D was kind of a twofold strategy, right? You have the sniper power of Maple, who I think has been competing with Super for the role of Best Sniper, the award of Best Sniper the entirety of this season in European Challenges. And then you've got that sub-aggression that we were just talking about with a player like Metals, who can just fly, right? And Eric Beam as well, he can also do that when required. I think teams in the European Challenging region specifically had gotten used to playing against Maple for one. I think that the effectiveness of his sniper was slightly mooted when it came down to Season 4, I think it's fair to say, and over at Toronto as well. And then also they were getting a little bit used to, well, we know Metals is probably going to hit us early on in the round, and we know there's maybe going to be Eric Boom doing that as well. Whether or not Millennium 7 will have cottoned onto that is a different story, because again, it comes down to that conversation that we were just having with Millennium 7 and the Atlas Lions, right? It's just like, how much work have you put into learning what the teams across the pond are going to do, right? Obviously, we know there's a certain element of you played them or you had ideas of what they were doing at Toronto, over at Texas and Boston, but beyond that, you will have had to go pretty deep on learning what these guys have been up to. So whether that's the case or not, that's really going to be the question for me, because that has to be the key to victory in the Search and Destroy, is shutting down Maple Sniper and shutting down Metal's aggression.
You know, it's honestly, to be able to tour guide off of that conversation as well, is that Millennium 7 from Toronto at this point in time actually picked up a new coach. It's the Don. Juju the Don is coaching Millennium 7. He's got these boys in huddles. He's talking about maps. He's talking about strats with all these guys as well. And honestly, like, for these players, from what I know, even behind the scenes and even, like, while we're casting them as well, man, have they honestly really needed that coach? And I know it's going to be kind of grasping at smaller straws here to push Millennium 7 of all squads over the edge. But they are looking a lot more well-prepped. They are looking a lot more in tune with what they want to do before the map even hits. I think that it does honestly require justice to give Juju his flowers for coming in and coaching this Millennium 7 squad and make sure that they at least know what this team of Team Notorious are doing from across the pond. Because you're right. It is the unknown. Team Notorious, I mean, I feel like even I don't know what these guys are going to start doing. We've been casting them all year.
Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns there for sure, right? But as I said, you've always got that known quantity of, like, you know Maple's going to be running a sniper rifle early on in these Search and Destroy rounds. You know the efficacy of the first pick for him is just, it's so crucial to victory when it comes down to those Search and Destroys for Team Notorious. So that's really the way I'd be looking at this right now if I'm Millennium 7 when it comes down to those Search and Destroys. And again, you know, the fact that you've managed to get an LSE low in this best of 5, I mean, you were going to get that or Embassy, you were going to get one of your stronger S&D maps regardless. There's no way Team Notorious would have been able to eliminate them both. So, yeah, you'd be pretty happy if you're Millennium 7. But a lot of questions, a lot of answers that we're currently waiting for here as we're waiting for map number 1 to get underway. I wonder if we can talk out ourselves in towards the groups here in a second while we're waiting for this to get underway, or maybe these guys are getting themselves in the lobby. I'm not too sure how far away we are from the games. I think now is probably a good time for a little update as well as to what's going on around the grounds at the very least. We did have a situation arising earlier on today with Orbit, as you guys well know. So the update on that situation, just going to give it to you guys now, is that Orbit have officially been disqualified from competition as a player, and Orbit was found to be on an account that was found to no longer be in good standing. So Orbit, they are out. D1 Gaming officially do not have to play that matchup. They are through towards that next qualifier round in which they will play either ESG Rocker or Omit to try and get into the championship bracket.
Yep, so that's that Group B, kind of shaking things up. I actually have ESGX Rocker facing off against Omit, not too far away from where I am currently staying, Brody. There's a nice little crowd forming right behind me to watch the outcome of that match, and it is slated to be an absolute banger. Loser of that obviously goes down to face D1 Gaming for the final qualification spot, but I mean, we're down to that second series of the day where you can see it right here for ESG Rocker and Omit. You win that bad boy and you're in. We're in Group C. We've already kind of talked about that one as well. I think Group D is where the conversation needs to go to next, because Clutch Rain have gone ahead and done what we honestly thought was going to happen. They beat Deviants 3-1, and Brody, those hard points were not close. They won Embassy Hardpoint 250 to 183, 250 to 169 on the Mercado map 4. And let me tell you, I have never seen a small man yell quite so loud, unless it's myself. But man, Twiz was letting them have it throughout the entirety of that Mercado. They only lost the Search and Destroy on Hotel 6-3, to be expected when you got Steve Vortex on the opposite side. So now Deviants have to go up against Mind Freak just to put themselves into the next qualification round.
Man, we were looking for it. We were looking for that major upset. I mean, I guess technically speaking, you could argue it happened earlier on with Decimate losing to Anarchy, but even then, I'd say I don't think that's an upset by North American terms. To see that from Clutch Rain coming out and beating down Deviant. So we were talking about it, right, with Clutch Rain being a potential upset squad yesterday. They were looking pretty good. I know scrim bucks and all, but in the scrims. So Clutch Rain coming out, beating Deviants Gaming. They face a Felion for qualification. That happens, I believe simultaneously. But I'm not too sure exactly when that match is going to occur. Either way, it will go down soon if it's not started already. We've got another match to talk about, though. We're about to get a team into the championship bracket here. Will it be Notorious or will it be the NAs in Millennium 7? I guess we're about to find out. Kicking things off then. The double stack here from Eric Boom and Wee Man looking to make their way in towards the restaurant. Eric Boom, he's looking to order a 5-course meal, and well, he's just not going to get it.
That's Notorious starting off on the favorite side of the map, though. You can take that with a grain of salt, considering how much time you can actually soak up in P1 in the atrium. Good trades to speak of. You're still maintaining all presence, so the job here for Team Notorious is a good one. Find some kills, generate time where you possibly can, but make sure you keep Millennium 7 epic.
Millennium 7 garnering 17 points off P1. Eric Boom starting things off on 3 in a row. Does get shut down there finally, and it's that trio of kills coming through from Neptune and Mohawk here. An opportunity potentially for Millennium 7 to garner early control of P2, but you've got some fights to contest with. Notorious starting to barge their way through Spa. They've got themselves some vouchers ready to be utilized. And Wee Man and Maple, I mean, they're coming free for some free kills. Neptune and Mohawk, though, do manage to find some resistance. And Neptune tries to flank around. Wee Man and Metals, though, do not fall foul to it. And as Metals wins out that trade scenario here, Team Notorious, they've gotten in.
Gotten in, but Millennium 7 is still a realistic hardpoint that you can hold from the front, and Team Notorious are more than aware of that. They're trying to maintain presence on the back fire truck. Wee Man has not moved, expecting for someone to chow him out over by the Chandelier hole. And this is all benefiting from Millennium 7, who pushed through Chandelier's side previously. Now they maintain control of P2.
And Neptune already starting it, mate. He's 5 in a row, moving forward out of that hill. He's 10 and 3. I just like... I don't actually have any excitement left for it, and I know that's bad as a play-by-play caster, but it's just like... He just does it, and he just, that's it. That's it. There's nothing else there. It's the Neptune things at this point. We've come to expect it. Regardless, though, look over towards the rotation. It will be Team Notorious here. The Europeans starting first on a kitchen hardpoint that we often talk about being a money hill. Yeah,
and you're going to need it, too, because Millennium 7, off the time that they agreed over by P1, a fantastic push over towards P2. They actually have a whole hard point over Team Notorious, most set up inside the hill. And 2 more players, again, they're watching the push to come through the middle. Millennium 7 have already flooded through both Freezer and as well as the TV. Brody, they've already broken.
That's not good. I know, obvious statement of the day. Neptune now on 6 in a row, though, looking for number 7. Just going to shotgun 1 player there. Eric Boom, see you bloody later, mate. Now Team Notorious. We're going to fight their way back through with individual. Maple goes first. There he goes down, and Neptune finds the headshot on towards Wee Man as well. 9 in a row for Neptune. Is this about to be, what, his 3rd double streak, whatever, double-digit spree here today? I don't know why you'd ever doubt him. Neptune for 10. Wee Man give him yet another kill. Please, for the love of God, finally, Wee Man shuts him down. But I tell you what, mate, that 10 spree aside, the damage has been well and truly done. There's a dent in this game right now, 100-point size one.
Yeah, I mean, there was that 1 point right there before those next 2 kills come through. The Neptune only had 1 kill less than the rest of his teammates combined. So you need a response. You need it quite literally now. If it wasn't going to be at P3, I feel like if Team Notorious cannot hold this setup over towards P4, which they're already being threatened by, you guess it, Neptune's already close towards the stairs. He has good assistance over by Bedroom, but those 2 kills come through in quick succession. 3-for-1 trade. Team Notorious will maintain the setup here at 4.
Yeah, you have to maintain it as well. You've got to put your best janitor outfit on, get your maintenance going, because Team Notorious needs to clean something up at the moment. Neptune flying through, and even Neptune getting that kill is just enough to try and disjoint this play. Millennium 7 might well have the numbers here sooner rather than later. Eric Boom being threatened. ProLoot just playing whack-a-mole at the moment. He is winning that game, let me tell you. Team Notorious now being bullied out of this hard point. Wee Man trying to hold on, down to 5 bullets in the magazine though, and that is not enough to take down 3 players in quick succession. Now the spawns have flipped out as well, and that means the back 20 will be going Millennium 7's way. And I think it's worth saying, Andy, that Notorious did not get a heck of a lot of time with that hill.
No, they really didn't, because Neptune was already there to threaten it early on. You already had players like Spartan Mohawk in a position to at least threaten the cutoff points for P4. Very difficult when you don't win the up first gunfight for any team to be able to garner a lot of time. Now we rotate over towards the restaurant where ProLoot, you see on your screen, he's already through the cat room. He's inside a kitchen looking for pinches with his teammates, but those teammates have all fallen. Neptune calls in the cruise missile. That combines for 2. Millennium 7 are trying to break on in early once again.
Yeah, this is an opportunity here for Notorious to come back in towards this game if they can push through this hill and flip out the spawns. But you got to be careful again that you do not lose control of the kill feed. And you just don't have a choice when Neptune is playing like this. He can do it all with a fast level 4 attack. He's 20-9 here in this game. And now this is worst case scenario here for Notorious. I mean, Maple might find a double, one of which was his teammate. But look where they are on the map right now, Andy. This is the worst possible spawn you want.
Yep, this is the Infinity Money rotation to Greenberg Hotel right now, baby. I mean, Millennium 7, they broke back inside a restaurant. You still have Spart that's anchoring down all the way over by Jacuzzi. He also has Mohawk right in front of him, top light. So the rotation has already been earned. Take the 5 seconds, Millennium 7, say to Team Notorious. We already got the rotation towards New, and just under 100-point lead.
Yeah, you have to break fast, and that's a good start. Maple and Eric Green will find their initials here. Prolute going down towards the backline as well. Mohawk very quickly isolated inside New, and he is going to be shut down. So, for the first time in this game, Notorious, they themselves are able to put together a very fast break, but they need to follow it up with a hold to have something to say here in this game. Millennium 7, that leader's advantage is looking dominant, domineering. Weeman, so much to do. Prolute down. Mohawk going to chow him around the front, around the back line as well. Gets chowed out by Neptune. That is a break right back from Millennium 7.
I mean, Metals was in a position to maybe try to help out Weeman inside of that hard point. But, I mean, when he gets in a position like that and Metals goes down, where was the assistance to at least help out Weeman to maintain presence on the hard point? It's just too easy for Millennium 7 to be breaking inside these hills. Nice snap for Maple. Will at least guarantee the back 10 seconds. But I don't think Millennium 7's back are sweating too much off of it, Brody. What a crazy first set out of them.
That's one way to put it. Notorious as well. I think have had chances to make their way back into towards the game. We talked about that money rotation from P5 to P6, and that had eluded them. Millennium 7 have done a really good job at making sure those opportunities, those winners of opportunities have stayed well and truly closed. But now, Notorious looking to put together, come back here in this game. Got to have a good start with this over by P1 Control. And again, the numbers are just not there. It's more or less a full wipe with Metals. The last man standing inside the point. He's going to find another one, actually. And there's a good shot here from Notorious off the back of that 2-piece. As long as Neptune's going to be shut down here for them to push through.
Oh, man, another egregious shout comes out from Neptune. Although I'd be telling everything that I possibly could if I'm shooting like that. Prolute trying to give a good shake for the scrap time. We'll get the kill on a Weeman. Immediately traded out. Metals is still on this 4 spree, by the way. And he's trying to hold inside the statue, knowing that this is where the push is going to be coming from. Give him number 5 in a row. One more kill away from Metals to be able to get himself that cruise missile, but the kills have been good enough for Team Notorious to at least hold the rotation over towards New. But I cannot stress this enough. You cannot afford to get broken up early again.
Yeah, and you've lost the gunfights. There goes Metals. There goes that dream. Oh, boy. Cruise missile denied. That would have been real nice to have, and this hard point would have been real nice to have as well. Everything goes wrong. Now for Notorious. The wheels, they're starting to spin here. I don't necessarily think there's much of a direction that they're going, though. It's Spart and Prolute on the crossfire, keeping an eye on every single angle. But Maple and Weeman do pick up frags, though. Again, you have to make sure you remove every single player. Close spawns now for Notorious. Neptune starting to line these guys up. Neptune, he's lining them up. That's 5 in a row. And Millennium 7, they're not going to be able to get that time that they desire. But once again, Neptune is putting on a show.
I will certainly say that much. Plus, Samari's up to 31 and 16. I mean, Spart and Prolute are at 19 kills. But where is anybody else even close to Neptune in this lobby? Nowhere near this map. Nuh-uh. Not going to happen. 8 seconds will be secured on the back end of P2 from Millennium 7. The leader's advantage too far gone yesterday. Pick and choose your battles here, Brody. One more break, they can close it out.
How many times have we said that? How many times have we seen Notorious in a position here in this game where they could potentially put together the comeback and Millennium 7 just come and rain on their parade? Here we go. Players around the backline. Spart and Prolute, they're going to be the ones to try and make it happen. I don't know if try is the right word. There is no try. There is only do. And Millennium 7, they make it look so easy.
Yeah. Yeah, they got all that and a bag of chips, brother. Team Notorious, you got to get into this hard point. 5 more seconds are all they need. Neptune is still piecing you where you previously stood. And that'll be the scoreline reach with a thunderous bang. Millennium 7 take map 1.
Man. Atlas Lions, Team Notorious, Millennium 7, eating the continental breakfast at the moment. Europe, they are down in the dirt. That was a dominant hard point, and again, it's the same as you like to say, as I like to say, but you like to quote me saying it. the usual suspects coming out to play. And it was just absolutely something else, wasn't it? Just seeing Neptune flying and frying in the way that he was, the rest of the squad as well, just having a fun time with it. And again, you know, we talk about there's opportunities always in Modern Warfare 2 Hardpoint to make comebacks happen with those money rotations that we always talk about.
Yes.
And again, I talked about it like towards the penultimate Hardpoint there, Andy. The windows that they had to come back into the game, you just saw it exemplified in the very last Hardpoint. Like, Millennium 7 just find a way to shut it down, and they make it look so easy.
Brody, that's now back-to-back hard points that we got out of Millennium 7 where Team Notorious had the initial setup. And then, I swear, the 4 dead came through in what would you reckon? Like, maybe like 3-4 seconds at most? That is just what you get out of this Millennium 7 squad. I mean, you're talking about 4 players, well, maybe besides Mohawk, that have been in and out of the league. Mohawk definitely had a good look, I would want to say, a handful of times. But you're talking about the best of the best here from North America showing up at the final tournament once again. And they are showcasing breaks like that when Team Notorious have a full setup. Come on!
Yeah, that's it. Let's pack it up. Let's go home. That's the analysis right there, to be honest, mate. I mean, Millennium 7 just looked like they were in full control of the game time and time again. And like, I don't think you can look at this stat board without just really putting it in bold, italics, getting the asterisks in there. Neptune. Like, just Neptune. 34 and 17. His, I think, what, third or fourth 10 kill spree coming out today. He's even got 1 minute 13 inside the hill at 18 objective kills. Like, he's not just getting these kills. These aren't pointless kills. Like, these are actually kills that are contributing to making sure they get hill control.
And he also had 1 minute and 13 of OBJ time. Brody, 18 of his 34 kills came in or around the hard point. Like, what is going on? And you saw he was unfazed. Business as usual for Neptune. But I think what also jumps off the page for me is Spart. 3K damage, 15 assists for 22 and 24 KD ratio. I mean, we want to talk about layering in the damage, not finding the final blows. I would argue that you probably don't have to when Prolune and Neptune are working the map the way that they did. Even up top as well. I mean, it's not a terrible performance. I mean, Eric was trying to get inside these hard points as much as possible. Same for Metals, but by the time that their SMGs were at least in a position to maybe go 1 for 1, their ARs were already getting beamed, peppered down with damage, and then getting run out by Neptune. What are you supposed to do at that point? It just comes down to as simple as you just got to be able to win those trades forehead. Millennium 7 did it that much better, not to mention the clinical breaks that soon to follow. They dissected so many different setups that Team Notorious threw at them.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Just yeah. Just that was insane from Millennium 7. You know, we don't often see hotel hardpoint scorelines like that. And a lot of it is just like we discussed where the firepower lies for Team Notorious. I mean, heck, we just had the head-to-head at the beginning of the show where we were talking about Metals being like this insane sub-player. And he is, but you wouldn't think it looking over by that first game of the day because he just got completely neutered. So really well played from Millennium 7. That's all you can really say here as we look over towards the best of 5. It will be a victory in map number 1 for them. We already talked a little bit at length about what Team Notorious need to do next up in this search and destroy. It has to be business as usual. It has to be relying on that sniper pressure and making sure your subs do actually turn up as well.
Even that as well, it's kind of the Joker card, the ace up your sleeve. Like, you got to be able to show presence with the sniper rifle if you are Maple, but you cannot stay on it for too long. Because if there's one thing you know on the opposite side, if Team Notorious did any homework whatsoever against this Millennium 7 squad, I saw that they were also watching a lot of that matchup versus the Atlas Lions. This Millennium 7 squad is just going to run at you until they can't anymore. Until you get your stuns and your nades on point, Neptune will continue to just absolutely run you down, especially with Prolute IGLing this team in Search and Destroy. It's going to be excruciatingly difficult, I will say this much, for Team Notorious to kind of react accordingly to what Millennium 7 are doing. But it's that one word, react, that also makes Millennium 7 that much better. I think it was quite insightful when we got to watch them versus the Atlas Lions in the Search and Destroy. A lot of good rotations, a lot of good answers to what Millennium 7 were doing out from the Atlas Lions. But it's just the S&D prowess that you also get from this Millennium 7 squad. They understand what tools need to be brought into each round exclusively to deal with what you did in the previous.
Yeah, I just go back towards that Atlas Lions Search and Destroy on this very map. That's all I can do, Andy. I'll be honest, and just seeing the 4-0 start from the Atlas Lions, Millennium 7 didn't look like they had a clue, and then the 6 rounds on the bounce. That can't happen. That just cannot happen. And if you're Team Notorious, you kind of have to not make the same mistake, which really, for me, is setting the pace and then keeping the pace, because we go back towards that search and destroy where the Atlas line started to lose rounds and they just lost that pace. Like, they just changed the way they were playing completely. That can't happen if you're Team Notorious here. Strats need to be solid. They need to be consistent throughout all of these rounds. See whether or not it's the case. Millennium 7 off the start of this one, though, going for the 2-2 split.
And look at Prelude. He's already pushing his way inside a restaurant. Some warning shots came through from Metals, and that's going to warrant the reaction for Wee Man to give it up. Neptune's trying to fish for the timing, and he'll get it. First blood.
That little puncher in the defense here from Millennium 7 will give them more control of the map. Neptune has been red, though, and that's a big kill coming through from Eric Boom. I think a nice little way to react to the play instead of being overreactionary. Yet still, Millennium 7 have not been dealt with in terms of all the aces that they've got up their sleeve, because Proloot in the middle of the map, yeah, was always going to catch a player off guard. As we just saw, Mohawk wants to pull off a crazy snipe, will not get it.
And Maple has a sub. He's got to try to keep this in check with the sub. And that bomb may have been dropped over by the A bomb. Maple feels like he needs to clear more space. He's going to rip that silence. Prelude's timing is going to be a little bit off. Time's running out, and Millennium 7 need to collect this bomb and plant it.
Yeah, it's whether or not Maple can take the shots through the doors is how I see this one. He's going to peek through and get the kill. Does Maple get away? Yes, he does. And the problem for Spartan this play, there's not a lot of time. So he goes straight for the bomb plant. Maple, does he get around this corner quick enough? He does. The shots are there. Spart down to a very red screen.
Oh!
He peeks around the bomb and gets that frag. What on earth is that?
Oh, I thought Maple had that 1v3 dead to rights, brother. Look at this. Spart was red screened, and he just inchworm Jims his way to the left side of the bomb. And Reach, how's that? That's not an easy gunfight to take, but Chris absolutely delivers on the goods. Denies the 1v3 out of Maple, who gave himself a real good shake at that keep behind you, but whoo, man. Feeling the sweat off of that round one, let me tell you. Some shouts coming through over by the main stage soon to follow. We'll see what Notorious going to do on their offense. They love these fast executes through the middle of the map. They're also going for a 2-2 split, Brody.
Oh, Mohawk with the opening snipes, and that's why you generally speaking see Maple on those opening snipes instead. This time he does not have the weapon for that scenario, and Mohawk's going to take that every day of the week. And now if you're Notorious, again, you're left stranded. You need some kind of reaction, and there it is. Wee Man to take down Spot.
3v3. What's the information looking like? Mohawk wants to hold this middle map with the boomstick. Wee Man's going to be late to check it. And Mohawk, I mean, he didn't have the scope up. Wee Man's going to get a firm kill onto him. The last defender over here by the A-bomb, which it's starting to suggest that it's moving its way over to. It's just Neptune, and he gets isolated. Now a 1v3 for Proloot.
I wouldn't count him out. That's the problem. And I like this play from Eric Boom. Again, just trying to run away, bait Proloot away towards his teammates. And Proloot might well have made the grape escape, but runs right into the barrel of another player there from Team Notorious. Notorious will end up trading things out here. 1-1 we go.
Yeah, and that's just a great call, again, coming through from Wee Man. All off the previous information. Your last known position for Mohawk was, in fact, over by top lights. He completely eviscerates Maple off the Godheady there at the display case for the double desk bar. And then soon after, Wee Man just wants to go help out Metals, who got the information that Neptune was still bottom bed. He gets him isolated in that corner. Wee Man takes the one versus Mohawk, who does not get the scope up in time. And now Wee Man finds himself 4 kills. He just got the entire ace, by the way. That's casual stuff out of the young man. Now what's the reaction going to be here on defense for Team Notorious?
I'm really curious about the sniper play at the moment. The decisions being made here by Team Notorious, because they haven't put one out to counter what Mohawk is doing. And there you go, seeing why Mohawk with a pre-snipe through, and oh, he's just about whiffs Maple. Maple actually going to go for the peek here. I'll tell you what, that's confident from Maple. You're very lucky your teammate's picking up kills.
Yeah, I'll say. Because now both of these two players, both Spart and Mohawk, they are isolated from each other. Spart does have dead silence. He gets caught with a knife out versus Metals, and the gunfight goes Metals' way. Now Mohawk, a little 1v3 action, would have to get the entire ace to clutch this round for his team.
I don't know why I just got like throwback to Spart challenge Maple earlier on in the 1v1.
For real.
The Chow does not work this time around. Mohawk now has to snipe his way out of a 1v3, and well, we're not seeing the same tasty snipes. Oh, he just about tagged his butt. Now this time finishes Eric Boom off. Maple is giving him a lot at the moment. 28 seconds, though. I honestly would not chow Mohawk in this situation. Just give the bomb a little peek every so often. Hope for the best. Mohawk now getting aggressive. Do not knife somebody. That's not right. Go for the snipe, though. And that is okay. Now the 1v1. Metals on the heady. Mohawk with the challenge. And Mels wins the 1v1. Puts the stop to all that stupidity.
There was a likely chance right there after the first 2 isolated 1v1s. that you give Mohawk. I mean, he had to snipe Metal's ear off, like the top left part of his ear. That just whizzed past his head, bro. You can't give this guy isolated 1v1s. I don't care what weapon Mohawk has out. You do not give Money Mo isolated 1v1s. I feel like we've been talking about this for like 3-4 years at this point. Come on. Team Notorious, though, able to win 2 off the bounce off the initial for Millennium 7. Their last offense saw a lot of focus over by A and through the middle of the map. Millennium 7 are trying to adjust accordingly, but Team Notorious are barreling their way towards B.
Aggression from Team Notorious. It's warranted as well. If they get there fast enough, they'll do so before Spark can even get a look at the site. He has done from the side door now, repositioned around the back line here. He'll quickly find himself now in a 1 versus 2 scenario. Mohawk now going to come and help out from the side door. Eric Boom's already in. Does not have the help of his teammates, so if they jump him here in the situation, it might be a bit of a late trade, but now here they go. Man now putting it on the cross, but you still, unless you get one of these frags, you still do not feel comfortable enough to get this bomb down.
I mean, the adjustment is here. Also look at Prelude on the mini-map. Maple is just guarding Spa, expecting the flank to come through in right. Goes for the wide chow. Prelude with an AR on the head glitch, gets the better of him, and Neptune for the second. So that means that Eric has to push through. He's in a 1v4 situation, finds the first, trying to put the win con in his favor by planting the bomb.
Yeah, post-plant as well. You know, going head-to-head with Eric Boom. Again, this is one of those situations where, have you done your homework? Because Eric's the type of player to just run at you. That's what they're playing for at the moment. You can see the hesitation there momentarily. Does the timing work out, though? Eric Boom, no, gets caught off guard. Yeah, you really do have to run the perfect route around that bomb site to try and win out the round. That is just not going to happen. Millennium 7 surgically picked them apart.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it there just looking at the bottom right side of his screen. He was waiting for dead silence, and Eric gets it, but I mean, at that point in time, you're in a 1v3. Your first instinct is to obviously check the bomb, but you don't want to re-peek it from the same angle that you just escaped from inside a freezer. So he wraps back through TV, and there was already a player who was top cat expecting that push to come all the way through. I mean, realistically, what would be like the perfect route? To almost go unnoticed through the host stand all the way through the atrium and then re-wrap around back kitchen? In Eric's mind, you can't necessarily fault the kid. Anybody from Millennium 7 could have already been on that bomb and would have got the defuse. So it's a big bounce back from Millennium 7. All off the kills soon to follow. Stuff that B push. Even in round number 5 we go.
Yeah, really back and forth early on in this S&D. I'm waiting for that first snipe to come out of Maple. I think the way that he's positioned, he might well have it. But even if he does, he will not be gifted anything this round. A lot of this aggression starting to boil over by B. Metals is about to be gifted. Really nasty shot. Oh, he saw the second. He's about to pass him back. Yeah, he did indeed, he did. Naded and stunned, though, is he. Neptune will trade things out. Weeman's there for the coverage, though, and it's pretty good coverage as well. Neptune and Spark, they go down, and now Mohawk for the 1v3.
Oh, Mohawk. He's just going to hold this back angle. Some warding shots over towards Weeman, who dives across. That confirms the information. Yeah, look at the swarm of yellow arrows on the mini-map just trying to get themselves in towards Kitchen. Mohawk actually does have an out here, should he want it. The problem is he doesn't have dead silence. He does have the bomb, so you never want to count anybody out.
Yeah, this med-mount coverage should be good enough from Eric Boom. You have to... Yeah? Mohawk? Okay, finally goes down.
There's that sniper shot.
I don't give Mohawk anything in this situation.
No. No. Now, you remember what happened last time the Team Notorious started giving Mohawk isolated 1v1s? They almost lost the round, and they almost got aced on. So Maple will at least exact his revenge, at least for the final kill. It's really been a story of these first bloods, specifically out for Mohawk, isn't it? I mean, with the sniper has been absolutely electric. That time around, it comes through from Metals inside of the kitchen of a Millennium 7 wanting to try their very own B push, but Metals is snappy right now, Brody. He's able to at least see the first, get good damage for Weeman to collect on the following 2. Team Notorious with a 1-round lead.
Yeah, Maple changing in the pace here. This is exactly what you wanted to see for Team Notorious. Sniper rifle, gotta try and take out Mohawk, and there it is! Better weapon for it this time around. Will not allow such nonsense to go on anymore. And elsewhere, Metals is doing exactly what we expected him to do with the bomb down. This kind of coverage from these two players is exactly why they're so deadly in Search and Destroy. Weeman around the backline. Mate, that was like a perfect case study of the characteristic, the personality of Team Notorious in Search and Destroy. Maple on the sniper rifle, Weeman watching around the backline with the AR, and Metals just flying.
100%. It was like everything that we've kind of written up when it comes down to Team Notorious's profile just came through in justifying form in that round. Just needed the sniper out for Maple. I mean, at that point now, Mohawk, I feel like he's putting it away. He comes back out with it in that round specifically. The stun opened the door. I mean, that is such an easy read for Maple, who knows the best snipe spots here in Modern Warfare 2. Team Notorious with a 2-round lead. all going back through the atrium. Keep in mind, as Millennium 7 are executing today very fast.
Team Notorious, their reaction in the middle of the map, though. Spart is crucial to this play, especially as Neptune has already gone down. He needs to trade things out, and he does against Eric Boom. Can he find the second, though, to even the odds is the question, because now there's a retrieval mission, and Prolute around the back line. About to party people around it. Oh, gets stabbed up by Maple! And now a 1v3 has to go down.
That silence available. Spart's going to get some warning shots, gets the centering. Team Notorious will not be denied. 3 rounds in a row. Adjustments are so sublime coming out from this Team Notorious camp. Let me tell you, it's Maple with the sniper in the previous round. This time they fully expect that if we have to play retake through the restaurant, we already got mid-map covered. And if they go back over towards what worked in their previous offense for Millennium 7, well, we already got good eyes and good head glitches to watch that A execute as well. Luckily enough, it was the latter for Team Notorious, and they can just collapse on the play. Maple's up to 5 in a row. Wee Man sitting up on 4. Team Notorious up on map point.
Yeah, again, they changed the strategy up ever so slightly in Team Notorious now. This teamwork has been just sublime to watch. It's been a real treat for us here on the casting desk. Now Millennium 7 going back to their trademark aggression. That is a beautiful stun from Neptune. I'll tell you what, he'd be an epic squash player. Neptune finds a second as well. Wee Man down for the count. Will be not getting a third. Eric Boom going to put a stop to him.
What do you do from this position? Well, it becomes that much more crucial, doesn't it? Perlute's going to take down Maple. Eric in the clutch. Would need the entire ace to close it out here. He's going to get in a first 1v1 inside of the lobby. Millennium 7 will not be denied. This time, again, it's mostly coming through from what is the, I guess, the normalcy equation from Millennium 7. Get Neptune just off the rails, sprinting out a player. Is able to at least find one, even going 1-for-1 at that point means that you get information onto the second. And then soon after, Millennium 7 over by the bedroom side and over by that A-bomb, they already had everything covered. So the engagements come their way. That's a great way to stop Team Notorious from getting presence on the map. 1 round at a time, Team Notorious still lead by 2.
Yeah, and again, Millennium 7, you really can't stress it enough, right? They are the kind of roster to have the composure to make this happen. Come back towards earlier on. Handy. Atlas lines up 4-0 up. It was Millennium 7 who were able to put 6 rounds back-to-back to win that hotel search and destroy. This time around, Millennium 7 taking a page out of the Team Notorious playbook. It's Neptune, the metals in the plate, who's looking to move forward, but elsewhere, Mohawk taken down from long range. That's Maple with a sniper.
Neptune has that silence if he wants it. Eric not opening up that door is crucial. He's going to hear those steps before that silence gets popped. Now Eric Boom wants the chow, has no idea where Neptune is, and he's gone.
And Neptune playing this one perfectly. Patiently. He might well catch Eric Boom off guard. Yep, yes he does. Eric wasn't ready for that one. Elsewhere, Metal's able to trade things out though. Maple, big snipe off if Neptune does choose a push it, but he will not. And now still, time dwindling down here. Maple has to check the challenge with the pistol. Neptune, a better weapon for the scenario. And now you're kind of left here. No coverage of the site, really. Wee Man are just way too many ways to look. And 13 seconds left now. This one should be a done deal. Short of Prolute doing something silly. And yeah, Wee Man will pick up that kill, but no time for the defuse. That's fine. But yet another round on the board here from Millennium 7. And Neptune's antics around bedroom, and it's just so key to the play.
Yeah, Neptune getting a little crazy up towards bedroom. Again, it's that initial push. There was nobody over by the water fountain this time around to stop that cross from happening. And even if you have the information, as you were talking about, Neptune played that perfectly with that silence. Clears what little he could through top bed, drops back down, finds Eric Boom, very unaware of the situation. You know that Maple's still back on underneath luggage somewhere. So it's just about isolating these players one at a time. Millennium 7 brought this back within 1.
Composure's the key. Team Notorious. Got to find a way to shut them down here in the final few rounds. And Prolute is being stunned up here to heaven and back. Mohawk also facing a lot of pressure. And again, it's because of the fact that Prolute was not able to do anything around the flank. Metals finds the double. And now Spart for a 1v4.
Not going to happen. Eric Boom's going to close it out, going to find the last kill required. It was all speed. A blitzkrieg of a final round to come all the way through. This time it's the trade game for Team Notorious. But I will say this much. Millennium 7, albeit that it was even going in towards round number 5, I mean, I don't even know if this is a phrase. They got out-adapted. The adaptations from Team Notorious were that much better just to kind of feel out how Millennium 7 wanted to play that search and destroy. It was Mohawk early with a sniper rifle, finding a lot of good first bloods. From there, the presence from the SMG lineup were able to take so much map away from Team Notorious that it really didn't feel like they ever had control of the map with those rounds that M7 were able to win. And that's just because of the speed and the utmost vigor that these SMG duos do end up playing with, Brody. But we talked about it. We wanted that first sniper shot to come out from young Jack Maple's hands. He pulls it out, and he just looks 18 again, man. He's just finding a lot of good shots, finding a lot of good pressure. Metals was also pivotal for a lot of those rounds that were able to win, and not to mention how man, never afraid to get his hands dirty, is he?
Yeah, no, he's absolutely not, mate. And again, it goes back towards that round number 5 or round number 6, I think it was for me, where you're really starting to see, again, kind of how these guys play so well, why you and I wanted to see Maple pull the sniper out when that he did, because the first 4 rounds, I think it was, we saw a 2-2 scoreline between them, and I think a lot of the rounds, or the 2 rounds that they did lose, were down to the fact they didn't really have a counter to Mohawk, right? That could have been a lot worse of a search and destroy for Millennium 7 if I think Maple started things with the sniper rifle, but certainly Maple contributed to the 3 rounds that they won on the bounce there. Millennium 7 almost made the comeback happen, but the Notorious, again, they are not letting it happen this time around. They will come out on top in the S&D.
It was just the adaptations come all the way through, and honestly speaking, I feel like the start of it all was when when he got that ace and that final clutch 1v1. Felt like it would have started a whole lot earlier if Maple was able to get that 1v3, but Sparta Ego chows it, shuts it down. Team Notorious will at least guarantee that map number 4, and here are your stats to take a look at. Maple with so much damage. About 1,300 damage, 9 and 7. 7 of those 9 kills non-traded, by the way. Man's KD ratio slightly inflated, I will say, because of that ace, though. Never easy to do to ace any one of these players or any one of the iterations of the roster from Millennium 7. Man gets the job done at 10 and 4. 1,100 damage for Neptune. You feel like a lot of that was coming through from those first blood engagements. He went 3 for 1 in set engagements. Maple was the coming of the age story for me personally, Brody. He went 4 for 1 in first bloods. He got sniped in that opening round, and he wanted nothing of it soon after. He found 4 first bloods for 6-round wins.
Yeah, those first bloods from Maple again. I mean, we can't stress this enough. It literally is a case of Team Notorious and the Search and Destroy are just, they're so good when you've got the sniper presence of arguably the best sniper in European challenges again. I mean, you can have that conversation, whether it's Maple or Super, I don't care at this point. I mean, when it comes down to Notorious in particular and Search and Destroy, those first bloods from Maple are paramount. And again, you look at players like Metals getting aggressive and Man doing things like that. I mean, there's been conversations about who's the best they are in European challenges. I mean, you probably say Abuser, right? But like, yeah, beyond that, it's Man is up there in the conversation. He has been for the last couple of years of challenges, certainly towards last season when you know, his Team War were one of the top European teams to make it as far as they did in towards that season's Challengers Championships. It's big to see him come out and play like that, so not a surprise whatsoever. So Team Notorious now taking the Search and Destroy means they tie up the series at 1-1. Next up on the docket then is an LSCLO control. We talked about this, we saw it earlier on. It is Millennium 7's strongest control map, but that does not mean that they are unbeatable on it, because the Atlas Lions, they took it away.
Yeah, and again, it's just one of those things that it's Team Notorious, and I feel like it wouldn't be fair to sit here and talk about Team Notorious without at least having a somewhat discussion that there was at one point in time that this was the best control team in Europe. I mean, even albeit getting like top 8 and top 6 in back-to-back seasons of the Elite, they had control figured out at such an early stage in this game title. And it really does have to say something that there are some plot holes open. The way that the Atlas Lions were able to at least exemplify some very one-dimensional setups that were coming through from Millennium 7, both defensively and offensively, and they just absolutely dissected it. Most of that honestly coming through from players like Rancor and Super, whether it's an SMG in the hands of Super or the AR continuously from Rancor. That is an easy 1-for-1 you would feel like when it comes down to the play style that Team Notorious also bring to the table.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree, mate. And the thing for me is, right, we go back towards that LSCLO control that we again saw between the Atlas Lions and Millennium 7. And where Millennium 7 looked the strongest was the sub-duo, right? I think that's the best way we can describe this. Prolute and Neptune getting aggressive, trying to enact a spawn trap. And if you deal with those players, if you new to those players, if you stop them from doing anything crazy like that, this could be a very quick control. Because again, we go back to early on in this season, and early on in this season, Notorious have arguably been the #1 control team in Europe. I mean, recently, you know, names like Aphelion, Weberbobs, and even Clutch Rain have made an argument for that not necessarily being the case, but certainly, like, their control has been impeccable, and a lot of it is down to their own sub pressure. So, really, those are the key things for me. I think if you can shut down the sub duo here for Notorious, I think this, for Millennium 7, excuse me, I think Notorious will actually just be okay here in this control.
Just to give a couple updates around the house here, I believe that Decimate were able to win their matchup. They're off stream versus Team Smock, surely the case, a 3-0. I have a Webbabubs. They were able to take map 1 off of Anarchy, 250 to 201 on the Embassy, as well as ESGX Rocker are now tied up into their LOCLO control versus Omit. Banger matches happening around the house.
Yeah, indeed they are. We'll keep those updates on all those matchups as they do come through. But for the moment, let's take a look then at who's going to win the swing game between Team Notorious and Millennium 7. Millennium 7, again, they lost this one to the Atlas Lions in a round 5 in their very last series. It was the only map that they managed to lose. Team Notorious starting things strongly. Wee-Man going to find a double to try and garner some space over by B. But Mohawk and Spark, they're starting to put together some kills themselves. Not enough to fully clear space on B just yet.
Oh, look at Maple. Honestly, giving up that top tower positioning is a virtue when it comes down to it, but it's going to force all Millennium 7 to spawn over by the house. A little bit of a trap situation being sprung by Team Notorious. Millennium 7 struggling to get across the map.
Yeah, they have managed to find their way through, to be fair. Mohawk about to surprise some players, Proloot as well down low, but Wee-Man's just caught the latter of the two before they could do some damage, and Proloot now trying to find some route to take those players down. Neptune is going to fall as well, so for Millennium 7 here, time is very quickly running out for you to do something of note. Has to come from Proloot around tools, and he does pick up that first kill. Now looking for more, hits the reload and takes down Maple. Better weapon for that scenario as Neptune follows up with another one as well. They switch targets towards A, the safer of the 2 points, nobody up top to contest with. This should be their point as long as the coverage from around the back is good.
Proloot, the Semtex had to go a little bit wide. Maple will find that kill onto Proloot, and now that player that was lurking inside of lockers has unfortunately fallen, but Sparta, the respawn, is able to at least look at the lockers. Double door, last segment being worked on. Now it's just down to Sparta. Time running out.
Oh, man, Wee-Man just comes through with a double bet. 18.9 seconds. They should be able to get this third tick through. Eric Boom's going to get this one last look, though. It's generally unadvised to do that, but Eric Boom, he's going to throw the rulebook out the window kit. Rather out the door. He's currently sitting inside it, and, well, finally, he does pick up the kill kit. Ready to go. Play of Millennium 7. Proloot's going to pick up another one, actually. This is actually okay. Team Notorious have put quite a lot of resources into getting metals in towards green, but you've got to shut down these players. That is a good start. Neptune goes as well. Just Spark now isolated.
Yeah, shutting down Proloot is everything, because, I mean, what was starting to manifest to be a really good B push was because Proloot was able to stay alive around this top kitchen area, so you're able to deal with him. Spark's the next player that is alive up here. He's going to get some assistance from Mohawk, and as you called out there, buddy, Metals is still alive over inside the house. Without dealing with him, you feel like this B push becomes a little bit more difficult. Obviously, becomes a lot more dire when Proloot takes out his SMG running mate there of Neptune, so the map is stabilized in Team Notorious' favor once again.
For sure. Team Notorious now looking to try and root out these players that have managed to get themselves in from behind. Again, Metals, we already talked about it over by Green, over by House. He's just chilling. Does not need to move. I mean, he's got a lot of faith in his teammates, to be honest, to try and pick off these players before they can do any damage, and they are. I mean, why wouldn't you have faith at this point in time? Metals is having to do effectively nothing other than really affecting where Millennium 7 are spawning at this point in time. Finally, he gets involved. 10 seconds left, though. One last hurrah here. Perhaps Spark on the flank can produce something. Perhaps these players are going to make their way down. The alley can do something, not when Metals is behind, but over by the alley side, Mohawk does find two there with that second versus Metals. Spark also on the point. Wee-Man looking to close things out. 3 bullets in the magazine. That's all he needs. I think he just needs one with the Semtex landing onto that final player. Notorious, oppressive as ever. There on the defense, they don't give a single tick away on B.
Became a little dire there. Not only at the beginning, Proloot was able to stay alive and was finding an abundance of kills around top and bottom kitchen. But, I mean, honestly, dealing with that player, giving up the A control zone and throwing the lives that they did away at that already captured A zone is just fine because, as you, again, pointed out ever so wonderfully, you got Metals inside a house. You can then put Maple or Wee-Man just to guard over by the B control trucks. And unless you're dealing with both players simultaneously, getting your way over towards the B control zone seems like an inevitability that it just will not end up happening. So 3 segments are all Millennium 7 were able to get. Now Team Notorious' chance for offense.
And they've already started off pretty strongly here with that first blood coming out from Maple. Being flying through here for the first, looking for the second against Spark. The shots are not as solid as he would like. Now has to contend with Neptune on the point as well. And Neptune's sub, I mean, his gun, he's been up the entirety of this series, the entirety of the tournament so far, and things go from bad to worse here. Weeman goes down, Neptune starting to aggress here towards the spawn point for Team Notorious. You have a choice. Do you try and stop this bleeding, or you just run past these players and get your mate to make your mate over towards B, excuse me?
Well, it seems that that's what Eric wants to do. I mean, he's already over by the B control zone, but where was his help? I mean, everybody's still trapped inside the house because they're trying to find this guy on your screen. Neptune had a good look at yet another double kill. Metals will take him out of that spree. But still, the pressure has been felt. I mean, one segment over at A, and Team Notorious has still been able to, or have been struggling to get past mid-map.
This has been a really good defense coming out from Millennium 7 thus far. Full life advantage at this point in time. Player up top to contend with. That is a big 1v1 to take, and I think they want to make it a 2v1 so they can actually take Mohawk out of position. Neptune will trade things out. He thought it was a 1v1. As a matter of fact, it was a 1v2. Metals makes his position known with that frag. And now this capture is going to come thick and fast with a double stack from Eric Boom and Metals. Millennium 7, this is the adult decision to make. Do not put any players straight towards the point. Prepare yourselves for that transition towards B. That's a great start as well, as Prolute going to take down Eric Boom. There is a trade coming through from Weeman, and Millennium 7 also have players like Spark positioning house.
It's a massive position that you have to contest with. Spark in that position needs to be dealt with. And from there on out, then you can maybe work your way over towards B. Metals is in an isolated position trying to cause a ruckus over by the B bomb site, but a 3-for-1 trade doesn't shake things up pretty badly, in my opinion. Team Notorious on the B zone.
Yeah, and the reason Team Notorious are so good here at Control is they are no strangers to just stacking on towards this point, putting numbers on towards it. Of course, they've got a couple of players through, one from afar here in the form of Metals, making sure no pesky players try and attempt a flank. Now, one of the players here, Eric, being forced to move away from the point. I think he's coming to a barrage of nades, but as Maple picks up the double, Eric Boom now going to reveal his position, all down to Mohawk, 1v2, and he is overwhelmed. This round is done. A 5 spree, going to close things out there. And the key to me, Andy, the difference in the round that we just saw from Millennium 7 on the offense and what we just saw from Notorious on theirs, Metals was hanging in control of House and Green on that prior offensive or defensive effort for the longest time. Notorious dealt with Spark immediately dealt with him. And when you're able to deal with Spark simultaneously, again, that's why I highlighted Metals. He was over by the garage. He was already causing a ruckus, and even going 1-for-1 in that position while the rest of the teammates just overwhelm Spark inside the house. That opens up the football field quite wonderfully, because then he calls for the player top kitchen window to drop down and deal with Metals. And then from there on out, the numbers were good. Team Notorious spawned Millennium 7 in Bufu. Team Notorious with a 2-0 lead here in the control. Millennium 7 got to solve the bleeding now. Have a good start for 8-13. Looking for a double. Will actually find it. Well, that's one way to make that KD look a little bit nicer. Now needs to find number 3. Runs straight into Eric Boom there with a knife, and that's not going to be good at that range. So Team Notorious looking pretty strong on the defensive effort. Neptune runs out of the dead silence there. Wasn't ready for the play to come his way that quickly. Millennium 7 have actually cleared most of the space required here for a good shot at B. Maple stunned up, though. Does not care what anybody else says. Gets that 1 kill versus Neptune. Nonetheless, though, Millennium 7 still knocking at the door over by B, and Team Notorious, I mean, they're just being so annoying, aren't they? Eric Boom and a kill like that should not happen. Mohawk gets some shots towards Metals. Eric Boom, I thought, was going to go and get that kill, but no. Mohawk finds the double, and now Millennium 7 here a chance at B.
Yeah, and working up that first segment. Mohawk, oh my god. He is piecing right now, up on a 4 spree. The sole reason why Millennium 7 find themselves on this B control zone, and now it's stacked by 3 players. Maple's actually forced to call in this cruise missile. He wants to get these players off the B control zone. The nades and tacks were good enough to get the trophy systems off of the zone, but you still have presence here. Maple was able to get Neptune, the last player alive, in the B zone will remain intact, but you have players now over by the A zone, down to 28 seconds.
Yes, not a lot of time to make this happen, to be honest, is it? If you're Millennium 7, you do have a couple of options at the very least, and those options will split the defense here for Team Notorious. What will split it a little bit further is Millennium 7 picking up some frags here and sending a couple of players back towards the respawn point. Here we go, though. Metals over the top for the first kill versus Neptune, and simultaneously Maple comes and executes, but it's Mohawk once again for the double to save this offensive effort. With 15.3 seconds left, I think Notorious might have resigned themselves to B.
Yeah, you just got to chalk it. You're even as far as lives are concerned. Let the 60 seconds come through, maintain top pride rock position, and Maple has to stay alive around tools. Whether he's up or top or bottom, it may not matter. But look at the setup. It's Eric over by the house once again. Team Notorious are beckoning Millennium 7 for any isolated shot.
Yeah, and surely Millennium 7 will learn as well. Mohawk, by the way, just doing disgusting things there. Eviscerates Maple. Surely Millennium 7 will learn that they do need to take that player out of position. Instead, I feel like their strategy at this point is to just try and brute force their way in on the flank. The problem with that is, though, players will continue to come with the spawn, will continue to unsettle you. Team Notorious, they have not moved. On the other side, though, Metals is going to be taken down. Wee Man goes down now as well. And now this is going to force Eric Boom out of position. You are counting names if you're Millennium 7 in this scenario. You know that he's going to be in the flank. And despite that pre-aim from Mohawk, it is not good enough. Millennium 7 with a heads-up play call. Just stack the point. You got 3 down. Why the hell not?
Yeah, that is a very NA way of dealing with that exact annoying position when it comes down to LSU control. Just ignore it. Just flip the map and just expect to win the gunfights on the opposite side. And, well, it worked out quite wonderfully this time around. What was the previous offense for Millennium 7? It was Metals in that positioning that was so damn annoying. But Mohawk finding that initial kill onto Maple up top kitchen window. You could then shift all of your focus over towards the back trucks, over towards back garage. And once those kills all come through in quick sequence of one another, Millennium 7 stay alive here in the control with a round on the board.
Team Notorious looking for... This is an interesting position from Eric Boom.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's happening.
Yeah, you know, they were just all putting on their best Weeping Angels impression. Everybody freeze. And if you move... What is that, a Squid Game? When you have to, like, freeze, otherwise you die? Is that where we're at? I don't know. Regardless, I was very confused there for a second when we were, like, looking at a wall. I thought there was, like, some, like, snazzy or funny thing going on, and this was like, haha, we've got you from the observers. But no, I don't know what was going on there. Regardless, Team Notorious had a good start to that control, mate. The first couple of rounds, I think, especially that second one, just the immediacy in which they transferred from A to B. Again, it really does go to show why Notorious were, for the longest time, considered the #1 team in control in Europe.
Yeah, and it's also the urgency they were also able to showcase, right? By being able to not only deal with Spark, but trust that Metals is going to go 1-for-1 over by Tools. He gets that 1 kill, gets that player from top kitchen window who was Mohawk to drop down and find that trade. And then what happens soon after, Brody, you and I always sing the praises when it comes down to these European squads, that they do not hesitate, man. They get those kills, they stack that point, and it comes through so quickly with everybody from Millennium 7 spawning all the way out. Now, the opposite ended up happening for Millennium 7, funny enough. You had Eric Boom inside of the house, but they said, screw it. Just go ahead and just fly inside of top kitchen, find the other 3 kills required, and then make sure that that point of contest is a non-benefactor, as, again, Eric had a submachine gun, not exactly the right tool for that gunfight at range over by the B control. And it was just one segment that they needed to stack for off of a previous stack that got them the 2.
Yeah, for sure. Very different strategy coming out from Millennium 7, but I think you kind of need to throw the rulebook out the window in situations like this, right? Where you've lost the first couple of rounds, especially when it came down to the second one, the way in which you lost that one. You really do need to kind of come out with your own strategy book, because we, you know, as casters, we generally speaking expect the strategy to be just, you know, make sure you clear out the house, make sure you clear out green, and then go for the point. But great play call coming out from Millennium 7 there to survive inside this control. While we are waiting here for kind of a conclusion here to this control, we're going to try and figure out what's up with all the admins and stuff with this presumed restart. I don't know what's going to happen here. We're going to send to a very brief break. On the other side, though, we've got the conclusion to this control and the conclusion to the series between Team Notorious and Millennium 7.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range, going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers. We're about to get back into the control and LSCO between Team Notorious and Millennium 7. Apologies for the delay. We had some technical issues, difficulties, you know the jazz. We're ready to go, though. We're not going to waste any more time.
Nope, not going to waste any more time. We're going to be hopping into round 3 of this LSCO control. Here's the best of 5 map series and how things have shaken up. Felt like Team Notorious did not load in fully to that map number 1, but let me tell you, they definitely did in those, what was it, 3-4 rounds in a row that they were able to manifest there in the Hotel Search and Destroy, completely out-adapting what Millennium 7 were bringing to the tables, and now they find themselves up in a massive way. The scoreline, as far as it suggests here in the LSCO control going into the reset, it is leading 2-1 in Team Notorious's favor of Millennium 7's Herculean efforts to get that offensive round 1 to finally get themselves up on the board.
Yeah, for sure. I think that the most staggering moment we've seen so far in this control as we get back into it was probably that round number 2 where Team Notorious just doubled down immediately, like straight from A to B. They wasted no time whatsoever, and they made the stack happen. So Team Notorious will be going in towards this control with a 2-1 advantage. They just need one round, I think, to win. Regardless, we'll see whether or not they finish things off here with this offensive effort. Right off the rip here, it seems like they're going to be barreling towards B, and Maple are going to get shut down right off the gate here. As Eric Boom gets tagged up with a Semtex, they're going to have to slow things down.
Yep. And with this 1-round lead, I mean, Team Notorious know that realistically they should only require 3 segments, maybe 4, to guarantee themselves a round 5 defense. So I don't hate the call trying to go over to be the biggest issue, is that you've allowed Mohawk to give up this top tower positioning. And although he is inevitably traded out, look at the kill discrepancy and the lives remaining already.
Yeah, this has been a brilliant start from Millennium 7, and things will only get worse as well. Metals might well find 1, but it won't be long before he's taken out the equation 2. Spark doubles up. Eric Boom very quickly, the last one left alive. Oh my god, surgical precision. Millennium 7 really feel like they might have benefited from the quick reset here, because they have come out with the break swinging. Team Notorious, they are 8 lives down now. Looking to make it 9 is Proloop, but he is going to get shut down. Team Notorious looking to find a way towards B. Time running out.
Oh man, yeah, it sure is ever. I mean, Spark goes on 6 in a row. He calls it the cruise missile almost immediately. He's going to touch that thing down on top of the center of the building. It's information good. Team Notorious running out of time.
Lunatics well into really running the asylum at this point, aren't they? Proloop looking to try and stop any pressure on A. Mohawk now the last hope here, the last hurrah on the defense, and he does not land a single shot on the Metals. That's a lot of information given away as well. And it won't be long before Weeman takes it. I was going to say, Weeman needs to win that gunfight. Almost doesn't. But elsewhere, Spartan and Neptune have managed to find enough resistance here to put a stop to the A capture momentarily. 12.9 seconds, one last go at things here for Team Notorious, and it's effectively a 2v4. Last remaining player is Eric Boom. Neptune flies out to take that player down. 10 seconds now.
Hold that.
Neptune going to get a posthumous Semtex stick. Spot trying to hold on towards A, but I did notice it. Players getting closer. They're going to move over towards green to stop those close spawns for B. Notorious now have a chance to capture B.
Yeah, look at Weeman now in a position all the way back by the trucks. He finds 2 off of spawn, so hold on a second. That second segment is well on its way for B. First already locked in.
Yeah, and Proloop doesn't really have any choice here but to try and stop this point, because there's a triple stack coming on through. Yeah, you've taken one down. Does that give you any chance to stop this point? Yeah, no it doesn't. Neptune's going to go a little bit late, and I don't know if I like that play call from Neptune. You know somebody's going to be watching up top, and Weeman is that guy. We'll take him down. Now a chance here with Neptune going down and sent back towards the respawn point for some space to be created.
6v12 though, Brody. This needs to be damn near perfect. I mean, Team Notorious have already guaranteed themselves round 5 defense, but what can you do with the lives that remain? Already losing 1 along the way. Spark defending here on top dice. The biggest issue is going to be Proloop. He's up top tower with an AR.
Yeah, that's always the biggest problem, isn't it? On these offensive towards A is the fact that you do have to take players like that out of those power positions. Proloop up top, I mean, he's doing nothing really at this point besides getting some team shots. Finally, he does actually pick up a frag himself, but it doesn't matter how you get it done. You are slowly but surely whipping these players down to the very last morsel. And now it is just Metals. 1v11. Not gonna happen. Millennium 7 send us to a round number 5.
And even more so than that, shutting down Weeman there. He was on 5 in a row. He didn't get the 6 kills, so he's not gonna have the cruise missile. But what a heads-up play coming through from Millennium 7. This is what makes this team so deadly. You saw Neptune initially load in with this defense, Brody. He loaded in with attack. Proloop there in his final life, he loads in with attack, knowing that Mohawk was going to be either late or maybe his spawn up wasn't in a position to try to get it towards top tower. That's just the mind games that you get with this Millennium 7 squad. Spark went 6-0 to start. He's 10-3 off of a single round, and we don't have to go for a lobby reset. Millennium 7 have to win round 5 on offense.
Already won one offense before. They can do it again here. Neptune tagged up right off the start with a stun. Prolute going to go down. So Millennium 7 here still have a couple of options as to how they want to play this, because there's nobody besides Green. So Prolute now will be okay momentarily, but as I say, Eric Boom goes to kind of plug that hole, takes down Prolute from afar. Millennium 7 here just trying to rely on the fact that they've still got some presence through the middle of the map, but even that's dwindling.
Love this call coming up from Eric. Everyone right here. And the read on the second is even better. Eric Boom now up on a 4 spree. He's got a Semtex and Dead Silence to play with.
And you play for the streak as well. Mohawk inside the point. You haven't got a single bullet into him just yet. Eric Boom realizes just how stuffed he is in that situation. Will go down before the streak can come through. And as Neptune and Prolot follow up with some more kills there, Millennium 7, they're going to be able to get some progress on towards A. Team Notorious, they do have some autonomy in potentially stopping this A capture if they do choose to go for it. Maple is going to do exactly that here, but this is an individual effort. Do not make any mistake about that. Maple might well do it, but he's only going to be able to pick up the kill against Neptune. Prolute going to trade things out. A is gone.
A has been captured. You got to be careful with this positioning if you are Team Notorious. I mean, they were really in a position to probably lose more lives. Eric Boom turns lemonade out of lemons right there, able to find himself yet another 2-piece. Now the pressure through the middle of the map is surely on. But nobody's expecting this flank to come all the way through. I mean, if Neptune wants it, he could push all the way through lockers, but Team Notorious do have the setup. You got Maple just playing over by AC. They already got Metals playing around that house.
A lot of players in a lot of positions at this point for Team Notorious. Eric Bean will make his position known with that little shot against Prolute. Or a few shots, I should say. But Eric is a player they need to deal with, and Prolute knows that as well. That's why he flies it in with urgency. Now from Millennium 7, they have to go back to the strategy, the playbook from round number 3, where they have to go through, ignore player number 4, ignore Metals entirely. Just try and make it happen via tools, via top garage, and Spark does exactly that with the first kill. But traded on out is he. Maple, another big 1v1, and he finds it versus Neptune.
Big kill to have for yourself. That's going to at least secure the flank, especially with Wee Man taking Prolute up from the defender spawn. Now down to 35 seconds. You feel like this is Millennium 7's last good shake to maybe try to get themselves over towards this B control zone and give themselves a good shake to maybe try to win this round. But Eric is just snapping 5 in a row now. 24 seconds remain.
Yeah, you give it number 6. This is done. I mean, it's done anyway at this point. I mean, 20 seconds left. One last hurrah here from Millennium 7. Got to deal with Metals inside Green. Big 1v1 between them and Neptune. Prolute and Mohawk, though, starting to make their way towards the point. But on the other side, too. And Metals does actually lose that 1v1. Hold on a second. This might not be done. Eric has to go huge here. He's done a 5 spree previously. You have no choice but to make this play because the 4 stack is through. Eric Boom from behind. There's one. Can any more be captured here? Millennium 7 might have this control. He's got a touch. Can you touch in time? They fly.
No way!
Man finds 2. No way has this happened. Now Prolute looking for the final 1v1. He has to go huge himself. With 3 seconds left, Prolute finds 2. But you need more. Perhaps Smart can touch for the final few seconds. It does not happen. Goodness me. What a huge Hail Mary play in the closing moments.
What in God's name did I just witness? Clutch kill after clutch 2-piece. I mean, Prolute was really in a position to try to clutch that up from his team, but I mean, when you're down to, what was that, 5 total seconds left on the game clock, you have to fly and touch the control zone. And you just don't have the coverage to look over towards top kitchen. All the screams erupting from the main stage as Team Notorious take a 2-1 lead over Millennium 7.
Man, I thought that was done. I'll be honest.
I felt like it should have been.
Yeah, I thought it was done before the stack happened, before Millennium 7 managed to put 3 kills together and then find their way onto the boards. I thought, yeah, this is Notorious. They've won the round 5. That's it. And then I thought it was done when the stack happened. And then, you know, it wasn't. We were wrong on both
And then it just
mate.
wasn't.
Yeah, it just wasn't over whatsoever. These guys just continue to pull surprises out of nothingness. Team Notorious. I mean, we're looking at highlights here, I believe, from the last couple of rounds, but oh, jeez, Millennium 7, they know how to make us sweat.
I mean, actually, no, that's a lie. I got a nice cold fan blowing on me right now, Brody. I know you don't know what that feels like, but it feels great for me right now because this one is an absolute sweat fest. You saw it right there at the end in that final replay. Prolute finds that crucial 2-piece. I want to say, like, if he has more than, like, 60 HP, he could probably contest the zone and then might snap onto the player up top, just the way that Byron's been playing throughout the entirety of this day so far. But Damn, what a crazy map number 3 in between these two teams. A crucial swing map mode combination on LSU control, and Team Notorious are able to take it in a round 5. That is now back-to-back round 5s that Millennium 7 have lost on that specific map mode combination. The difference is, Brody, well, now they find themselves down leading into this Fortress Hardpoint.
Yeah, that was a big map, a huge map again. We cannot understate that. You know, we talked about the potency of Millennium 7 in control, how important control has been to the game plan for Team Notorious, basically the entirety of the 2023 season. That is a huge map to have in the series, and as you rightly point out, we move into a Fortress Hardpoint up next. Millennium 7 can win this. This is the key thing, right? Especially with the way that they were playing map number 1. Fortress doesn't play that differently from Hotel. It offers a lot of routes for your sub players to do what they did back in map number 1, or more poignantly, I should say, Neptune, what he did in map number 1. So I think there's a lot to talk about here when it comes down to Fortress Hardpoint. I think a lot of it is going to come down to what Neptune can do. And speaking of the man, the myth, the legend upon the high seas, well, let's go back to that head-to-head against Eric Boom here to talk about kind of what we're looking at for Hardpoint.
Brother, I mean, they already have over a 1.38 in Hardpoint. This dude's sitting at a 2. 1.79 overall KD. I mean, even in that map number 1, Neptune almost drops a 40 bomb, and they almost put Team Notorious in the 100-point club on Hotel. And you're right to bring up one simple fact when it comes down to Fortress Hardpoint. Your SMG should be feeling right at home when it comes down to whatever hardpoint is active, around munitions, top rails, down in P4, over by maps, just trying to find contests in gunfights, over by benches and over by the big gate. Look for these two guys right here, whether they're inside the hardpoint or not. Say what you will about Eric Boom. Yeah, he's only sitting at a 0.77 overall KD, but I'd be feeling white hot after the way that this guy, Eric Boom, was snapping at the end of that LSU control. Spree after spree, you're going to need something to answer with the pressure that Neptune is going to be bringing here this map for.
Yeah, and I mean, my mind at the very least goes back to the fact that it wasn't just Neptune playing well in that map number 1. We always talk about kind of the potency of the sub duo on Team Notorious, Eric Boom being one of those players. And, you know, Eric Boom is not the explosive player that he might have been back in Black Ops Cold War or Vanguard. And I don't mean that disparagingly. I mean that as in, as we go back to that conversation that we had earlier on, Eric Boom has played a lot more selflessly now. I think he's much more objective orientated than he was previously on that AIM Esports roster during that year. But you need to have the subs go off. You need to have Eric. You need to have Metals go huge here in this game. Because if they had that same game that we saw back in map number 1, we're going to be staring down the barrel of a game number 5.
Mm-hmm. And that goes down on LSU Search and Destroy. I will save all of my tinfoil hat thoughts if we get there. It's got to get done through this Fortress Hardpoint. Again, it's this little point right here, inside of Art, around munitions, SMG presence galore. But it also needs to be said as well, with Spartan that map number 1, let's not forget the amount of damage and the amount of assists that Chris was bringing to the table to allow Neptune to get the job done. Is Team Notorious feeling white hot after that control? They were looking pretty darn snappy. They're starting off with the favorite side of the map. Map number 4 here between Millennium 7 and Team Notorious, potential the conclusion of the series.
And we'll see whether or not Notorious can pull all the stops out here and win this hard point to stop us going towards that game number 5. Those are the questions we have. We'll right up the rip here. Read around the back line. Big one to be made there by Maple. And yeah, that was a very long route taken by Neptune. I think the fact that Neptune wasn't immediately involved in the play, you know what kind of player Neptune is going to be. I think they knew that somebody was making a flank and it had to be Nep.
Prolute versus Maple, the elongated 1v1. Maple makes the right play happen. No dead silence required. Wraps around the back. And Millennium 7, I mean, off the rip, spawning on their side of the map. They've been trying to funnel their way through this double archway, and Team Notorious are just feasting. Metals is up on a 3 spree. Eric is now on a 3 spree as well. Millennium 7 are nowhere to be found, and Team Notorious are soaking up more than 40 points off the P1.
Now, this has been a beautiful P1. It's very rare to see as dominant of a P1 as we've just seen, not a single point being sucked up by Millennium 7. And perhaps even worse for it, all of their efforts to get an early rotation towards P2 have gone completely muted. Now Metals on 6 in a row has already earned the cruise missile. Team Notorious at the back of that early coverage as well. Do stop Millennium 7 15 seconds in towards this hard point. And they still can't get close. Neptune already getting taken down. Weeman now just flying from wall to wall. He hasn't died yet inside this or a hard point, excuse me. Wingman looking for more kills, finally going to get one, but no more than that. Millennium 7 are going to get some points on the board, but Maple started to streak out as well. That's the double for him. Notorious are stinging early on in this one.
Starting to have it as well. I'm hearing a lot of dead scream through this area of the arena, Brody, and it is terrifying. 77-4. Millennium 7, you require about a full 60, if not 45 at the bare minimum when it comes down to P3, and the setup isn't too terrible. Spark, Mohawk, able to at least find 2 kills so far. They're at least cutting down players to the middle of the map. Mohawk's in a great position to try to do so. 3 quick kills. Millennium 7 will maintain presence and the initial time to boot.
Yeah, and this is a cooling off period right here, right? This is fine if you're a Millennium 7. Yes, you're down by 70 points. I know it sounds really funny for us to say this is fine, but this is the money kill right here. Millennium 7, if they're able to hold it, they'll be right back into the conversation here on Fortress Hardpoint. But Hootney Notorious, they want to get in early on. Back spawns are cemented here momentarily. Maple thinks this is the time to bring the streak down, and well, indeed it is. That streak provides so much coverage that Eric Boom now able to fly through towards the statue side. They are taking time away from Millennium 7. Eric Boom very quickly isolated, though he does go down. It buys about 10 seconds, and they're going to double streak this. It doesn't work.
What?
That is quite a lot of investment from Notorious, and I don't know if I like it.
To little to no gain. I mean, the gain is the fact that maybe Millennium 7 don't get a full 60, but I mean, those are 2 massive resources that you're going to probably want later on. Could be a critical error. And we'll probably put a pin in it and talk about it later, depending on how the rest of this map shakes out. Metals with that silence in the middle of the map. Has some assistance from Maple, who finds 3. Mohawk will be there to at least answer back with 2. And now he gets some close spawns to maybe contest through Gallows. Never mind. Eric Boom will be right there.
Yeah, nice little team shots coming through from Eric Boom and Weeman there with the coverage. Now Weeman wants to get those kills himself, as Eric so unkindly took the first couple away from him. Well, he'll just go on the hunt for more, or bike is lonesome. And now is the slow arbiter here of the street side, going to need help from a teammate such as Metals. The team shots at the moment from Team Notorious are sublime. Weeman now finds his 5th in a row, and we were talking about streaks being utilized here, perhaps more being found by Weeman. They will be shut down before that 6th can be earned, and the cruise missile as well. And now as more kills starting to come through from Millennium 7 here with 20 seconds left on this hill, they will have found a way through. The subs are able to get it done.
129 to what is about to be 67. All these 10 seconds will be soaked up here, but Team Notorious are firmly within the lead, even trying to contest for the old time. The setup actually over by P5, because of this late push for Team Notorious, is actually kind of lacking. Now they're spawning in towards the backside of Gallows. Split spawns to have, middle of the map, gifted over to Millennium 7.
Yeah, these 2 pieces are horrible to be on the receiving end of. Now Millennium 7, potential streak on the cards here. Proloot goes to the reload. No! No! Oh no! Proloot hits the reload, can't get it done, has to go for the double butt with the butt of his weapon and cannot find the 6th kill. We talk about critical errors, that might just be another one.
Yep, sure will. Put a pin in it, because we're starting to stack them up, Brody, especially through the first set. Maple for another 2-piece. He is double positive. 16-8 now for Jack. Looking for a little bit more. The scrap time is still being looked at. 18 seconds left to fight for here in P5. Millennium 7, I mean, they're trying to get themselves in a position to maybe try to get some of this time, but they're being denied on all different fronts. At the end of the first set, Team Notorious have a massive lead over M7's head.
All right, look, let's take a chill pill for a second here, bud, right?
Okay,
Because Team
all right.
Notorious, they're up by about 80 points or so. The reason that they are up was because of a stellar hold on P1 and on P2. Millennium 7 are very much capable of doing that, especially when they are not facing streaks on the other side, to give Notorious the get out of jail free card that they would desire to put a stop to it. So, Millennium 7 can still do this. Just got to start to put together some 2 pieces and 3 pieces, and Proloot is doing that with a double inside maps. Metal's the only one who provides some resistance, goes for an egregious challenge versus Neptune, but becomes part of yet another skewer. Another 2-piece provided by Neptune. Now they're starting to approach from the front, though. This Mohawk on the point, relying really on coverage from the double windows, and again, they are getting that. Millennium 7 here, the team plays pretty good, but as Metals finally finds 2, Weeman for the 3rd. This is a crucial 20 seconds to grab if you're Notorious.
Yeah, it sure is. I mean, they're inching their way closer and closer to 200 points, and every single point that they get means that the leader's advantage continues to grow. Maple for another 2-piece. 18-12 now for Jack. Proloot will take him down over towards top boat. Eric Boom thought that he found an opportunity to maybe get through the Gallows, but Neptune is here to at least try to hold the line. We'll take down Weeman as well. Spawns will remain intact. Millennium 7 will soak up some additional time here too.
I said it. I don't want to get ahead of myself. There's still got a hill to go here before Millennium 7 are back in this game, but step 1 is done. They got the vast majority of time away from P1, but now they need to do it on P2. Notorious here with Metals on 5 in a row. Have broken through, but Mohawk finds 3. And Millennium 7 now looking to garner control here. Just a couple more kills will secure it. Eric Boom around the front. They are so tenacious, so annoying to deal with. Our Team Notorious, because they constantly have something to say, constantly looking to fight back and trade, and that is exactly what they're doing through the front line. But the AR's too strong. Prolute and Mohawk combined for 3, and they will shut Notorious down. That is the 25 seconds that will go their way, and that will be within 30.
Mohawk's now on a 5 spree. Now an opportunity has presented itself. You can start funneling through the big gate. Look at the spawns. Metal's already spawns all the way out, and Maple has so much to do through the middle of the map. Goes 1 for 1 via the Semtex. You have players at least trying to threaten the initial push over through maps, and Eric Boom, maybe unbeknownst to him, takes Mohawk off of that spree. That's a cruise missile that has not been earned, and crucial kills at that. If Millennium 7 were able to find a couple more kills, they would have broken inside of P3. Now Team Notorious, they got themselves set up for a money hill.
Mate, so many branch timelines have been created here in this map. So many streaks missed, so many opportunities just about missed. Team Notorious now an opportunity to really put it closer to this game. Not fully with the 250 points. They wouldn't be able to get that here, but they would be able to put a real dent in it. Garner their lead back, which they have lost. Eric Boom needs to do it. T-kill coming through from Spark. Probably not going to help the situation for Millennium 7 on the protective break. And, well, as Eric Boom now puts the hammer home, wants to try and build yet another spree. That's 5 in a row for Kim. Prolute, be careful how you challenge. Yet another spree will be denied as Prolute picks up that frag. On the other side, Mohawk finds 1, but the ARs are too strong. Notorious, they really wanted to hold the full 60 on this hill. They've got almost exactly that.
Yep, they got just about a full 60 here, Brody. They're going to be up to 220 points. Millennium 7 are starting to reel now. You have to try to turn P4 into a majority of time. It's either a full 50, 60, or bust, you would feel. Team Notorious, though, they are still going to be trapped over on their side of the map. Prolute Mohawk able to combine for 3. Maple at least there for the trade, so he's at least able to encroach a little bit further past Blacksmith. Millennium 7 got the setup they want here at 4.
Prolute trying to cause some problems, really. Just hold these guys at bay, waste time. It gives you a little bit of breathing room if you're a Millennium 7 to get yourself set up, and of course, the information as to where Notorious are going to fly from. Spark actually moves himself out of position here to double up alongside Prolute, and those kills now start to come through. Yeah, nicely done from Spark there. I believe he did get a little bit of help from Prolute on towards that kill. Prolute, of course, himself does find a double. But Millennium 7, at least on the initial here, looking pretty good in terms of this hold. And for Notorious, the way that players like number 4 and number 3 are playing, the way that Eric Boom and Weeman are playing at this point in time, they're trying to be cautious. Weeman now goes straight in for the time, though. This is a really huge 15 seconds if he could take it away. Metals knows it as well. Kills going down around him here, around the backline. Prolute there lands a lovely Semtex to take Maple out of the play, but Metals just taking this time away from Millennium 7, even if they don't get it themselves, is perfect.
Oh, Eric looking for 2. Another 2-piece out of Eric Boom, 19 and 21. He's able to find his way inside of P5. You lose Maple top boat, but you still got to be worried about Metals, who is up to 28 and 23. This time looking pretty good for Team Notorious the whole game.
Yep, they could do it here. Mohawk got to get the crossfire correct. Those are the kills coming through. Eric Boom, though, an opportunity to take all of these players down. He's down to 28. Eric Boom lines them up. He just peeks a little bit too early, though, and Neptune will find the trade. Metal's now around the backline, though. Players from both sides to contend with if you're a Millennium 7. 4 seconds now. Metals finds the double, and that will be it. Metals with the third at the end. Just to add insult to injury, Team Notorious, our Texas Open champions, will be in the championship bracket.
I just saw the smallest SMG stand up and scream so loud. Oh my god, Eric Boom just absolutely let them have it. What a crazy performance out of the SMG lineup between Eric and Metals. Metals just dropped the 30 bomb on M7's forehead, keep in mind you. And while that was happening, Maple was locking down so many different lines of sights. It just felt like that every single point of time when we're talking about the initial setup coming through from Millennium 7, when it came down to talking about the break potential, Maple or Weeman were always in a position to work on those team shots like you were pointing out. The sublime teamwork out from Team Notorious will garner them a 3-1 win over a Millennium 7, and the SMGs absolutely let them have it.
Now, well, let's take a look at the highlight reel for this game then. I think right off the rip, there was a real tone set, I think, from Team Notorious. We often talk about an opportunity here for teams right off the rip to get control of P1 and then get control of P2 and really just kind of put the foot down right off the rip. You don't often see it happen like that, though, right? Where we had an 80-point discrepancy going into a P3, which even Millennium 7, I don't think they got all the time that they wanted off the back of that. And then things just continue to get worse, as you rightly pointed out there, Andy. The team shots from Team Notorious in controlling munition storage for P4 were great. Team Notorious, I mean, despite the fact we did have Millennium 7 start to make a comeback towards the end, they just got right back into their groove, mate. It was beautiful to watch. I almost shed a tear.
You almost shed a tear, Brody? I am on cloud 9 just to see what Team Notorious just put together. There was so much doubt off of being the Texas Open champions, fell short in the Elites, so many times, and then they fell short again in Toronto. For them to be able to showcase the bounce back after getting blown out of Greenberg Hotel map number 1 the way that they did is an insane performance, to say the least. A combined 6K damage in between Maple and Metals. We're absolutely there time and time again. 24 of Metals' kills, by the way, were not traded to the 30 he got. A minute of OBJ time as well. And 14 of those kills of the 30 came from within or around the hardpoint itself. It just always felt like that Team Notorious since the early stages of this Fortress map number 4. If Metals and Eric Boom were around the hardpoint, chances are very likely that Maple and Weeman are holding the crosses and setting themselves up for success continuously. The usual suspects for Millennium 7, Neptune. I mean, sure, his presence was felt, 20 out of 23 kills not traded, by the way, but it was not the crazy performance that we got from the almost 40 bomb in the map number 1. The ARs absolutely shut down the SMG presence this time around in Fortress.
Yeah, it is the flip of the script. It's exactly that, right? For Millennium 7, when we look over towards that hotel hardpoint, they just beat down Notorious. They didn't have any sub-pressure whatsoever. You certainly didn't see a Metals performance like that. And, of course, on the other side, you did have a player like Neptune, as you say, dropping bombs. That just was not there. Millennium 7 lost their venom against Team Notorious here. As Team Notorious, going back to the overall storylines here momentarily, mate, we talked about it. This is a group of teams that, for the most part, did not have the Toronto that they wanted. This, to me, and you really can't underestimate Millennium 7, I think the Atlas Lions learned that in their first match. This, to me, feels like the Notorious that won Texas. Like, the way that they played in that hard point right there, like, that is that Notorious. And I think if they can continue to do that now that they're in the championship bracket, it's going to be scary for a lot of teams.
I think most importantly that you can take away from it, I feel like Hardpoint was always going to be a continuance when it comes down to Team Notorious. We never really were doubting them. They can always take Hardpoints off of some of the best, either EU, NA, or any region for that matter. But it mostly came down to the search and destroy in control. They fell short in control when it came down to the Texas Open. Came really, really close in a lot of different matches. Search and destroy was a problem for them when it came down to the Toronto Open. All of that rectified, and now you have a full squeaky clean series coming through from Team Notorious versus Millennium 7 of all teams for them to be able to find their way into the championship bracket, Brody. I'm sure Team Notorious are on the top of the world right now with the way that they were able to bounce back after getting blown out of the water in that map 1.
Yeah, for sure. Team Notorious looking pretty good, I think it's fair to say. For Millennium 7 then, of course, a reminder, folks, that we are looking at GSL-style brackets here. That means we've got basically a mini bracket before we get to the big boy bracket for each group. Millennium 7 might well have to face down a rematch against the Atlas Lions. I'm not too sure if the Atlas Lions have got through their lower bracket round 1 matchup. We'll find out sooner rather than later. But nonetheless, mate, if we do see the rematch here, do the Atlas Lions come different? You know, are they going to be learning from the mistakes in their first series of the day? A lot of questions.
I mean, they have their entire coaching staff here to be able to kind of help them piece through some of their losses. Obviously, the vetoes need to be different. They got to get past a very strong APAC team first and foremost. That's actually happening behind me on one of the side stations here, Brody. So a lot of questions still to have for us here. I mean, Omit are also down into the lower bracket of their group after losing to ESG Rocker, and I believe Awubabubs are also able to beat Anarchy as well. So everything is shaping up in ways that probably we either expected or did not fully expect whatsoever. But it's champs, baby. This is what we live for.
Yeah, indeed. Well, before we send everything to a break here before our next matchup, just want to give you guys a quick heads up. Right now, you should be following at @COD_esports because that's where all of the action will be. We'll be letting people know everything that's going down, both in Call of Duty Challenges and over in the World Series of Warzone as well. So if you guys want quick updates as well as to what's going down in both of those competitions, you should go follow at @COD_esports. There's a lovely QR code there as well. If you don't want to use the search bar in your Twitter, you can just go straight to that link and it will send you to the account. Definitely do it because that's where all the updates for Challenges and World Series of Warzone will be going down. I'm following them. I'm loving the updates. It's keeping me updated with the World Series of Warzone, and it will be keeping us updated as well as we go further into Challenges finals here with Challenges as well. So great account. Make sure you guys follow our accounts as well because we do some funny tweets every so often. Most of my Twitter is just like talking rubbish to Andy, and Andy just getting really fed up with it.
It's fair,
but that's just my life. So
what do you want me to say to that? I mean, most of my pictures that I honestly put on Twitter is just Brody's face plastered on a lot of different cartoon characters because that's what he looks like from time to time. But honestly speaking, yeah, make sure you follow all of the Challengers content because this weekend is just getting started as far as Challengers champs are concerned. Some teams already eliminated. Who's going to continue to round out that championship bracket, Brody? We still have a lot more matches to get through.
Yeah, indeed we do. Well, we've got one team in towards the championship bracket. We've got to get some more in there as well. Remember, folks, there's 8 going through towards championship Sunday and Saturday, or Saturday, excuse me, not Sunday. We got the grand final on Sunday. I'm talking rubbish. We got Saturday bracket very, very soon. But first of all, let's get teams into that bracket. More action coming right after this breaks, folks, as we get another team into the championship bracket.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Challenger Champs here in day number 1. We are ready to go with yet another matchup, but before we do, we've done a little bit of a caster swap. I'm coming in, my name's Visions, that's proper. Hopefully you know us if you've been watching Challengers for the majority of this year, and if not, well, hello. We got some great matchups here for you guys, and Andy, we are kicking it off with D1 Gaming up against Omit.
You better recognize it's a hard day's work back again for another cast on this fine day. Austin, I'm excited to get into this one because it's going to be the first time and potentially the only one that we get to see the true strength behind LATAM. This is the #1 team at the end of the day for LATAM. They auto-qualified with their pro points. They dominated the majority, if not the entirety of the year so far. D1 taking on Omit.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting look here for as far as what we're going to get. We'll take a look at this Omit roster here and see exactly what we are working with. We've already seen these guys on the day. They were looking pretty fresh, looking pretty good, especially when it came to their respawn here, Andy. We have Gwyn, GodRx, Purge, and Yeez. Obviously, the most recent change coming in was GodRx for Phantoms, and it feels like since that change, these guys have been really elevated based off of their hardpoint and their control alone here, Andy.
Yeah, we got to see that in full force in that matchup to start off our Group B Escapade versus Orbit. And the thing that you get with GodRx on this roster is that I feel myself really struggling to honestly say this, is that their hardpoint somehow got better because you can always trust that GodRx is going to be in that position to anchor things out. Gwyn is back on the SMG alongside Yeez, and they're a real problem to deal with, but they actually got dealt a unfortunate demise going up against GodRx's former team of that RockerX ESG, which is why they find themselves down here in the lower qualifier.
Absolutely the case. We'll see if this team can try to keep it up and get their qualification through. On the other side, though, we have to take a look at D1 Gaming. These guys, man, I mean, some of you guys maybe aren't as familiar, of course, as Andy did say, coming out of LATAM. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. Legenda, Seos, Trakes, and Squetchy all coming together to see if they got enough in the tank to try to take down yet another big dog here in North America.
I wonder who photo that is, like the shadowed out portraits. I'm starting to like think about like who that honestly is. It's like who's that Pokemon, but like instead it's like who's that COD player. But D1 Gaming, I mean, again, when it comes down to it, this team has dominated LATAM. And say what you will, you know, it's not exactly the most robust cups that come around. They don't have an elite season at all. But Legend, Seos, Trakes, and Squetchy, this is the best of what LATAM has to offer, of course, barring those that have already ventured north to play in North America, Snoopy included. But it's going to be a real test to really see not only what they can do, they have a lot to live up for, a lot of haters to shut up, because when it comes down to it, LATAM, they kind of fall in that same file cabinet as APAC. You got to put some respect on their name. What a better way to do it if you could take a few maps, if not a series, off of Omit.
That'd be a heck of a way to do it. I mean, if you could come away with some kind of 2-3-5, you have to imagine would be the way to try to get through a team like Omit based off of what we've seen for their hardpoint. I think it would be incredible. But even yet, if you could grab a hardpoint off these guys, then we start to say, okay, you're turning some heads, you know, we really have our attention overall kind of coming into what could happen. But I think it's going to be very well fought based off of maybe what we had seen a little bit earlier there versus Rocker. They lost by about 50 points. They also played the S&D decently close, 6-3. So, you know, they're there, right? It's just a matter of trying to see if they can figure it out, throw in those adaptations. We'll see if they can get to that point here. But we know that you're going to have to match the slaying power because Omit, they have that ability to take over, and we've already seen it on the day, Andy.
Yeah, we sure have. I mean, Omit are definitely a force to be reckoned with. That was happening behind me, and from what little I got to see in between Omit and RockerX ESG, it was mostly the SMGs that were kind of outpacing both Gwyn and Yeez, and I'm talking about Too Real and Real. A sub-duo that we haven't seen since Season 3 of Challengers Elite were a real problem when it came down to how Omit liked to kind of dissect the map. It then called for, like, Purge to maybe step up in certain ways, got a Rex as well, and this lane kind of fell off a little bit, so I think that that's maybe your opportunity, if you will. I'm going to struggle to really say this, but I think that if you are D1 and you are looking to kind of score a hard point, steal one away from this Omit roster, you're going to have to try to somehow, some way, find maybe anything possible to outpace the SMGs. It's going to be an uphill battle, to say the least. I know Coach Charles got these boys in a deep conversation talking about their woes of what happened in their 1-3 loss versus RockerX ESG. Omit are going to come to play with their hearts out.
Well, we'll see if they can do it. First, we'll take a look at our map set and see what we have coming up for you guys. How about that? Little Embassy hardpoint to kick off the best of 5, followed by the El Asilo Search and Destroy, and then a Hotel Control. Double dose of Hotel if we get to a map 4, and if need be, we've had Fortress S&D almost like every single map 5 in the series today, but we've only seen map 4s. We'll see what we're in for here with this best of 5. Andy, what are your takeaways looking at this map set?
So D1s are a little bit more targeted when it comes down to going up against Omit. That's why you don't see the Hotel Search and Destroy. That's why you saw the Expo Control being taken away. I mean, you still have a tale of two evils when it comes down to the pick, especially for Omit ended up taking that Team B. So, I mean, it's mostly interesting to see what D1 have to offer, because again, there's not a lot of VOD on these guys. Even through the Last Chance qualifier, they did not play in it. That would be where we got most of that intake. But for Omit, I talked to Charles before they did these vetoes. These are your normal map 1 and 2 vetoes when it comes down to Omit. So they're just trying to play whatever D1 wants to do and just try to prove the point that they are that much better.
Yeah, and a common misconception, earlier based off of what we saw today is the fact that, listen, Omit are also still really good at search and destroy. They only lost that map number 2 earlier to around 11, right? So it really did come down to the wire. But I do like the fact that maybe Expo isn't in this map number 3. That was the map mode that we saw these guys lose a little bit earlier today versus Rocker. So maybe just to shake it up, see if they can try to get a little mixy on that map number 3. It looks like bots are still being shot. Everyone's trying to get warm, trying to get ready. Again, such an important matchup here, qualification, to get through to bracket play. So there is so much riding on this matchup, and we already kind of framed up this group, assuming that Omit would maybe just make it through cleanly, right, through the upper bracket, but playing so many close games up against Rocker ESG, now have to find themselves a big rebound, despite maybe not getting a lot of VOD, not getting a lot of prep versus LATAM. We'll have to see everything that they've been putting together this entire season, working with Charles, like you said, to see if they can try to shut these this D1 Gaming roster down and see if they can try to get over the top.
Yeah, I mean, that Rocker XESG, it just absolutely came out of the woodworks and just were firing off on all cylinders, albeit losing or winning that map number 1. They only lost the Search and Destroy along the way, but without any sort of VOD, I'm excited to see what that team at least has to offer to put Omit on the back foot. Yeah. That map number 4 was interesting, and the map number 1 was, in fact, Embassy as well. That Rocker XESG were actually able to take both hard points off of Omit, and I'm ready to still die on this hill. That Omit are very much so the best hardpoint team that we have here on this weekend. Rocker XESG looking to stick a sock in my mouth and say otherwise, but I think that if you're Omit, you basically got to recollect yourself. You really got to showcase all of that talent and practice that you had, whether it was after Toronto, the scrims, leading up to this specific moment of time, to showcase why you are here, why you were one of the auto-qualified teams, and why there's so much respect around those 4 players.
Yeah, and if you're going to beat these guys, you have to trade them, right? And I know it's like, just trade them, just shoot back. Like, it seems simple, right? It's not that simple when we've seen, like, players like Gwyn, go on, like, a 7-0 run, like, right away at the start of, like, a Fortress hardpoint. And that just has such an impact because you're already threatening spawns 30 seconds into the game. You're already finding yourself on a streak, right? So it feels like there's a lot of opportunities that these guys are able to take away, especially when they get onto the map. They get loose. They start finding holes in the setup. You can't have holes in the setup here for D1 Gaming. And I think if we put this plainly, this is certainly an underdog story here for D1 Gaming, plain and simple. They're going up against 4 players that have so much experience, one who's been in the pro league, who's been around for a very, very long time, so the veteranship is there. If you're going to beat these guys, you really do have to use the teamwork. You have to trade these guys out effectively, and you just have to make sure that you're following the key fundamentals, specifically in the respawns, right? Do not let these guys through. Do not let them find the holes, because if so, it could get bad very, very quickly, pending what we get. But D1 Gaming, again, number 1 seed. They've been dominating all year long. They have an opportunity to really show us, what they bring to the table and to see if they can, in fact, shut down that slaying power.
I love that one word that you brought up, and that is the key fundamentals. When it comes down to Latin America, one thing that we've kind of always really put a pin in, it was even exemplified last year at Champs in LA, was that LATAM have really good fundamentals. And I mean really good fundamentals. They know when to chalk, they know when to rotate. Their setups are always really good. And I hate to sound so black and white about it, but it's just, honestly, just their gun skill. They get evaporated on the map sometimes when they're going up against some of these top dogs. Right. That is now on the other side of the screen. So you better hope that those bots warmed you up pretty damn well, because we know that these boys from Omit, they're going to be shooting pretty damn straight.
Yeah, those boys better be shooting back. They better be shooting back, shooting straight, because you have to. I mean, we've already been getting some crazy records with some of the subs of the day. And that's actually been the storyline of this tournament so far, hasn't it? It's been about what the duo subs have been being able to do on the map, what they're capable of doing, how they can take over. Neptunes went on, I don't know how many, like 10+ sprees on the day, but we're starting to lose count. And we've seen that, again, from players like Yeez, players like Gwyn, when it came down to some of those controls, winning the critical gunfights, the ones that get you the zone, that, allow you to play retake. it's really led by what we've seen out of this submachine gun line, this front line, if you will. So I'm with you, brother. You need to show us that, and it's not easy to do that on Embassy Hardpoint either, is it? I mean, you're coming into a map number 1 where you have to go up against Purge, have to go up against God RX. So, you know, as much as we talk about the front line, you also have to rely on the ARs to make sure you can get in position, get up close, try to fight for some of that time. A lot easier said than done, though, at the end of the day. Just waiting to get into lobby. Again, D1 Gaming was a little bit late to their setup here as they were just trying to get warm, just trying to shoot some of those bots, get themselves prepared. And, well, I don't blame them if they take a couple extra minutes here to get ready to go up against Omit because, again, they're just going to need all the firepower they can get heading into a map 1 versus this team.
Yeah, you're going to need all of that, a bag of chips, maybe an extra soda on the way out. Might as well grab 2 bags of chips and an extra Subway sandwich because, I mean, this is just something that you just are absolutely required to have. Again, this is the lower qualification match for this group. It's either win this and you're in, or this is the end of your season, and you always have to kind of talk about that Cinderella story, right? The David versus Goliath. You never really count out the little guy in this, but the road becomes that much more treacherous. You always know when you are that team, like D1 Gaming, like Smog coming into this, Lore Gaming, Mind Freak. There's all these eyes on both APAC and LATAM as a whole, and hell, even adding like maybe the Atlas Lions into that roster list as well, that you are the underdog. But you have to understand that you're going to be going up against top 4, top 5 teams that have been placing very high and consistently throughout the entire year of Modern Warfare 2. All of the practice amounts to this one specific point in time, whether it's on the side station, whether it's on main stage. Composure needs to be at an all-time high. You just have to be able to win this series forehead, and then you'll make it into the championship bracket. It's just that easy. Just win.
It's that easy, right? Just win. Just grab a map 1 off of Omit, start the snowball, chain that into a little S&D prowess. I mean, they'll be fine, right? But, yeah. It feels difficult to maybe paint that kind of picture here for D1 Gaming, but it's also because of the fact that we also don't really have a whole lot of info on these guys, right? There hasn't been maybe as much coverage at LATAM, except for when we get to the grand finals, and it feels like every time we do, this is this team that's just kind of stomping all the other competition. So how good has their practice been? I think is another fair question, right? Coming into a tournament like this, it feels like they've had the opportunity, especially over yesterday, to get some reps in, but how much did you take away? How much were you able to soak in? How much were you able to VOD review? That's maybe the only key advantage that you have, and you can really utilize that VOD review in game modes like Search and game modes like Control when it's a little bit more 1v1 based at times. So maybe you have ability to kind of pick them apart in that sense, but I think a little bit more difficult to do it when it comes down to the hard points, because you can really get kind of lost in the sauce, so to speak, in the middle of a map when everything's kind of all happening at once. You have to take it all in. You have to figure out a way to throw in your adaptations. Doesn't always work. So again, we'll see how good that prep has been. Maybe they have some hard counters set up for us. Maybe they don't. That's kind of what we're with. But all right, I think our podcasting's done. How about it? We're ready to go. Hopefully enough bots have been shot. D1 Gaming, you took your time. I'm expecting you guys to come out here firing, shooting straight, trying to put up some great pressure here versus this Omit roster. Andy, I am ready to jump into match 4 of the day.
That was another great Hard Day's Work podcast with your boy Aussie and Proper Cast. Be out here, brother. And D1 better be here, right here and now versus Omit. Again, this is a map 1 that Omit lost to ESG Rocker not even about 2 hours ago. So you just feel like that when you are Omit, you basically gotta try to have that very steep turnover. In the practice, as far as D1 is concerned, I'm glad you brought up that conversation, because you feel like that their practice from LATAM was probably against other top LATAM teams. Apart from scrims yesterday, that's all the work that you basically have. Now let's get into it.
All right, let's see what we're gonna get. D1 Gaming, LATAM, #1 seed up against Omit. We've seen so many great things from Omit throughout this year. And now, Legenda trying to get some work done on P1. Does put together a nice little 2-piece. Going to slow things down just a tad bit. But you can already see the focus of trying to get themselves across the map, as well as trying to keep them off of P1.
Yep, just trying their best. I mean, you have to at least try to get a player inside of toilets, maybe up towards top paper, that'll at least keep Omit off the point. I will say this much, albeit Omit having a good look to maybe get 40 points off of P1, which is very unheard of. They are also at least being put back as far as this rotation over towards P2 is concerned. But if you're Omit, you're fine with this. You're about to have 40 points off of P1 in the opening set, and Purge has already broken lines. He's here on the planter spot for P2.
Oh, look at the help. Gwyn is there. We'll see at least 1 kill drop down. Purge now good to soak up some time, and those are not the spawns that you want to have if you're D1 Gaming. Everyone going to spawn very deep behind the tennis court, and now they've also been able to clear out the back of gas here. So the parking lot looking much, much safer. Everyone going to have to funnel through the hallways and see if they can try to break in, and so far, they have not had any opportunities. Legenda searching, trying to see if he can work for a kill. Purge is there, he snaps, and well, it is still more time going the way of Omit.
Yeah, and it's worst case scenario now for D1. You've allowed Omit to accrue 40 points off of P1, and then they get broken up immediately, going inside of P2. Seos, Jano, able to at least combine for a 2-for-2 trade. Drakes is now able to at least get himself on P2, maybe soak up some time, but again, Omit are fine with chalking back 20 seconds. Austin, they already have the rotation to do.
Yeah, they definitely do. They're going to take that high ground, and well, they're going to abuse it. Jano down low, has been able to get a forward position. It's just the timing not necessarily there. Gwyn peeks it at the perfect moment. So, Legenda now going to take some of the high ground here up top. See if he can try to beam GodRx. GodRx gets some very clean shots, and he's forced to back down for now. Able to get a stun off, and now pushes through mid. Purge is there. Trakes can't follow up on the trade, but maybe has a chance to slip from behind. But where do you go from here? You have to fight for the high ground, and Seos is going to try to sneak up the ladder, but I don't think GodRx is going to fall for it.
Oh, GodRx simply will not.
How about number 2?
Nope. All right. Well, yeah, you had a good look at it. I mean, GodRx is red screen, but no, GodRx will find that 2-piece. 30 seconds already earned for Omit here on P3. They earned the rotation just yesterday. And now you also have to get past GodRx, who is just shooting straight laser beams. That combines for a 7 spree in between both GodRx and Purge. The AR is showing up in a massive way for Omit here on P3.
Yeah, remember what I said about players kind of slipping through, finding the gaps. Yeez has already been able to do that. He wraps all the way around, just going to grab the high ground control. GodRx now paired up with him side by side, but Yeez needs to get the work done, and how about that? Seos puts together a nice little double kill. That should allow them to secure a little bit of time. This is the first setup that they actually have intact. Now we'll see if they can hold.
You have to. You feel like that everything on this first set, if not maybe just this map number 1, is benching on D1 just to hold here. I mean, it doesn't help. Jano's at 2 and 10. Seos is able to find the first there for the immediate trade. All of this hit is coming through from the hallways, and Jano needs to get to work. Let's find the first.
Able to grab the first one. Purge, 6 in a row. I think he's run out of ammo. Has to try to grab himself a Vaznev. No, he's ready to go again. Challenge comes right through. Seos will put him down, so streak goes the rest, but the streak itself is still earned. Cruise missile in the back pocket. Have to fight for this 20 seconds. D1 Gaming looking to all funnel through the same door. Well, that is just too easy. Nobody goes around the back. Nobody tries to attack the hallways, and that is more time going the way of Omit.
Every single second is another pin into the back of D1. Wins on 4 in a row. Purge already has that kill streak of a cruise missile in his back pocket. Win now on 5. He's dealing himself here. Austin goes for the challenge a little bit too wide, and he will get taken off that streak. But I think the damage has already been done because it allows Purge, who's got an SMG in hand, by the way, is able to fly back inside of kitchen. He finds 2. GodRx for the 3rd. Omit have just turned scrap into initial.
Oh, have they ever. I mean, that has been the story of this map. Just 39 points on the board for D1 Gaming. Oh, that's not a dolphin dive you like to see. Also a little bit flat there. Easy pickup for Gwyn. The back is also made safe here from Omit. So back to step 1. Tennis spawns now coming through. Gwyn just keeps shutting this door. He's like, you want to keep on coming? Well, go ahead. Front laundry has been completely unlocked. First 30 seconds completely uncontested. Finally a moment to get in, and well, Purge does all the work needed. His teammates will follow up with the trades, and now that will be 200 points here for Omit.
And now it's just another combined spree coming through from a handful of players from Omit. I mean, Purge is 16 and freaking 5 right now, 15 and 9 for Gwyn. And we're going into the second set of rotations where Omit are casually winning this game 214 to 39. If there's any moment of time, D1, to make an argument, it has to start here, right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're running out of time. Trakes under pressure. I mean, like, that's the difference. Like, most of the teams that you're going to go up against, like, how many of them are going to double hit you out paper in LATAM? So, the pressure certainly being shown, and, well, the kills just keep on following. Omit, chance to put it away on P1. Difficult hill to do so. Trakes down low. Not going to be able to find that gunfight. Legenda now just going to play inside of P5. Just try to keep them off the time if you can. But Gwyn, he's here. He's ready. Good shutdown comes through there for Squenchy. He's able to get a little bit of time. But up top is GodRx. He clears off the point. And now P1 will go neutral.
Yeah, sure will. And Godorax is completely content on just playing bridge, just trying to go in this 1v1 versus Trakes at Bane AR Battle of the Ages. Communicates that to Gwyn, just presses the issue. And now you're looking at Omit getting over 230 points, winning the rotation simultaneously over towards P2. Legenda needs to hold on. You also have Seos. He was previously over inside the Vans. Now Legenda is just getting overwhelmed. Omit have won the rotation once again.
Oh, maybe a moment, though, to at least get on the time first. You still got a lot of members lingering in the back, and, well, I think they're going to read on Gwyn. I don't think they will. Agenda's be able to find two. Great control here from the ARs, but Gwyn now with the power position. Going to force D1 Gaming off the time. Secondary chow comes through. Easy peasy here for Gwyn. Now up to 19 kills, and they have a chance to put it away right here, right now on P2. Legenda shut down at the back of parking lot. Godorax is posted up in a corner, and that will do it. Omit not messing around whatsoever. They dominate D1 Gaming in map 1.
Tell you what, brother, the only game that these boys showed up to play here in this lower qualification match, Call of Duty, and they're playing it pretty damn well. Man, are these boys shooting pretty darn straight. And it mostly, and I hate again to sound so dry with my analysis, but that's legitimately it, isn't it? I mean, look from top to bottom. When we get over towards the stats screen, it was prevalent, to say the least, that Omit are simply coming in. It is strictly business. Coming in, slaying the hell out, winning rotations, putting D1 on the back foot from the early get-go. Omit had 40 points off of P1, and that's fine so long as you can maintain presence top paper, bottom toilets, get a player over by Vance, soak up a lot of time over by P2. But then you get broken within the first 10 seconds of P2, and then the snowball started forming. The hill became that much steeper. This is about to be an Omit highlight show as far as these highlights are concerned.
Yeah, it's only really going to be for one team, unfortunately. But, yeah, I mean, it's Omit doing what Omit does. I think this is what I expected personally, and I'm sure a lot of other people out there, at least when it comes down to the hard points. I still imagine D1 Gaming are going to be able to put up a decent fight and maybe be a little unpredictable in game modes like Search and Destroy, but hardpoint, I mean, you could see it. It's just a lot of not winning the gunfights on rotation, not being able to break. I think that's the biggest one, right, Andy, is when was there ever really a moment where D1 Gaming were able to break the setup of Omit? And I think we saw, like, a lot of those problems come through where everyone's funneling through one door, right? Like, you can't break Office like that. You need to have multiple players coordinating when they're hitting it, and calling out, saying, this is when I'm hitting big door. I need you to now hit side door. Like you need that kind of comms to come through if you're going to be able to break something open, especially against Omit. So we didn't see a lot of that. Purge has a nice game, only dies 8 times, puts up 23 kills, and, well, I mean, the stat lines across the board are pretty nice. Yeez didn't have to do a whole lot, and I'm sure he was just chilling a little bit in the hard point, soaked up 2 minutes of time.
That's what I was about to say. I mean, Christian had 18 engagements. He goes -2, but he has 2 minutes of objective time. And half of his kills came from within said objective. So really does say something, especially when Purge doesn't reach double-digit kills. Albeit for, they were definitely trying. I mean, Legenda and Trakes, as far as ARs are concerned, were always in the right place. They were definitely layering down the damage. You can see it is very prevalent as far as stats are concerned, if you even want to call it that. It just came down to both Seos and Jano to try to put themselves in a position to try to capitalize on the damage that was being put down from their ARs. Just simply never came around. Not as potent as what Omit did, as they put them in the blunder, 100-point club included. They'll take a 1-0 lead ahead of this Asilo search.
And, well, this is where we sing that Search and Destroy song of different game mode, different tempo, anything can happen. And, well, I know that Omit are pretty well-rounded when it comes down to just about every game mode. Again, don't really have too many weaknesses, even when losing against Rocker. Like, it was a lot of close maps, so have to really take that into consideration when you look at what they're jumping into. And, well, when we saw them play a little bit earlier, they were throwing a lot of great plays, a lot of it led by Gwyn, a lot of it led by Yeez down low. You have to find a way to stop that here if you're D1 Gaming.
Yep, you sure do. And again, it mostly comes down to just expecting the unexpected, right? Because that's generally how Omit play LSU Search and Destroy. We saw that in the opening match versus Orbit. Omit will be on offense first, and boy, do they love putting 2 SMGs inside the A-bomb site.
All right, well, if there's a time to shine, it's now. D1 do not want to go down 2-0 versus Omit, heading into control. Here we go. First engagement. Okay. I like it. Legenda even swaps it up a little bit, pulls out a sub, says, listen, I want to get a little mixy. Hits top rails, works out for a kill. Meanwhile, Omit, though, will take advantage of the middle of the map. It will put the bomb down, and now we'll see a 4v3 in favor of D1.
Well, Legenda's making a lot of noise here. He's already pushed past the tiles. So much space to be cleared, and he needs some teammates' assistance.
Still there for Yeez. Oh, man. A nade and a stun available there for Legenda. That's not to throw it. And, whoa, a little bit of a snapper. Trakes also finds Yeez. 1v1 we go. How does GodRx play this? He's simply going to take the high ground. Going to be able to watch the bomb. Trakes has to get a read. Did find the first pistol kill, but, man, he is stressed to find this one. GodRx just going to play the clock now. And, well, the kill comes through. Sniper was out, but it won't lead to the round win. Omit still good here for the first.
It was a great rollout, honestly. For all intents and purposes, D1 put Legenda on an SMG, like you were talking about, aggressively pushed inside administration. He finds the first blood, but, I mean, where was the assistance? Where's the follow-up to stop that A-bomb site, or A-bomb plant, excuse me, from coming all the way through? Just a little bit too lackluster, in my opinion, from trying to reconvene over by Kegs, maybe try to pinch it. You even saw, I mean, we could barely even call it a 1v2. He got 2 isolated 1v1s. The second player that had full utility to speak of didn't push for the trade immediately, didn't get the double chow as well. Just things you cannot give over to Omit for free.
Agreed. Yeah, that's the biggest thing for me, right? Like, open that door, bank that stun off. You still got the utility, you got to use it. Well, they used the utility here in round 2. Great nade over the top. Learn it quickly. Gwyn, though. Oh, this is where he's so good, but the stun does lock him out. So a little bit better here from D1 Gaming so far. They will go 2 for 1 early, but Yee's able to pounce on the stairwell. He's still got more work to potentially do, but no one wants anything to do with him. Everyone going to fully reset. 2v2 we go.
Both Yeez and Purge are actually isolated from one another. Purge is lying and lurking over inside of Kegs. Drake sees him, but Yeez just collapses on the play, and how about it? Yeez in search and destroy. Yeah, he was soaking up a lot of OBJ time when it came down to the map. Number 1 says, boys, I want to get a little loose. And loose he certainly is, just flying at everybody from D1. Finds the initial trade off of some great throws from the fragmentation degrade out of Seos, but, man, just simply was not enough to stop the dead silence push that Yeez just put together. Now up to 3 in a row.
Yeah, how about Yeez? 3 in a row, as you mentioned, 5-1. He's been fantastic here so far. D1 Gaming gonna have to find a way to shut him down if they want to get on the board. He's been some pretty decently close rounds. Another 3v2 that Omit worked themselves out of despite the man disadvantage. And Trakes, he's been pretty decent with the scope as well. Found a couple kills there in that round number 1. Gonna continue to keep it out. Legenda ready to fly again. This is being read though from Yeez. I mean, he knows what's up, and the patience just pays off. Now you have Squenchy here under the alias Jano, trying to get something done, and well, he gets caught between 3 players. Last one up going to be Trakes as he's able to take down Purge.
Only has a pistol to do it, Austin. And if you can tell by the canter of my voice, well, it's not looking too likely. Give us a show, Trakes. Let's see it.
Give me some quick scopes.
Yeah,
Get mixy, baby. Let's see it.
Nope, not
That's a chance, but yeah, it doesn't matter.
And the thing about that round is that, like, it's just an easy adaptation, isn't it? You know, we keep highlighting some of the best search and destroy teams to just good search and destroy teams. I'm not trying to say one team is either or the one or the other, excuse me. But Yeez is that guy that he's able to at least adjust accordingly to Legenda's previous push. This time he doesn't come across the barbecue catwalk. He then comes up through the stairs where, again, Yeez was waiting for the push to either come through from the admin room or through that staircase as well. It's just the smallest bit adjustments that comes through from Omit that puts D1 on the back foot.
Still looking for the first round. D1 Gaming. What do they change up? What are they going to do differently? They've still not found a way to deal with Yeez as of just yet. 4 in a row. 2 off of the cruise missile. And he's back in this same position that he loves to play. And you can even see it on the minimap right now. Gwyn's going to slowly work his way through the soccer field there. He will deal with Seos. Trakes. Debating on whether or not he feels like he can plant this bomb comfortably. Looks like the answer will be yes. Bomb will go down, but now you have to defend a 4v3 post plant.
Drake's gonna go for the reach out. That's egregious. Walks away with the kill. And he gives him the isolated 1v1 as well. How about Trakes? There to be able to find 2 kills. Now a 2v2 in the post.
Gwyn trying to lock down Legenda, and well, they know he's in the site. Should see a trade at the very least, and well, doesn't even get one. Man. That was the round, wasn't it? Trakes finds a disgusting 2-piece, turns it into a 2 versus 2. You feel like they can maybe play the clock. And Omit say no, 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 no. And they grab that round and more or less steal it away.
You needed it to be the round if you are D1 Gaming. I mean, everything was in your favor. I mean, Trakes with the snap, crackle, and the pop on the 2 players, giving him not only just the egregious isolated chow versus GodRx laying prone in the doorway leading to billiards, but then Yeez also goes and flies for the trade. and immediately gets denied. I mean, everything was in their court. Even both Purge and Gwyn there at the end were stacked up together to potentially get double pieced up. But like you said there, brother, either the trade was going to come through. Omit looking undeniable here in the map too.
Have to get one. Let's see one here, D1 Gaming. And, well, Gwyn ready to hit top rails, it would appear. Down low. He's able to get one.
Oh, my.
Oh, he gets the read on the second. He was weak in everything. And, well, there we go. Squenchy as well. Sails the last one up. Good for that first kill on a God RX, but has to get the ace and has to complete the 1v3.
Good luck. Have fun, brother. Let's see it. Bomb being planted today. Ripstead silence halfway dissipated. Could find the exit on Gwyn. Nice trigger discipline, but he jumps through the window with his knife out. I respect it, man, but it just does not simply meant to be. I feel like I'm going to be sick after what I just saw out of Yeez. That was...
yeah, that prediction?
Yeah, that's kind of gross.
That's NA right there, baby. Holy.
He has more kills in the Search and Destroy right now than he got in the opening hardpoint.
Yeah, he got 8 in the hardpoint. He's up to 9 in the S&D. That is a stat. That's a good shout. He's definitely feeling it here. But, yeah, you can definitely see what was happening there, right? He just wanted to catch the timing, assumed Gwyn was the one that kind of dropped the bomb, so you could maybe pull off a cheeky little ninja defuse, and would have been a technical 1v4. So, I respect it. Doesn't work out. And now Omit looking to potentially close it out right here on the defense. Trakes has been pretty solid. AR in hand this time around, but Gwyn ready to rip them apart. He finds the first one handedly, and he's ready to fly at the next.
Oh, dude, he completely broke Legenda's ankles. Gwyn, calm down. It's your teammate, brother. Flies.
Oh,
there's the 6th kill in a row. And Omit put D1 to absolute rest. Oh, my God. I mean... it's just a cut above the rest, isn't it? It's just a different type of cloth. I feel like if D1 is made out of cloth, Omit was made of silk in that Search and Destroy. That was smooth as hell, brother.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, man. Holy. Not much to say after that. 6-0 stomping here. D1 Gaming, I feel like if there was ever a way you were going to cut out a win in this series, it would have been through a Search and Destroy. And then potentially a control. And, well, what I'm getting at is the Neslo here. It probably would have been a 5. So, not to be, not to happen at least. And now, after already struggling, showing us a little bit of woes in the control, you know, a little bit earlier in the day versus Rocker, now have to try to get it done here again. It will be a different map, of course, but we'll see what they're going to be able to do. A chance to reset. A chance to try to get ready. But, man, oh, man, this has been all Omit as they find themselves a very free win, it feels like.
And I felt like, again, we called for the adaptations after the round number 1, where we had a lot of players with still some late utility just to use. That 2-piece right there from Trakes was insane. But it was mostly the utility usage in the early stages of this round that really forced Gwyn and Yeez's hand to be a little bit more creative with some of their rollouts, be a little bit more decisive when it came down to their utility usage to get behind enemy lines. And boy, did they deliver on such a cause. Just D1 felt like that they had no idea where either of these two SMGs were located at, offense or defensive alike. Yeez goes 9 in 2. Gwyn finds 3 first bloods with the sub. Keep in mind, you, he was putting on his best Beezy impersonation when he came down to LSC. Search and Destroy just ran at them and found 3 first bloods for the 7 kills to boot. We also went on that 6-3 there at the end, just casual stuff out of him.
Yeah.
And D1 Gaming did rig a really good argument for it. I mean, you can see it right here on the screen. I mean, Legenda, Seos, they were able to at least find 2 first bloods. Obviously, they did not garner them the round win because the trade game from Omit was that much better. Trakes was definitely a force to be reckoned with, whether it came down to the pistol, the sniper, or even the SMG AR combination, whatever may have you. He was realistically the one that was putting them on the back foot. Just felt like that we were always calling in these 6 rounds worth of play that D1 Gaming needed a player to step up and clutch things up, but it just simply was not meant to be, apparently.
Yeah, not meant to be. A couple 3v2s getting away for them. You know, that first round, great opening from Legenda. Doesn't find anything the 5 rounds after. And then, you know, as you just said, Trakes putting together a nice little double there at one point in time. You feel like that was certainly the round they were going to be able to win with only 20 seconds left on the clock. But again, stolen away. Omit just a little too good. Tracking them down, locking it out, and a 6-0 here. So now that puts Omit just 1 map away from being able to qualify to bracket play. Remember, if you win, you stay in. If you lose, you are out. So a lot of pressure, a lot riding on this best of 5. And if there is going to be any way D1 Gaming are able to do it, it would have to be 3, 4, 5. But kicking it off with the hotel control being first.
Yep. It's going to have to start here in the hotel control. And honestly speaking, brother, again, as far as the specified map series is concerned, you're seeing a lot of replays. Well, maybe not necessarily seeing a lot of replays because that ESG Rocker versus Omit matchup happened right behind me. It happened off stream. So the hotel control was one of those map mode combinations. And honestly speaking, you do really feel like that if you are Omit, you really got to be able to showcase some similar performances. And honestly, again, you know, as far as an underdog story is concerned, I don't want to count D1 out, not by any stretch of the margin, but I mean, for Omit, talk about a bounce back. Talk about making sure that your confidence is at an all-time high headed in towards the bracket. You get through here with a 3-0 and a decisive map 3, I feel like all considerations are off the cards here for Omit, that they are still the real deal.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, these guys look pretty cool, calm and collected right now, right? I mean, this has not really been too much of a struggle whatsoever. Gwyn, I think, is starting just to fly around at people. I mean, not that's something that he doesn't usually do, but he's definitely doing it a lot looser, I would say, right now compared to what we were seeing a little bit earlier on in the day. So we'll see what we get. Hotel control. This is very well it here for the D1 Gaming boys, the representatives out of LATAM, the #1 seed that have been completely stomping that region the entire year, but have not been able to show up here so far. A lot of close maps versus Rocker ESG, but so far it has been very one-sided from Omit. We'll see what we get. This could be do or die here for D1 Gaming, or it could be the map that gets Omit through to bracket play. Let's get into it.
Let's get it on, brother. Come on, D1. Give me something. I believe in you boys. Vamos! It's going to be an offensive attempt for Omit, and oh, mercy!
Oh, mercy.
They just completely ran them over!
Oh, Purge got smoked. I'll gas that up. Squenchy just absolutely smokes a little 90-degree turn on, so that's a little something. Can he turn it into 2? Yes, he can. Into 3. Okay, Squenchy. Good moment here. Great clearance. D1 Gaming showing a little life.
That was massive coming through from Jono. Let's not forget that Squetchy, I mean, he dropped somewhere here like almost double, triple negative in the map #1. Talk about a boy bouncing back from the absolute depths up on a 3 spree. Now Omit are forced to spawn parallel over towards A. They do have the stack. Jano's still going on this spree, by the way. Now 5 in a row. Looking for a cruise missile. Seos will be immediately taken down as soon as he chows over by 1. Jano, early shots, gets double chowed. No streaks have been earned. 60 seconds out onto the board for Omit.
All right, let's stabilize a little bit. We stopped that second tick. Let's see if we can try to hold on to Bandit Patrol now. Long as possible. Purge. Oh, no. He's already been able to blow it open. He's threatening the back. Squenchy's been great. 6 and 1 for him. Finding kills, trying to play his life. Dolphin dives across, and well, how about it? Able to take down Gwyn. Trax is now there for the follow-up. And Omit have to be a little bit careful biting off more than they can chew because D1 Gaming starting to take full control of the map.
Absolutely. Look at the mid-map coverage. That B tick, that second segment, excuse me, could be depleted if they want to. But they're more favoring for the map positioning, and I love this call coming out from Squetchy. He is just cutting through double arches and now going back through the atrium, making sure that Omit have to check every single corner possible to even try to sniff the B control zone.
I almost want to feel like you should deplete the second tick if you can. It's almost
really
there.
should.
Omit just need one really good push, and it feels like they could put it away. But Trax is down low. Bedroom control still being held onto for D1 Gaming. A lot of footsteps, I imagine, are being heard up top. Yeez, though, is able to deal with 1 through couches. Gwyn, oh, how does he win that? And oh no, you've lost your AR at the back, and this is why I said you should have depleted it, because now you have to break. You have to retake it quickly. Third tick is on the way, and there it is. Just like that, Omit. One good break, one good push. They find the offensive round.
I mean, it's just a massive critical error, isn't it?
It is.
The second segment wasn't locked. You gotta deplete that second segment if it's not locked, because at least that could have given you a lot more time and space, albeit spawning over by Jules. At that moment of time, Austin, you had a player inside a spa and a player over by the check-in desk. They could have very much so contested that segment. It was going to be like halfway through the third, but instead, that second segment gets locked and the stack just too potent. All barring some Squetchy heroics to start things off, Omit will win the first round via segments.
They sure do. Tough defeat there for D1 Gaming, showing us a lot of great looks. And felt like they had all the map control needed to maybe run away with the defense. Not the case. Oh, boy. That's a wake-up call from Yeez and GodRx at the back here as they defend quite well and stop the entire team push coming through here for T1 Gaming. Gwyn now also able to get forward. Has been a slower start from him, and he is still struggling. Doesn't win that battle. Yeez now needs to cut the map. He's good for 1, but has to try to find some more, and he can't get out.
Gives up the angle over by Cat Room, so the trade will at least be there. But Purge is over here inside the Snake Pit, expecting more challenges to come all the way through. Legenda would be the first one to give it to him. He gets away inside of Wine. The snap from Purge not going to be good enough. Seos would take him down. He's trying to pick up where he left off. Still presence over by the A zone. D1 Gaming looking to keep this clock stalled out at 46 seconds.
He's good read. Oh, takes the chow. Bet you will be able to find the kill. 25 lives, excuse me, playing up against 22. And now we'll see progress starting to be accumulated on A. Even seeing a lot of the players actually fly on out. Put some pressure onto B. This could very well weaken the setup, and that's exactly what it's going to do. Now you only have one member on A. Yeez is here. He might be able to upset. Try to come from behind. There is the first one. Second tick. No longer going to be locked in. Challenge comes through onto Trakes. He won't get the best of him with Purge. Also here to play a little defense.
And again, that's another moment right there that D1 Gaming, they decide to try to go for a forward position over by B, and now they're starting to reel to try to get themselves over by the A control zone. Second segment looking to be locked in. Ease off the second respawn. Again, tries to push a little bit further forward, gets traded out. That third segment looking pretty darn good to get locked in here, brother.
Feels like it could be the case, and I think this is the right call. Back up. Give them the extra minute. Should equal about a minute 30. Just under here for D1 Gaming to start working towards B. And, well, they're only down 2 lives here, so this is not impossible. But they have to see how they kind of want to play this. Do they push through the back? So far, it's really been shut down. Middle of the map, no longer an option for the Legenda. Caught at the back of Jewelry, and he'll be finished off there from Gwyn. So the back is made safe. Now they can turn their attention to the front, but there is nobody from Omit inside of Bedroom. That's kind of the only silver lining right now here for D1 Gaming.
Yeah, and I don't think that D1 are prepared for how turtled and how far back this defense honestly is. That's a massive gunfight to win for Trakes. Now he can start flying around the back. He's going to have another gunfight versus Gwyn, who is just going to get the better of him this time around. But some trades still coming through over by the B control zone. The last player up is going to be Yeast. Nobody's watching the middle of the map, and Purge is looking to exploit it.
Oh, Purge is there. Will there be a trade? Yes, there will be. Trakes follows up. Yeast, does he have a chance to push forward? Yes, he does. So, Bedroom control will be gained here for a moment. And, well, the dead silence makes sure that Squetchy has no idea. And Yeez is popping up behind him. Gwyn. Oh, no. Finds the second. Little extra body shots there into Trakes. And, well, this is maybe where the snowball starts to unfold. 5 lives remaining. 20 seconds left for D1 Gaming.
That ain't right.
Yeah.
Hey, we've seen body speed shot a little bit too early. All right, well, they're warranted. No, this round is over. 5 spree now for Yeez. Every single time that he respawns, he is just running at people. What the shotgun just happened? Legenda just evaporated off the map. D1 Gaming are going to get themselves a consolation of a full A-zone capture, but Omit now put themselves up on series point.
They sure do, and not only that, but Yeez also just earned the cruise missile off of that shotgun kill that we just saw up close. So
casual.
Gonna be a little bit tougher for sure now that you have a streak to work with. It is Hotel after all, so maybe not always the easiest to weave the streak in, especially from the offensive point of view, but it is there. Something to consider. And now gonna need to see a fantastic defense come through for D1 Gaming, but more importantly, just have to make sure your break, especially over to B, is a little bit better, a little bit more solid, I would say, if they decide to hit this. We'll see where Omit decide to go. He's also up to 17-10 now.
Here's missile to play with. Oh, hold that! What an arm out of Legenda. Immediately sticks Yeez in the chest. Gwyn looking to pick things up, though. Is able to at least find one inside of Wine. This A push is very much so still on the cards for Omit, and D1 are aware.
Oh, Gwyn's finding some great success in the interconnector. Both players are cut down. Now through the back, D1 Gaming trying to get through. Trakes finds a trade, but you're going to have to concede this. And, well, it's already being done. Seo's going to push all the way up to the back of that P6 hill. We'll try to block that close spawn, but Omit, with numbers, have a chance to push through and see if they can maybe get around the back.
Oh, Trakes needed to find at least one there. He starts inching his way back just a moment too soon. Yeez is calling in the cruise missile, by the way. Where does that splash down? They may not find any of the kills whatsoever, but it's forcing D1 to remain so stationary and the backside of Lobby.
Oh!
What a snap from Trakes! Is able to clear away the flank, and that means that D1 can maintain presence around the B zone.
Man, I'll tell you, like, a couple of these players show us some flashy snappers. The mechanics are there. It's just not always there as a team, I would say. And you need that to come alive if you're going to win a round here in the control. Drake's down low, trying to push all the way up. Good read, shuts down Gwyn. So far, it's been very difficult for Omit to try to get in control of this bedroom. And well, Trake's able to snap on another. Dolphin dives down low, ready for the next chow. 4 in a row for him. Connor X gives it up at the worst possible time. But Trake's doesn't really have the confidence to push up. Decides to anyway. Connor X will punish. And now a chance maybe with numbers to get onto the point. But Legenda says no as he finds 2.
And his own trophy system takes him out. That last little bit of damage takes Connor X out of commission. 1 minute left. 16 plays up against 16. D1 Gaming looking to extend this to another round, but Omit have a lot of presence around the B zone.
Connor X also on 5, but doesn't even matter. They could end it right here, right now. Trakes, can he find an angle in? Nades and stuns are looking pretty good. That's a full-on team wipe, and this time you need to deplete that second tick. They don't do it fully. Maybe there's an opportunity for Seos to do it. No, he won't either, but at least it's not as close as last time. An opportunity to still hold on. Just 50 seconds left here in round 3.
And they're favoring map positioning over depleting the second segment, which isn't terrible. And I mean, it's under 50%, I'll tell you that much. But you are able to clear so much space if you're Omit. 12 plays up against 12. Bedroom control is here. Theos is inside of bottom luggage, waiting for the push to come through.
Win for 2, and well, this should be the green light here for Omit to get onto the point. 1 good stack. 3 players, almost all 4 here, and well, D1 Gaming, nobody goes in time. Omit, they get the job done very cleanly here in this qualification match. They will send D1 Gaming packing, but Omit, they move to bracket play.
We'll be seeing Omit tomorrow as well. Here is the winning reaction. Just casual business, minus Gwyn shooting bodies in round number 2. That was probably the least ethical part of the entire control.
Yeah, that was unnecessary.
Yeez, I mean, map number 1 is whatever. You can put an asterisk beside it because Yeez did get himself about 2 minutes of objective time, and then he comes alive with the search and destroy, and then that is a continuation in towards the hotel control. Him and Gwyn were a massive issue, but it has to be said that the ARs were always in a position to layer and pepper down D1 Gaming to allow Gwyn and Yeez to get up with the highway robbery that they did.
Oh boy. Better moments at the control, I will say, but it feels like it took a little bit too long to get going. It was once they realized, okay, backs up against the wall, we got nothing to lose. It felt like they started to play with like a lot more freedom, a lot more risk, right? And it was working here and there. Flashy moments coming through. That's where Gwyn was shooting just a little bit of extra bullets there into the body of Trakes. Maybe a little unnecessary based off the trend of the series, but is what it is, I suppose. 3-0. Very clean stuff coming on through for Omit. A lot of non-traded kills coming through as well, just about top to bottom. Purge had a good start in the round 1, but his teammates certainly made sure to take over as they got deeper and deeper into round 2 and 3.
15 non-traded kills for Yeez. 15 for Gwyn. 15 for Goddard X. Which means, quick maths, Gwyn and Goddard X only had 1 traded kill. What? That's insane.
Yo.
I mean, Trakes, like, look at his numbers. Like, these are good numbers.
Yeah, Trakes played well.
15 out of 18 non-traded kills, about 2,300 damage, but the follow-up just was not there. I mean, we got it early on from Squetchy, who went on that Herculean 5 spree in round number 1, but it just mostly comes through in a consistent factor that D1 Gaming just could not find that consistency. We saw a lot of bright spots, and I mean a lot of bright spots in between the maps 2 and 3 from this D1 Gaming roster, but that consistency factor was that much better out of the Omit camp.
Certainly the case. They'll be happy about it. They move on to bracket play, and they do it fiercely with a very dominant 3-0 over D1 Gaming. LATAM, unfortunately, still struggling to try to get to that secondary portion of the tournament to try to get into bracket play and make a run. So they are unfortunately done here for the Modern Warfare 2 season. But now we're getting ready for our final match of the night. And this one should be a very good one. Decimate NRK. The rematch going up against one another. One moves on, one will not. Those are 2 teams that you would expect to both potentially be in bracket play when we move on to top 8, but only one of them will be able to do it in NRK. Got the best of Decimate last time around. We'll see what ends up happening. For now, we will step away. We'll get that match ready. Don't go too far. We'll be back with more Call of Duty action.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Challengers 2023 finals. We're about to get into our final match of the day with Decimate Gaming and Anarchy Gaming. One of these teams is going to qualify for the championship bracket, and I think, honestly, Austin, it's a shocker that one of them won't. Before we get into all those conversations, let's go around the grounds. Let's get everybody updates about kind of what the groups look like, including Group A, which is where we're looking at for this first match of the day, right? So it's only right that we look over towards this group. I think we knew this was going to be the group of death coming into the competition, Austin, and unsurprisingly, that's where we've got to, right?
That's where we've got to, right? Wobble Bobs, they get through 6-0, but, you know, that matchup up against Anarchy was fairly close. You know, round 11 was thrown into the mix. Hardpoint was about 50 points or so, and then they lost 3-1 on the Hotels. So, you know, pretty close set overall, but now you're looking for the revenge matchup because NRK already beat Decimate Gaming 3-1 in that first round. That was, you know, one of the first matches that we had kind of played out on the day, I guess. So now we'll see exactly what happens at the end of the day and whether or not anything will be any different this second go around.
Yeah, for sure. Over towards Group B then. Obviously, we already talked about ESGX Rocker making their way in towards the championship bracket via the winner's side. And that's, I don't want to say surprise, but at the very least, I think, you know, we had questions about what Real Squared would look like going. I'm going to make it happen, mate. It's the duo shit we've always wanted. Coming back in towards ESG Rocker, what that new kind of lineup would look like. They look pretty solid. Omit, though, as you guys just saw with the fastest 3-0 in the West, they are also 3.
Yeah, Omit pretty handedly taking care of, you know, D1 Gaming. Felt like that was probably, you know, the likely outcome, but we were kind of questioning, you know, who would be the top two to come out of this group. So the fact that ESG Rocker do it through the upper portion of this Group B, I think says a lot on their improvements and maybe how good they really are looking heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Then Group C as well, just to quickly run through this one. And I do have a banger update for you folks as well. Unofficially, of course, but we're going to do it anyway. Team Notorious, they got through Millennium 7 3-1. Now, that Millennium 7 Atlas Lions matchup is going on right now. And get this, Austin. Ready?
Oh,
get yourself prepared. Atlas Lions are 2-0 up.
No way.
There's
no way. Okay. That's actually insane because we casted that match. I don't know if it was you and me or me and Andy, but like I casted that match, and you know, outside of the map 1, I wouldn't say it was really all that close. So I guess the map 3 went round 5, but that's absurd. If M7 don't make it to bracket play, I'm not sure exactly what I'll do, but I'm gonna freak out. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure, and it's worth saying as well, the Atlas Lions did win the control in that series, so. Oh, boy. Anyway, let's go for Group D as well. I'll give you the final update before we talk about our teams here for this matchup. Just very briefly, Aphelion Esports. This is, like we said going into this would be the weirdest group.
Yes.
Here's weird. Right here. Clutch Rain, they are 3.
Yeah. I mean, you said it. Like, that is probably the most unlikely team to make it through the upper bracket. At least I thought. Like, I had kind of assumed that it would be Deviants probably up against Aphelion Esports. Like, if I had to guess, that would have been what I had put. But I definitely would have had Aphelion Esports over Clutch Rain, but they lose that in a map 5. I mean, Clutch Rain, they've been winning those S&Ds. Like, these last couple of months, it feels like it has always come down to those map 2, map 5s, and they deliver more often than not.
Yeah, for sure. I cannot believe we are staring down the barrel, of course, presuming that Deviants beat Mindfreak, which could well not happen. A Vortex versus Denza matchup to qualify for the championship bracket. That would be insane. We'll see how that one goes down. So there's a little run through all of the groups, folks, but we've got a match to talk about, of course, going back to Group A. Anarchy, Decimate, only one of these teams can qualify, Austin.
Only one can qualify, and like you said, I think, like I said, you know, coming out of the last series, it feels like both teams should be in bracket play, but this is what happens when you have 16 of the best squads in the world all facing off in group play, right? You're bound to get a couple of groups that are heavily stacked. That's exactly the case here. It would be wild, I think, to see, you know, our number 2 seed from Toronto after the performance they had put on, the run they had went on to not make it through, but there is a very high possibility that happens because NRK, they've already beat them on the day.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? That victory earlier on, though. Let's just remind everybody of the rosters very quickly here. Decimate Gaming on the left side. Of course, this team has been doing bits over the last few weeks and months, right? I think I always go back to that Season 4 performance when I always think about Decimate Gaming. Early on, they went flawless in the groups, if I remember correctly. And then, of course, second at Toronto, by the way. Is just like, this Decimate roster, man, they've been looking so good.
They've been looking really good. I agree. It feels like, again, coming out of Toronto, this team was probably the best hardpoint team up until their last match in Grand Finals, where Oval Bobs kind of just swept them under the rug. 4-0, very clean, you know, really didn't show a whole lot of weaknesses, and that was kind of the only point in time where we said, wow, like, where has this Decimate Gaming roster been? Now, after maybe there's been a little bit more VOD out there, teams starting to figure it out, we haven't seen them be as dominant when it comes down to those respawn game modes. We'll see if they can try to get back on form here, because they're going to need to up against this roster.
Yes, indeed they are. On the other side, we have an NRK roster, which, well, they've been pretty good, I think it's fair to say, right? Recently, having Wiz back on the lineup, basically reinstating the 3/4 of the Phase 1 esports roster that got top 6 at the first 2 events of the season. We knew that, I think, Wiz joining this lineup was going to be a real positive for the team. Feels like that's been the case so far.
Yeah, it's been the case, and well, Cruz Dak also just coming off of playing one another, you know, last weekend at the CCL LAN. You know, they're having a lot of fun. They're very, very good teammates. There's a lot of love here, I would say, within this squad. I mean, Wiz and Cruz also have a lot of history that goes all the way back to Black Ops Cold War, when you come down to, you know, this team kind of making their run and Cruz first coming over to North America, where there was a lot of talks about that. So
yeah.
there's a lot of chemistry is what I'm getting at here with this team, and we've seen that be built up, you know, even more. And I mean, this squad has basically always been able to break into top 6, top 8 this entire year on LAN as well.
That's the key thing, right? I mean, they haven't placed worse than top 8, at least that core 3, so surely not here, right? Surely not here, but they did go up against it versus this Decimate Gaming roster. Let's talk then, I think, about the map set here in a moment, because we do need to talk about the battlegrounds in which we're expecting to see. You mentioned Hardpoint being a really crucial thing for Decimate Gaming.
Right.
I'd argue it's of equal importance to Anarchy, because at least in my perspective, Austin, that has been their best game mode as well.
Well, it's interesting here too, because they're squaring up on it, right? If you go back over the first set that we had, it was Fortress, Hotel, El Asilo, then it ended on an Embassy. So we will get a bit of a change up when it comes down to the Hotel Search, as well as the Embassy Hardpoint. So it was a bit of a change there, but it feels like Decimate more than willing to run that one back. But when they put it the first time on Fortress Hardpoint, Brody, 1 point differential, and Decimate just barely squeaked by with that final point to get over the hurdle for the dub. So these two play each other very, very close, and we'll see what they've been able to take from one another coming back into this rematch in this square up here in map number 1.
Yeah, for sure. I would have loved to have seen that 1 point game between these two teams, right? It just like that would have been just insane to see. I can only imagine how that would have gone down, to be honest, between these two teams. So yeah, that Fortress Hardpoint, I think, is going to be very telling for Anarchy to see if they can like just change up those minute errors, if there were any in that game. Again, we didn't see it, so we can't say whether or not we'll see a different outcome there. But we do have some stats to talk about, so why don't we go to them? We love our stats here on broadcast. Let's show them you guys a little head-to-head. I don't think we would be in our right stage of mind without talking about Noisy, because he has been, I think, you know, we all made the call that Noisy was arguably the best sub in North American Challenges during Season 4, maybe even at Toronto as well. Right. He has been on fire the second half of this year.
Yeah, Noisy has stepped it up tenfold this second half of the year. First half, it felt like he was trying to find a roster to stick with, and then, you know, things were constantly being shaken up. There wasn't a lot of consistency, but this is one of Noisy's best games, and I feel like you could have probably made that prediction based off of what we've seen in 2019 Modern Warfare, because guess what? Noisy was also like a constant, consistent top 6 challengers player in North America. So he's basically showing us that here again in Modern Warfare 2. He loves to get mixy with the sub. Not only that, but he finds a lot of great objectives work. But on the other side, the man up against him has been Dak. I just touched on the fact that Dak, coming off of a big championship there in CCL, so he's kind of riding a bit of a high coming into Vegas, and he might be able to continue to get that rolling, because he's also been a key playmaker and has that ability to also take over a lot of respawns as well.
Yeah, specifically in Hardpoint as well, right? Even going back to Season 4, when we look at his stats from that, it's just like, it's very clear that Dak is much strongest in Hardpoint comparatively to Search and Destroy and Control. So yeah, I feel like the subs for Anarchy, not just Dak but also Wiz, going to be really important to making sure that they do garner control of the map, and that's going to be big, I think, in just trying to stop what Noisy brings to the table here on a map like Fortress. These subs, they're going to be real important, Austin. You know, we love to see that sub pressure coming out right from the gate. Noisy's going to bring it. Dak's got to be the player to stop him. We'll see whether or not that'll be the case. Of course, I mean, we've got Noisy and Dak on our screens, but I also feel like it would be amiss to not talk about the ARs very briefly here as well. For Anarchy, I got to talk about a player like Cruz. I know that like you want to talk about Lunas, I get it, but like Cruz, man, his storyline is still one of my favorites in challenges. It will never not be one of my favorites in challenges. The Kiwi coming to America, man, and he is just he's a wholesome guy. We love him. He's a huggable guy.
He is. He's an awesome guy, man. Just talking to him last weekend, you know, he has a lot of fun. Again, him and Dak were playing up against each other, so just like a lot of banter, right? You know what you're going to get from Cruz, but he also pops off. He lets you know when he just smoked you. And I will say, he's probably got one of the more entertaining POVs to watch in Challengers because he's just so snappy. He was like telling me last weekend, he's like, listen, I don't really play with like my thumb like at the top of the joystick. Like I kind of play like a little bit more in the middle of my thumb, so my centering sometimes isn't so good, but I can snap on people was basically what he was getting at. So when he snaps on people, he turns on people, I mean, he gets fired up. The team feeds off that. He's a very enjoyable player to watch. And like you said, his story is incredible. Making the move over to North America and, you know, already accomplishing what he's been able to accomplish, I think is insane.
Yeah, I remember I was at Toronto standing behind these guys as a full squad when they were going head-to-head with Aphelion on Esports. Now, they did end up losing that match, it is worth saying, but still, then getting hyped up for like a Hydro hardpoint comeback, I think it was. Like, the amount of intensity that this team can bring to the game in the comms department is insane. They've got a lot of trust in one another, and again, I only think that's going to improve as we move forward to Wiz joining this lineup here for a champ. So Anarchy constantly been knocking at the door at the top of North American challenges for quite some time. Decimate, though, on the other side, have also been there, second at Toronto. You cannot ignore that. Maybe Decimate will come out and once again show their hardpoint prowess here as we go into one of their favorite maps all the way back in Awards Season 4. It's Fortress. And again, a reminder about that very first match between these two teams earlier on today. It was a 250 to 249, Austin. We've got a banger on the cards here.
Oh, we do. You guys better strap in at home, baby. I am ready for this series. Man, feels again like both have the ability to be able to pop off. It could be difficult to stop some of these players. We'll see who will be off to a hot start here in the map one. So far, so good, at least with trades back in fourth. Early time going the way of Decimate, but now being contested. And it's only one player that's able to slip through, and he will force the teammate to spawn up with him.
Yeah, this is a good decision coming right out the gate here from Decimate. You do have to win a gunfight! Oh my god, Cruz! I was going to say, yeah, I mean, that's a great decision being made by Decimate Gaming, but Cruz just completely poops on that party right there. He hasn't fully cleared the space just yet. Cruz is bouncing from wall for wall, from side of the map to side of the map, and now as Estriel finally makes his position known, Cruz now knows that he didn't clear house entirely. Still, though, at the start of this one, Cruz looking for number 6 will be shut down before that can happen, but the early spree, again, just gives Anarchy so much to say here off the back of this rotation from P1 and P2.
Well, it does, because they're able to get 40 seconds, and Wiz is still threatening. Challenge is coming on through, finally overwhelmed and cleared out, but 45 seconds chained into P2 and the setup along with it. It's going to be a very scary moment here for Decimate Gaming to have to find a response through the back. And well, so far, just about everyone being cut down outside of Bink. He'll try to keep the play alive. He's good for one, but not good for the second. Still presence in the hill here for Anarchy.
Yeah, this is massive. Decimate have managed to flip the spawns again. That might not be that favorable if this push does not work. Noisy has to make it so and flies out for the double. The third will be taken away by Flames, but that triple between those two players is everything for Decimate, especially as now they need to convert this rotation to their control as well. Estriel's going to go down. That will isolate Bink, who has 4 players coming in his direction. He's already picked up 1, looking for more. Actually managed to find a second there despite all the jump ups. Bink converts for the triple, and as Flames clears house, that is a great hold from Bink.
I mean, that was a 4v1. He gets a bit of support there in the back, so he's, you know, able to get some team shots in, but he lives for so long, and yeah, that is an incredible play to keep his team in the game to make sure things don't get out of hand. But the next push coming through, and it's very aggressive. That should be a block of the spawns, and oh my goodness, off the first push, it feels like that might have been enough. Lunars will have his teammates spawning up with him, and he's at the back of half circle here, so he has an opportunity to try to stay alive, but kills going back and forth. It feels like Anarchy have done enough to clear them right back out, and now they can go for time.
Yeah, big back 30 seconds here. Decimate, I mean, look, they got 30 seconds of their own, but if they give away this time, it still doesn't really change anything from the lead that Anarchy built up over the course of P1 and P2. So if you're a Decimate, really, this is the point where you see the last 20 seconds here, you just kind of give up, rotate away towards the middle of the map, and start yourselves up for a better hold over by munitions. That is going to be the play call. So now we hit the reset point here in this game. Decimate will have to cross the middle of the map. Anarchy, as I said, have got themselves set up. Noisy looking for some of those exit frags, and we'll find the first. This is okay for Anarchy. Good opportunity for Decimate, excuse me. Good opportunity for them to really get a good hold here, and they're getting every single kill off the back of the rotation too.
Yeah, this is where you really look at Decimate. This is why we are praising them when it comes down to their hard point. Just really good at keeping you pinned in and, you know, force you into a lot of tough decisions, right? They have to take their time. 20 seconds has already been secured here for Decimate Gaming, and now they get to set up their hit. But will they be able to fully break? Still numbers here for Decimate. Close spawns coming inside of P2, as well as the back, so it feels like they should be able to get numbers in, and that is the case. Anarchy still looking for a break.
Can they get it done? That's the question. Decimate are holding a ton of time away here. Luna's the one on top. Oh, turns and burns on towards Flames. Now looking for more. Estriel runs right into his not so welcoming arms around the backline. Luna's going huge here on 5 in a row. Looking for number 6. Stack will take both of those kills away. That could have been the cruise missile. But now he'll have to get right into it himself here. Look, hunt for this 6th kill. There it is. Estriel down for the count. Lunas eviscerates him. And while all that's going on, by the way, Lunas is zoning around this hard point. That was a lot of time that went Anarchy's way.
I mean, Lunars is lighting it up right now, man. Holy, what a spree that is. 18 and 6. I've said many times that he's looked like a top 10 AR in North America. And well, he's currently showing it. It is still about a 40-point differential or so. Still in favor of Anarchy Gaming. Dak trying to get a read on where this hit's coming from. He's now up to 5. Stabs for 6. But not going to be good enough for the 6th kill. So only one streak here in the arsenal of Anarchy Gaming, but an opportunity to still try to battle through. However, Decimate Gaming have been controlling the map beautifully, and they're soaking up a lot of time because of it.
Yeah, that's the crucial thing for me at this point in time. They have to hold on to this map control, which they've currently obtained. They've let one player slip the net in the form of Cruz. That could be rather problematic, especially as kills are now being made. There you go, Cruz going to pick up 1. That AR duo going to clean house here, and a lot of that map pressure that Decimate maybe would have had to hold Anarchy back towards those P3 spawns will immediately dissipate. They'll have to re-earn it. Those kills from Estriel and Noisy will help garner some of that mid-map control once again. But now they need to get more kills off the back of it. Now they need to hold this P1 control. And they also kind of simultaneously need to stop these players filtering through towards the gallows. They've got the setup pretty well done here.
Yeah, the control looks pretty decent. Wiz. Nice little patient play from him. But Flames ready to pick up on any players lingering through mid. Doesn't get a read on Cruz. Can Cruz get something done? He's got support coming his way. Wiz now also might have a chance to flip the map on its head here. So Decimate kind of all very, very tight on the hill right now. But they are finding the kills necessary to try to keep the pressure up against Anarchy. Flame, does he get a read on Wiz? No, he does not. Wiz still just trying to finesse, and one of his teammates going to spawn up with him. Maybe there's a chance to pinch Decimate here in the middle of the map.
It's the question. Bink only able to get 1 in the middle of the map, and he gets shut down. It's the pinstripe kill feed coming through, and in the end, it is Anarchy who won the duel for the spawns. But again, that P1 was epic from Decimate. They get themselves right within touching distance of Anarchy, and we know they can break on towards this hill. We saw them do it last time around. Back 25 seconds. Can they do it again? Noisy gonna open things up for the first kill now. That's a lane opened up around the flank. Noisy will find a second too, and onside the hard point, it's gonna be Bink and Estriel to come through with the kills. It takes 15 seconds for Anarchy to be unseated, to be dethroned inside this hard point, and now you can see the desperation starting to set in. Dak looking for more kills, finds 1. They're still spawning around the back.
Yeah, fantastic kind of utility usage coming on out there for Decimate to get a foot inside the hill and then hold on to it for a little bit, but they don't get the full reward, do they? Dak clears out 4. Now he has a chance maybe to work for streaks, but Estriel should be able to cut him down. First one good, second one not going to be there, but numbers in the back here at P3, and Decimate Gaming will hold on to this rotation. Spawns, though, not going to be with them. This last hill at P2 is still very much active, and Bink is going to have to try to get some great work done in the back yet again.
Kills on the other side already starting to be made here by Decimate. They're doing a good job thus far, and Wiz was the player furthest push forward for Anarchy. He has been removed from the situation as well. They're slowly but surely here having the sharp edges rounded out by Decimate. Noisy's just going to keep his head down. It's very dangerous, especially with the trophy system. It seems at least depleted now, and Luna's noticed as well. As those stuns and nades land, they know that they can bring this cruise missile down around the backline, but there is a trophy to protect, and around the front, Bink completely clears space. Another 3 pieces, not going to make it 4, but nonetheless, they survive the cruise and they hold.
Oh, Noisy also top maps. going to be able to get info onto Wiz, who's trying to fly to the hill. Look at Anarchy putting so much pressure onto the point itself, realizing that all of his time has gone over to Decimate. Espriel finessing, and oh, he takes out Lunars. Lunars has certainly slowed down quite a bit. 18-6, now 25-17. Decimate Gaming, off the back end of P1, P2, and P3, now have a 50-point lead, and they're starting to run away with it.
Yeah, this is crazy how this game has gone thus far comparatively when we compare like what the first rotation to this one. Decimate Gaming have really taken full charge of this game. This rotation frankly should not be theirs, and Anarchy, they'll be frustrated they'll even let it go. They need to get in quick. 20 seconds have already passed here. That's a lot of control to give away to Decimate, and they are just ready. They're not even the hard point at this point. They're just covering all of their entries. Noisy doing it so well. Will not get that 6th kill. It would have been nice. That would have potentially been a dagger, but it will have to wait a little bit longer.
Oh man, you're going to have to go. You're going to have to find a break here, or else this game just gets a little too out of hand. You just need maybe one more break after this if you secure 20 seconds, and you can put it away. They won't get that final tick if they're able to grab the remaining 15 seconds, and there's even a small contest there to try to delay what they possibly can. Cruz looking for an angle in, not gonna find it. Decimate Gaming looking solid for what feels like a dub. It's been a string of 4 hard points in a row to regain control, and now they can look to put it away. 2 seconds needed for the win.
Yeah, and you've got a streak as well. Noisy with that 7 spree. There's going to be a streak coming down. He's immediately going to bring it down on the ground. And Lunas does actually survive. The crossfire from the AR is still looking pretty good. Wiz is going to bring one out here for this play. Lunas needs to survive. Coverage now coming through from Dak as well, as Noisy's on a 10 bloody spree. Decimate trying to find these last 2 seconds. Just one more wave of kills will do it here. Noisy comes! And he finds the final kill and the final dagger as well. Decimate will win the hard point.
I mean, what a crazy turn of events. Like, we go back to what was happening through the first set of hills, and it was about a 30-40 point lead coming on through for Anarchy Gaming. But we go to the second set, and the last 4 hills were all controlled from Decimate Gaming. They could not be broken. It feels like Lunars was the one that was continuously lighting it up, drops 31 kills, 25 of them non-traded, but it was really just him putting in a lot of that slaying power. Everyone else just significantly slows down. They let up on the gas, and Decimate Gaming take full advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you really do hit the nail on the head there, to be honest, mate. And there were some crucial points early on where it really feels like that the script could have absolutely been flipped. I think I look back towards the P3 in the first set where Decimate Gaming managed to hold on to a lot of time on P3, down to what was a 3-piece from Bink, a clutch one, or a 1v4, as you so well put it, held it long enough so that he could get a little bit of help, and it made it a 2 versus 4. But little things like that, for me, are why Decimate came out on top in this matchup. And I think the other thing is, almost the difference in the slaying power for Anarchy, a lot of it came down to the ARs, right? I mean, Lunas was having a game.
Yeah.
Wiz even pulled an AR at one point. Of course, I mean, he's going to. He's the SMG flex for this lineup, and then Cruz as well. But for Decimate, I mean, you look at the firepower of your subs and the amount of pressure that they were layering on, and trust me, they were layering on thick. Decimate were just flying across the map, and it's just, man, 10 spree, was it 12 spree, I think it was in the end from Noisy?
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah, Noisy was like 11-19, and look where he finishes. He finishes 26-22, right? Like so many of those performances where it just feels like maybe a couple members come out a little cold, and then as soon as they start to get into the mix of it, like all of a sudden, it just starts to come together beautifully. So very, very well done. A lot of credit to Espriel as well. 28 kills, 2 minutes in the hill with 10 objective kills. So, he's finding a lot of his value on the objective itself. And, this is something that we've seen from Espriel and why we praise someone like Noisy, because he fulfills that roaming SMG role, running around the map. And Espriel, more than happy to soak up time, rely and trust on his teammates. And you see a lot of trust shown there in that map number 1. Last time it might have been a 1-point differential. Well, not this time around here, Brody. Very dominant, very strong second set coming through there for Decimate Gaming.
Absolutely, mate. Well, last time around, as you say, it was a 1-point game. This time, absolutely not the case. Decimate will come out on top, but it was a much more dominant scoreline this time around. Now, you already talked about the differences in the Search and Destroy, and El Asilo Search and Destroy was on the cards in the last best of 5. Of course, we didn't get it because we didn't go the distance in that series. Here, it is earlier on in the series. We're going to it for a game number 2. The one S&D that we did see in that last best of 5 was actually an Anarchy victory, and that was 6-4 on Hotel. Which is almost surprising to me in a way, because when you look towards kind of the Achilles heel of Anarchy has been in the past, all the way back towards Season 4 at Toronto as well, I think they kind of required improvements in Search and Destroy. And while we did see them at Toronto, you know, it's a big, big victory to take the S&D away from Decimate like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I imagine, you know, Wiz has also probably helped out with that a little bit too. Just trying to, you know, really iron out some of their strategies, maybe even throwing in a couple others to see if they can try to complement them a little bit better. We'll see what happens though. Map number 2 coming on up. El Asilo, Search and Destroy. This was the map in the last series for map number 5, but did not end up getting there, did not end up seeing it. And now attacking first will be Anarchy Gaming.
It feels like Decimate giving them a lot of respect, and I imagine part of this is anticipation that somebody from Anarchy is going to fly towards them, trying to catch them off guard, if that is the choice. Anarchy, on the other hand, also giving the same amount of respect away here to Decimate, just making sure they're not playing uber aggressive. They want to clear out the AS&D site before they go for it, and now they feel comfortable in doing so.
Flames and Cruz did make contact. Oh, Cruz was able to find him very, very far away, all the way at the back of the map. So now you know this whole courtyard side is pretty difficult to attack if you're Decimate on the retake. Noisy, though, might try to give it a go. Down low is Estriel. Wiz going to find him. And now this becomes that much harder, too, before we go.
Yeah, especially as Noisy there just kind of makes so much noise, just slamming the door open like that. The Noisy in the situation is take what you can get. Shots against Flames from afar. Or not Flames, excuse me. That would be team shots. Wiz on the other side. Might actually get that kill as well. There are some good shots there in that final kill, but will not be enough to get the final frag through Austin. So, Anarchy coming out on top, and you could see kind of the waiting game right at the start of that round between these two teams. Neither wanted to make the first move. It is Anarchy that get it done, and it works out.
It starts with that kill there on the Flames. As soon as you find the kill on the Flames, right, it opens up that entire right side. It doesn't make you feel as confident. Are they hitting down low? Do they have that opportunity now to push through? And it opens up that site, gives them a strong opportunity to move in. And, well, do they ever move in? Wiz also able to clear out a lot of that space. 3 kills for him in the first round. So, great opening here for Anarchy Gaming. Now, Decimate Gaming on their first opening attacking round. Looks like they're starting to move in with aggression, looking at it.
Yeah, they want to be fast and furious on towards this round. That aggression will not work out. Wiz going to open things up with the first blood. And a reminder that he's on 4 in a row as well between the first couple of rounds thus far, so something to keep an eye on at the back of our minds here. Luna's going to follow up the nade on towards Noisy as well, and for Flames and Bink, if you're in this situation, you are completely isolated. Got to be careful about players coming on the flank. This round is done, so that was surgical.
Yeah, it was very nice, right? Like, it feels like they don't really give them any time to get into the site fully. Wiz as well, a great challenge. He's the one that's kind of positioned inside, and I mean, a lot of what happens on El Asilo, especially when you see almost the majority of hits come over to the A site, it's what that sub player does inside the site if he positions himself in there. And Wiz just has a really good challenge. Bangs open the back door, finds himself a kill, and puts together the last one, and now he's already one off of a cruise missile just a few rounds in here to this El Asilo search.
Yeah, it would be big. Bannon could get it on the other side, though, for Decimate. Got to get around on the board now, and ideally, even if you don't, take Wiz out. That has to be play number 1. Bit of a stun trade-off there coming out. Wiz going to get stunned. His stun will connect against Noisy, who does have the perk that will stop that stun from being effective. Wiz flies out towards Kegs, thinks that's where safety is, and, well, he could not be more wrong.
No. Couple stun checks going back and forth, and Decimate Gaming able to find the collapse. Crew's able to get 1, but it all comes down to Lunars. He was absolutely cooking in that map number 1. We'll see if he can try to put together a little 1v3 here up against Decimate Gaming. Has time to do it. 45 seconds. The bomb is also just right below him, so shouldn't struggle too much with picking it up, and has the dead silence.
Yeah, it's that question of whether you want to invest it, though, right? Do you want to save it maybe for round number 4? At the moment, the way he's flying across the map, he is making a lot of noise. Got those steel cap-toe boots on. Trust me, these guys can hear him. 20 seconds. Try and make this reconnaissance mission work. There you go. Bink down for the count. Is the reaction going to be there from Flames? Not quite in a position to take Lunas down. 14 seconds left, though. Lunas does not have the information as to where Estriel is located. Now he certainly does. Has seen him. There's no time to make this work, though. If you're Lunas, you certainly don't have time for the plant. And Estriel, well, better weapon from that scenario, will shut him down.
Yeah, that's a huge round from Estriel. He finds 3 in the round right there. The first 2 were great. I mean, both players, you know, stunned up, locked down low. Not really a whole lot of opportunities to get themselves out of the position. They're kind of caught between, do I hit A, do I back up? And you can really see it in Dak's POV, trying to get back to his squad, but not able to do it. Estriel with some heads-up challenges and really putting some pressure onto Anarchy Gaming, which is something we haven't really seen a lot of, or at least go their way so far. So a great one comes through. Estriel now working on a bit of a spree of his own.
Yeah, it would be big if Estriel could go into this round and keep moving forward and towards that streak. Once again, being cautious about the A site. Attempted flank coming through from Wiz has not been dissuaded with his streak taken out. Making a lot of noise up top, but Decimate, they feel like they've got enough now to get the bomb down. That is what's going to happen. Anarchy have to collapse soon.
Well, these engagements down low are really everything to trying to find success on the retake. Dak able to dodge from the nade, but the challenge comes right to him. And now it's all down to Cruz. Cruz has got nowhere to go. And I mean, that's the round you like to see. Decimate Gaming don't even give over a single life as they tie it up here 2-2.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these rounds at the moment, Austin, are being decided by who can get control of the A-bomb site first. It literally is a case of that.
Fair.
And very often, the thing is, on teams on defense, very often you see somebody like trying to rush in towards the site, get somebody behind the sofa. We haven't seen anybody doing that, or the couch, excuse me. We haven't seen anybody do that thus far. So I'm kind of curious as to whether or not the strategy will change up here between these two teams in the defense, because as I said, a lot of it has been just flying towards A, getting there first, and then getting the hold from there on out. Maybe the same strategy will come to play once again. Anarchy. Bomb in the hands of Dak, who is yet to move off the donut between these first 4 rounds. Looking for the first kill, and getting a little bit of deja vu here, mate, because we're once again seeing kind of that lack of aggression apart from one player in the form of Noisy.
Yeah, Noisy's coming all the way around the back here. So if you're not quick to make a play, it might feel pretty punishing. Very tight setup. Just waiting for point of contact and almost hoping that someone comes into your waiting arms here for a freebie. And no one from Decimate going to fall for that trap as of just yet. But now shots being taken. Point of contact made on the site. We'll stretch the plant and will be planted for top balcony. Can Estriel find any exits here on the way out? Noisy's now also drops.
Yeah, once again, Decimate were very reliant on the fact that they could watch the bomb plant from up top, but now the bomb's going down. You need to find a reaction for Estriel. They know somebody's going to be in there. Oh, did not anticipate Wiz being behind the bar and get served a drink that he didn't want. Now for Decimate in this retake, a 2v3. Flames and Bink again. Still got to clear the site. Bink going to fall around the arcade, so Flames now needs to go huge. Going to trade out his teammate and get some shots into Wiz as well. 17 seconds. This is absolutely doable. Flames going to pick up the second kill, but oh my god, Wiz has absolutely flown the coop. Flames just didn't expect that whatsoever, and that is a great heads-up play call from Wiz. Wiz ends up winning the final 1v1 as well, but that 1v3, had Wiz not done that, especially because Wiz was already weak from those initial bullets, that might have happened.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty scary, right? Like, it felt like Flames got shots on just about every single player, but again, a heads-up play from Wiz just completely sprints out of there. He wants nothing to do with that gunfight onto Flames, and well, who can blame him when he's shooting like that, man? Picking them apart. Another great round, up to 7-2, and I mean, that was a scary round as well. Everyone was trapped and pinned in. There wasn't really a whole lot of control, but a lot of clutch gunfights kind of all happening at once. The snaking kind of laying down, ready and waiting for the challenges to come through, and they do. 3-2 up here is Anarchy Gaming.
Back and forth we go in this S&D. And once again, this S&D continues to be decided by who can get the bomb down first. This time it is Decimate. Wiz going to open things up with the first blood and on the flank. Can he find any more than that? Hunted the kill on towards Bink and said he is going to get taken down by Estriel for the double. And now Luna's for the 1v3.
I feel like a lot of these rounds have just almost been like the exact same, haven't they? like it's kind of just like who's winning these battles down low, who's able to kind of find the first two-piece, right? It's been going back and forth. Wiz does it one round, and then, you know, we get Estriel doing it the next.
Yeah.
It's very, very similar. Neither team really willing to kind of change it up a whole lot. I mean, we've seen them maybe change up the tempo just a tad, not necessarily going for the fast rush plays, but it really does feel like we're kind of just getting similar rounds back and forth, seeing who can do it better than the other.
Yeah, something has to change, I think, for these teams in the defense at the moment. I'm very surprised we haven't just seen a 4-man hit towards A on the defense. I'm genuinely surprised we haven't seen it at this point. Or maybe like a 3-man with one player going on the outside. Like, some kind of discrepancy in the play has to happen sooner rather than later, and it has to come now. And what else would you look at it, mate? Decimate sending 3 players through the middle of the map, and it's all to try and get Noisy all the way through. I don't know if Anarchy are going to anticipate this.
I feel like you should be stun checking that most of the time, Cruz. Almost every single time you can expect him to work somewhere on the tower side. That's the case, but Noisy's forward position does work out here for Decimate. However, what can Bake do on the side? He's got a bit of cover to work with. Trophy gonna go down. It protects him for now. Needs help, and the only thing he can do from that position is buy time, but both Decimate members flipped on the other side of the map, and it's a man advantage here for Anarchy.
And the way these teams are playing against one another at the moment, just constantly countering the other strategy. Anarchy's reaction here to transfer towards B is a beautiful play call, and the final kill comes through. And yeah, I mean, for me there, mate, it's exactly that, right? Decimate, we said we needed to see a change in the strategy. That's exactly what they do. They send Noisy all the way through the middle of the map to try and catch players off guard. Anarchy, they react. They know they don't have mid-map control. They go around the outside.
Yeah, and I have to imagine they were probably also counting utility in that round too, right? Because we saw everybody go through mid. We've kind of seen this strat, you know, specifically maybe from Team Notorious that love to just bombard you with stuns and nades. And once you hear, you know, 2, 3 stuns come through, it's like, okay, well, they're stacked up through mid. Let's take away space through the outskirts. So that's finally a little bit of an adaptation maybe coming through. A good play call in the moment there for Anarchy Gaming. And mind you, they're doing all of this without Dak really getting involved whatsoever. Not something we usually say a lot when we talk about this roster, but he is still looking for that first kill.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, mate. I mean, again, Dak is great in Search and Destroy. He's not showing it in this one. But we talked about it again. We needed to see something different in the defensive side, and this time we have seen it. Finally, a team gets somebody in towards the A site, and it's more than just somebody, right? It's 2 players sitting inside that site, back to back. They've got each other 6. Decimate, do they realize that? Because the bomb is still positioning to try and move over towards A. Noisy, though, potentially an opportunity to clear some space on B.
Oh, man. Lunars doesn't see him cross. So Noisy is crouched walk all the way up to this point, and now has earned the dead silence. And he's actually going to invest the dead silence. Not sure where he plans on going with it, but it is popped. It is active. The rest of Anarchy Gaming now in position to potentially stop this. High ground also being taken away, but they don't read Noisy. I guess the Denny play does work out as he snaps on another. Dak still can't get on the board. Decimate Gaming, they respond beautifully to tie it up 4-4.
How do we keep trading offense for offense every single time? It's just incredible to me the way that these teams are consistently responding and adapting to one another. The perfect read comes through, right? They read that, hey, you know, they've got bodies inside the A bomb site. It's not really a viable spot for us to go for. So what do? Position themselves over towards B. And that first blood coming through, I think it was from a Noisy, right? Taking down Lunars, who didn't see him make that cross. That was the biggest play in the entire damn round. 4-4. Dak now doing his best James Bond impression. Anarchy now looking to make their way through. Dak looking for his first kill, and that stun check from Estriel gives them so much information.
Yeah, Dak can't commit to the challenge. A lot of utility has been used. No one has dropped down, but Noisy now has a complete cut on the cross here if they decide to make a move into A. Wiz is going to do it. Oh, man. Team shots come through, but there it is. Dak's on the board, baby. He finds his first kill, and that will create a bit of a man advantage now for Anarchy Gaming with 50 seconds left.
Yeah, if only you don't YY in those situations, eh? Sometimes it happens. Bomb control now for Anarchy. Once again, that same old adage reigns true. Whoever holds the bomb site holds control all around. Feels like I might be the case again. Think on his attempt to garner some kind of damage, some kind of kill to the bomb site does go down. Flames for what could be an epic 1v3. 30 seconds to pull it off, but every single lane is being watched. Anarchy, once again, on the offense, they win out.
Yeah, you know, outside of those first 2 rounds, kind of going back and forth to either side, it really has just been about the offensive game. And a lot of that, of course, taking place in A. Whoever gets this bomb down just tends to win the round itself. So you have to find a way to stop it. And it feels like they're in a position to do so, right? Like Noisy's down low in front of Kegs. It looked like they also had some crossfires coming through like that mid-door connector as well. So team shots came through on the first, and then they kind of left Noisy just defend for himself, try to hold on to the position. Can't do so. And now Anarchy Gaming on map point here. Just one more round to try to put it away.
Here we go. Aggressive from Anarchy. Wiz Tagged up to 39 HP here, just going to try and use the coverage of the door, and of course the teammate as well, but Dak can't help him in this scenario as he has gone down. And Anarchy now looking to regarner control of the site. Decimate, big kill there, and Wiz is going to get it on the other side of the door. Can he grab it for the second? Yes, he can! It's absolute bananas inside the site, and finally, as we get round 10, defense wins out, or rather, Wiz.
Oh, man. Wiz just goes off this map and goes off in that round. Oh, man. What a play that is. Just realizes that, listen, I don't have any other options. I am one shot. If I'm putting together a second kill, it is by way of combat knife. And he puts up 13 kills. Decimate, I'm sure, a little bit frustrated. A lot of opportunities where it feels like they may have had a chance to go 2-0 up, mainly because Dak just really struggled to get anything going, it felt like, throughout the majority of that S&D, but Wiz more than made up for it. I think Anarchy made a good pickup here with Wiz rejoining the roster as you see everything come to life here for him in this map.
I mean, that's the play caller, right? You know, Wiz is back on the lineup. We've been talking about it to hell and back. Just the fact that he has managed to rejoin his former Phase 1 teammates here on Anarchy Gaming, and it is absolutely the right choice. I mean, it wasn't really a choice. They kind of had to do it if they wanted to be at this event via auto qualification, but still, the right choice was made. Wiz has been a wonderful addition to this lineup, and Anarchy Gaming also looking so good in Search and Destroy. But on the whole, probably one of the weirdest Search and Destroys I've watched in a while, to be honest. Just how close some of those rounds were, and there was constant positioning between these two teams, constant adapting going on between these two teams. They read each other like a book.
Yeah, they did. That was just something out of like a Black Mirror episode or something like that. Very, very strange, right? Just really difficult to predict. A lot of twists thrown in, or maybe not so much through the middle, but a lot of just kind of the same play being replayed over and over and over again until finally it was shut down. And it's thanks to player number 4 there on Anarchy Gaming, Wiz with 1,300 damage, 3 first bloods, and a hell of a lot of clutch plays, as well as multi-kills to come along with it, man. I mean, there's not much more you can ask for. It feels like he alone just simply won so many rounds there for his squad to get them the same scoreline that they had won with the first time around when they played each other earlier in the day.
Yeah, kind of a big discrepancy there with Dak as well, who maybe didn't have the best games. I know we don't want to call it out. I know we never do, because Anarchy won, technically, so it doesn't matter. You know, they won regardless. But, yeah, kind of a balance, yin and yang situation there, right, with Wiz and Dak. Balance in the force, as it were. Wiz, though, 13-5. You got to give the man his props, right? He is just playing so well on this roster, and prove that he needs to be here. He deserves to be here on this Anarchy team that had to make that change. He has been a wonderful addition to the lineup, and winning Search and Destroy in the way that they have, that is a great response to the hardpoint.
It sure is. So all tied up. I mean, kind of how we expected this series to likely go. Just a lot of back and forths, a lot of tie-ups probably taking place. And as much as map number 1 was pretty convincing through the second set, that's the bounce back that you needed. And well, Anarchy also starting to fix some of those woes and some of those questions that we had, right, about their S&D game, about their ability to be able to win. It feels like that's starting to come together quite well for them here, Brody.
That's absolutely correct. Again, you have to go back to, historically speaking, Anarchy. Obviously, you know, they've had a bit of a weird season with Phase 1. I think we can go back to like the very beginning of the season where Phase 1, they made their way into Elite, and they didn't have a good time. If I'm correct, I think it was like top 10 or something like that is where they finished back then. And then Anarchy, obviously, over the course of the LAN events, got better and better, and they made it into Challengers Elite Season 4. And during that Season 4, again, you know, the most recent season of Challengers Elite, their Search and Destroy was abysmal. Like, it was not good whatsoever. Just their team play was not great, I think it's fair to say, and you know, something looked off. I think let's all go for it.
Sure.
Toronto, it looked better, but it never looked this good. I think it's fair to say. And against Decimate, again, this is the big thing for me. Decimate Search and Destroy has also got better and better, so I think it really says something about the amount of work that Anarchy have very clearly put into their Search and Destroy to improve it. They knew that it was their Achilles heel. It seems like they've no longer got a weakness there. So 1-1 in the series versus these two teams. I think we've got some stats to go head-to-head and talk about as we go in towards this control as well. Let's talk about Estriel and Wiz. Two different players here. Estriel on the left side, of course. I mean, we've been talking a lot about Estriel this season. I still remember, I don't know why, I've got this like very particular, I think it was like Electrify Steel, I want to say, the Raleigh team that you and I cast quite a bit. at the very beginning of the year. Estriel has made, I think, a lot of moves this season to really increase his stock.
Absolutely. I think Estriel was kind of slept on for a very long time, and maybe that's because like him and Flames were grinding Black Ops 4 for like 3 or 4 years, right? Like after the fact. So like I think that's probably why. So you kind of take somebody into your roster like that, and it's hard to kind of have high expectations on what they're going to bring to the table. But Estriel has improved, just an incredible amount throughout this year. And again, I always talk about how important he is to the success of this Decimate roster, because he's the one that's doing the dirty work. He's the one that's soaking up a lot of that time. So you really do have to look at him and you think right to the success right away. But on the other side, Wiz, I mean, well, we just kind of just saw it. It might not be control stats, but Wiz has that ability to completely take over games. And on top of that, we also saw Anarchy win 3-1 a little bit earlier on in the day, thanks to Wiz helping out here with the squad.
Yeah, it's a lot of questions between these two teams, these two players, right? It's man, they're both so good. All the players at this point in the competition, Austin, are so good. I know that's like a very low-hanging fruit thing to say, but especially when it comes to Group A, because it's just incredible that we've even got these two teams and Wobbabobs in the same group. I think that's just an insane thing to even have a look at. But again, only one of these two teams can qualify for the championship bracket. Here's a look at the state of play as it currently stands, with Decimate winning the Fortress Hardpoint in a much more dominant fashion than they did in the last time these two teams faced off, of course, earlier on today. That El Asilo Search and Destroy victory does put us at 1-1 in the series. Next up is going to be an El Asilo Control, and this is a map mode combination where in the past both Anarchy and Decimate have found success. So, going to be an interesting run for sure. Is El Asilo the only control map we've seen today? Am I being blasted right now? I don't think we've seen anything else.
We saw a hotel? Just in the last series, but we weren't on the hotel for very long. It was
true. I forgot about that. Yeah,
so that's probably why it slipped the mind. We weren't there very long, but
where's
you're right.
Expos,
it has been El Asilo's. No, it's been no expos so far for us. Unfortunately,
sad.
I like Expo.
Sad. I know, the Europeans started to like Expo as well, over the last few weeks. I totally feel like, remember that period of time where the European teams just refused to play Expo until like Season 3 playoffs. And it was just like, well, I guess we're never getting one. And then we finally did. It was a good time. It was a good time enjoying that map. But yeah, we've seen a lot of El Asilo Control today. And this is going to be, I think, a map really where, again, those SMGs, I think, through the middle of the map are really going to have a chance to shine. But also the ARs as well. And it comes back to that conversation point, I think, when we look back towards map number 1, we look at the strengths of where Anarchy Gaming, I think, in particular, looked to lie. And Luna's was having a game, man. Luna's was having such a game in map number 1. If he's able to kind of, like, post up here in El Asilo and some of those power positions like the radio tower or like the AC over by B on defense, I know, man, it's going to be hard to shut him down.
No, I like that call, Brody. It's true, right? The guy was frying map 1, and if he can put up a similar performance, that could be enough to try to grab the El Asilo yet again. Remember, they won it the first time around 3-1 on this exact same map mode combination. And this is kind of how the series went a little bit too, right? Decimate grabbed the map 1, they lose map 2, they lose map 3. So we'll see if it's any different, I guess, coming into this map number 3 this time around. What has Decimate changed? What will they do differently? Let's find out. Attacking first will be Anarchy Gaming.
All right, let's see whether Anarchy can get those ARs posted up here. Get themselves ready to start capturing these points early on. It seems to be a bit of a weird 1B coming right out the gate here. Utility going over the top, and a nade will land right on Bink's forehead. That'll take him out of the play. Still green arrows sitting around this point, though. Noisy and Estriel are going to be a player to provide some kind of resistance. Noisy comes through for the double. Almost a little knife kill. Luna's trying to do his best whiz impression there, but it's not to be, as they will clear the point. Just one tick given away.
They do clear the point, but it's still kind of a small success, right? They're able to get the first tick, so helps them out if they grab A at some point in time. Wiz fighting through mid, won't get through Flames, but the trade is now there for Dak. Noisy, ready to pinch everything up through mid. Eyes on Dak, and should be an easy call-up, but no, Estriel actually loses the battle, so Noisy has to continue to take away space, try to find the spawners, and well, the timing here doesn't work out for him. Now a huge movement onto the point here for Anarchy Gaming.
Yeah, the thing is, while all that pressure around the middle of the map was going down, there was actually a big 1v1. I think it was Bink that was positioned up top inside the radio tower. Could have done some serious damage, but Lunas does take them down. That's going to alleviate a lot of pressure now. Zanarchy look to capture this point. Trophy system kill is the only kill that comes through in the ensemble, as Dak's the last one left alive. Gets the first kill, has spotted out Flames as well, but runs right into Estriel in the attempt to escape. So 2 ticks now over towards A, and Decimate full committed towards that defense of the A zone. So they're going to have to go straight towards B if they want to save this.
Shot's going to come through. Noisy. Struggle kind of commit to that gunfight. Decides to pick up a Vazdef and give it a go again. Doesn't work out. Flames over the top. He's got so much to look at, and Anarchy Gaming have cleared him out, and maybe that is enough to try to secure the point here. Everybody for Decimate going to have to concede it. That is not what you like to see, because there's already members from Anarchy threatening the zone, looking for kills. But Estriel, what a two-piece that is to try to clear some members off. And now we'll see if Cruz can try to work to the back.
Just wants it. All they need, 90 seconds to make it happen. Estriel, though, almost ruins their day. Finds the double. On the other side, Lunas and Cruz will trade things out. So now, 2 versus 2 with players alive. Noisy looking to cause some carnage, though, to take Cruz down. Oh, the shot's not good enough. Cruz decimates him. No pun intended. Now for Decimate, they are once again relying here on the ARs up top. Flames has so much to do.
Yes, he does. It's just really all about trying to get info and just play your life. And if you can get a kill here or there, that's great. But have to also make a move sometimes to the point if they find a clearance and just start to stay down in the cover. Estriel finds Lunars, whiz for a trade, but numbers still swaying the way of Decimate. Noisy actually comes up with 2, so that's going to leave Cruz all alone on the map. He feels the need to try to touch the point. He will bring some of the defenders back, but will this really get their teammates out of the spawn? Right now, it's looking like a hard no. Anarchy now down to 6 lives.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem here. And, of course, no map control. I think that's fair to say, right? Even though, you know, that vertical progression has not fully been depleted. So that's something you've got maybe in your favor. You don't have any map control until Dak finds 2. Noisy. Oh, looks away at the complete wrong time. Cruz going to take them down. And now the 3-stack coming on through. Flames has to go big. Can only find 1. And again, the fact that it wasn't depleted, the fact that we see the stack coming on through from Anarchy, they turn a 6 versus 11 into a very, very winnable situation.
Oh, man. I mean, there was obviously a lot of time to work with, but that is one where you're going to be frustrated. I mean, there was only 5 lives remaining there to make that push happen, and Anarchy make it happen. They find a wipe, and I mean, that's what we talk about when it comes down to control. It just takes one good wipe. It just takes everybody winning their gunfights, and boom, just like that, you can throw yourself on the point. Flames is the last one up. It's a lot to ask from that position to come up with more than 1 with the AR. He can't do so. Despite Estriel having a heck of a round 1, it's Anarchy Gaming that steal away and snatch up that round 1.
Alrighty. Anarchy, very happy with the way that round number 1 has kicked off. Want to follow things up with just as good of a round number 2. Immediate trades going down. Dak and Lunas, arbiters of the A zone, and Dak just runs straight past Flames. Lunas is going to have no clue whatsoever, and now he most certainly will, but by the point that this has gone down, Lunas already down for the count. Dak needs to go huge, can only pick up 1, will not find any more than that. Decimate now 3 players on this A zone. A real chance to go for the capture, and Noisy, he does not rest on his laurels, flies out to take Cruz down.
Wiz will come all the way around the back here. He'll be able to find Bink. Teammates now with them. We'll see if they decide to give it a go. If they go, they have to go now. 3rd tick just about locked in. Small contest from Dak. He's about to be challenged. Flames finds him pretty handedly. And well, that could be a costly mistake here for Anarchy Gaming, because now their setup is completely fumbled at B, and you could use numbers to get to the back or start to create a bit of a discrepancy here in the lives.
Yeah, that's why you do not see teams on the defense challenge that late. The point is already gone. It's a big error there. They have to rely on some kind of restabilization here, and it's going to come by way of Lunas on the flank. Dak also picking up a couple of kills with 2. They are going to restabilize somewhat, but they haven't fully cleared space just yet. Flames are going to get aggressive towards the point. Going to get shut down by Wiz up top in AC. And all this kind of boils down to one player who has slipped the next. Estriel in from behind. Dak will actually spot him out, but not before Estriel picks up that gunfight. Dak will need to trade this one through. Going to throw a Semtex up there to get Estriel out of position, and that will be the thing that takes them down. And on the other side, I mean, Anarchy, they've already set themselves up for success too by pushing all the way through.
Yeah, now look at the map control here. Anarchy already threatening inside of white. Estriel does a good job of finding the first gunfight, but there's more to come. Lunars, 3 in a row, looking for 4. Won't be able to find it. But all of this is just time slowly taken away from the clock. They had over 2 minutes. Now they're down to just about 55 seconds. But Decimate working through the courtyard side, trying to work all the way around the back. This is also going to force close spawns here for the defensive members in the back of B.
sure. Getting aggressive here. Cruz and Wiz, they combine for 3. Bink, the last man standing. Bink takes both those players down. It's actually Wiz still, excuse me, left alive. He's flown through towards the house, and he actually gets the first kill versus Estriel. So there's some hope here for Anarchy, despite the fact that Bink is looking to try and catch some of these guys off guard coming from the spawn. He gets shut down now. 25 seconds on the clock here. Here we go. Decimate gotta go.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty hard-pressed to pull this off. I say it, Estriel and Noisy have been able to put together a couple kills. Still have to worry about Wiz. Flame says no problem. Cruz, right through the middle of soccer field, has a chance to still play spoiler. 11 seconds on the clock. Noisy over the top, looking for kills, struggling to lock anyone down, and they're still looking for Cruz. Cruz is just such a nuisance right now for them because they know we can come behind the play. But members from the front starting to drop. Decimate here with numbers, Brody.
Yeah, Cruz still hasn't been dealt with on the flank as well. He did let one player slip the net here, and now they're going to come for the stack. Wiz is going to find 2. Cruz now starting to put shots into all of these players. Can they find every single one? Well, at the very least, they've cleared all the players that were on the point. Estriel now looking to play spoiler here. Finds one, not able to get the second. And that will be all she wrote for this round. Anarchy Gaming, they survive all of that barrage.
They survive, but just barely. You know, there was a really unfortunate moment, I feel like, where Bink gets the top party, and, you know, he's able to find 2 kills, trades out his teammates, but everybody there for Anarchy ends up spawning at the back of Pride Rock. So if it's a situation where everyone ends up spawning behind that building there in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, basically right behind this spawn that you're looking at, there's a moment where Bink gets the spawn trap, or at least gets to put a lot of pressure on the respawners there, and maybe get his teammates to the point. Not the case. Anarchy holding on, and they're looking as solid as ever here in control.
Yeah, this has been a beautiful control coming out from Anarchy, but I never want to doubt the tenacity of a team like Decimate. They've shown so much of it across the final season of Elite, across Toronto, and even here at Challengers Finals. Anarchy, though, looking to get control early on of B, just like last time around, but they are going to be a pinstripe kill feed in effect here. Cruz hasn't done all of it just yet to clear the point, but as Dak picks up 2, now there's going to be a split effort coming through from the Anarchy boys. Dak's the only player on A. Big 1v1 versus Flames. Flames going to reveal his position here in the moment, and Dak, I mean, he is just like a moth to a flame at this point. Dak might well find that kill, but it's in a distraction play as the rest of the Decimate team no longer have any presence towards B.
You called it. I mean, B is just about gone. Flames would have to rip them all apart, and he is doing so, but he can't get a clear look at the point in time. He clears off 3, but the zone is gone. And that is the more difficult zone to try to secure here in El Asilo. Man, oh man, you're going to have to hold A now for 2 minutes, and Flames doing a great job of it. 1 off the streak. Can he exit? Can he play his life? Looks like the answer is yes for now.
Yeah, and number 4, Wiz has just flown right by him as well. They have not located where Flames went to, so that's going to give them the element of surprise against a player like that if he does choose to jump up top. Instead, now Flames is actually making quite a lot of noise. Ran right above Dak, and that call was not there. Lunas did not know. Flames is going to get the 6th kill now in from behind. Come they and Estriel. Flames looking for more damage will finally be shut down, but on the point here, we've got Anarchy players. Wiz on site on the point. Got Cruz up top. This coverage is very good. Decimate have to go here if they don't want to lose.
Oh, man, this could be it. Good kills coming through, but more need to follow. Second tick. Now locked in. Lunar's left alone on the point, and that will be a clearance. Cruz, the last one up. Has to play his life up top. He's under threat, under pressure, but his teammates hot off the respawn. Chance to come back through with another attempt to attack the point itself. Wiz opens up with one onto Bink. Eyes on Flames, who's going to have to try to get some kind of cover inside of Courtyard. But you just need 1 tick. We saw it last time, 1 good wipe. That's all that's needed, and they got a minute to do it.
If you're Cruz, you've just got yourself out of position here. This is a big gamble to make. You're no longer providing the coverage up top. You want to get involved right yourself here. The stack coming through. Somebody's got to touch in time. Indeed they do. Just to slither away. All down a Dak now on the point.
Wow.
He cannot survive long enough. And that's why that play is a big gamble. Because Cruz coming down to that point now. They no longer have any control up top. They're going to be able to install Decimate here on the defense and the AR themselves. And Estriel now starting to poke some holes in the offense here. At a 6v15. This is much more difficult than that 6 versus 11.
Oh, man. It really is, because you can see it. Everyone's funneling through the soccer fields. There's not really any clear looks inside of the middle building. Cruz, could he work all the way around? Shots taken on the Bink, and oh boy, not what you like to see. Forced to back down. Teammates struggling to also still make moves on the map. Cruz is going to have to make this play, and I mean, make it pretty quick. There is a touch there from player 2. That's going to be Dak, and now Lunars also finds a kill. A chance to still get it done, but no respawns remaining.
Yeah, and again, he comes back to that decision earlier on. You've got no coverage up top inside the radio tower. You would need to go ballistic if you're cruising. I don't think he just saw Bink flow down as well. Tagged up by the Semtex. Down he goes. Back for something special. That is just not to be. And yeah, for me, I got to rewind the clock here momentarily. I know this control is far from over. It's just Decimate for one round. But the reason Decimate were even able to win that round was because of the fact that they made that choice, Anarchy, to conscientiously move away from control of the map and in towards a full send towards the point, and that didn't work.
It's risky. It's bold. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But that case very well could be costly if Decimate Gaming can put together success on the offense. And that's kind of been the problem, right? We've seen glimpses and moments where they've been pushed up on B, but they've never been able to fully capture it as of just yet. That's going to have to change if they want to somehow have a way at winning it. They're going to take their attention right over to A. So far, locking it down will be Anarchy Gaming. They're going to find 3 for 1. Last one up is Flames, and he is also dealt with.
Yeah, and I love this as well, because this isn't just control of A, this isn't just control of the middle of the map, but they've also got players over by B as well. That would be the immediate reaction for a team such as Decimate. If A doesn't work out, transfer straight towards B. Those options, though, somewhat limited here with the amount of players that Anarchy have around these points. Wiz pushed all the way through towards the top bar area, and I think Decimate are kind of on search and destroy mode, and I don't mean that as in the game mode, I mean in trying to find all these players and eliminate them. And they have located down Wiz. That's going to get him out of position, and while all that's going on, while you're pressurizing these players like Anarchy away from this point, Decimate, they're starting to stack on towards A. Wiz now, they're going to make this defensive play. Did not anticipate Estriel taking him down from behind like that. Cruz is being peppered up. You're a best bet here if you're Anarchy. Move away, defend B.
Lots of time to work with here, but this is where they've really struggled and have not really had a lot of abilities. Got to get to the back here, but Estriel getting it done by himself. He's up to 34 kills. I mean, he's silently been popping off, it feels like. Can he earn the cruise missile, though? If you start to win this battle onto Dak, you're going to force deep spawns here for the defenders. Now Lunars needs to try to get here alongside Cruz. Estriel is still snapping at the moment. Now Decimate are on the point. First tick just about locked in, and there are still deep spawns for the defenders. Everyone from the back is cleared out.
Yeah, this should be it. I mean, you should just stack this point. This one's done, so there's nobody from Anarchy that's going to be able to touch. The trophy systems should be able to stop the oncoming barrage of utility. Cruz getting cut down. Flames looking for the double. Will be denied it. Decimate send us to a round 5. Wow. Just wow is all I've got to say about that. They get those kills. They make the right decision to completely stack the point. That is, again, a veteran team decision right there from Decimate. And if you're Anarchy, you're really annoyed at this point. The way the first couple of rounds went, this should be their control. The way round number 3 went, to a certain extent, that should have been their control. But just the individual efforts of a player like Estriel at this point, I think he's like 37 or something like that at this point. We've still got round number 5 to go. Woo-wee.
Estriel, man, holy. 36 kills. Like, the next closest is Dak at 24. Just take that in. Like, that is 12 kill differential, and this is control where you get kills by way of 1v1s more often than not. And now it's Anarchy Gaming that are on the defense. Noisy already hitting them hard down low. Gets a good first kill on the Dak. Estriel still on the spree, looking to build it up to 8, but no, Wiz shuts him down.
Yeah, Flames, though, up top, starting to build a spree of his own. Should be nice to have if you can get this cruise missile as well. And the thing is, with the way that Anarchy are positioned at this point in time, Flames is really their priority target on the defense, right? You need to make sure you get rid of him from this power position, because if you don't, things are going to go from bad to worse. And that feels like it's going to be the case at this point in time. Flames actually going to have to now move down towards the point to save it. A position that Dak is not going to expect. There's number 6 for Flames. There's the cruise missile. And again, to add insult to injury here, player number 5 has made round to this point. Estriel finds one. Anarchy, they are scrambling for anything at this point.
Ooh, starting to get a little bit worried here for the Anarchy Gaming boys that were 2-0 up. Noisy, great read on Wiz, finds the wallbang. Estriel also takes out a second. Have to find a kill here if you're Lunars. He does. So Lunars, as well as Cruz, have a chance to try to pull something off on B, but the defense is there. Estriel now on 41 kills. Only 30 seconds left. Everybody is just about dealt with. Wiz needs to get something done, and he's also cut down. I mean, this is looking like it could be it here, Brody. Anarchy Gaming gonna have to fly to a zone.
Yeah, you have to commit to something right about now, to be honest, in the ARs that they have set up are despicable. Fingers just beaming. 2 for him. Make it number 3. Surely not number 4 as well. Wiz will deny this time around, but the crossfire's good. Flames are going to pressurize, will not be able to take Wiz down. Now's the time to pull the streak down to just close out this game. Is there a trophy system to protect? I don't even think you need one at this point. 5 seconds left. Lunas has no choice but to just jump on this point to try and close out the game. He's not able to do so. 0.6 seconds. All down to Wiz on the point. Wiz finds 3. That is nuclear.
0.6 seconds on the clock, and Wiz might have just kept his team in the game. They all line up. Flames, he's going to call in the streak, but surely there's a trophy system down. And, well, will it even get there in time? Does not matter. The problem, Anarchy Gaming only have 7 lives, so you have to find perfect transitions over to the B zone. It needs to be perfect. And, well, they're already starting to drop like flies. 5 lives remaining.
Yeah, 4 versus 13. It's a lot to ask for, isn't it? No respawns remaining. Wiz can maybe pick up 3 kills, and I know I'm creating kind of ifs and buts out of thin air here, mate, but if he could maybe find the 3 kills, or the 2 kills, excuse me, for a cruise missile, and then bring that down, like, maybe that's a path in for this, but for otherwise, it has to be perfect from Anarchy, and they don't really have the time to formulate a devious plan. Has to be on gut reaction. Has to be, once more, with feeling for Wiz, and no will not be feeling anymore. Wiz down for the count. That's a potential streak out of the play as well. Cruz did not spot out the player towards his left. Noisy will come through for the punish. 2 players left.
All down to 1. Lunars versus the world. No time, nowhere to go. And Decimate Gaming take 3 rounds in a row to pull off the reverse sweep here in the control. Oh my goodness, that is an absolute breakdown. And it all comes back to that play in round 3 that you called out, Brody.
It does. That's going to hurt. I know it's really frustrating for players to hear us casters be like, it was just this one thing and the game would have changed entirely. But it really was. I really can't stress that enough. There's a situation out there in the multiverse where Cruz doesn't come down from the position up top, instead provides the firepower with his AR, which we know he's capable of, and they are able to stop Decimate from getting onto that point. They just do it with the double cap. That is insane. You can't let that happen. You just cannot let that happen. Decimate just went crazy over the last 3 rounds, even really over the last 2 rounds, because again, like we've said it, round number 3 should not have been theirs. That should have been an Anarchy victory. You've got to give Decimate their props, though. Again, it's just the composure to win a situation like that. You can just see kind of the momentum building back in their favor round after round after round. And for players like Flames and Estriel that just absolutely came out and just put excrement all over the walls, mate. Yeah, what else is there to say?
There's a lot to say about Estriel, I guess, because holy man, the guy just put up, what did he end on? 45, 46? Not sure if he got this last kill or not. Looks like it might have been Noisy, so 45 kills come through. Almost 5k damage, man. Like, come on. That is just insane stuff from the young gun here on Decimate Gaming. 35 of the 45 non-traded. Look at the objective kills as well that come through. Man, it's just insane, isn't it? Almost 1,000 damage per round is what Estriel is averaging. And this is a game mode where things slow down. 1v1s are what you're mostly getting into. So he's winning 1v1s, getting away with his life, resetting, or just simply popping 2 and 3 pieces. It is just absurd to watch his POV, and he is absolutely the reason Decimate Gaming find those 3 rounds in a row to take an advantage here in the series.
Huge. That is huge. You cannot understate the victory there. We talked about Anarchy's way in towards this series. Honestly, I didn't necessarily have them winning the Search and Destroy. They did, and that's crazy for them. But you really needed the control, because the hard points for Decimate have been something else. I think we can absolutely say that, right? You know, we talked about him during Season 4. We talked about him during Toronto. I think they're arguably the best team in North America for hardpoint. And Boy, that map number 1 proved it right, mate. We're going to Mikado Hardpoint up next. And if you're Anarchy, you've really just got to make sure that you hold these money rotations. You cannot lose P1 and P2 and P6 to P7. If you do, Decimate are exactly the kind of team, as they just learned the hard way, to punish you for your errors.
And there's not a lot of time to reset here. Like this is, you know, just a couple minutes in between what just happened in map 3 heading into a map 4. Most of the time, these challenger players, they get what feels like maybe 5 or 10 minutes in between some of our maps sometimes, Brody. So they take their time. This is not the case. They got to fly right back into this map number 4. They have to completely forget what just happened, hit the hard reset, and regain, because they need to win these next 2 maps if they want to see bracket play, if they want to see day number 2. It all comes down to Mercado Hardpoint. It's time to step up, or they're going home.
Alrighty, here we go. All or nothing for Anarchy. They've been in this situation many a time. Top 8, top 6, every single event this year. Now is the time to make your way towards top 8 once again. Decimate. Want to stop them. It's a good start for Decimate boys as they get on the hill first. First 15 seconds, Cruz and Wiz though, they'll find 3 between them. They'll take the Decimate team off the point, and crucially as well, with those kills, they'll solidify the rotation towards P2.
Ooh. Big fight for P2. Looks like Anarchy will be able to hold on to it, but will they be able to hold on to it fully? There is a moment here with numbers. They have to get through Lunars, and well, Lunars just absolutely snaps on Bink. Great first kill, but still one more player down low. Cruz is there. He'll find the trade onto Noisy. And now it's looking pretty solid for as far as this rotation. Anarchy Gaming in position to try to lock in some time at Cantina.
Real big shot here for Anarchy. Yes, they lose 20 points on P1, but this is okay. Their ARs here should be set up to deal with some of the early pressure from players like Noisy and Bink around this back alley. Noisy actually just runs right under the nose of Lunas. Yes, Stack has picked up 2 elsewhere, but Noisy able to activate for 1. Noisy able to activate for 2. Surely does not find number 3. Lunas up top is preoccupied with players from afar, and Noisy will not be able to capitalize inside the point. So big kills being made here from Anarchy, and I love the play from Lunas as well. Did not move away his attention, despite the fact that Noisy was about the trust in the teammates to make sure that he had that banana.
Oh man, very well done. But still a fight maybe for 20 seconds here on P2. Mainly controlled by Decimate. Estriel has a read on Wiz. Wiz gonna give him the chow, and well, Estriel gets the best of him. So scrap time secured, but I mean, this is fine, right? Anarchy Gaming able to get what felt like probably a good 30 plus seconds off of that P2 hill. A lot of it did go neutral based off some of the plays that we did see from Decimate, but it allows them the fast track to do. They're in position, they're set up, they're locked in here at 10.
Quick break is what Decimate would desire, and it is going to be a one-dimensional break as well. Wiz might well be looking for somebody on long forklift. That is not going to come, and Cruz, well preoccupied with players around the front line, going to get caught out behind. Estriel finds the route, and now Flames are going to trade things out, but Wiz inside will pick up 2. Luna's now looking for number 3, and indeed he will get it. Just Bink, the last man standing on this hit. Now going to be opened up to a barrage of Semtexes and stuns, and he will be overwhelmed. That is a good hold on the initial gear from Anarchy.
If you're Decimate, you got to make sure they do not chain this into Barber as well. Look at the mid-map control you're already seeing. Cruz is threatening a lot of the rotators here, so they're now forced to try to hit through Old, and Lunars is still here. Bink trying to find him, asking for assistance, and well, it takes 3 to deal with Lunars. That is just his second death. 3 hills in, almost 4. And it allows Anarchy Gaming to once again hold on to just a marginal lead as Cruz set up in Cantina. Good read onto Noisy. Can't come up with 2, but Dak is already inside of Barber.
Yeah, we said it. Can't let Anarchy get control of this rotation. Dak is already here. Decimate attempting to pepper players through the wall. So got to be careful about Lunas here around the flank. That stun will definitely connect on towards Noisy. And off the back of it, Lunas able to get 2. Not number 3, though. Bink will find a double of his own. And if you're a Dak, you want to be careful that you don't become the 3rd in a triple. That is an egregious towel that is totally unnecessary. And Bink able to convert to a full 4K. Decimate now looking to get control of Barbershop. They're here to give people haircuts.
Oh, man, that is a punishing moment right there for Anarchy Gaming, and well, Bink is now on 5 because of it. Will there be a trade? There will. Lunar is able to get back to the point and does a bit of recovery here for Anarchy Gaming, but that is certainly a moment where it felt like it could have been even better. More time could have been locked in. Now at new, Wiz trying to transfer to the second. Won't be able to do it. Dak, though, ready to take his position, ready to also make up for some of the mistakes we have seen. Can he get the job done? Just trying to hold on to tin control, but he is losing his teammates and losing them fast.
To Bink, no less as well, which is just hilarious, isn't it? Off the back of his 5 spree on that last hard point to then immediately convert towards the new and pick up a double to kick things off. He is really doing a lot for this team at this point. Who's not doing a lot for this team? Flames 3 and 10. Needs to have a better go at things here and immediately loses a crucial challenge to Wiz. Noisy now last one left upper side. He can only produce 1 kill. Through the middle of the map does come Estriel. He finds 1, but nonetheless, I mean, the bottom line is still the same thing here, right, Austin? Anarchy Gaming, they get control of the back 30 seconds, and they're only doing it with 2 players. Crucially, they've got players into the rotation as well.
Man, Bink, he's fighting right now. I'll tell you what. Dad can't get the trade that time around. Bink is now 13 and 9. Will soak up some of that time. Oh, and now you look at New. Looter is already able to deal with Bink on rotation. Cantina set up, but Flames is down low. He hasn't had the best game so far, but he has a chance to really blow open this play, and Decimate need him to.
Shots against Cruz. Has a little bit of help now coming through for Nana and through back alley as well. For Anarchy, they really want to cut the help off at the source here, and they are doing exactly that. The coverage across the board has been stellar. And now an opportunity here for Anarchy to really put their dent in, really put the hurt down onto Decimate. 40-point advantage and growing. You've got to be careful for Anarchy because now threats are starting to arise on both sides of the point. Noisy found on the flank here, able to pick up 1, no more than that. Now Flames, the next player to try and approach towards this hard point. Wiz runs right into the back of him, and, well, he's not going to get a hug for sure. Flames will take him down. Anarchy still on the threat of Flames as well. He finds a second 2. Dak now on the turn around for Estriel to find a double in his zone, and indeed he does. And with that attempt from Decimate, that actually loses control of the parking lot kill as well. This is that money rotation we were talking about, and Anarchy have it.
Oh, great nade over the top. Looter is not able to really utilize the power position, but Wiz takes the high ground, able to get away with 1 before dropping. Estriel now kind of left all alone. Yes, he'll have to win this battle. Tough to do it with the sub. Cruz clears off the point. We'll look at this play through back alley. Are you going to get a read on this? Oh, Cruz may have turned at the right time. Vazef in hand. Challenge comes through, and he's at least able to come away with 1, but his teammates are going to drop, so Wiz have to ask for another big moment. He's all alone on the point, and he's able to get himself 2. Hill again goes neutral.
Yeah, this is fine. If you're Anarchy, you've still got that 80-point advantage, and Decimate Gaming not really looking at the moment, to be honest, to close it in any real significant way. 25 seconds still to fight over. That would be nice if you're Decimate to have it. Flames, once again, we've talked a lot about him in this game thus far as we go towards the next rotation. He is currently 7 and 16. He had an epic end to the last game, right? It's just, he can turn things up. Decimate will be right back through, but we look over towards the rotation, towards the second set here, and Anarchy, they've got such a massive lead.
They do. A lot to make up for, but, I mean, we've seen it many times, and it can happen right from P1 to P2, and you need it to, because Anarchy Gaming, anytime that they get, I mean, they go to a money hill, they could just about put it away. So what can you do here if you're Decimate? You need some mid-map control, and Lunar says you don't have any. He opens up with 2. A lot of this going to the game clock, but now Lunar's ready to make his move. 3 in a row. Vazdev is in hand. Trophy system down, ready for the next chow. But finally, a bit of green funneling into that feed, but will it be enough to hold on? Because you can see Anarchy threatening the rotation to New. They're starting to win the key battles.
Yeah, Luna's with 2. That should solidify it for me. And yeah, that spawn out from Bink is absolutely going to show us exactly what's up now. For Decimate, yeah, you can have the 20 seconds here, but it is absolutely worth just giving it up, moving through. Do not try to push through this too heavily unless you pick up the kills. They're going to go for it. Noisy flying through. We'll find the double. Cruz now looking to find a double of his own, and indeed he does. Estriel tagged down a half HP. Going to have a hard gunfight to go up against very, very soon. Wiz up here, finds himself effectively in a 1v2, and yeah, they thought they'd cleared house, they thought they'd cleared the cantina. That was not the case whatsoever. Wiz up top will catch Bink by surprise, and then Noisy to boot as well. The kills looking so good. Anarchy looking pretty strong here on the hold.
Yeah, you're gonna have to find a break. This is for the game, quite literally here. Decimate still struggling to get through the ARs, but maybe a moment. They're gonna find 2. Cruz in the back, looking for a trade. He's able to find it. Bink just trying to spray through the wall. Cruz just sprints at him and kind of forfeits his life. So a moment for Decimate to get some kind of presence into the hard point. Looters, though, back into that key position where you've seen him probably find about half of his kills so far in the map. Up to 31. Dak for the back. He clears out another. What can you do here if you're Bink? He is forced away, and they will all end up dropping and now have to chalk the scrap time and rotate to New.
All right, time to pull the old phrase out of the book that everyone hates hearing. Has to be perfect hard point from here on out from Decimate. You have to have it. Noisy, first step here has to pull off both of these kills. We can only do 1. So that's going to be a little bit of pressure now, starting to build from Anarchy. They've got players, unlike Decimate on their attempt, coming from all sides. Just a matter of acting on it. Springing the trap. Luna's going to open things up with the first kill now. Here we go. Cruz with another one. Estriel and Bink still up top here, though. Estriel's being tagged up. We'll hit the regen. They've got to double chow this, but Anarchy, they're approaching this 250-point mark fast. The trades looking pretty good. Estriel needs the second against Lunas, though, and indeed he will find it. The rest of the team are here.
All right, not out of it just yet, but I mean, it's 5 seconds. Anarchy Gaming have so many win conditions at this point into the game, and Wiz is about to attack one of them. He wants to play for scrap time, but he's going to have to get through 2. Wiz flies in. Easy pickup for Estriel, and now this is where you're going to have to rely and trust on one member of Decimate to simply sit here and hold, and you might even have to give up some of this time because it all matters on what happens on this rotation anew, and the 8 kills are perfect so far for Anarchy.
Man, this would be insane if Decimate are able to pull this off, but again, it still needs to be perfect decision making here, and Bink now finds himself alongside a teammate in a 2 versus 2. They lose those gunfights. That's going to be all she wrote here for this hard point. Anarchy send us to a game 5, and you just know they're going to be hyped after that game.
Yeah, I'm just patiently waiting for the pop-off here. There it is. As they know, they are still very much in this series. Their chances of getting through the bracket play is still here. A strong showing. A strong showing out of Lunars as well. 33 kills. I mean, he has been popping off, especially in the hard points. I mean, we saw it in the map number 1. He drops 31 kills. Here in the map number 4, 33 kills, refusing to let his team go down in a hard point, as that is just an insane performance once again out of him. But that was a very strong showing across the board here, Brody.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, right? Again, I think Mikado is a map that very often does lend itself to big leads like this, right? I mean, it's very easy for you to win the money rotations, etc. As I kind of said, as we got into this hard point, if Anarchy can hold these crucial rotations from P1 and P2, and I think more importantly, in this particular hard point, in this particular instance, from P6 to P7, which is what they got, they will win the game. And that was more or less exactly what happened. Of course, they did have to fight for it, and we saw the names like Wiz and Lunas, again, unshockingly, unsurprisingly, from that map number 1 coming out to play. Anarchy, they force us into a game number 5, and they do it in bloody style, mate. There was Lunas again, almost triple positive at the end of the game.
Yeah. Man, like, I mean, Lunas is only backing my point that I've just been saying really since Season 4, right? I've just been like, this guy's one of the best. He's one of the best in North America with that tack in hand. You see it in moments like this. I felt like maybe he didn't find the same consistency he was finding, you know, previously in Season 3, but you are seeing it right now in one of the most important series that all of these guys are going to play for potentially the rest of the year, right? This could be the last series for Anarchy. It could be the last series for Decimate. So it all really does come down to what you're getting and what you are showing. And well, right now, I mean, you were just getting take over God mode, whatever you want to call it. Lunars is delivering 3,300 damage. Dak responsible for soaking up a lot of the objective work, but I mean, you take a look at the objective kills across the board, and it feels like everyone in Anarchy stepped up at key moments throughout this map.
Yeah, I think the key thing for me as well, we talk about Lunas just on the whole, right? The conversation around, like, Challengers Rookie of the Year. It's like an unofficial thing. We've been talking about it recently. It's come up as kind of more often than not. We've got like kind of a lot of people wanted to do these like awards and what have you. And there was like the conversation about like, this should Snoopy count or whatever, because he's now technically playing in the CDL, even though he played Challengers for like the vast majority of the year.
Right.
Purge was another name that came up, and then Lunas. And I initially in my head I was like, well, it kind of has to be Purge, right? But Lunas, like, he's making a case for it. Like, he has come in different here, and you know, he has at least in my mind, I think, like, not played this well all season. That's not to say he's bad. He's been pretty good, but like the way that he's playing right now, yeah, he's good.
I'd say we've seen glimpses of it, right? Like, we've seen moments like this from him, but we haven't seen it like back-to-back maps, or like maybe in the same series is what I would say. So it's a problem sum right now for Decimate, isn't it? Because at the moment they have not won a single search and destroy versus Anarchy on the day. And you might be saying, well, they've only played one so far. Well, no, they played one a little bit earlier on in the day because they've already matched up against one another. So they have yet to win one so far. It's something to think about, something to consider. It has been on multiple maps here, so we'll see what happens. But we do have stats here for you guys as well for as far as this matchup and what to come to expect, who to look out for coming into this one. And again, we'll take a look at Estriel as well as Dak when it comes down to their S&D performance, Brody.
Yeah, it's only right. Aggression coming out from both of these players. It's kind of what you've come to expect from these guys. Dak, I mean, earlier on in Search and Destroy, I don't know. I mean, should we have him up here at this point, to be honest? Because he didn't have such a hot Search and Destroy earlier on in the LCL. I jest, Dak. I'm kidding. But although statistically, it's true. He dropped like 2 kills, I think it was. It was actually Wiz that won them the Search and Destroy earlier on today. But I think it is worth saying like Dak at his true potential in Search and Destroy. You can see the KD there, 1.07. I think there's a stats from today. He can be really good in Search and Destroy. And I think if Dak does come up and really show his true potential here in this game, number 5, it will be something to be concerned about. On the other side, though, when you got up like Estriel putting up a 1.7 in Search and Destroy today, he's feeling himself. You can definitely see it.
Oh, man, and now who knows? Like, who knows what's going to happen? Because you guess what map it is? It's a Mercado, man. Like, you get to a Mercado, map 5. This determines who moves through and whose season comes to an end. And it can come by way of nades and stuns to determine a lot of it. So, I mean, it just feels like when you get to a Mercado, it doesn't really matter how good one team is at S&D than the other. It's just there is so many unpredictable moments that happen in this map mode combination. So it feels very fitting that it's the one to be the difference for who moves on and who has to go home.
Yeah, who's got the strongest throwing arm?
That too. Hopefully they've been getting the weights, right? Getting ready for some of those big tosses, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just who can toss the best here in this one. That's going to be really right. I mean, just throwing those nades over the top of the Cantina building, hoping they land and able to take down the trophy systems. That's going to be the question for us. I mean, we just, to be fair, it is worth saying that I think over the course of the season, teams have gotten a lot more comfortable with B hits on Mikado. By no means is B that viable of a strategy comparatively to A. I mean, there's a reason that I don't know the actual statistical breakdown of it, but like, I'd imagine it's probably like a 70-30 split in favor of A, maybe even higher than that in terms of the bomb site pushes that we see. I'd love to find that stat somewhere. I'm sure the CDL has it. We'll look for it later on this evening. But yeah, we're seeing a lot more B hits, I think, on Mikado Search and Destroy. Teams are getting a lot better out of it. I wouldn't be surprised if even in round number 1, Austin, we saw it because, of course, nobody has the nades, or not the nades, excuse me, the trophy system or the dead silence. That's often what teams do, right, on round number 1, just force stacking B to try and kind of get that round number 1 victory right off the bat.
Well, we'll see what happens. You can see Lunar's there. Closest one to the camera. Well, I guess no, Wiz is kind of sitting back there from him. So second closest. Just came off of a heater of a map 4. We'll see if maybe he can chain that into this exact same map. Carry that energy over on Mercado Search and Destroy. I mean, there is just no better way to end day number 1 here, Brody. Man, I am amped. I'm pumped up. I hope you guys at home are also amped and pumped up because this decides who makes it to bracket play, and it's all down to Mercado Search and Destroy. Let's jump into it.
Oh, and right off the rip, we almost see some early snipes coming out from Flames. Will not find anything though as Anarchy have traversed straight over towards A. Again, no trophy systems, just fully reliant on the flak. And a dream. Flames has picked up the head of Cruz here on the attempted plant on towards A, and this is going to make them a little bit wary as to whether or not they want to plant the bomb. But nobody inside the site from Decimate means they are going to go to get this one down.
Yeah, good stretch plant comes through. And as much as you have a man advantage, sometimes it doesn't feel like it's any easier to retake this site. We'll see what utility is going to be left. Flames also still has the scope. He's going to work through the back of Graffiti. And now has to try to get in position, try to coordinate this hit. It's going to be a 3-man stack to the back alley. Looters has a chance to light them up. Shot's going to come through, but cleanly taken away will be Noisy, challenging up top. Now you need something from Dak. He's able to get one, but it's all up to Dak for what would be an ace.
That's the question for me in this situation. Yeah, Dak just tries to re-peek it, not through the middle of the map, but instead back through, maybe thinking that he's outplayed them in that scenario, maybe like with the route that he took. Oh, maybe they're going to try and check the middle of the map, but that's not the case. Double peek for the hedge side. Dak not able to pull off the 1 versus 3. And there's one of those weird random ones right here on Mikado where you don't have the trophy systems to protect players on an immediate hit over towards A. So there's a tiny bit of a delay. I think it was from Anarchy on the A offense. Does initially work out to get the bomb down at the very least, but the man disadvantage, I think, was probably the thing that killed him in the end.
3 kills for Noisy. Heck of a time to come alive here. Maybe haven't seen as much as what we're used to seeing out of Tyler, but if there was ever a time to make up for it, it would be a map number 5, wouldn't it? Trophy system down. Flame's going to keep the scope out. Found a good connecting shot in the first round. Searching for information, but not going to have a whole lot of opportunities. Maybe up until now. Lunar's going to give a quick peek, but won't stick around too long.
Yeah, for Decimate, early on in this round, this is a very passive play. And being passive like this and trying to do the pacifier run, well, giving up a ton of map control. Noisy now has to try and kind of brute force his way through Cantina to garner it. Maybe just try and make some distractions over by B. I really don't know how you get out of this situation, to be honest. If you're Decimate, Noisy finally going to activate Dead Silence on the other side. Actually making a ton of noise, and Noisy actually manages to catch Wiz off guard. Wiz reacts with that kill over by B. So trying to make a move on towards A and gets caught with his pants down. Now Dak here in a 1v4.
Oh yeah, and Dak has no idea that the bomb's coming back over to A, so if he stuck around, maybe he had an opportunity, but I mean, that is a perfect way to play Mercado right there. Decimate Gaming, little 2-and-2 split. A lot of patience being shown from Noisy, never really revealing his position, not giving over any sound cues, and Wiz is just completely caught off guard as soon as he flies out of that door to go top balcony there in Cantina. So very well done, and it just keeps everybody puzzled. It feels like they're from Anarchy, never really getting a full read on where the bomb actually was.
Yeah, I think the thing is, that round is very weird, if only because of the fact that it never really felt like Decimate had control until they just kind of popped off over by B, right? Just really well played. Great team play coming out from Decimate. You can see the trust in one another, and now we go back to a more standard procedure. A 4-man hit on towards A. On the defense,
man.
They've already lost 1 player here. Noisy with that first blood. That is so damaging. Now another 1, 2. Wiz is going to trade things out. It's a 3v2.
Oh, we'll see that kill come through, and Wiz can't get anything done for the front. Lunar's down. If there was ever a moment to really clutch up, it would be this round. Anarchy Gaming have just not been able to find any man advantages. They've been stuck in what has been like 2 1v4s and now a 1v3, so kills just have not been there. Luna's going to try to wait for a patient peek, but Flame's got all the assistance he needs there from Bink in the back.
Good. From Luna's not good enough, though. Yeah, Bink was a player that he was putting shots into, not, of course, Flames, who will fly out to take him down. The problem, of course, being the fact that he had to get the bomb, right? The bomb was just stuck down in the Hornet's nest there, and Flames very happy to come out and from the old stinger. The first few rounds have been incredible from Decimate so far. And Mikado, I think it's a map, generally speaking, in Search and Destroy that is generally so back and forth. 3-0 start is exactly what you would want if you're a Decimate. Flames on 4-1, Noisy on 5-2. It's 3 in a row as well for the former of those 2 players. And for Anarchy, double donuts from Lunas and Cruz as well. ARs that have, in the past, played extremely well, especially looking over towards that map number 2.
Exactly. You just have not had a lot of participation in Noisy now. Back-to-back nades. He's been able to get some key first bloods off some well-placed frag grenades, I have to imagine. And once again, first kill comes on in. What can they do with it, and what's going to be the answer? Nade's going to come out, but Wiz with a sub doesn't really feel confident enough to try to push up and take any challenges head on. Flames is also watching over the middle of the map here. You feel so pressured if you're Anarchy and you have no real space to work with.
It gets worse as well. Spink follows up with another kill, and you talk about space. I mean, Wiz and Dak haven't bought any. Flames has just seen Dak's shoulder, so if Dak peeks that, he will be donezo. There's just real no way that you can get into towards this site, to be honest. You're rats in the maze at this point. Estriel will get shut down, actually, so they've bought themselves some space, and no immediate response from Decimate means they've got a little bit more time, a little bit more options to work with here in this scenario, but still, it's tight for sure, and Wiz needs to win that one versus Noisy. Does not do so. Dak now finds himself again in a 1v3. How many times is this going to happen in this Search and Destroy? And you got to find the defuse as well.
Man, it's just these first bloods that are just constantly putting Anarchy Gaming at a disadvantage before they even get to, like, really call out their play, right? Like, it's like 10, 15 seconds in the round, they lose someone, it's like, man, another 3v4, and then that leads to, like you just said, a 1v4, a 1v3. There hasn't been a single round where there's been a man advantage here for Anarchy Gaming. And, well, a huge part of it is because, you know, Cruz, Lunars, both struggling to find kills. They're the ARs. This is where you need to kind of get into Cantina, find a kill, open something up, but Decimate Gaming are playing so well. They're not giving away anything for free. And Flames continues to lock down the middle of the map with the scope as well.
So aggressive. I think this might actually be the first time I've seen any control
Look at
of
this,
the map
another
so
one
far from Anarchy. And these nades, I actually think these might be some of the best nades we've seen in the Modern Warfare 2 challenge this year. Once again, it's just hard hitting, disgusting. 3v4 now. Flames are going to get some snipes off.
Wiz should be able to find him. Yeah,
Oh.
he will, but will there be a trade? No, Wiz actually finds two. The first man advantage of the game going the way of Anarchy Gaming. Now they just need to hold on to defend this push to the back alley. Lunar's going to back down and just try to buy a little bit more time. Good shots from Cruz in the tunnel, and this finally looks to be around going the way of Anarchy as the trades come in. And despite the first blood, they're still able to take advantage as they get the bomb down.
One double is all it takes, and it's Wiz who produces, would you believe it, after his earlier Search and Destroy performance. I think the answer should be a resounding yes. Wiz gives them their first foot in the door. And of course, a one-dimensional attempt at a retake from there on out will not fly. Even though, again, I mean, like, Cruz was watching. Cruz almost died. It does survive. He actually comes off the donut as well. Now going to the breadstick. Slowly, we're filling this bakery out. Anarchy will now want to get themselves off the breadstick in terms of round count as well. Decimate have played so well on these offenses, and they might be about to do it again. Estriel, he's going to fly. There's one. Dak down for the count. Lunars and Cruz, they have not reacted, and Estriel is about to pounce. Finally, he goes down.
Yeah, did go for a little bit more. He came up with two. I mean, it probably would have led to a bomb plant. Bink wisely backing down, repositioning. Wiz now pushes up to the tunnel. What a ballsy play that is. And he's able to get out with his life. Lunar's also from the front. Deals with Bink. Flames with the scope. Has a chance to find some heads. Not going to connect on the first. But you don't really have a whole lot of exits here if you're Lunars. You have to almost trust in Wiz. And maybe Flame's going to be able to grab himself an AR. Doesn't get the bomb. And, well, Lunar's going to spot him over the top. He's good for the shots. How about that? Anarchy Gaming starting to figure it out. Starting to find rounds.
Starting to get aggressive as well, which I think I like to see from Anarchy. They looked a little bit uncertain in the first 4 rounds, but now they're really starting to find themselves here, starting to get aggressive, starting to get some of that early Cantina control. And, I mean, they're surviving the nades. It's the key thing for me. I know it sounds really stupid, but, like, these nades going over the top have been so harmful for Anarchy. They're starting to get a lot better at avoiding them. Now you're starting to see streaks as well coming out. Luna's on 3 in a row. Wiz on 4. Wiz can start to take command of this game once again. Anarchy will be right back in it. Trophy system down. Nades and stuns going over the top here. We'll keep Decimate out momentarily. It's enough to get on a control of Cantina for Anarchy, but here come the late stuns. Decimate, they held on to their utility.
Yeah, they're so smart with it. They just make sure they're not ever using anything and making sure it isn't finding some kind of value. Noisy, tough gunfight. Dak, what a chow that is, and he's able to slip away. Trophy system going to keep everyone safe up top. Lunar just flies out. Bink does get one trade, but I mean, he is just hard-pressed to get anything else done. And now it's starting to flip around. Anarchy for 2 rounds in a row, looking for 3 unless Estriel can pull off something special.
Oh, he doesn't expect a close hold from Wiz, and that'll take Wiz down. He was on 4 in a row, so good start from Estriel here. And the thing is as well, Wiz was the bomb carrier, so Anarchy will have to exhaust time, exhaust resources, exhaust energy to retrieve that bomb and get it down. And Estriel has done enough here to not give any information away from Free. There is no way.
He hears
there
this.
There is simply no way. He's heard it.
Oh my God.
Estriel from behind for 1. Does not get Dak, but again, Estriel, he's content with it. He's content with poaching that kill. And now the 1v1. Estriel comes out on top every single time.
That's the dagger! That's the dagger round! Anarchy! We're putting it together! Back-to-back rounds, looking good for 3, and then Estriel just simply walks into the site, finds the first, gets the sound cue on the last 2, and plays it perfectly. A lot of players fly out in the parking lot, chow Dak, and try to finish the job there. Not Estriel. He has more time played in Search and Destroy than most players here in the Challenger circuit. And does it ever show? in that round.
All right, Anarchy, got to take this one round at a time now, but you will be rattled by that display from Estriel. Here we go. Bing, first blood, back aggressive, gonna get shut down.
Estriel gonna come behind this play. Here we go, Lunars! Make sure we can't find anything else, but the trades are in. And now it's all down to Wiz. 13 kills in the map number 2. Can he come up big here? Bink, throwing shoulder. Xiao comes through. Information onto both. But will they go back to A and decide to play? That looks to be the case. Wiz has to try to clutch it up and play retake.
Yeah, stun's gone as well. Wiz no longer has that to check. Just a nade. Really, not the weapon he wants for this retake as well. Variety of different places that these players could be located. You have no information whatsoever. No Daddy to speak of. Shots out! That's gonna be it! Decimate send Anarchy home! Their worst placement on LAN all year, and it was a stacked group. They were up against it, but Decimate Gaming, they refuse to die. They move on to Championship Bracket.
Wow. I mean, just wow. Decimate tested here in day number 1 at Challenger Champs. Anarchy felt like there were lots of opportunities to get the job done. But when it comes down to this map 5, when it comes down to Mercado, it is all Decimate. They ice up, they clutch up. It's all smiles for the boys in green. But you gotta really feel for Anarchy, man. Those guys putting up a hell of a season, doing just about everything they needed to. But it really does come back to that control for me, Brody. That's where it all went wrong. Despite them bringing it back in the hard point, it felt like there was a real opportunity to get this one done in 4.
Yeah, that control's gonna hurt. That's all I can say. And to be fair, I don't know if we're kind of really overemphasizing the play. Maybe we're exaggerating it. I really don't know. We would have to go back and watch it. But at least in my mind, it really is crazy that a minute play like that could have decided the fate very differently of Anarchy and Decimate in this best of 5. But talking about this Search and Destroy in particular, mate, I mean, I'll give Anarchy some props, right? I mean, the 2 rounds that they managed to take away there in the middle before Estriel did this were pretty good. Like, they seem to at least have figured out a tempo, a pace that they were comfortable with. And then to kind of lose a 1v3 like that, it just gave Decimate a second win that got them control of the remainder of the game. For Anarchy, that is utterly gutting, utterly gut-wrenching, as they are going to go out here before they even see a whiff of the championship bracket. It was a tough group. We knew it was a tough group, but ultimately Decimate Gaming with their Search and Destroy prowess here on Mercado. Noisy with his Search and Destroy prowess here on Mercado. They win out.
I mean, look at the first blood tally. That is 7 of the 8 rounds where they were finding a first blood, and I'd be willing to bargain that that was probably half of them through nades, right? Through frag grenades.
Yes, oh my god, I'm so glad
It felt
you
like
said that.
every single time. It was just great nades coming through, whether they were team nades, whether they were just perfectly placed, reading where they would be, finding the players that don't have flakjack on, instead running battle hardened. It certainly costed them in a lot of these key moments, man. Wow. I mean, just wow. Clearly spent a lot of time going over their Mercado nades, where they're throwing them, because that's what really got them the win. That's what got them a lot of advantages in almost every single round. They had a man advantage, and they took full advantage of it. That's Gaming, 6-2. Man, oh man. They move on. Again, got a feel for Anarchy Gaming. A lot of opportunities to get the job done. They already beat these guys on the day, but maybe a little bit gassed as we got to the end of it, end of day number 1.
Yeah, I'll be happy to call it for how I see it personally, and this is not an indictment of the groups or anything like that, but like if Anarchy were in another group, I think they qualify. It's literally just this group. It was a real grueler to have to go head to head with the team that won Toronto and then the team that came second at Toronto as well. Like, that's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles sometimes for Anarchy. It's unfortunate, but Decimate Gaming, they come out on top with that best of 5 again. A massive victory in the Search and Destroy, a massive shutdown in the Search and Destroy of key names. Just beautiful Call of Duty. I'm so glad we got to watch this series, mate, because that was utterly insane. We'll take a look at the best of 5 to kind of remind people how it went down, I believe, here, just very quickly, because, of course, I think it's a good idea to tell people how that one did go down.
Sure.
A 6-2 victory caps off a back-and-forth series. I think the crazy thing to me is, right, for Anarchy, your head's got to be in the bin after that reverse sweep on the Elisilo control, and you'll still be really annoyed. You've got to give them props for even winning the Mikado hardpoint like they did, though.
Yeah, no, you do, right? I think you're looking at this series and you're saying, oh no, Decimate or you're saying Anarchy lost the map number 3, and it's like, oh man, this feels like it might just be a 3-1 now going the way of Decimate because of what we come to expect in their hardpoints, them being, one of the stronger hardpoint teams here in the North American region. But yeah, they came out absolutely fighting. A lot of great performances coming through for, Lunars through just about every single respawn. Maybe don't get it in the search and destroys, but, certainly the reason we even see that map number 5 of Mercado. But, yeah, they put up a fight, man. Again, though, you come back to that control. It's not even the moment that we talked about and we criticized in the round 3. It's the fact that they were 2-0 up, right? Like, they were 2-0 up.
Yeah.
They had multiple opportunities to put that one away. But after that round 3, Decimate, I mean, they completely took over, and it allowed them to get that key map to make sure they go 2-1 up into that 4th map as well. So that was really the defining moment here between both of these squads that played each other extremely close.
Yeah, such a back and forth battle. Anarchy, they will be gutted that they did not manage to come out on top, but from Group A, Decimate will join Wobbabobs in the championship bracket. Oh, Austin. I mean, more or less, we're done today. We're just going to close things out here very soon, folks. We're going to go through everything, give you guys a little look at all the groups and such. But first and foremost, we have to do something that I know, Austin, you don't want to do. We got to bring Andy back in so we can hear what he's got to say about things.
Andy.
Proper. Let's bring him in. I want to hear what he's got to say because I presume that he was watching that series. He's smiling. He was enjoying that Call of Duty, I know.
I don't even know if I want to talk to you anymore after that. Don't try to rope Austin into this. That's all you're doing right now, Brody. But yeah, I mean, all the matches have been absolutely insane. I mean, it's unfortunate. Commiserations to Anarchy for unfortunately coming up short before the championship bracket even becomes a full-only fleshed-out thing. I also got to watch Mind Freak. They just beat Deviants Gaming, and now they're facing off against Aphelion for the final spot out of that group as well.
Oh, man.
It has been nuts, plainly put. It's just been absolute chaos here in the pit.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that on Twitter in the little break that we had. I was just like, there. Like, I can't believe Mind Freak. I mean, I don't want to say I can't believe Mind Freak have won because I don't want to sound, again, disparaging to that team, but it is a massive upset. And again, I can't tell if it's the way Deviants are playing because we didn't get to see them today.
Sure.
That's a whole thing. We'll talk about that here in just a second. Let's go for some group bracket updates, though, if everyone's ready to go for it. We'll talk very briefly here through each group to show everybody who has qualified from each group. It's crazy. It has been a really crazy day of action, I think. Although, more or less, I think Group A, as we get into it, I think in particular, we kind of expected a Wobbabobs to get through. 6-0 fashion, not too sure we expected that, especially with a 3-0 against Anarchy Gaming. But Austin, looking over towards this one, we just saw Decimate take out Anarchy Gaming 3-2. Is this who we expected to get through?
Well, this is who I predicted to get through, but I mean, after what we saw at the first match of the day and Anarchy beating Decimate 3-1, I said, okay, maybe there's an actual chance. And they even played a Wobbabobs fairly close, right? Like, it was around 11. I think they lost maybe by 50 points plus or so in the map 1, but, they still played a Wobbabobs, EU's #1 seed, extremely tight. And I mean, there's a lot to take away from that, but as you get to the end of the day, it's really difficult to keep that same level of gameplay up consistently from all 4 members. And I think that's what ended up faulting them there, especially as we got into the map 5. So Decimate and Wobbabobs are our top 2 seeds out of Toronto. It's what I guessed. It's what we get. But Anarchy, I mean, they gave it a real good attempt.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a Wobbabobs today, but I'm very excited to see them in action tomorrow. They do not drop a map in the group, and I'm getting like Season 2, Season 4 vibes from them at the moment. So we'll see whether or not that carries through to the championship bracket. Let's talk about Group B then. We already spoke about how ESG Rocker have already qualified from this group. We talked about that earlier on today. We also saw the very quick 3-0 between Omit and D1. Therefore, those are the 2 teams, Andy, making it into the championship bracket.
And these are the 2 teams that I had coming out of Group B. Personally, I did not have Rocker beating Omit when it came down to that qualifier round in the winner's bracket. Funny enough, I actually had Omit taking it then. Still qualifying from the lower bracket. This bracket itself, which is very interesting, but I can tell you this much for certainty. So this ESGX Rocker, this squad has absolutely shown up on the day. Through all the roster changes, from losing their profile ever since Fame got called up to the main roster, Real and Real look great side by side with one another. Not to mention how well Diamond Con and Panda are playing off of one another on this fine day.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is just the fact that they won the grudge match, right? I don't know if we can call it that. I don't know if there's actually that much bad blood there, but they took out their former teammate in Golarek. So that is a huge victory for ESG Rocker to make it all the way through in the champ spot. And Omit, of course, joining them as well. We're going to see both of those teams again tomorrow. Then let's take a quick look over towards Group C as well. And, well, we said that the Atlas Lions were 2-0 up against Millennium 7. Apparently that one went all the way to a Game 5 Round 11, which Millennium 7 were able to take away. Honestly, I mean, Austin, I expected Millennium 7 and Team Notorious to get out of this group, but I got to give the Atlas Lions props, right, for doing that, for sending Millennium 7 to a Game 5.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, they played a very tight series versus Lore Gaming, and that created probably a couple of woes, you know, is this team going to be able to really be competitive versus M7? But it feels like it's been a similar story for the Lions throughout the majority of this year, you know? Even when there's moments where they look really good, they go 2-0 up in some of their best of fives, and then they lose 3 maps in a row. But to lose 3 maps in a row and go to a round 11 and lose, yeah, that's devastating. But I will say, M7, I mean, the fact that they do go to a map number 5 and they have to pull off a reverse sweep could be a little bit scary going into bracket play against some of our top seeds from all regions, I would say, heading into tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there's a look at Team Notorious and Millennium 7 making out at Group C then. And then finally, I don't believe Group D is fully certified just yet. I think we're waiting on the conclusion of Aphelion Esports and Mindfreak, but we kind of spoiled it already a little bit. Mindfreak beating Deviants Gaming 3-1 and Clutch Rain beating Aphelion 3-2 for the qualification spot. We said this would be the weirdest group. Andy, it is the weirdest group.
It is, honestly speaking. I think if there's anything that you can flex from the scrim bucks that we had yesterday, Clutch Rain were taking hard points in overall respawns off of teams like a Wubba Bubs, and that really does say a lot for the consistency that they were able to find on that day. I watched a good chunk, as much as I possibly could, of that Clutch Rain versus Aphelion series, and I gotta say, man, I mean, Bo Twiz and Nile are playing out of their marble minds right now. They are definitely poised to probably make a pretty deep run when it comes down to a double elimination bracket, but yeah, Mindfreak taking down Deviants, I would probably say is the biggest upset on the day so far, just off of paper. But trust me when I tell you that Zach and Shocks are playing out of their mind, not to mention how steady Luca is honestly looking on the day. You always know what you're going to get out of FIDA. If you don't know and you haven't watched anything to do with APAC, that was Pred's duo before Pred got called up to Seattle Surge. So trust me when I tell you that Mindfreak roster through all the boot camp and everything they've been doing behind the scenes has led to this very moment in time. I believe they just finished map number 1 just behind me. I'm going to be sitting here once this broadcast concludes and waiting for that spicy ending.
I wish I could be there to see that one conclude. So we are just waiting on that final team to fill out the championship bracket. Worth saying, of course, Mindfreak, I believe they're probably like the longest standing, the most playing team here at the event, with like how long they've been playing for a while, like years, almost a decade at this point. So not surprising to see them play like they have been. Here's a look at the championship bracket then. I kind of said what we expected to see here going into tomorrow. We've got a Wubba Bobs versus Omit. That's a guaranteed matchup. And of course, ESG Rocker versus Decimate Gaming. We are waiting on the conclusion of the other group to decide kind of what's happening with Millennium 7 and Team Notorious with their matchups. But I mean, the ones that we know, Austin, I've got to ask you, mate. A Wubba Bobs and Omit, ESG Rocker and Decimate, tasty matchups, right?
Oh, I mean, every matchup tomorrow is going to be a great matchup. We are now at this point, you know, at Challenger Finals where it does not matter what we get on stream. Every matchup is going to be great. Clutch Rain even looked fantastic today as they square up against M7. So who knows, man? Like, who literally knows? But I'm very excited, I think, to see if a Wubba Bobs can stay on track and continue to look as dominant as they have, as well as dominant as they did in Toronto.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's a quick look at the schedule then. You can see it right there. We're kicking things off tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time with winners round 1. And then, of course, all the way through to elimination semi-finals as well. We got the final day of action tomorrow. It's going to be a good time. Before we send everybody home, they can get their cups of tea, their cookies before they go to bed. Want to get some final thoughts from you two on the day. Andy, I want to start with you because you're the most good-looking of the two. Buddy, how do you feel? It's been a good day of action, right?
Austin, you have much prettier eyes than I do. I don't know. This guy's blasted. I'm so sorry you had to put up with him for a 5-map series.
It was brutal.
Decimated Anarchy.
Thank you.
I get it. That's been my entire year, brother. This event, we always ended up saying it. If Texas was topping what Boston had to offer, and then Toronto topped what Texas had to offer, this is the cream of the crop. We got the 16 best teams globally to come here and kind of duke it out to be in a top 8 position to finalize themselves as the Challengers 2023 champion. And this event is absolutely delivering on it. We have so many good teams, so many good players, so many good matches.
Yeah,
for sure. And Austin, you got a beautiful beard, mate. I want to hear your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I know you can't grow one, and I know you're also falling asleep over there, so I'll make sure I won't take up too much time. But either way, man, it's been a great day one. We had a lot of hype matches, a lot of them going to map number 4. I think we had a great map number 5, despite it being a little bit one-sided, but a lot of great moments, man. I mean, this is champs. This is where everything comes down to stepping up, going big. We had a lot of that throughout this day. I can't wait for day 2.
Absolutely. Well, neither can I, mate. And, well, you guys, you will have to wait a little bit, of course. We can't fast forward time. We don't have those mystical powers over here on the casting desk. What we do have the power is to wait for those games. We'll be live again tomorrow from the usual time at 1:30 Eastern and 10 a.m. Pacific with all of tomorrow's action as we get into the second day. But for today, we are done here on the first day of action live here from Challengers Championships. It's been a wonderful day of action filled with so many surprises, so many shocks, and so many awesome storylines coming to a head. We have loved every single second of it. And as I said, make sure you tune in once again tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern, 10:30 Pacific time for more action here live from the Call of Duty Challengers Championship. Until tomorrow, we'll be seeing you.